Wu Lu traversed into the Marvel universe, endowed with the power of the surgery fruit, transforming into a clandestine medical practitioner and an unrestrained biological scientist. Who says the surgery fruit is solely for healing? I shall fulfill everyone's fantasies about their own bodies. Wu Lu. Hey, Parker, I bet you could use a pair of wings. Wu Lu. Big shit. I assume you would desire a genuine donkey's appendage to Wu Lu. Norman, your family's hereditary ailment is a trivial matter for me. Should you be willing to hand over the company? Chapter 1. The Tenant of the Gwyn Household. Hey, Director George, I've heard that a mysterious doctor has taken residence in your home, capable of using jars and the magic of fire to alleviate fatigue. Could you bring him to the precinct to help everyone unwind? Bob, if you're willing to pay $100, I would gladly provide you with his address. You may not even know, he hails from the enigmatic East. Good grief. George, how could it possibly be that expensive? You, miser, would actually splurge on your lumber discs? Bob, you know I'm the chief, so I'm free of charge, haha. With that, George Stacy chuckled heartily, changing out of his uniform and striding towards his private vehicle. He threw his robust form into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator with force, and the engine roared as he sped homeward. Wu Lu had crossed over, becoming an international student at New York's Empire State University, simultaneously possessing the powers of the surgery fruit from the world of one. Peace. By serendipitously healing George Stacy's protruding lumbar disc, he was warmly invited into the home of this mysterious Eastern youth, who was preparing to rent a place. As the summer break was upon them, Wu Lu, in search of some pocket money, ventured into the unfamiliar territory of New York, engaging in cupping and massage therapy, charging $80 per session, fair and square, when helplessly gazed at the long queue of patients outside. Wu, I'm about to lose my mind. Can we take a day off tomorrow? Wu Lu, donning a sun hat pulled low and sporting sunglasses, had even equipped himself with a pair of cat-like eyes to acquire a top-tier set of medical equipment. He could not afford to rest even for a moment. This world was inhabited by mutants, and until he attained invincibility, he wished to remain inconspicuous. Ms. Gwyn, you receive a 30% commission from all consultation fees. Do you not yearn for a seaside villa? A global voyage? A premier laboratory? Oh damn. Fine. I cannot resist the allure of these luxuries, but having been tending to the fire from morning till now, I feel my tender skin has already been scorched to a crisp. Madam, your daily earnings now surpass George's monthly salary. Are you certain you wish to abandon me? Perhaps I could hire a stunning beauty, one with ample assets. Wu. Actually, I wouldn't mind dressing a bit more revealingly. Gwyn, I truly believe Wu is a remarkable young man. Oh, the wondrous East has cured my disability. You two are simply perfect for one another. And Jenny, Easterners are quite reserved. Your words might scare him away, and you'll owe me. Ha! Little Gwen has now dove headfirst in the allure of wealth. The laughter of the crowd did little to deter Wu Lu's actions. Possessing the surgical fruit, Wu Lu took great pride in witnessing the recovery of each patient under his care. The distinction between superpowers and abilities remains significant. While the surgical fruit grants him an unparalleled operational safety environment, the restoration of a patient to normalcy depends on the meticulous arrangement of their nerves and blood vessels. Thus, each patient is to him a precious specimen, and ultimately, he must perform a grand surgery on himself. The mysterious young man from the East, entirely focused, wielded his scalpel with precision, while a blonde bombshell, armed with cupping glasses, diligently applied them to a throng of eager, middle-aged men and women, their wallets overflowing with cash. The flawless synergy between the two, set against a bizarre backdrop, was both beautiful and profoundly impactful, quickly capturing the attention of those with a discerning eye. Hey, Harry, look over there. A crowd has gathered. What are they doing? Parker, on his way to visit Aunt May, who had been mistakenly hospitalized, was filled with curiosity upon seeing the flying knives and the frenzied crowd. After all, he was now the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of New York City. Well, it looks like they're peddling some sort of fast food junk or perhaps hosting a gathering of addicts. Relax. Parker will be at the hospital soon, Harry replied. Harry, I just saw people frantically stuffing money into their hands. I suspect there's a conspiracy afoot. Maybe it's some sort of cult ritual. Parker insisted. Oh, come on, brother. I think it's time you found a lovely lady to unwind with. This is Manhattan, the most vibrant district of New York. Not even Hell's Kitchen would dare to extend its reach here. So rest easy. Harry sped past, but Parker's unease lingered, and he discreetly affixed a listening device beneath the eaves of George's house. Ding. Wu Lu, busy with his tasks, suddenly halted, his ears twitching slightly as his gaze swept the room. He quickly spotted the button-sized listening device. Setting down his silver needle and scalpel, he smiled nonchalantly, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, please disperse. It's getting late, and Gwen and I are preparing to rest. If dinner for Director George is not promptly arranged, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. Thank you for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Gwen began ushering people out. Wu Lu picked up the silver needle and, with a swift motion, pierced the listening device, shattering it in two. Wu, why are you closing up so early today? It's not yet dark. This isn't like you, Gwen remarked as the crowd thinned out. She returned inside, retrieving 2 chilled cans of beer. Wu, don't you always say that turning down easy money makes one a fool? Why refuse the little cash that's been offered, especially when it could amount to $60,000 today? Look, Wu Lu pointed to the remnants of the device on the floor. The reason lies right here. Director George is likely being watched by someone, and I fear that too many people may lead to unforeseen complications. Gwen took a swig of beer, and upon hearing the words, she sauntered gracefully on her long legs, bending down to retrieve the 2 halves of the button, examining them closely. Her perfectly rounded curves left little room for doubt. It was hard to believe she was merely a rising freshman. Goodness, Westerners are truly audacious. Even though Wu Lu was typically quite composed, he found himself utterly captivated at that moment, imagining the extraordinary sensation of her touch. This is a homemade listening device. The materials likely came from a university physics lab. From the education sector? Wu Lu inquired uncertainly. Ms. Gwen, does your father have any adversaries in the educational field? I implore you to recall any details, as this could be crucial for your father's protection. The IT must be him. Gwen exclaimed, it has to be him, Dr. Connors. They were once comrades, but due to my father's misjudgment, he lost an arm. He has been a visiting professor of biology at the State University of New York all these years. Is it really him? An excellent candidate for negotiation. Wu Lu picked up a scalpel, wiping it clean. It seems we must pay a visit to this professor at the State University of New York. Now, Gwen glanced at the dimming sky. Perhaps tomorrow? If your father is in danger tonight, do you still believe that would be too late? Chapter 2. Connor's suggestion. The 2 hurriedly departed, leaving behind the button-shaped listening device forgotten. Upon returning home, Director George found the silence unsettling. Could it be true, as his colleagues had suggested, that the solitary male and female had conspired to fabricate a scandal against him? Heaven forbid. He was only 50 years old, still with a life to lead. Although Westerners typically do not concern themselves with the notion of raising grandchildren, Gwen was still in school. The image of his daughter cradling an infant in one arm, while the young Eastern man beside her beamed with pride, sent waves of blood rushing to George's head. Gwen, I'm back. Come out quickly. How about we go to Chinatown for hot pot today? He called out, trembling slightly, deliberately creating a cacophony to signal his return. If anything untoward had occurred, he hoped to remedy it quickly, wishing not to catch them in the act, allowing him to dismiss it as a mere figment of imagination. Suddenly, George's attention was drawn to the listening device on the table, and upon reading the note attached, he exhaled in relief. Those little rascals. You nearly scared me to death. Connors? Huh. That old fellow had shared hot pot with him just last week, indulging in Wagyu beef. How could it possibly be him? It would be worth a visit. After all, they were merely 2 youngsters. This listening device was utterly outrageous. Who dared to install such a contraption at his doorstep without inquiring about who he, Director George, was? Regardless of their influence, he vowed to uncover them. Upon learning that his daughter and Wu were seeking Connors, Director George took the listening device and drove to Stark Industries. In need of professional assistance from the State University of New York, Wu's uniquely colored eyes emitted an eerie green glow in the night. Oh, for heaven's sake, Wu. Do all you Easterners possess eyes like yours, resembling cats' eyes that glow? You haven't consumed any Fukushima seafood, have you? Gwen, be quiet. That joke is hardly amusing. It appeared they were in luck. Wu wrapped his arm around Gwen's shoulders, steering her towards the right side of the biological laboratory. I can hardly believe such a scientific madman would seek revenge on my father. They were good friends. Good friends do argue sometimes, Gwen. Perhaps the truth is not as we perceive it. Nonetheless, we are here now, and we must investigate. The 2 raced forward, pressing their faces against the laboratory door, only to discover that Connors had drawn the curtains tightly shut. Gwen and Wu exchanged glances, both recognizing the spark of gossip igniting in each other's eyes. Gwen, did you bring any recording equipment? Perhaps tomorrow we can capture some noteworthy news material and profit handsomely. I didn't bring any. Wu. Your income is already substantial. Why do I see no emotion in your eyes other than a love for money? Perhaps Dr. Connors is conducting some light-sensitive research. We should think positively. Wu gazed up at the ceiling, towering over 5 meters high. Maybe I can take a look from above. You can wait down here if you're not curious. All right. I suppose I am just as curious as you. The 2 individuals ascended to the roof of the laboratory and peered through a ventilation shaft, instantly taken aback. Oh God. What is he doing? Could he be a deranged dismemberment enthusiast? On the experimental table lay a myriad of creatures. white mice, rabbits, crocodiles, monkeys, and even a gorilla. All vivisected, their organs meticulously excised. Subsequently, Dr. Connors injected them with an unknown serum. Perhaps he is researching limb regeneration techniques. How could that be? Gwen skeptically remarked. This is utterly unscientific. Where would the regenerative cells, blood vessels, and nerves come from? Humans are not akin to lower invertebrates. Unless one could, like those invertebrates, shed their exoskeleton to reveal merely a mass of flesh, coupled with sufficiently vital stem cells and protein energy, success would be improbable. Well, since we're here, let us continue to observe. It 1T hurt. Wu Lu understood that Dr. Connors had mastered the development of lizard serums, though these were merely byproducts of his limb regeneration research. If memory serves, Dr. Connors had successfully devised a limb regeneration technique for white mice, though the precise timeline escaped him. Alas, another failure. One-armed Connors slammed his fist down on the experimental table, unkempt and disheveled, devoid of any semblance of dignity. 8 hours of relentless experimentation had drained his energy, yet not a single animal he had amputated had successfully regenerated its limb. Come down, little ones on the roof. My laboratory is equipped with surveillance devices, and I have detected your presence since you entered the vicinity of the biology lab. Wu Lu and Gwen exchanged an awkward glance before sheepishly descending from the roof. Now who are you? You certainly do not appear to be students from this institution. Connors, a man with a military background, spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly having fully recovered from the shadows of his experimental failures. Dr. Connors, I am Gwen Stacy. This is my housemate, a foreign student from the mysterious East, Wu, who is well versed in various Eastern mystic arts and shamanic practices. Oh, my dear, it's you. Look at how much you've grown. Connors' eyes finally sparkled with warmth as he approached them, embracing both Gwen and Wu. Wu unexpectedly found the old man quite agreeable, at least not burdened by the prejudices that some foolish, arrogant individuals might harbor, and there was no need for him to extract organs such as kidneys or livers. Truly perfect. How is your father, that old rascal? This weekend, it's his turn to treat me to a grand feast. Please tell him I desire an Italian culinary experience, and he should bring you a pizza crafted by a Michelin-starred chef. Oh yes, well, no wonder George has been lamenting a decrease in income lately. It seems he has been indulging with you. You know, since my mother passed away, George has become increasingly carefree. Dr. Connors, you must have a word with him. My dear niece, I've heard from my father that you've secured a well-paying part-time job. You are now a young woman, capable of choosing your own partners and shaping your life. As George and I have aged, we are left to choose our paths in life. Perhaps you could plead with him to accompany you. Clearly, Connors did not wish for Gwen to disrupt their gathering of old friends, and he quickly shifted the topic. Gwen. Wu, what brings you to seek me this evening? Well, today we discovered a rudimentary listening device at home, crafted from materials sourced from a university laboratory. You may not be aware, but George was recently attacked, Gwen explained. So, you came to me because your father has damaged my hand? Connors chuckled. Ha ha ha. We are brothers in arms, and while I sometimes fantasize about delivering a punch to your father's head, our bond forbids such actions. Gwen, I understand your concern for your father, but perhaps you should consult him. He is the expert. Chapter 3. Do you wish to regenerate after amputation? Sincerity brings miracles. Connors. May I borrow your phone? You see, my father is quite a traditional man, and I am still a minor. Dear niece, the phone is right outside. Please feel free to use it. As Gwen departed, Connors mused. What a wonderful girl. Her figure is strikingly reminiscent of her mother's. How far have you two progressed? Have you hit a home run yet? If you find yourself struggling, do not be disheartened. Asian standards tend to be smaller. But fret not. You can always come to me. I am quite the expert in this domain and can surely concoct a potion tailored just for you. Thank you, Dr. Connors. But I believe I won't need it. Perhaps you should take a look. Wu had long since adapted to local customs and had become quite bold. The moment he pulled down his pants, Connors nearly lost his dinner from the previous night. Oh my, what have you done to it? It has transformed into a small watermelon. How astonishing. It appears quite healthy. In truth, it had not been large before. It was scarcely bigger than a pencil. But Dr. Connors, as you know, I am a mysterious Oriental, endowed with many extraordinary methods. Among the most remarkable is my family's spiritual acupuncture technique, which allows for not only growth, but also regeneration after amputation. Were it not for my satisfaction with my current size, transforming it into a true watermelon would pose no challenge at all. Connors stood in stunned silence. Regeneration after amputation? You mean this spiritual acupuncture can achieve that? Of course. Wu replied confidently. For instance, those items on your test bench, barring that monkey, should pose no problem whatsoever. Dr. Connors clung to this notion like a lifeline. Disbelief etched on his face. Wu, are you serious? Can you prove it to me? I have experimental materials here. White rats, pigs, monkeys. Oh, no monkeys, but whatever you need. I can procure it. Doctor, a pig will suffice. Connors hurriedly exited the laboratory, soon returning with a piglet in his arms. Doctor, we can begin. The sound of the chainsaw echoed ominously as Dr. Connors, a formidable figure, swiftly severed the hind leg of the innocent pig. Blood splattered, and the anguished squeals of the creature shattered the tranquility of the night. Doctor, please close your eyes, to ensure you don't suspect any deception. You may mark this pig in a manner only you would recognize while I step outside. Very well. Wooloo exited, intent on capturing another pig. With a firm stance. The powerful abilities granted by a surgical fruit surged forth, enveloping the entire laboratory and the materials in the backyard within a spherical field. While he could not regenerate severed limbs, reassembling a hind leg for the pitiful piglet was a task of utmost simplicity. Woo, it's done. Please commence. I'm aware that your esteemed Eastern traditions harbor profound knowledge that remains largely undisclosed, and I respect your customs. However, I must speak with George. So I shall leave this in your capable hands. With a smile, Wooloo shattered the surveillance equipment within Connor's laboratory with a swift kick. Connors paused momentarily, feigning ignorance, and departed entirely. In a flash, the innocent piglet's hind leg was severed, and Wooloo promptly affixed the leg that had been cut from the table onto the poor creature. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Some readers may wonder why the severed leg could not simply be reattached, as there was no risk of rejection. However, such a scenario would not demonstrate the extraordinary capabilities of the surgical fruit. The squealing piglet suddenly fell silent. Before Connors had fully exited, he heard the piercing cries of the pig within the laboratory cease abruptly. Curiosity piqued. He turned back only to have his glasses tumble from his face and shatter into 8 pieces upon hitting the ground. A miracle. Woo, how did you accomplish this? Spiritual acupuncture. Truly remarkable, Wooloo replied with an enigmatic smile, casting a meaningful glance at Connor's empty right arm. What a pity, doctor, about your hand. Woo, if you can help me regenerate my arm, I am willing to do anything for you. I have devoted a decade to this research, 10 long years, with no hope for recovery. Please, help me. Your great Eastern nation is known for its boundless compassion. I will visit your homeland and present you with a banner and $500. Help me. I love China. Oh dear Dr. Connors, I believe there is a misunderstanding. My homeland is indeed one of the greatest nations in the world, but we are also in a phase of rapid development, where every breath, every tree, incurs a cost. Most importantly, do you recall why I mentioned that monkeys are unsuitable? Why? Connors inquired, perplexed. The genetic differences between monkeys and humans are minimal, and their anatomical structure is remarkably similar. Why, then, can't monkeys be used? Because they possess consciousness, they experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Spiritual acupuncture is a mystical ancient practice that requires the recipient's belief for success. In Western scientific terms, it embodies the principle of mind over matter. Thus, monkeys cannot comprehend it, nor can they possess faith. I believe Woo, even if you claim this is not a mouse, but a duck, I would still believe you. Although their heads are so different, you still do not believe, Dr. Connors. Faith and disbelief are not merely matters of words. They reside within the mind's conviction. Perhaps I can offer you a trial, and whether it succeeds depends on your fate. Now, Dr. Connors, incredulous, found it hard to fathom that he would suddenly provide himself with an alternative answer to the obsession that had plagued him for most of his life. He felt a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Woo, I am fervently eager to know the outcome right now, but before that, I must comprehend the nature of the faith you speak of. You see, science is the discipline that studies the laws of the universe, yet thus far, the spectrum we can observe, the frequencies we can hear, and the substances we can touch are exceedingly limited in the cosmos. Perhaps your mysterious Eastern ways have encountered the unknown through some esoteric means. What I mean is, can I believe for a while to enhance the likelihood of success? Wooloo chuckled lightly. Doctor, you truly are a sage. Allow me to reveal the essence of faith, regardless of whether you ultimately believe. I promise to demonstrate it for you free of charge. Please. This acupuncture technique is an ancient legacy of the Wu family from the Celestial Empire. Thus, faith is quite simple. One must believe in our heritage, and one must believe in me. Only with wholehearted trust and dedication can the spiritual acupuncture yield its maximum efficacy. Dr. Connors wore a peculiar expression. It sounds akin to a Ponzi scheme. And you are the wretched mastermind deceiving foolish acolytes out of their hard-earned wealth. Wooloo spread his hands and laughed. Of course, doctor, you are free to refuse. I certainly cannot force you to undergo the treatment. The choice lies entirely with you. Dr. Connors is a genius, and for the sake of a perilous world, Wooloo sought invincibility and self-preservation. Enticing Connors to selflessly contribute to himself and the Celestial Empire was indeed a strategic move. Moreover, it could prevent him from turning into a villain, preserving his integrity in the process. Chapter 4. The spark between Stark and Norman Osborn. Very well, Woo. I think I need time to digest this. Could you provide me with your contact information? I would be delighted, Doctor. I am currently living with Gwen. Oh my. When did you two get married? That old George didn't even inform me. How is my dear niece? Is she a ripe and juicy peach? What peach? Just then, Gwen entered, her face lighting up with ease. Dr. Connors and I were discussing the fruits that George once cultivated, reportedly large and succulent. Dr. Connors awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, Wu. You are a splendid fellow. I will accept your suggestion and visit Chinatown tomorrow to purchase books on the Celestial Empire. Perhaps I shall even invite scholars from there for a visit. Gwen, puzzled, remarked, but since George retired, he has been working at the police department and has never tended to peaches in a Texas fruit farm. My dear Gwen, none of that is important. Wu Lu smiled, gently diverting Gwen's focus, placing a hand on her shoulder and affectionately leaning in. Look at your expression. There must be some news from George's side. It seems rather promising. Gwen's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Wu Lu in disbelief. Wu, I truly suspect that all you Easterners are born psychologists. How did you discern that? Haha. Dear niece, the smile on your face has not faded at all, not to mention the mysterious Easterners. Even a blind person could see it. Well, George has apprehended the little thief who planted the listening device. And we need to make a trip to New York People's Hospital. Is George injured? Not exactly, but the situation is rather complicated. We must go to understand what has transpired. The thief claims to be a freshman at New York Empire State University, and we need to verify that. All right, let us see who is so unfortunate. Dr. Connors, we shall take our leave. Do come find me when you have made up your mind. Certainly. As Wu Lu and Gwen exited the laboratory, Gwen promptly stepped hard on Wu Lu's foot. The water peach you were just discussing is a spicy girl, isn't it? I am not an ignorant little girl. Wu, I warn you, you are here to study. If you get entangled in spicy girl culture or develop bad habits, your academic pursuits will be in jeopardy. Even without my studies, I can sustain myself with my skills. Gwen, do not be overly anxious. Do you like me? The sudden question caused Gwen's face to flush instantly, her demeanor far from that of an open-minded Western girl. Who would ever like you? I am merely reminding you to stay true to your original intentions. I'm off. In the wind, as the symphony of music played, Gwen, donned with headphones, gripped the steering wheel with unease. The trembling vehicle mirrored its owner's internal turmoil, causing Wu Lu considerable fright as he focused on the possibility of having to escape through the window at any moment. Not only was he unbuckled, but one hand was also poised at Gwen's waist, ready to unfasten her seatbelt and assist her in escaping. Wu, is love among your Easterners akin to the enduring bond between Yang Guo and Zai Longnu from the Return of the Condor Heroes? Huh. Wu Lu could scarcely believe his ears. Gwen, pardon me, could you repeat that? I did not catch it. Are you referring to Yang Guo and Zai Longnu? Gwen rolled her eyes. Is that so strange? Isn't curiosity a natural human trait? Do not change the subject. Answer quickly. Wu Lu pondered for a moment. It is difficult to answer, Gwen. You know, even among siblings in a family, various personalities can arise. Eastern emotions tend to be subtle and reserved, like deep, still waters. But that does not imply that everyone is rigidly faithful once they make a choice. After all, no one can be certain that their choice is the best. And more choices will inevitably follow. Gwen, as you know, I am inexperienced in this area. However, I personally lean towards the romantic notion of lifelong commitment. Why? Gwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Because the physiological structures of individuals are largely similar. Setting aside personal preferences and innate flaws, the differences among women are smaller compared to those among men. Being a playboy, aside from squandering time and money, I see no significance in it. Oh, how absurd. I am actually discussing feelings with a staunchly traditional man. I feel quite mad. Let me out. Gwen abruptly applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt at the entrance of New York People's Hospital. The night was eerily silent, save for the wailing sirens of a nearby police car and the presence of 6 or 7 luxurious business vehicles. Oh dear, it appeared that George was in trouble. Wu was somewhat taken aback. What kind of individuals were these cars associated with that they dared to encircle the police chief of New York City at the hospital? It's Osborne's cars. Wu, we need to hurry. Inside the hospital lobby, 2 factions were locked in a standoff. On one side stood George and Bob, 2 seasoned officers, alongside a somewhat handsome middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard. Opposing them was an elderly man in his 50s, flanked by a group of menacing bodyguards who were protecting 2 charming, sun-kissed youths. Norman, you should be well aware of what your actions imply. You are obstructing justice. George, the chief, asserted. We, the Osborne Group, contribute an astronomical sum in taxes each year. You cannot simply assume, based on an obscure listening device, that my son and his companion are criminals. I refuse to accept this, and my legal team shall not either. Kid, if you are indeed a man, you should step forward. We Americans do not shy away from challenges. You are still young. If you fail to acknowledge the truth now, your life hasn't even begun before it's lost. Are you truly honoring your aunt, who lies bedridden? Parker initially intended to confess, it was merely a misunderstanding. And after clarification, it would amount to nothing significant. However, Harry feared that it might tarnish his record and potentially jeopardize his good friend's future at Empire State University, thus preventing Parker from coming forward. The situation gradually escalated to its current state. Don't heed him. Harry tugged at Peter Parker's sleeve. He is applying psychological pressure. Relax, buddy. We have ample time, money, and legal support to counter this. He wouldn't dare to harm us. If I were you, I would acknowledge my mistakes. The man with the small mustache chuckled. A genius must first be brave enough to admit his faults. It's not a grave matter. Just like me, 10 beautiful women in a night, I never shy away from it. Son, I don't wish for you to be blinded by society's mundane expectations at such a young age. That listening device is ingeniously crafted, truly a brilliant concept. Which is why I am here. I can offer you a bright future. Stark, Parker's parents are researchers for Osborn, and he is a good friend of my son. He doesn't need you, a warmonger and a mechanical genius, to secure a promising future. Parker, do not make an erroneous choice. Some are waiting for your return home, while others are waiting for you to step inside. Chapter 5. The ruthlessness of old Norman Parker could no longer sit still. Tony Stark was his idol. Much like how young people idolize Mr. Marvel, capable of e-commerce, rocket engineering, and even adept at wielding the 5 lightning whips with remarkable finesse. To young Spider-Man Parker, Stark held a status akin to that of a father figure. Though they had never met, there was a profound connection that had long been established. Upon today's encounter, I was utterly astounded. The devil-may-care charm and effortless nonchalance deeply captivated Parker. Yet, today, the opposing stances had placed him in a conflicting position. Peter Parker's heart was tormented. Uncle Norman, I. A flash of anger flickered in Norman Osborn's eyes as he discerned Parker's weakness and capitulation. This unfortunate child remained oblivious to the fact that he no longer represented himself, but rather the dignity of Norman Osborn. George, if there are any issues, discuss them with my legal team tomorrow. I must take my leave now. It would be wise for you to comply, or else. Humph. Norman Osborn's bodyguards began to escort Parker and Harry out. Sheriff Bob, visibly anxious, inquired of George, "What now, old friend? Why not let it go? You'll be retiring soon. Don't provoke this trouble." George glanced at Stark, who shrugged his mustached face. "You are the director. This is your duty, not mine. I merely came to see if I would encounter the genius of my imagination, but alas, I am disappointed. Director George, I hope you, who handle taxpayer funds, can justify those meager amounts." Stark's concession brought Norman Osborn some relief. Although they were not adversaries in the same field and had minimal business overlap, both were undoubtedly prominent figures. Norman's countenance softened slightly at this junior's submission, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Make your move." George Stacy, a seasoned detective in New York for decades, seized the moment astutely. Taking advantage of Norman's distraction, he delivered an elbow strike to Norman's chin. Seeing this, Bob quickly followed suit, snapping handcuffs around Parker's wrists. "Hey, fellas, take it easy. The culprit has been apprehended. All's well that ends well. You can leave safely now." Bob, the seasoned veteran, evidently wished to avoid escalating the situation, having detained only Parker while feigning ignorance towards Harry. Norman, upon receiving George's blow, turned pale with rage. "You seek death. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and assist Director George with some massage to loosen his muscles." A dozen menacing bodyguards lunged toward George and his companions, causing Stark's complexion to drain as he too was caught in the fray. "Hey, you are assaulting an officer, and I am merely an observer." "Norman, have you lost your mind?" Stark exclaimed. "Back in the day when your father Howard was around, we never saw eye to eye. Do you know how lonely it is without a rival? Attack and strike them hard." "Happy, what are you still doing at the door? Don't you see they're about to pummel your boss?" "Damn, I'm not easily bullied." Stark brandished a chair and charged forward. Fighting is the romance of men. And although his body was frail, his pride remained intact. "How dare you strike my boss? I am Happy, a boxer. Boss, I am coming." In no time, a chaotic brawl erupted, and it was not Stark who faltered first, but rather the two unfortunate aging policemen, George and Bob, who were nearing retirement. At such an advanced age, how much stamina could one truly expect? In less than 10 minutes, the two had been brought down, while Stark struggled to maintain his footing with the aid of various tools and Happy's assistance. "Damn it, stay away from me." Hook punches, jabs, uppercuts, Happy shouted, waving his fists, but even with his background as a former boxer, he found himself absorbing more blows than he was able to return against a dozen burly men. "Happy, you cannot fall. I'll double your salary. Take them down." Stark exclaimed, exhilarated, reveling in the thrill of combat that invigorated every pore of his being, feeling utterly liberated. Suddenly, a powerful punch from a burly black man struck Stark squarely in the eye, causing him to collapse onto George, unable to rise. "Stop!" Parker, unable to endure the turmoil within, was about to shout and transform into Spider-Man to intervene, when a thunderous roar echoed from outside the hospital, followed by the entrance of an Oriental man and a young blonde woman. "Gwen, Wu, hurry and call the police. This old fool has lost his mind," George shouted, pointing at the mysterious Oriental man beside his daughter, who appeared quite lively. In a thunderous crash, Happy was also knocked to the ground. Stark quickly read George's lips. "Old man, if your daughter and son-in-law leave, we might not make it out of here. You know Norman possesses that kind of power. And the Oriental man knows martial arts." "I know," George retorted, landing a punch on Stark's back while berating him. "Nonsense. The notion that all Orientals are martial artists is mere gossip, understand?" Of course, Wu would not leave. Standing protectively in front of the others, he urged Gwen, go check on George and his colleagues to see if they're all right. I'll handle this. Kid, who do you think you are to speak so boldly?" Norman Osborn's eyes narrowed, exuding menace. Stark and George were both top-tier elites. He wouldn't resort to extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. But this dark-haired Asian was someone he could make disappear without a second thought. "Old man, I'm a scholar from the mysterious East, the heir of millennia-old medical traditions, and a student at New York Empire State University. My methods are rather extraordinary. You would do well to take your men and leave now, or I shall frighten the very life out of you." Wu remained unfazed by the elderly man's inquiry, his focus shifting past the bodyguards to the two young individuals, one of whom seemed remarkably familiar. "Peter Parker? You know me?" Parker exclaimed, surprised, as he too was a student at New York Empire State University, though he had yet to attend a class. "I don't know you, but I know of you. So, old sir, you must be Norman Osborn. And that kid beside you is Harry Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, assaulting the police chief and the owner of Stark Industries right here, if you're not insane. Then you're finished." "Humph, Oriental, your information is quite thorough, but you surely do not comprehend our Western valor and spirit of adventure. Kill him." With that command, a dozen bodyguards surged towards Wu, their demeanor transformed from restraint to lethal intent, now unleashing their utmost power. Norman Osborn's cold command infuriated Wu Lu. "Old man, you shall regret your arrogance today." Wu Lu turned to the elderly officer Bob and flashed a smile. "Sheriff Bob, would you mind playing the role of chairman for the Osborn Group?" Chapter 6. The unfortunate Parker. Of course, not at all. Though Bob was unaware of Wu Lu's intentions, he willingly agreed to cooperate. "Norman, today I shall unveil the mysterious and wondrous medical techniques of the East, the head-swapping surgery." A powerful surge of surgical energy emanated from Wu Lu's feet, enveloping everyone in an instant. In a mere moment, Bob's head was affixed to Norman Osborn's body, while Norman's head took residence atop Bob's shoulders. As the world spun around them, neither man comprehended the transformation that had just transpired, while the onlookers were left speechless with astonishment. "Humph, what a charade," Norman attempted to speak, only to realize that his perspective had shifted. He now perceived the world from the vantage point of someone lying on the ground. Bob, who had been struck down, found himself bewildered in his own attire, glancing between himself and Norman. "Oh my goodness, this is simply unbelievable. My God, has the mystical East truly honed its surgical prowess to such an extraordinary degree? It appears we have been too complacent," Stark muttered in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. The spectacle before him shattered his worldview. Harry was at a loss, uncertain of who his father was now. "Oh, damn, I feel utterly weak. What have you done to me? I can't even think of the spicy girl. Let alone this is absurd. Perhaps you both require a mirror and a cup of coffee to sit down and discuss matters. My technique, while proficient, does come with significant side effects. Without my ongoing maintenance, you may only last 6 months. A vast floor-length mirror was positioned before the two men, and Bob and Norman stared in wide-eyed disbelief. "Buddy, how could you possibly affix my head to this old man's body? How did you accomplish this? It's astounding." Norman's jaw dropped in astonishment, but soon his excitement surged. "Young man, you cannot. Though you have merely relocated a head, over time, hereditary ailments will still catch up to you. Mr. Osborn, shall we converse now?" "Very well, I agree." Norman Osborn commanded his bodyguards to release everyone, yet no one heeded his call. Bob, deep in thought, interjected, "Hey, everyone, step aside." The bodyguards instantly complied. "You fools, why do you not listen to me? Chairman, you are now divided into 2 parts. Your head constitutes a smaller proportion of the whole. Thus, by the principle of the majority, we shall follow the commands of your original body," one bodyguard explained helplessly. "Good grief, what thoughts can a body even have?" "Hey, old man, though your body may be lacking, it still possesses thoughts, all right? Besides, I am the rightful entity. I have merely altered my appearance, while you are but an imposter." Bob yearned to command the bodyguards to thrash Norman, but fearing for his own body, he restrained himself. The assembly gathered in the grand conference room of the hospital to commence negotiations regarding the evidence. Ultimately, the root of the misunderstanding was unveiled, revealing that it was the well-meaning intentions of the young Spider Parker that had led to the confusion, with little connection to Harry. In the end, Parker bravely accepted his responsibility. "Young man, You have displayed commendable character. However, under New York law, your unauthorized surveillance of law enforcement officers' residences constitutes a legal infringement. Thus, you must spend a minimum of 2 weeks in prison. I plead guilty, Parker murmured, lowering his gaze. Is there any possibility of returning Uncle Norman? He did not act with malice. Listen closely, young man. Such a procedure requires at least a month before it can be repeated. So it is incumbent upon the two of you to negotiate a resolution, replied the attorney. Sheriff Bob, you are now the de facto custodian of Norman Osborn, as neither legal nor ethical justifications can ascertain your identities. I hope you might consider compensating me for the surgical fee. But I have no money, Bob protested. Attorney Wu smiled faintly. Your body is now that of Norman's. Thus, every fingerprint, every habit, and even your handwriting belong to him. You can easily resolve this issue using the assets of the Osborn Corporation. Alternatively, you may feel inclined to bestow upon Sheriff Bob a sum sufficient for a luxurious retirement. Quite clever, young man, I must admit. Rest assured, your share will not be overlooked. Bob interjected. Norman's voice rang out in indignation. What you are doing is illegal. This is nothing less than robbery, a blatant act of theft. George, with envy in his eyes, remarked, Bob, after all these years of collaboration, can we not? Eventually, an agreement was struck between Norman and Osborn. Norman would compensate Bob and Attorney Wu with a substantial sum, while Bob would don a mask and impersonate Osborn for a month, and Osborn would wear a disguise to serve as a police officer during that time. They would exchange identities for a month, after which Attorney Wu would perform the surgery to restore their original states. Henceforth, they would go their separate ways. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, Attorney Wu would refuse to provide any medical services to them in the future. No one objected to this. For who would question the discretion of a physician capable of such extraordinary feats? When Sheriff Bob exuberantly signed a check for $10 million, Attorney Wu finally smiled. George, please escort Parker back to the precinct. Today has indeed been a splendid day. As everyone dispersed, Wu lavished affection upon the check in Gwen's car. Wu, what are your plans with such a considerable sum? Perhaps I could help safeguard it for you. You are welcome to stay at our home, and in the future. Should you marry Gwen, consider it a dowry. I understand that in your culture, a dowry is customary, and I wholeheartedly agree. I have expended countless worries raising this daughter. Hey, George, I never implied I would marry your daughter. Furthermore, a person of my remarkable caliber in the East would require a lottery for someone to gain my affection. As for Gwen, I feel fortunate. Perhaps after 7 or 8 years of waiting, I might just be in line. Young Spider had already been taken back to the precinct by Sheriff Norman, and neither the elder nor the younger could fathom the absurdity of their situation. Parker, do you know how that Eastern doctor performs the head transplant surgery? Norman inquired. Uncle Norman, I saw him simply remove it, and then place it back on, and voila. It was a success. Indeed, it is utterly unscientific, bordering on the absurd. Our Osborn group has devoted decades to the study of biotechnology, housing an extensive array of cutting-edge technologies and an abundance of scholars, including numerous esteemed doctors and professors, surpassing 3 figures, among whom are your esteemed parents. Even so, the success probability of head transplantation remains below 15%. Uncle Norman, have you contemplated whether it is possible to achieve separation in the current circumstances? Regrettably, it is not feasible. However, as a sheriff, the absence of physical ailments is a rather pleasant sensation. It would be even better if I could return home. Uncle Norman, would you mind if I took my leave? My uncle is still awaiting me, and you, being the sheriff, possess the authority. Norman nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. I am the sheriff now and must fulfill my responsibilities. Come, child, entering is an experience in itself. Chapter 7. Attention from Stark Mr. Wu. What on earth do you intend to do with such a substantial sum of money? As Wu lay on his bed, Gwen rudely unlocked his room with a key and demanded, if you don't tell me, I want to be able to sleep a wink tonight. You know that. Gwen, I plan to open a clinic. As you can see, I am, in fact, a genius doctor. I need to realize my worth and, in the future, contribute a significant amount of foreign currency to our motherland. You know, there are many impoverished children and students there who cannot afford tuition, and they receive little attention. Even a person of color deserves more resources and scholarships. I am someone with aspirations. Really? More genuine than pearls. I also wish to see what miracles my medical skills might create. Perhaps I could even achieve immortality. Immortality? Gwen replied dismissively. That is merely a trick to deceive humanity. God would never grant immortality to mankind. Otherwise, the earth would be unable to accommodate everyone, and no one would strive for progress. Merely a hypothesis, Ms. Gwen. Do not take it so seriously. Well, I think your idea is commendable. May I invest in it? Of course, madam. Although your capital may not be substantial, it is still acceptable. May I inquire whether you intend to invest with luscious peaches or the pristine white of the Himalayas? I am indifferent, Both are acceptable. Gwen pondered for a moment. Then, as they sped along, she playfully bumped her head against Wu's, her golden locks cascading onto him, and she seized the moment to plant a firm kiss upon him. Dear Wu, you are quite the relentless wolf. However, you have yet to capture me. With a playful sway of her hips, Gwen departed, while Wu brushed off the fragrant imprint on his face. The emotions of Westerners are fervent and pure. With a robust animalistic nature, he would not take it to heart. Gwen is delightful, yet this is marvel. If there is one thing in abundance, it is the multitude of beautiful women, and everything relies on fate. With $500,000, combined with earnings from summer work, totaling $537, he set out to see where in New York he might acquire suitable property for his venture. Wu opened his computer to search. Ding. Mr. Stark. The reminder you set has been triggered. Please check it at your earliest convenience. Stark, resting in bed with little Pepper, abruptly sat up as a bear. Smooth arm encircled his neck. Darling, what is it that has you so anxious? You must take care of yourself. Potts, you would never believe what I encountered last night. I must rise and see what that marvelous Eastern sorcerer is up to. Good heavens, Tony, is it really necessary tonight? The sun hasn't even risen. It's too late. Tony Stark hastily donned a shirt, slipping on his slippers as he rushed out, the covers revealing a glimpse of springtime. Potts threw a pair of sexy triangular panties at Stark's head. Tony, you've never been this eager when we shared a bed, you little rascal. I'm going home. At that moment, Tony Stark had no time to entertain the whims of a small woman. He hurried to his laboratory and promptly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. Synchronize that Eastern Fellows interface. Understood, sir. Soon, Wulu's slow input method, web searches, documents, and even bookmarks were synced before Tony. Well, let us see what we have here. Ah, the Huaxia Poverty Alleviation Foundation for Children. What a commendable young man indeed. What is this? Oh, a diagram of the human meridian system. It seems the ancient East possesses some intriguing knowledge. J.A.R.V.I.S. Order the complete set of Huaxia Technology series, along with the sci-fi collection. I wish to delve deeper into this. Additionally, establish a Stark Industries charity foundation with a funding of $200 million. Understood, sir. It has been completed. Oh, so he intends to open a clinic. Quite a brilliant idea. J.A.R.V.I.S. Swiftly monopolize all clinics in New York priced under $10 million. This venture is best handled by ourselves for greater benefit. Tony Stark gleefully calculated his dealings with Wu Lu when suddenly, a captivating Japanese adult film actress popped up on Wu Lu's computer screen. Goodness, this fellow actually schedules time to watch such films? What a pretentious Eastern man. J.A.R.V.I.S. Quickly assemble all the most attractive medical scholars worldwide. I want her to serve me. Search complete, Mr. Stark. Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Seoul fits your specifications perfectly. Whether you wish to pursue her personally or employ charm, she is an ideal candidate. I've heard of Zhao Hailuan, but I merely seek an academic enchantress to uncover this Eastern man's secrets. Dr. Zhao is a genuine scholar and may not be suitable. J.A.R.V.I.S. Send her an invitation. Inform her that I have discovered the world's top doctors. Understood, sir. The appointment is made. A response is expected in 1 week. Dr. Zhao Hailuan is currently researching a marine biology topic and will return in a week. Very well, let us await the little fish to bite. Tony crossed his legs, savoring his coffee as he quietly reviewed the clinic purchase information he had acquired. Wu Lu was quite disheartened. He initially thought $5 million was ample, but was utterly astonished by the exorbitant prices when he prepared to invest in some property, almost starting at $4.5 million. And there are only 3 clinics available. There's no need to look further. A string of zeros could blind Wu Lu's eyes. Hell's Kitchen, the Vigor Clinic, 136 square meters. Priced at $4.72 million. Brooklyn, the Smith Clinic, 83 square meters, priced at $4.88 million. Manhattan, the Rolling Clinic, 12 square meters, priced at $5.13 million. Most crucially, it comes with 3 doctors and 8 nurses. What a spectacle. In such a small space, can they really accommodate so many people? Wu Lu harbored deep doubts about the sanity of the last clinic's owner, just as he was hesitating to voice his criticism. All 3 clinics were sold out in an instant. Oh, for heaven's sake. Stark witnessed Wu Lu's distressed reaction as he slammed his hand on the table. Jarvis. Can you believe it? He is the best doctor in the world, performing head transplants as if it were mere sleight of hand. What a vibrant young man. Jarvis. Relist all the clinics we just acquired, but at half the previous price. Sir, what if he doesn't understand? He will understand. With such remarkable medical prowess. He certainly is no fool. Ding. The property you are interested in, the Vigor Clinic, has been reduced in price. Ding. The Smith Clinic you saved has also been marked down. Ding. The Rolling Clinic you liked is now cheaper. Was that a like? I was being sarcastic. Do you understand sarcasm? Hey, even if it's on sale, I want to buy it. When Wu Lu realized the price had plummeted to less than half, especially noting that the buyers were specified as being of Eastern descent, he felt a mix of surprise, joy, and amusement. He opened a document and typed a line. Tony, I know it's you. I am intrigued and willing to assist you. Stark smiled at Jarvis, saying, see, I knew this guy was sharp. Inform him that I will meet him at the clinic of his choice tomorrow. Chapter 8. The opening of the enigmatic clinic. Hey, kid, I knew you were clever. Wu Lu's computer had been commandeered by Jarvis. Stark's dapper face appeared on the screen, locking eyes with Wu Lu. He vividly remembered Stark from the evening spent with George and surmised that anyone daring to confront Norman must be of equal stature. Thus, only Tony Stark fit the bill. However, he had little interest in mechanical technology, having neither the talent nor the inclination for it. Yet, it was clear that Stark was quite interested in him. Mr. Stark, I am quite fond of the Hell's Kitchen Clinic. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them, though I reserve the right to decline if they are excessive. You see, with my skills, I could earn astronomical sums even on the streets. Relax, my friend. You are a genius, just like me. I admire you and simply wish to befriend you. What do you say? Not willing? Wu Lu couldn't help but chuckle. My dear Stark, I would be delighted to have a friend like you, especially since 10 million is no trifling sum. So, does this mean the properties I am interested in are mine? In that case, please deliver the ownership documents to my doorstep tomorrow morning. Thank you. Stark found himself slightly irritated as he perceived the other party regarding him like a foolish, wealthy spendthrift. You fool, I mean genuine friends. Not some gold digger whom I sustained financially. Wu relaxed, responding calmly, Tony Stark, I am aware of your affluence. You could easily crush me with your wealth. However, allow me to share an old Eastern proverb. A gentleman cherishes talent and acquires it through rightful means, especially someone of my extraordinary caliber. I shall discern who is a friend and who is a mere passerby in my heart. If you seek to purchase friendship with your riches, then I shall offer you a friendship tainted by the sin of copper. Should you attempt to intimidate me, I assure you, I possess the surgical aptitude to place your posterior atop your head, a memory you shall never forget. With that, Wu hung up the phone. This little mustached man was indeed quite repugnant. He now wielded forbidden arts, capable of immortality, and how could he possibly become a slave to wealth again? Oh, sir, it appears you have ruffled his feathers. Foolish Easterners. Jarvis, contact the Ministry of Commerce in Eastern Huaxia. I must journey to Huaxia and demonstrate the true power of money. Goodness, sir, this may drive him to madness, but I find it rather amusing. Is that clinic still for sale? Of course, we shall raise the price by 10%. Since there is no camaraderie, we shall ensure profitability. If he declines to purchase, we shall recruit doctors and nurses to run it ourselves. Perhaps it is time to establish Stark Biomedical Laboratory. Wu did not depart. He understood Stark's pride would prevent him from using the clinic as a threat. Upon observing the Hell's Kitchen Clinic valued at $5,500,000, Wu gasped. This unscrupulous man truly knows how to exploit every opportunity. Yet I shall not fall for his tricks. Purchased. The online purchase agreement has been signed. We merely need to transfer the check into Stark Group's designated account tomorrow for the deal to be finalized. The following day, while Gwen dreamt of Wu whisking her away to sandy beaches and tropical islands, she was abruptly roused by him. Hey, Wu, even with your newfound wealth, you shouldn't forego sleep. Are you unaware of what sleep signifies for a girl? I know, Gwen. However, I have a surprise for you. Come with me to the bank immediately, with all our funds. You must be out of your mind. Gwen's alertness returned instantly. You aren't involved with a scam, are you? Rest assured. George's voice echoed from afar. This fellow has purchased the nearly bankrupt Varda Clinic in Hell's Kitchen and is now ready to make payment. God bless. May you earn a living for yourself. Hell's Kitchen? Gwen gasped. Wu, have you not inquired about what Hell's Kitchen is? It is a chaotic place, filled with gangsters, technicians, addicts, and murderers. All sorts of people abound. It is the slum of New York. Why would you venture there? Precisely because of the chaos, the more tumultuous it is, the greater the need for a skilled physician. Wouldn't you agree? And Gwen, you still hold a 35% stake. Are you certain you do not wish to join? George, why did you not stop him? Gwen angrily questioned her unfortunate father, while George's expression grew somber, increasingly feeling like a mere outlet for the frustrations of this household. Gwen, that rascal, had signed a contract last night. If he fails to make payment now, it would constitute a breach, resulting in his deportation. Thus, you see, the die is cast. Gwen reluctantly adorned herself with a light touch of makeup, donned a delicate floral dress, and simply tied her beautiful golden hair back. As she savored the breakfast prepared by dear old George, she put forth her suggestion. George, the lawlessness of Hell's Kitchen is alarming. You must devise a plan, or else your unfortunate daughter may very well meet her demise there. Oh, my dear, had it not been for the knowledge of you being 13 at the time. George was on the verge of spilling the beans, but Gwen hastily pushed him out the door. George, you're going to be late. Hurry up. We should also prepare to depart. Once in the car, Wu couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired, what happened when you were 13? Gwen's cheeks flushed. Back then, I rode my bicycle to school, and one day I accidentally. Ah, how fortuitous, Gwen. You were rather careless, akin to the girls from our hometown. Though, they would sometimes take me along when riding. Who did you take with you? I'll take you next time, you rascal. Wu leisurely munched on the fried dough sticks prepared by poor old George, sipping on the soybean milk he had purchased that morning from Chinatown, feeling quite content. Upon arriving at the bank, they encountered a gentleman of African descent, presumably the owner of the clinic. Oh, you must be Mr. Wu. I'm Mr. Stark's driver. We've met before. You are truly remarkable. May I know? Wu curtly interrupted the incessant chatter of Happy. Hurry up. I'm eager for the grand opening. I've already prepared the sign and firecrackers. If you delay my auspicious moment, I'll have you fitted with a dog's head. You know my surgical skills are unparalleled, right? Happy quickly fell silent, and a nearby man engaged in banking transactions was left astounded. Sir, are you a doctor? A doctor who can fit someone with a dog's head? Merely a jest, a jest. Sir, please help me. I'm Strange. A student at New York Medical College, majoring in neurosurgery and psychology. I can sense that there was no embellishment in your conversation. Could you assist me? I am willing to do anything for you. The bank teller, a rather unimpressed young lady, interjected. Hey, are you two going to conduct business or not? If not, step aside. There are others waiting in line. Wu gazed at the young man before him, recalling his past helplessness and despair during illness. Friend, please step aside for now. I will complete my transaction, and the clinic will soon open. If you trust me, I will assist you. Thank you, thank you. As the bank teller processed the payment and helped Wu register the documents for the transfer of property ownership, she disdainfully remarked, how novel. You can even swap a dog's head. You might as well exchange your own for a snail shell and avoid buying a house altogether. Wu disregarded her. Aware that such individuals were inherently foolish and loquacious, the auspicious time was fast approaching. Gwen, let us hurry. We are running out of time. Friend, you should join us. Upon entering the vehicle, Wu personally took the wheel, the accelerator unleashing a thunderous roar that stirred up clouds of dust throughout the city, provoking a chorus of curses from passersby. Upon reaching Chinatown, an associate had already delivered the custom plaque ordered by Wu, along with several thousand firecrackers, which he hastily transported to the clinic's location. Glancing at the time, 11:57, Wu erupted into joyous laughter. Perfect timing. Gwen, set off the firecrackers. Strange. Help me hang the plaque. The resounding crackle of firecrackers rattled countless car horns, and numerous gang members peered out, ready to unleash their vitriol. Nearby, a blind man from the Nelson Murdoch law firm emerged, catching a whiff of the air, not the scent of gunpowder, but the aroma of Eastern fireworks. How intriguing that someone from the East dares to conduct business here. Is it hung yet? Gwen shouted over the din, covering her ears. Absolutely. Behold. The words incredible clinic were prominently displayed, with a tagline beneath. As long as you can afford the cost, all your bodily fantasies can be fulfilled. Chapter 9. The first patient. According to the unwritten rules of the streets, one should not seek trouble on the first day of business. After the grand opening ceremony, the clinic remained eerily quiet, save for Strange, who paced anxiously. Doctor, do not fret, Strange. I assure you I will help your sister. However, on the first day, I wish to observe the financial capabilities of the ruffians in Hell's Kitchen. Gwen, why is no one coming in for consultations? Perhaps it's because you're speaking in Chinese. They may not understand. Gwen retorted, exasperated. Wu slapped his forehead, his mood shifting. It appears today is not a fortuitous day. Gwen, let us return to Chinatown tomorrow. I believe we still need a lucky cat, a wealth tree, and some feng shui fish, along with a wealth toad and a jade pie shell. What is this? A spell? Certainly not. It's our shopping list. The items in Chinatown are not inexpensive, Wu. You do realize how much money we have left in our account, don't you? Of course, I am aware, 12,000. Fear not. I am a native and shall not be deceived. Oh, and we also need a statue of Guangong. This is an essential tool for ensuring our prosperity. Gwen diligently noted this down, pouring a cup of coffee for each of the three. I must say, despite its somewhat remote location, the arrangement and facilities of this clinic are truly commendable. I cannot fathom how the previous owner managed to incur losses. I know, Strange interjected. The former owner, Vanda, was slain by Kingpin's henchmen, which is how Kingpin acquired this establishment. It is said that he has purchased 5 clinics in this manner within a year. Oh dear. Gwen's face turned ashen as she looked at Wu, unsure of how to respond. Gwen, relax. Your father is the chief of the New York City Police Department. Even Kingpin would not dare to lay a finger on us. At least not openly. Strange, share your concerns. Surely you do not believe in the existence of some arcane medical practices? I suggest you consult a neurologist or speak with a bishop at the church. Perhaps he can impart some mystical knowledge. I am utterly at a loss. Strange's voice was despondent. Having regained his composure, he recognized that he had succumbed to madness. I have a younger sister and a brother. During our childhood, my bond with my sister was especially strong. Wherever I ventured during my holidays, she was always by my side. However, when she turned 11, I took her to a dance. And in a moment of careless misjudgment, truly a mere accident, she leapt from the 3rd floor, expecting me to catch her. We had often played such games before, yet this time, fear gripped me, and I failed to catch her. When my sister fell to the ground, she was rendered speechless, her eyes wide and vacant as they gazed at me. Later, an ambulance rushed her to the hospital, and thankfully, she survived. Yet, she became a mere shell of her former self, her bodily functions gradually deteriorating. Her attending physician had issued a critical condition notice, predicting that within 2 months, Donna would depart from this world. Alas, there was nothing I could do. Mischief wrought by children does not always afford the chance for redemption. May she rest in peace. Wu Lu was neither infinitely forgiving nor unduly harsh regarding such matters. Children are indeed a gift from the heavens, yet I have heard that in India, children are burdened from birth with relentless study, enduring such pressures for over 20 years until they become university students or graduates, only to enter the workforce as delivery drivers or factory workers. Is this truly living? It resembles the treatment of livestock. Thus, Wu Lu occasionally showed compassion for children. They are so pitiable, especially those in urban settings, who, despite reaching adulthood, often possess the mentality of infants, having never truly lived. Not like this, Doctor. Strange interjected, agitatedly dispelling Wu Lu's misunderstanding. Donna is well-behaved and exceptionally bright. Initially, we thought she was merely being mischievous, but upon her arrival at the hospital, tests revealed that her hormonal levels were remarkably abnormal. She had been drugged and hypnotized. Are you suggesting that someone has harmed her? Wu Lu inquired with growing curiosity. I do not know. Only when Donna awakens will we uncover the truth. Doctor. Regardless of the circumstances, I implore you to visit her. Strange beseeched, kneeling on the ground, fully aware that in the East, this gesture signifies the utmost respect. For the sake of his sister, he cast aside his dignity as a man. Wu Lu's mind raced, setting aside whether this Strange was indeed the one from his memories. The mention of hormonal hypnosis piqued his interest. He thought of a mutant. My friend, you are fortunate. You are my first client today. I will visit your sister. But first, please settle the bill. Gwen. Yes, sir, over here. Now, please describe your sister's condition. Organ failure, severe injuries, critically ill, slow metabolism, low heart rate. Slight response to noise, no other reactions. That is enough. Gwen entered the symptoms into the computer and compassionately remarked, to be frank, the cost required to treat her to a state of health given her current symptoms would be astronomical. Let us disregard the other symptoms. Beep, beep, beep. Wu Lu's specialized medical billing computer quickly generated the exorbitant sum required in dollars. Chenghui, a total of $5,730,003. I shall offer you a staggering discount, requiring only $5 million. What do you say? If you have the means, I can assist in curing your sister immediately. Well, I must consult with my father about this. Please, take your time. By the way, if the treatment fails, I shall not demand any payment. Inform your relatives that they need only invest, and they can rest assured. Is it expensive? Indeed. Yet, it is not unreasonable. Wu Lu has already contemplated this. These are adversaries of the capitalist world, wielding high-tech that grips our nation by the throat. Which of these ventures does not speak in billions? Some miraculous medications for rare ailments cost tens of millions for a single injection. This is a matter of saving a comatose individual on the brink of death. Who dares claim my price is excessive? Strange borrowed the clinic's phone to call his father, but judging by the countenance and expression, the communication did not go well. After more than 20 minutes, he returned, looking dejected and pained. My friend, why the torment? Is it a matter of finances? Yes, doctor. My father believes I have lost my mind. He insists there is no way anyone could cure Donna. He says you are a fraud. A fraud? Wu Lu chuckled with indignation. Your father is nothing but a foolish traditionalist. If he believes that, I must wield my utmost artistry to revive your sister and deliver a resounding blow to this old coot's face. A faint smile crept on Estrange's lips. He understood that some capable individuals possess peculiar temperaments and often disdain unsolicited aid. Under his provocation, perhaps he could secure treatment at no cost. However, my friend, treatment demands time, effort, and financial resources. As you can see, Gwen and I are even younger than you, and we lack these essentials. I recognize you are also financially constrained, hence I propose a plan. If you agree, in 1 month's time, your sister shall be lively and frolicking, engaging in playful sibling antics with you. If you refuse, it would be prudent to purchase a well-fitted coffin. I hear the underground is quite cold. Speak, and I shall comply with all your requests. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Strange gritted his teeth and acquiesced. He resolved that whatever this doctor demanded, even if it involved heinous acts, he would not flinch. Ha ha ha, relax, my good lad. You are truly a person of affection. Your sister is fortunate to have such a brother. Gwen, quickly draft an employment contract. The annual salary shall be $300,000. Does that not seem fair? Thus, you owe me $5 million, accounting for the bank's interest. You shall work for me for 20 years, and that would barely settle the debt. How does that sound? We Easterners pride ourselves on fair dealings. Isn't that reasonable? Reluctantly, Strange signed the employment contract, becoming a free laborer at the unusual clinic. With a free worker secured, Wu Lu and Gwen, under Strange's guidance, returned to the intensive care unit of New York People's Hospital. Upon seeing the patient, even Wu Lu felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 10. The girl on the brink of life and death. Before them lay a delicate girl. Her gentle contours lacking sharpness, resembling the soft grace typical of Eastern beauty. Long-term suffering has taken its toll, distorting the body. The joints are slightly twisted, and the veins are starkly visible. The faint sounds of breath, separated by time, confirm that this child has little time left. The beads of cold sweat on her forehead and the tautness of her skin attest to the unimaginable agony she currently endures. You are all despicable, Wu Lu erupted suddenly, turning to deliver a heavy punch to Strange's eye socket. Can't you see her suffering? Why do you insist on prolonging her life through medical means? This is tormenting her. Strange, I tell you, even if I were to save your sister, she may no longer be your sister. Do you comprehend? Her spirit, her essence, has already been twisted. She has transformed into the very thing she most despised. I refuse treatment, Wu Lu stated coldly. Gwen, let us leave. The powerful blow left Strange reeling. Blood pooling around his eyes, his face ashen, it seemed to awaken him from a long-standing guilt and delusion. You are right, Strange choked out. We are selfish wretches. And we should not force my sister to endure such suffering. She is 17 now and has lain on that cold hospital bed for 6 long years, without companionship, flowers, applause, or even a boyfriend. Nothing at all. Thank you, doctor. I know what I must do. Wu Lu halted, feeling his own heartache, such as life, filled with joy and sorrow, an unending cycle of attachment and loss that ultimately harms others. Wu, wait. I can understand Strange. No one wishes for their loved ones to pass away. Perhaps you should consider a different approach. Wu Lu spread his hands in a bitter smile. If it were a physical injury, I could confidently save a life, even if it meant decapitation. However, psychological trauma is far more challenging to heal. Even I could only replace her spirit. But after such a replacement, would she still be Strange's sister? Could she even return to a state of normalcy? It is possible, but the odds are less than 1 in a million. Look at her temples. The taut skin indicates she continues to bear immense suffering. It is well known that every state of being has a dulling effect. For instance, if you are frequently beaten, you become more resilient to pain. If you often eat spicy food, you grow more accustomed to it. Indeed, enduring 6 years of suffering makes it clear that the horror of such pain is immeasurable. Her current mental landscape likely consists solely of anguish. Thank you, Miss Gwen. The doctor is correct. It is our family's selfishness that has caused my sister to endure so much harm. We must grant her liberation. Strange called for the attending physician and nurses, none surprised, as they had previously suggested to Strange that he end this futile treatment. Young man, you have finally come to a realization. This is indeed the best choice for your sister. Yes, Dr. Tangdana, I apologize for my past irrationality. Please, help my sister find peace. Should we not inform your father? No need. He has not been involved in our lives for over 3 years. Strange, you know this is against the regulations. In the future, if your father intends to shatter my livelihood, you must certainly intervene, Dr. Tangdana jested. Allow me. I, too, am a physician. Perhaps I can render her a more tranquil passage. With a willingness to take over, Tangdana was naturally pleased. Though harboring good intentions, he preferred to avoid trouble. Wu Lu, with deft hands, severed all the instruments and sensors connected to Donna, unleashing silver needles that pierced the vital points in her spine and brain. He was confident he could facilitate her peaceful demise without pain. Oh, marvelous Eastern medicine. Pray tell, do you possess a medical license? Dr. Tangdana inquired, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over Wu Lu. While I empathize with and support you, the area you occupy falls under my jurisdiction. I am aware that you Easterners, believing in some secret arts, claim the title of physician. However, in New York, such claims are futile. You are not a doctor, and thus, you have deceived me. As Wu Lu's incredulous gaze fell upon him, Tangdana picked up his phone to call the authorities. Oh, have you lost your mind? He was aiding your work. Indeed. And I shall testify on his behalf before the jury, and nothing more. Gwen promptly dialed George, exclaiming, George, someone just reported Wu to the police. You must not respond. I am with him, and he is doing good. Oh dear, it is too late. Bob. No, Sheriff Norman is currently invigorated. He has arranged for the police department to install a super alarm response system. and they have just departed. Tell Wu to avoid any violent resistance. The recording device is directly linked to immigration and visa offices. Should he resist, he will be deported. Gwen, if he becomes undocumented, he can no longer associate with you. Fear not, I shall take care of him. What do you mean? George replied. He can provide you with a cup of coffee while inside. What splendid news. Doctor. Tang Dana remarked with a smile. It is fortunate you have connections, for I can absolve myself of guilt. Strange, please see Donna off one last time. As Dr. Tang Dana exited, Strange was engulfed in his memories. Sister, I am sorry. It was my selfishness that forced you to remain. Forgive me, dear sister. Wu Lu lit a cigarette, leaning against the corridor wall, feeling a pang of sorrow. Life is indeed a miracle. And the wilting of blossoms brings a chill, even to strangers. Strange, Donna has forgiven you. She wept. What? Wu Lu's cigarette fell from his fingers as he swiftly turned and flung open the revolving door to the examination room, rushing to the bedside. What did he see? No respirator, no oxygen, no energy. Donna, who should have already passed, had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. How is this possible? Wu Lu, disbelieving, approached and lifted her eyelids. Though her eyes lacked strength, they still shimmered with life, showing no signs of dilated pupils. She still possessed her consciousness. Strange. Cease your incessant prattling. Your sister still has hope. Hurry over and lend a hand. Clang. Sheriff Norman made a grand entrance, accompanied by more than 30 armed bodyguards clad in black, surrounding Wu and his companions. I beg your pardon, gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. But I have received a report of illegal medical practices with intentions of murder. Please accompany me. No, Norman, you cannot do this. Wu has important matters to attend to. No, madam, I can. I possess the authority to combat crime. Everyone, cease your actions, or you shall face the wrath of vigilant citizens. The bodyguards immediately raised their firearms, aiming at their heads. Chapter 11. The Spider-Man Gene. Hey, Norman, it seems you have forgotten my abilities. Is it wise to provoke me? Wu. I certainly do not wish to offend you, but you have broken the law. I now represent justice. Very well. Wu sighed in resignation. Strange, Gwen. Listen, take Donna back to my clinic. I must accompany this old man for a while. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Donna will be fine. Norman seized Wu, neglecting to even place handcuffs on him. Are you relishing your current profession? Wu queried from the passenger seat, puzzled by the old man's motives. It possesses its own unique charm. Do you not wish to reclaim your former body? If you do not, I have a means to ensure you remain within Sheriff Bob's body indefinitely. If you can resolve our family's hereditary illness, I would be quite interested in that. However, at present, it bears no significance. Wu had previously stated that once the head was swapped, both bodies would ultimately perish. In truth, if you were to support me in acquiring the world's most advanced laboratory, this matter could be open to negotiation. Your family's hereditary illness must pertain to genetic issues or the interplay of hereditary material with the external environment. These are matters easily resolved for me. What do you intend to do? I can't shake the feeling that your practices resemble sorcery rather than medicine. Norman drove with an expression as placid as a still pond. Who knows, Norman? You are also an elite of high society. You must have encountered many phenomena beyond the comprehension of the ordinary person, be it sorcery or medicine. As long as it can resolve your physical ailments and extend your life, isn't that a positive outcome? You make a valid point. I shall give it due consideration. But for now, I must insist that you enter the precinct to cool off. Norman crashed the police car through the doors of the New York City precinct, bringing the vehicle to a halt at the entrance of the temporary holding facility. Oh, dear George, look what I have brought you, a little sweetheart. Norman, please refrain from such distasteful remarks. I might think Bob has become greasy. You have done well. You have dealt with a crime. Come in, child. This is where you truly belong. Illegal medical practice is not a commendable habit. Wu chuckled. George, I was under the impression that in the land of the free, one could enjoy each day. Alas, it seems rather rigid here. I was saving a life, preserving a girl's future. That is most unfortunate. Clearly, her fate is ill. With a clang, Wu Lu was thrown into the detention center, where another unfortunate soul sat vacantly in the corner. Norman, with a self-satisfied smirk, brandished the exclusive key to the detention center belonging to George. George, I am aware that he is your daughter's companion, but you shall not surreptitiously release him. I have already sent a letter to Senator Thomas. The bill concerning the avoidance of conflicts of interest among internal members will arrive in your inbox this afternoon. Suit yourself. Norman, it is evident that you do not understand me, George replied, turning his corpulent form against the iron bars to address Wu Lu. Wu, it appears I am unable to assist you any further. Do not fret, my child. We shall not wrongfully accuse a minority. Norman, I hope you can withstand the impending farce of protesting against discrimination towards minorities. I must return to my slumber. You are currently discriminating against an Eastern minority. Perhaps the Bureau of Divine Spear will take an interest in your actions. Do not trouble yourself. Norman departed, leaving the key dangling on the prison door. Peter Parker? Ah, we meet again. I have heard you are a genius, even admired by Stark. Parker ignored Wu Lu, his head bowed in remorse, regretting his impulsive actions and wondering about Aunt May's current condition. To Wu Lu's surprise, the loquacious little spider was having a melancholic day, and he began to ramble. Do you know why I am here? Because I was treating a patient at New York People's Hospital? Yes. The very hospital where your Aunt May is admitted. You are aware of my exceptional medical skills, are you not? Yet that scoundrel Norman accused me of practicing medicine illegally, claiming I harmed a young girl. That girl has been in a vegetative state since she was 11, lying in bed for 7 years, barely resembling a human. Doctor, yes. You are a doctor. How is Aunt May? Can you tell me about her condition? I'm afraid I truly do not know, Parker. As you are aware, our encounters have been adversarial. How could I possibly see your aunt? What I meant to convey is about that girl. My Aunt May is gravely injured. She surely cannot survive. I was not there for her in her final moments. I am unfilial. Calm down, my friend. All right, you win. What ailment afflicts your aunt? Tell me, and I shall endeavor to save her. Really? Peter Parker seized Wu Lu, the force of his grip almost overwhelming. If you continue to ramble, I might just break apart, Spider-Man. I'm sorry, you know I'm Spider-Man. Of course, a good neighbor to the citizens of New York. To be honest, I admire you. If it were my aunt lying ill in a hospital, I would likely have knocked that old coot George to the ground, and with a kick, I would have smashed this rusted iron door. What do you say? Want to give it a try? No. Parker declined. I am not like you. I have my own principles. My aunt and uncle would not approve of me disrupting order or breaking rules. Well, you are a good person, Wu Lu sighed. Now, tell me, what is the matter with your Aunt May? Perhaps I could assist you. I do not know. Parker was lost in memories. It could be Symes, who once kidnapped Jane and harbored a deep-seated hatred for my existence. Are you referring to the Spider Slayer? That's quite a predicament. This fellow has likely allied with Kingpin. It seems that remaining in prison may not be such a misfortune after all. At least you are safe. Rest assured, my medical prowess is well known. Not only can I treat your Aunt May, but I could also rejuvenate her with ease. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? All it requires is a sufficient price. What do you desire? Your greatest asset at this moment is your genes. I wish to acquire them. What do you think? Agree, and I shall go forth to rescue your loved ones. If you refuse, you will have to watch your beloved Aunt May pass away, which isn't entirely bad. You simply won't have anyone nagging in your ear or looking at your shortcomings with tenderness. Enough. I agree to your terms. Parker finally made a decision. Listen, doctor. I hope you refrain from using my genes for nefarious purposes, or I shall not hesitate to end your life myself. A pleasant collaboration, indeed. Chapter 12. A soul sought after even by the devil. How do you intend to leave? Of course, I shall simply walk out. Wu Lu walked out amidst Parker's incredulous gaze, the steel structure of the prison having little effect on him. Can you walk through walls? Are you a mutant as well? Nonsense. I have no connection to mutants. This is merely martial arts. Have you heard of it? If it weren't for that girl's dire situation, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. But now I must go. You're a good man, buddy. When we meet again, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Don't forget about Aunt May. Fear not. She will be able to visit you tomorrow. Wu Lu departed the cell and stopped by to greet George. Wu, you cannot do this. Norman has his eyes on you, and he will cause you trouble. George, it is precisely because I am aware of this that I sought you out. You can assist me, can't you? Oh, damn it. You have squandered my favors on such trivial matters. Young man, you are quite the devil. Yet this devil not only saves lives, but also possesses a kind heart, capable of providing a substantial sum to Gwen and our dear director George. Is that not appealing to you, director? Very well, you have one. I shall reach out to my old friend, but I cannot guarantee how long I can keep Norman at bay. You know he is exceedingly wealthy. Do not worry, George. 2 days will suffice. Deal. Poor Norman was relishing the infantile slumber brought on by his robust health, a simple pleasure he had not enjoyed in decades. Before he could wake naturally, the door to the precinct was violently breached, and a group of individuals clad in black stormed in. Greetings, Sheriff Bob. We suspect you are involved in the transformation and beautification case alongside Korea. They accuse you of threatening to undergo surgery to resemble Norman Osborn, intending to defraud Osborn Enterprises of its wealth. It is quite evident, Sheriff Bob, that your current appearance bears at least an 80% resemblance to that old man Osborn. I must say, that cosmetic institution possesses remarkable skill. However, you must accompany us at once. Norman, rendered speechless, finally grasped who had betrayed him upon witnessing the dark-clad figure of George. George, you shall come to regret this. Sheriff Bob, I am truly saddened to see you like this as your old friend. Curtis, Bob must have sustained a head injury during the last investigation into the international arms trade. I suggest we give him a proper stimulation. Rest assured, George, I understand. Take him away. Wu, hidden behind the door, could not help but applaud Director George for his poise. Truly impressive, Director George. I shall take my leave now. Remember to return promptly. Curtis cannot confine Norman for long. Fear not. I have great admiration for your troupe of actors, and your banter is quite commendable. Farewell. Having resolved his concerns, Wu acquired George's car keys and sped back to the uncanny clinic, where chaos reigned. Strange lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while Gwen appeared relatively unscathed. Thankfully, Donna lay quietly on the hospital bed. Though still weak, she was at least breathing. What transpired here? Did a typhoon sweep through? Wu, how wonderful that you have returned. Gwen exclaimed, enveloping Wu in a warm embrace, her joy palpable. I was so afraid that by the time you returned, your acquired property would be seized by Kingpin. It is indeed Kingpin. His men came to warn us to abandon the clinic and vacate Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, they will break your legs next time. Oh, that damned Kingpin. Does he think that being a crime lord grants him dominion over my life? Gwen, are you all right? I'm fine, but I believe I may have a fractured rib. Strange's injuries are more severe. Perhaps you should check on him first? I'm all right. Doctor, why have you returned? You asked me that moments ago, yet I did not respond. Well, I returned to save your sister. My previous assessment was somewhat flawed. Donna has not succumbed to despair. She retains some emotions, which indicates her heart is still healthy. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Strange, congratulations. You have a wonderful sister. Doctor, are you saying my sister has maintained her clarity amidst 6 years of unimaginable torment? Strange had prepared himself for the loss of his sister, and at that moment, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, both elated and sorrowful. What immense suffering she must have endured. Yet she remains lucid. Oh my God. Strange collapsed beside Donna's bed, tears streaming down his face. Gwen's eyes also glistened with moisture. Strange, do not despair too much. At least you have encountered Wu. Donna's suffering is nearing its end. Wu comforted him, saying, do not be so morose, Strange. You should be attending to me now, inquiring about the equipment or preparations I require, rather than lamenting like a helpless old woman. Wu, you are utterly insufferable. Gwen could not resist delivering a punch to Wu. Gwen, you have turned your back on me. Wu feigned dramatic tears. I merely departed for a day, and your affections have strayed. Very well, I shall accept this reality. Now, when shall we commence treatment? Doctor, I apologize for the abruptness, but may we commence now? Strange smiled as he observed the playful banter between Wu and Gwen. Such lightheartedness was a sensation he had not relished in quite some time. Young man, do not envy. Gwen is akin to a ripe peach. Should you desire her, pursue her. Before long, you may witness a captivating spectacle of your sister-in-law and girlfriend in a spirited confrontation. I surmise that Donna quite enjoys your company, but for now, I must ask you to step away from her side. In this moment, she belongs to me. Gwen chuckled. Strange, do not mind. Though Wu appears to be a mysterious Eastern fellow, he is far more open than we are, albeit with a good heart. Of course not. So, Doctor, what is it that you require? I need both of you charming souls to step outside and serve as my guardians, or rather, deter anyone from entering. I understand this may be an arduous request, as it is likely that Kim's subordinates will come. However, my arcane arts can only be executed in a tranquil environment. Any misstep could not only jeopardize Donna's safety, but also place myself at considerable risk. A friendly suggestion, you might seek assistance from the Nelson and Murdoch law firm across the street. Its proprietor, though blind, possesses commendable skills. Gwen and Strange nodded gravely, while Wu's expression turned serious. My dear, I am your physician, and when you see me shortly, do not be startled. You must choose to trust me. Believe that I can bring you light and hope. Boom. A powerful spatial energy began to envelop everything around them, and Wu appeared as a deity within this surgical realm, possessing insights into all. Young man, you cannot do this. This tormented yet unyielding soul is a product of my diligent nurturing. Depart from her, or you shall invite calamity upon yourself. Suddenly, a vast mass of darkness swirled within the spatial domain, manifesting a demonic visage. Let me guess. You must be the illustrious Lord Mephisto? Haha, young man, you possess discernment. I am beginning to take a liking to you. Esteemed Lord of Darkness, to my knowledge, a living soul only belongs to you after signing a contract with you. Have you entered into a devilish pact with this unfortunate young girl? Regrettably, no. Then, begone. Wu roared, I am a doctor. It is my duty to preserve life. As long as she is not dead, she does not fall under your dominion, Mephisto. Do not overstep. Wu's sudden outburst startled Mephisto, clearly unaccustomed to this somewhat neurotic demeanor. Young man, do you not fear that upon your demise, your soul will fall into my grasp, enduring eternal torment? Your Highness, we in the mysterious East have an old saying, live for today. As for what lies beyond, I shall contend with you then. Now begone. The tumultuous spatial energy surged and sliced through the demonic essence, reducing it to mere dust and exiling it to an unknown dimension. Chapter 13. The bald one has passed through. Fortunately, it was merely an apparition. I hope this fellow does not prove too petty in seeking trouble with me. Having seen off the uninvited guest, Wu Lu approached Donna, his hands gesturing in a fluid motion, causing her body to seemingly disassemble, each part suspended in the air. Organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, limbs, head, intestines, and feet floated apart, disconnected from one another. Strangely, despite their separation, each organ maintained its vitality, fulfilling its respective functions. Wu Lu observed intently, aware of Donna's dire condition. Yet the extent of her disarray astonished him profoundly. Her blood vessels, long bedridden, had become more than half congested, while her stomach and intestines, having received no nourishment for an extended period, were ravaged by corrosive acids. Her internal organs had shriveled to a third of their normal size, and her skin had detached from her muscle tissue, nearly losing its protective capacity. Only her brain and heart remained intact, indeed thriving. Wu Lu meticulously examined the scene, his capabilities allowing him to perceive details beyond the atomic level, surpassing all known instruments. Any peculiar anomaly must have a cause. Donna's survival in such a state could not merely be attributed to willpower and mental fortitude. It was evident that Mephisto had tampered with her body, and his current task was to identify the source of this affliction. He sensed that locating the anomaly was crucial for saving this unfortunate girl, a task that was intricate and required utmost diligence. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Oh, it turns out to be a blind man. Madam, to call someone else blind in the presence of a blind person is rather unkind. I apologize, it was not my intention, Mr. Lawyer. Matt welcomed Gwen and Strange into the law firm, pouring them coffee as he joked, acknowledging one's errors is commendable. May I inquire your name, madam? Gwen Stacy, Mr. Matt, you may call me Gwen. This is Strange, and we are both students. I've heard of you, the daughter of George, with an Eastern boyfriend. How intriguing. Goodness. How many people has George spread rumors about me to? Mr. Matt, I am indeed George's daughter, but I do not have an impressively cool Eastern boyfriend. Ah, how unfortunate. You see, I'm blind, so you understand. May I ask if you have summoned me for a challenging case? Well, you know, I charge a considerable fee. No, sir. We seek your assistance, Strange requested earnestly. In fact, we are in a predicament. Buddy, if it's a case, I'm quite interested. If it's trouble, perhaps it would be easier to consult Gwen's father. You know, I'm merely a blind man. I am content with trouble not finding me. How could I dare seek it myself? Matt, we are serious. I know you can help us. Someone informed me of your remarkable capabilities. You can assist us. Our adversary is Kingpin. Kingpin? Matt furrowed his brow. If I were you, I would distance myself as much as possible. Kingpin is no trifling matter. Gwen, you should return to your father. Kingpin is dangerous. It's my sister. It's all because of my sister. Strange's emotional turmoil reached its peak, tears streaming down his face. Upon discovering that the young man had undertaken all his endeavors to save his sister, Matt fell into silence. His father had also perished at the hands of Kingpin, and even his girlfriend, Electra, had vanished due to the same dark figure. This profound hatred tormented him day and night. How could he not feel such animosity? Matt operated his law firm in Hell's Kitchen with the sole aspiration of bringing the nefarious Kingpin to justice, all the while maintaining the facade of an unassuming, ordinary man. Yet, in this moment, he was moved. Very well, I shall comply with your requests. Matt grasped his specially crafted cane. If I bring you greater troubles in the future, promise me, do not blame this unfortunate blind man. Gwen, it would be prudent to contact Director George. We require assistance. After Gwen made the call, the trio exited the law firm and arrived at the entrance of the uncanny clinic, only to be greeted by the sight of 50 or so thugs, brandishing clubs and eager for confrontation. Ah, it seems we have not arrived too late. Am I not blind? A blind man's ears can still perceive sounds, can't they? All right. Gentlemen, let's get to work. Strange and Gwen observed one man wielding a stool, while another held a pot lid defensively before them, eyeing the thugs warily. Just as they were about to utter a few pleasantries, Matt charged forward like a ferocious tiger into the fray, wildly swinging his cane. Gwen, what shall we do now? If you wish to save your sister and rescue that blind man, we must charge in together. Oh dear. Gwen and Strange cried out as they plunged into the crowd, following closely behind Matt to deliver support. The cacophony of clashing sounds reverberated throughout Hell's Kitchen. They truly have come. Wu's hand trembled, nearly severing Donna's feeding tube. Kingpin, you owe me a debt. Wu, am I all right? A disembodied voice queried. Two eyes, one above the other, gazed at Wu, even knowing they belonged to Donna. The sight was unsettling. Haha, do not mind it. Everything is under control. Wu chuckled awkwardly. See, you are already speaking now, albeit in a rather unscientific manner. Of course, it is unscientific. Is a mouth capable of speech on its own? Sound requires vocal cords, after all. Donna, how do you feel? I feel liberated. As if I have ascended to paradise. If I endure much more suffering, I fear I shall not withstand it. Wu, please help me, will you? Rest assured. It is a trivial matter. However, could you assist me in keeping this confidential? After all, a doctor like this is rather extraordinary. Wu was perplexed, typically. In his surgical domain, patients could not awaken or think without his permission, and time itself seemed to stand still. Yet today, the usual rules had faltered. As he examined Donna's brain and prepared to remove her head's organs, eyes, mouth, nose, just as he was about to open the skull, her mouth unexpectedly kissed him and then began to speak. I know, Wu. I have heard my brother speak of the mysterious East and its boundless wonders. I will keep your secret. Your brother is indeed wise. However, his assertions hold truth. The mysterious East possesses boundless capabilities, and he may yet become a sorcerer of the East. Wu Lu has now ascertained that Strange is destined to become the future Doctor Strange. Recently, the bald man visited Donna, and your brother owes me $5 million. Thus, we entered into a 20-year employment contract, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he is unable to fulfill his obligations. Once you recover, could you possibly take his place? Yet, I am no medical prodigy. In fact, my knowledge only reaches the level of elementary education. Does that pose a problem? Of course not, in my eyes. Any level of education is merely a tool for the present. Apologies, I inadvertently voiced my thoughts aloud. Wu, given the current situation, can I decline? I am still upon your operating table. Chapter 14, The Queen of Pain, Donna outside, the sounds of combat intensified. Wu Lu heard a foreign yet magnetic male voice. Realizing that Matt, the blind man, had arrived, thus alleviating his concerns for Gwen and Strange's safety. Although Hell's Kitchen was chaotic, it adhered to its own set of rules. No matter how formidable Jean might be, he would not dare to disrupt these unspoken codes lightly. Chaos would only undermine his authority. Therefore, it was unlikely that he would dispatch enhanced subordinates to intimidate a modest clinic valued at around 5 million. However, the next encounter might be unpredictable. Donna, are you prepared? I am about to remove your skull cap. I am ready, Wu. However, such statements sound rather peculiar. Could you exercise caution during the procedure? I have heard that the human brain is quite fragile. May I have a glimpse as well? You are intrigued by this. Very well. Let us discover just how much intellect you possess. This will determine whether you are a clever girl. Wu Lu maneuvered an eyeball to float above Donna's head, unleashing his abilities to delicately manipulate the exceedingly thin strands of power to separate the skull. The brain, the most enigmatic structure of the human body, consumes a staggering 20% of energy throughout a lifetime. If one aims to lose weight, engaging in deep thought could prove far more effective than exercise. Even Wu Lu dared not be negligent, carefully controlling the separation to prevent Donna from becoming a true brain-damaged patient. Oh, how exquisite. A half-walnut-shaped brain hovers in the air, perfectly formed, radiating an aura of sophistication, seemingly shimmering with light. My goodness, Donna, your brain is glowing. Could you enlighten me on your current thoughts? Not at all. I am entirely unaware of its presence. My thoughts mirror yours. It is indeed beautiful. Look, what is that? Wu Lu was astonished to discover a dark red energy crystal at the brainstem, seemingly breathing. With each breath, a malevolent force seeped into the brain, while the surface of the cerebral cortex produced numerous twisted energies that appeared to devour each other, yet coexist harmoniously. Could it be a brainstone? Wu, can you remove it? It must be the source of my ailment. I doubt anyone besides you in the world could extract it, please. Very well. I shall give it a try, though I am uncertain whether this is indeed a cerebral stone, or if such a peculiar phenomenon exists in the real world. There is one truth in what Donna has expressed. It is likely that only Wu Lu can safely remove this affliction without harm. As a flicker of ability brushed against the crimson crystal, Donna suddenly shrieked. Ah, it hurts. The agony, the torment. Why must I suffer so? An immense wave of pain surged through a certain medium into Wu Lu's mind. In an instant, it felt as though his very soul had plunged into the depths of hell, subjected to the most excruciating tortures imaginable. He collapsed to his knees. The surgical domain began to tremble due to Wu Lu's days, while the brain grew increasingly violent. The maddening pain obliterated many of Donna's organs, leaving only her heart and mouth quivering incessantly. Stop it, Donna. Control yourself. No more pain, or we shall all be doomed. Wu, I cannot contain it. My sorrow and suffering are unrestrained. What should I do? Donna's brain throbbed violently, and Wu Lu finally discerned the nature of this entity. It was the backdoor portal left by Mephisto. Unbeknownst to her, it was connected to a dimension of hell, intended to nurture Donna's tormented soul. The crystal harbored the manifestation of her suffering, fused with the power of hell. Should Donna die a natural death, this pain would fully mature. serving as either a means to cultivate a demon lord adept in the mastery of suffering or as a source for her own enhancement. Both excellent options for Mephisto. Witnessing Donna's mind teetering on the brink of explosion, Wu Lu disregarded all else. Mephisto, thank you for your gift. I believe Donna will appreciate it. Donna, would you be interested in becoming a demon lord? Ah, the pain is unbearable. Wu, can you help me? I'll do anything, be it a demon lord or your woman. Just please assist me. I feel like I might explode. Relax, that won't happen. Donna, have you ever contemplated what you might become when you grow up? No, I haven't. After my injury, my thoughts were consumed by the sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the butterflies of the outside world. I never considered it. Then now is the time to begin envisioning it. You can be whoever you desire. As you can observe, your body is nearly destroyed. Henceforth, I shall employ forbidden techniques to reconstruct your physical form. You can have whatever appearance you wish. This is not an opportunity afforded to everyone. Can I be a mysterious Eastern person like you? I like you. I fear that is not possible. Your brother would not approve. If he discovers I transformed his sister into my own sibling, or even my woman, he would kill me. He cannot defeat you, Wu. You possess such power that if you chose to do evil, no one could touch you. You are a kind person. He may not be able to defeat me now, but that may change in the future. I do not wish to invite trouble upon myself. Instead, I shall have you transformed into a hybrid. Donna, begin to imagine. Although the powers of the Wu Law fruit are formidable and devoid of the original fruit's weakness of water-induced fatigue, it remains incapable of conjuring something from nothing. Human components are far from perfect. Thus, he intends to utilize the pain crystals left by Mephisto to open a portal to hell, summoning infernal beings to restore Donna's body. He is a master of spatial manipulation. A thunderous explosion erupted from the uncanny clinic, startling the three individuals lying on the ground. They had just been engaged in combat with Jean Bing's subordinates when, suddenly, a sharp pain struck their heads, leaving them devoid of any fighting capacity. Matt speculated that this must be the federal authorities testing a new type of weapon. As they resigned themselves to their fate, the thugs also clutched their heads and collapsed, their symptoms far more severe. Two of them even had their heads explode instantaneously. Damn it. The federal authorities are undoubtedly conducting experiments with new weaponry. We must file a complaint. Mr. Matt, have you regained your strength? Hurry to the clinic and see what has happened. No, I'm still incapacitated. My brain is buzzing painfully, and I cannot discern my surroundings. Just as they worried whether Wu Law had been ambushed by Jean Bing's men, the doors of the uncanny clinic crashed down. Wu Law was seen inappropriately engaging with a strikingly beautiful young woman, her figure perfectly proportionate, her innocent eyes sparkling, and completely unclothed. Wu Law, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey everyone, if I say I'm merely conducting a physical examination, would you believe me? Shameless. Beast. Doctor, where's my sister? Were you not treating her? Why are you with a call girl? You have utterly disappointed me. Hey, Matt the lawyer, I know you're not an ordinary person. They may not perceive it, but can't you sense my heartbeat and pulse? Quickly inform them that I am currently in a state of sage time. Gwen could no longer endure it. She overcame her faintness brought on by pain and lunged at Wu Law, striking him squarely on the jaw and knocking out one of his front teeth. Sage time? How dare you mention sage time? I will kill you. Matt chuckled softly. Apologies. I am unsure how you are aware of me. However, it's of no consequence. At the moment, I cannot sense anything. And sage time is not something to boast about. Look how excited your girlfriend is. Wu Law helplessly picked up his tooth and reattached it. Draping a garment over the girl, Donna, please explain to everyone. I find myself at a loss for words. My dear, were you not satisfied just moments ago? Has sage time ended? The girl smiled charmingly, leaning into Wu Law's embrace, her lips poised to kiss him. In a split second, Wu Law pinched her lips tightly with 2 fingers. All right, I shall announce it. Strange, this is your sister Donna. For certain reasons. She may be a bit unhinged at the moment. Of course, you may also refer to her as the Queen of Desire and Pain. Chapter 15. I am a doctor. I am not to be provoked, doctor. Are you certain she is my sister? Do not jest. I am aware of your reluctance, Gwen. And we are all cognizant of your pursuits with escorts. However, this is of no consequence to us. Kindly return my sister to me. If you refuse, I would be content with your sister instead. By the way, Strange, has your role as the executor of our contract transitioned to your sister? Any objections? Gwen, please pour me a cup of coffee. Mr. Matt, would you care for one as well? Certainly. The clinic's entrance has been compromised, and Wu has chosen to neglect it for the time being. Given the damage to his assets, someone must bear responsibility. A few of us sipped our coffee, awaiting the arrival of guests. Jean Bing's subordinates suffered significant losses. Those thugs sprawled on the ground had astonishingly perished in large numbers. Even George arrived looking utterly astonished. What transpired? What attacked you, Wu? I cannot say. as I was attending to my unfortunate patient at the time. Perhaps Gwen can provide more clarity. Yes, father. We were basking in the sun when those thugs sought trouble. Before they could strike, a tremendous noise erupted, and I felt my emotions spiral out of control. It was a most harrowing sensation. Those individuals collapsed, frothing at the mouth, and they even damaged the door of our clinic. Hey, Director George, this is Matt, an attorney. And I now suspect that the New York City government is secretly developing large-scale weapons. We are all victims here, and we must receive substantial compensation. Well, I understand you are a lawyer, but this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of the New York City Police Department. Perhaps you could sue the mayor instead. All right. Gentlemen, let us get to work. This is a major case, and we must be vigilant. We will surely profit handsomely. Dandy. Contact Gene Bing immediately and inform him that our New York Police Department requires a donation of $2 million. Otherwise, I assure you, no one will take the blame for this incident. Wu chuckled. George, I thought your precinct only collected salaries. I had no idea you also engaged in this lucrative side business. Huh? Indeed. Wu, if you were a police officer, I would teach you much. Many cases cannot be pursued due to insufficient evidence, yet we cannot allow those scoundrels to evade justice so easily. Thus, we must impose some form of punishment. This will also motivate our precinct's fine officers to combat these villains more effectively. How foolish of them. No, Wu, this is not foolishness, it is balance. The power of $2 million is immense. The NYPD deployed nearly 100 armed officers, and the majority of Hell's Kitchen establishments were swiftly sealed. At 1 o'clock, Strange finally accepted his sister Donna's transformation from a blonde vixen to a striking brunette beauty, just as George and the NYPD officers were nearing impatience. 5 black vans rolled into Hell's Kitchen, and dozens of men in black emerged from the vehicles. Though silent, they exuded an undeniable presence. George caught a glimpse of the license plate from afar and stood up, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, brace yourselves, the main course has arrived." A tall man clad in a trench coat, bearing a scar on his face, descended from the leading vehicle. "Well, Director George, it appears we meet again. How have the years treated you? No need for concern. I am faring quite well. It seems you are now in the service of Gene Bing. What are the others? He has committed quite a serious offense this time." "Indeed. Gene Bing is a generous employer. He can afford to pay handsomely. As you know, I was once an inmate, and no enterprise would take me in. It was Gene Bing who provided me sustenance. So, you may be responsible for this incident? Perhaps, but I must first ascertain whether your appetite, Director George, remains as insatiable as in times past." George chuckled heartily. "Target eye, have you not heard? The cost of living in New York City has surged again. $2 million. You can bring these people back. Also, the unbelievable clinic is my daughter's enterprise. Inform Gene Bing that he would do well to steer clear of it. Deal. Tomorrow, a directed donation will be deposited into the New York Police Department's financial account. Please treat the former prison guards to a drink on my behalf. Perhaps I shall pay them a visit in the future." George once again cautioned Target Eye to inform Gene Bing that the unbelievable clinic was under his protection before preparing to leave. "Director George, I shall take my leave now." "Until next time," Target Eye said, instructing his subordinates to handle the bodies and the wounded, while he readied himself to depart. "Wait." Wu Lu approached Target Eye with a grin, tugging at his car door. "Target Eye, your men have damaged the door of my clinic. I trust you will cover the repair costs. You see, my operating room is fully visible from across the street, and you must take responsibility for this." "Huh, Director George, is this your sentiment as well?" "Target Eye, you know my principles. I do not speak of matters twice. This young man is courting my daughter, and I hold him in high regard." "Haha, old George, do you still fancy yourself in your youth? To speak plainly, neither your daughter nor your judgment is particularly impressive. How much do you desire?" "A flat rate of $100,000, fair and square." "100,000 is not exorbitant, but you are unworthy." With a flick of his slender fingers, 2 playing cards appeared in Target Eye's hand. He lightly snapped them, and the spinning cards emitted a shrill sound as they sliced through the air, hurtling toward Wu Lu's neck with greater speed than a bullet. An unexpected twist of fate left everyone breathless, mouths agape in astonishment at Target Eye's sudden aggression. With a swift sound, the cards simultaneously tore through fabric. Target Eye confidently turned, producing an unsigned check. "My apologies, Director George, but another individual has unexpectedly passed. However, I am willing to offer you an additional $100,000 as a gesture of goodwill." "Thank you." The ink on the check had scarcely dried when a swift shadow snatched it away. None other than Wu Lu, who toyed with the freshly acquired check in hand. It would have been better had it been this way from the start. Target Eye, enraged, was about to retaliate when his expression abruptly changed, and he hastily dove into his vehicle, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. "All right, Gwen, head home early. Gentlemen, let's regroup. The usual place tonight for dinner." Amidst laughter, the officers withdrew entirely. Gwen was tidying up the disordered room when a dark shadow suddenly swooped in. At that very moment, Wu's voice resonated. Gwen, put this thing in the fridge. Goodness, where did this come from? Wu, how could you possess such an item? Gwen had assumed it was merely a hamburger or perhaps a chicken wrap, only to discover it was an arm. Indeed, a severed limb, taken from someone else. For how else could that notorious assassin under Jean Bing have departed so easily? Chapter 16. The Hand of God in a Lavish Establishment, Drenched in Neon Lights and Opulence. Jean Bing, the most powerful crime lord in New York City, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. Lester, tell me, how did those 60 thugs from the Mad Dog Gang meet their demise? The Mad Dog Gang was a burgeoning faction under Jean Bing's control in Hell's Kitchen, having seized power after ousting the Russians. I don't know, but it's connected to a mysterious Eastern figure, Lester replied. Why is that? Jean Bing's voice grew colder. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, I shall not hesitate to find someone else to take your place. Because of this, the right hand of Target Eye, concealed within his sleeve, suddenly emerged. Jean Bing's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld what should have been a hand, but was instead a dog's leg. What trickery is this, Target Eye? I warn you, do not jest before me. Jean Bing, I assure you, this is not a jest. It is the work of that Eastern individual. At the moment I intended to kill him, I felt a momentary daze, and my right hand transformed into a dog's leg. I dared not proceed and hastily returned. Lester, your claims are utterly absurd. I require an expert to examine this. Indeed, that is precisely why I have returned. Soon, the foremost surgeon from Jean Bing's private team arrived at the mansion, and Target Eye was stripped and laid upon the operating table. 6 long hours elapsed before the white-coated physicians completed their medical records and departed, leaving only the lead surgeon, Eugene. Eugene, what peculiarities are present with Lester? Incredible, simply unbelievable. Boss Jean, the patient's arm resembles that of the most primal canine limb. I know this sounds outrageous, but it is the truth. Mr. Target Eye, you must enlighten me. Who could have accomplished such a feat? It is the hand of God. Eugene's fervent gaze startled Jean Bing, prompting him to bark. Eugene, stand down. You are no longer a student. Remember your position. Eugene wished to inquire further, but Jean Bing shot him a fierce glare, causing him to reluctantly retreat. Boss Jean, should you allow this individual to join us, you would undoubtedly become one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in the world. Eugene, forget everything you have learned today, or your entire family shall reunite in hell. Target Eye donned his clothing. Jean Bing, now you see I was not lying. What shall we do next? Who is he? I demand all his information. Lester, warn the brothers under our command. Without my orders, do not provoke this man again, or they shall not see the light of another day. Moreover, assign individuals to guard the various exits of Hell's Kitchen. And should any peculiar individuals come into contact with this man, report to me promptly. My hand. Relax, Lester, if he is capable of replacing your dog leg. He can certainly exchange your dog head as well. Fear not, as long as he possesses desire, you shall become 100 times stronger than before. The flames of desire flickered in Jean Bing's eyes. He had never anticipated such a yearning for a man. So, did you indeed remove his hand? Naturally. I took the liberty of replacing it with a dog leg. In a bar, Wu Lu, Gwen, Strange, Matt, and Donna sat together, indulging in fine wine. Wu, this transcends mere medical practice. In all the texts I have studied, there exists no such terrifying form of medicine. Admit it, you are indeed the angels saving lost lambs. You saved Donna, and for that, I thank you. I am not of Western descent. In our mysterious land of Huaxia, there are no winged angels. And the texts you peruse are surely Western works. It is not boastful to say that Western medicine, despite its rapid advancements, constitutes less than 1/10 of the medical evolution spanning thousands of years. Although modern technology lays bare the hidden maladies of the human body before our very eyes, it still clings to the crude notion of treating head pain with head remedies and foot pain with foot remedies. Our Huaxia medicine, however, is distinct. Shamanism and traditional practices are intertwined, dialectical, and unified. While results may sometimes be elusive, at other times, they yield remarkable efficacy. Strange, if you truly wish to repay me, let us draft a contract. I have a splendid idea. Mr. Wu, my brother is thoroughly inebriated. Is it entirely appropriate for you to treat him thus? Perhaps I should sign instead. You? Wu Lu shook his head. Your 20 years of youth have already been sold to me. There's no value in selling it again for now. Gwen glanced at her watch. Wu, shall we take our leave? It is late. And perhaps Jean Bing will intervene for his subordinate who has undergone the dogleg replacement. Matt raised a can of beer and downed it in one go. Rest assured. Ms. Gwen, Jean Bing is no fool. The Mad Dog Gang has nearly been decimated, and he would not offend a doctor over a worthless individual. Let us toast to the fleeting peace of Hell's Kitchen. Wu Lu encouraged. Matt, would you be interested in regaining your sight? You know, I can facilitate that. No, doctor. I appreciate your generosity. Matt sighed. If this were more than a year ago, I would have risked everything to restore my vision. I would not have flinched even if it meant losing everything. What a pity. I lost an opportunity for great wealth. The location of your law firm is, in fact, far superior to that of this clinic. Ha ha ha. Then please come early next time. More than a year ago, I encountered my master. An Eastern man of great martial prowess and straightforward demeanor. He taught me much, including how to confront darkness and aspire towards light. With his assistance, I developed radar vision. Even in blindness, I can live as normally as anyone else. You could adorn yourself with sunglasses, or perhaps I could install bat-like small eyes for you, which would complement your radar vision splendidly. Wouldn't you agree? No, I still wish to avoid being perceived as a monster. However, the next time I encounter my master, I could inquire on your behalf. According to him, he once met a deranged man who had grown claws of adamantium and often succumbed to madness due to excruciating pain. I surmise he might yearn to become a normal person. Is what you say true? Wu Lu was momentarily stunned. The individual Matt spoke of was unmistakably Wolverine. If this were indeed the case, the challenges he would face in the future would escalate exponentially. The world, he was unprepared, along with those bizarre mutants. My goodness, what are you discussing? It sounds as if you were conversing about extraterrestrial matters. Wu, cease your boasting and return home with me at once. Gwen tugged at Wu Lu, feeling threatened by Donna's presence. Miss Gwen, your approach will not capture his heart. I understand him, she remarked. You are not from the same world. Let him go. Donna, supporting her brother, alluringly made her way to the hotel, leaving Matt alone, leaning on his cane, sipping wine in the evening breeze, reminiscing about his former girlfriend, Erica. Chapter 17. Stark's Grand Endeavor. Sir, there is a piece of news that may pique your interest. Very well, Jarvis, cancel my appointment for tonight. Let me see what surprises this young man has in store for me. Understood, sir. In Stark's laboratory, various projects had come to a halt, giving way to an abundance of mysterious texts from the East. There were tomes of sorcery, incantations, and even the legendary secrets of Luban, alongside a plethora of original fantasy novels readily available online. Tony Stark had always believed that art stems from life. Yet, after an entire week, he had found no trace of that horrifying surgical technique. Thus, he altered his strategy. If he could not decipher the opponent's technology, he would delve into the study of humanity itself. By understanding people thoroughly, he could acquire what intrigued him through the means of negotiation. Stark possessed this confidence, for he was the wealthiest man in the world. A donation of $50,000 had flowed from Dr. Wu Lu's account overseas, destined for the mysterious Rongjiang County's treasury. Rongjiang County? Yet another effort for impoverished children. This young man is truly commendable. But Jarvis, haven't I already established a charitable foundation? Have not publications such as the Daily Mail, the Horn Herald, and the New York Times reported on it? Not quite, sir. This time it pertains to football. Furthermore, Mr. Stark, those newspapers have indeed published articles, yet Dr. Wu Lu does not possess the habit of reading them. Perhaps you should consider advertising on the platform. It has a remarkably high reach in the mysterious East. Dr. Wu Lu also watches the news programs on that platform every weekend. Football? Stark couldn't help but chuckle. I hold deep admiration for the enigmatic East. Yet, dear sir, according to the data, the football scene in Rongjiang is quite intriguing, and they do not indulge in sea cucumbers. Perhaps you ought to review the live broadcasts. Furthermore, Dr. Wu has arranged a trip to Rongjiang, slated for this July, as there are rumors of a final match. The remarkable highlights of village football left Stark agape. Oh my. I never imagined a goalkeeper could kick the ball directly into the opposing net. Jarvis, are you certain he is not enhanced? Indeed, sir, he is merely an ordinary human. Stark stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps we should consider adopting such tactics. Wu awoke, stark naked, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of a disheveled bed. One side of the luxurious silk quilt having been thrown aside, the indentations indicating the presence of another. How utterly perplexing. I am not easily fooled by such tricks. Gwen, is that you? No response met his inquiry. Donna, do not hide. I can see you. Yet, the room remained empty. Wu hastily leapt onto the bed, inhaling the fragrance lingering on the other side. A subtle aroma mingled with the distinctive scent of femininity. As long as it is not a man. I would hate to be startled. However, this girl truly lacks awareness. She takes advantage without a word of responsibility or compensation, simply disappearing. She ought to be warned that such behavior could lead her to jail. It was the weekend. Donna would not come by, and Gwen had also not arrived. Instead, it was Matt who sought him out. Hey buddy, I heard that Huaxiao is set to host the World Cup. Do you have any means of procuring tickets? No, Matt. You blind fool. Did you just say Huaxiao is hosting the World Cup? Are you certain? Deep within, Wu harbored a dream of football that persisted even in this Marvel universe. Naturally, with his current skill set, if he were to cheat, he could ensure Huaxiao triumphs over even Hercules himself. But what would be the point? He took pride in his integrity. Indeed, You were unaware? I assumed you knew. It was the headline news across all major newspapers in New York this morning. Wu was taken aback, his mind reeling as he switched on the television. To his astonishment, the international channel was indeed broadcasting that the World Cup, originally scheduled for 2002 in South Korea and Japan, had transformed into the 2008 World Cup to be held in China, Japan, and South Korea, with China earning the prestigious honor of being the host nation. Wu was overwhelmed with joy, tears of elation streaming down his face. His long-held aspiration had finally come to fruition. To all the viewers across Huaxia, thanks to the generous sponsorship of Stark Industries, our nation is making history by hosting the World Cup for the first time, which will also provide a robust impetus for the development of our football endeavors. Let us raise a glass in honor of Stark. The supporters were nothing like the dignified women Wu remembered from his previous life. Instead, they resembled tattooed youths, a fact he had long lamented. Suddenly, the camera shifted to Stark, sporting a little mustache, as he appeared on the international channel. Hey, sweetheart, I did this for you. Do you know how much I spent? $2 billion, a staggering $2 billion. Stark wished to continue, but a girl's hand visibly yanked the camera back. Dear audience. The person just now was a madman, yet a madman in love. I wish him and his sweetheart a joyful union. Wu Lu understood that Stark's final words were directed at him, yet he found himself unable to refuse. Mr. Matt, please tend to my clinic. I must step out for a moment. Pepper, what are you doing? Tony had just returned from Huaxia on the fastest private jet to find Pepper packing her bags. Preparing to leave. Tony, this is where we part ways. Go find your sweetheart. Oh, I didn't expect you to keep up with the news. So, you are utterly unrestrained. Oh no, this is all my fault, Tony. I should not have harbored unrealistic fantasies about you. We are done. Pepper's resolve was firm, leaving Stark in a quandary. Pepper. Actually, the sweetheart I mentioned is a man. What? Tony, you would actually be with a man? You even spent $2 billion hosting the World Cup for him. Tony. I am so disappointed. You have never put this much effort into me. Pepper was truly enraged now, tossing her high heels aside and abandoning her luggage as she stormed out. Miss Potts, your delicate feet are truly exquisite. Wu Lu had arrived earlier, but he relished the sight of Tony Stark being humbled, watching discreetly until he realized the situation was escalating and intervened to stop Pepper. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a marriage. Wu Lu still held on to some principles. Who are you? Pepper glared at the unfamiliar Oriental man before her, her fury surging as she realized that an Oriental man had stolen her man. You have finally arrived. Tony Stark's eyes lit up as he recklessly declared, I knew that despite your aloofness, I would be able to touch your heart. There is no one who cannot be conquered by wealth. Wu Lu suddenly realized that compared to Stark, his own cluelessness seemed trivial. If not for his financial prowess, this fellow would likely be less skilled in wooing than himself. Who are you? Pepper's face turned pale as she shouted in despair, Tony, who is he? Is he the man you spoke of? Chapter 18, The Interest of S. H. I-E-L-D. Bang. Pepper picked up her high heel and hurled it fiercely at Tony Stark's face before leaving without a backward glance. Wu, it is a pleasure to see you again, I hope. Wu Lu was at a loss for words as he staunched Tony's bleeding. Tony, if I were you, I would seek out Miss Potts for a heartfelt conversation. Your sincerity has indeed moved me. And you are right, I need money. So feel free to visit me at the mysterious clinic. Does this mean we are friends now? Of course. Wu Lu took his leave. And as soon as he exited Stark Tower, he realized he was being followed. Who are you? Hello, I am Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? Apologies, sir, your title is rather lengthy. May I ask what you need? Coulson, impeccably dressed, and with his hair neatly styled, smiled and replied. Sir, it is S-H-I-E-L-D. I am Phil Coulson, an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Wu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. So it is S-H-I-E-L-D, but I have no intention of crafting a shield. Farewell, sir. We are a government organization. I am aware that you are currently residing at Director George's house. I merely request your assistance in the investigation, which will not cause you much inconvenience and will alleviate many of your troubles. Coulson smiled and interjected, while Wu Lu frowned. Very well, Coulson. Since you have come to seek me out, you should understand that I am a physician of considerable expertise. I also run a sizable clinic. If you are willing to compensate me for a day's lost wages, I would be inclined to accompany you. Coulson was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone demanding such remuneration in his cases before. Sir, we are a government organization, he began. Mr. Coulson, as far as I know, your organization does not fall within the official hierarchy, and currently, you lack legal documents and evidence. Time is of the essence for someone like me. You see, I am merely a destitute student from Huaxia. If you insist on wasting my time, I can provide you with my lawyer's number. All right, sir. Coulson replied with a wry smile, How much do you want? $20,000. 20,000? Why not just rob a bank? Fine, fine. If you can prove that you are indeed without fault, I will request that funding from the director. Wu Lu climbed into Coulson's car, whistling as they soon entered an unmarked building. Contrary to its exterior's antiquated and understated appearance, the interior was remarkably futuristic and luxurious. Hey there, beautiful lady. Do you have time for a dinner date? Wu Lu couldn't resist whistling at a stunning woman he encountered. Coulson quickly covered Wu Lu's mouth, whispering, Sir, if you wish to leave here alive, it would be wise to lower your voice. She is the most formidable woman here. Oh, handsome boy, Coulson. Is he the one you've been keeping an eye on? The one who seduced Stark? The woman approached Wu Lu, standing about 165 centimeters tall, shorter than him, yet gazing up at him as if he were an intriguing prey, an oriental man. I have yet to savor such an experience. Not tonight, perhaps another time. Natalia, are you interested in this charming fellow as well? Another attractive woman emerged from the office, addressing Coulson. Bring him along. Hill, don't be so dull. This handsome lad is currently the most sought-after man in New York, worth $2 billion. I can't imagine how many affluent women wish to claim him. The woman swayed her curvaceous figure towards Wu Lu, blowing him a kiss before hastily departing. Coulson led Wu Lu into Hill's office, saying, Hill, I leave him in your capable hands. I still need to request additional funding from the director. Go on, and be sure to increase it by 50%. I planned a vacation in Hawaii in a couple of days. Coulson hesitated for a moment before stepping out. All right, let us hope this does not happen again, Agent Hill. Stop staring. Come in, Hill commanded. You've landed yourself in quite a predicament, Hua Xiaoman. She closed the office door and fixed her gaze on Wu Lu. I have heard that Stark has expended $2 billion on your behalf, facilitating the joint hosting of the 2008 World Cup by Huaxia in Japan and South Korea. Even his rumored girlfriend has turned against him because of you. Is that true? Indeed, though not in the manner you might assume, the outcome remains the same. Why have you summoned me here? Relax, my friend, Hill remarked with a sardonic smile. If Stark willingly spends on you, everything would be perfectly fine, but this world is rife with uncertainties. Thus we need to conduct a minor test. You must demonstrate that you are not one of those uncertainties and have not employed any extraordinary means. Agent Hill, you underestimate Tony Stark. If he desires not to be controlled, no one can impose their will upon him. Of course, I shall cooperate with your test. But I have one request. What is it? After the test, may I have the pleasure of a date with you? Perhaps in Hawaii? Wu Lu, irritated by the other's arrogance, had already resolved to give Hill a taste of her own medicine. Apologies, but I have a boyfriend. A boyfriend? Does he possess a physique like mine? Wu Lu stripped down entirely, revealing his robust physique, leaving Hill utterly astonished. Oh my God, are you truly from China? Is it natural? Certainly, Agent Hill, do not doubt your judgment. Hill inhaled deeply, yet you appear nothing like one. Wu Lu donned his clothing. How do you believe a Chinese person should behave? Cowering in a corner calling for their mother? You anticipated this scene when you brought me in for an examination. Did you not? I simply do not wish to be toyed with like a lifeless entity. Conversing with a beauty such as yourself, while fully conscious, is remarkably delightful. Well, I am beginning to understand why you are valued at $2 billion. You are indeed exceptional. If you have no objections, I am available tonight. After their dialogue concluded, Wu Lu soon reclined within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-tech diagnostic apparatus. Numerous scientists commenced various tests around the device. The genetic profile comparison was complete. Age and ethnicity matched, confirming he was not an extraterrestrial being. The genetic system scan concluded without any mutations, indicating no superhuman abilities. The body scan finished without signs of cybernetic modifications, revealing no logical inconsistencies, ruling out possibilities of cloning or augmentation. How is his physical condition? Remarkable. All bodily indicators have reached the peak of a Chinese individual. Should he compete in the Olympics, he would undoubtedly secure the all-around championship. Nick Fury's expression darkened. Hill, why are you inquiring about this? Director, I find it rather unscientific. The records indicate he is a doctor who does not favor exercise. How could he possibly reach peak condition without any anomalies? Thus, I wish to request further investigative contact. Very well, Hill, I shall allocate additional funding for you. I am aware this young man is quite alluring, and I do not mind if you develop a little story with him. But please refrain from letting your emotions interfere with your work. Hill's cheeks flushed as she led Wu Lu to a nearby luxury hotel. After a sleepless night, Wu Lu had the opportunity to thoroughly teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Chapter 19. The wealth-bringing boy. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly, and Wu Lu was filled with vitality. Reflecting on his recent triumphs, he could not help but recite a poem with great delight. 10 paces, 1 slain, 1,000 miles. No trace remains. Once the deed is done, I brush off my garments and conceal my identity. Whom did you slay? With a sudden creak of the door, Gwen arrived at the clinic, bringing breakfast from Chinatown. Wu Lu hastily retreated to the bathroom, tossing all his clothes into the washing machine before indulging in a warm shower. Gwen, it's the weekend, and you've come quite early. I was revisiting the classic poetry of our Chinese poets, reminding myself to never forget my roots, no matter where I am. By the way, did you not return home last night? Of course I did. Why would you think otherwise? After we had our drinks, George came to pick me up. He was the one who accompanied me back to the clinic. Once he finished showering and could no longer detect any lingering odors, Wu Lu emerged clad in a fresh, crisp white shirt and jeans. Realizing it was not Gwen who had caused his earlier anxiety, he relaxed and embraced her warmly. Oh, Gwen, you and George are quite heartless. I got drunk, and no one stayed behind to look after me, leaving me alone at the clinic. Wu, you have changed. Gwen gently cupped Wu Lu's face in her hands. George is right. You are a man now, and you should pursue your own ambitions. I have been studying Chinese culture, and I find that there are numerous expectations placed on men within our literature. Wu, if you aspire to be successful, you must cultivate your own dreams and career. One day, when you return to China, you should do so in glory. Wu Lu freed himself from Gwen's grasp. Gwen, you are rather dull. Oh, did I just overhear something I shouldn't have? Donna, clad in a lavender silk dress that revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, gazed at Wu Lu and Gwen with a playful smile, her sun hat and sunglasses humorously askew, nearly falling off. Donna, eavesdropping is an ill habit. I apologize, Sister Gwen. I promise I won't engage in such tedious behavior again. Wu, do you have any plans for today? Gwen's brow furrowed, her expression darkening as she turned to leave. Wu, aren't you going to chase after her? Chase what? Across the vast continuum of the universe, how much can one truly pursue? Encounters are already rare. If one does not cherish them, pursuing only leads to distress. By the way, Donna, aren't you supposed to study with your brother today? Donna, with a mischievous glint in her eye, quietly closed the door, leaping into Wu Lu's embrace and entwining her body around him like a koala. Wu, I have discovered a secret. What secret? The secret to controlling that crystal. The moment I recall something sorrowful, everyone around me will experience pain, despair, and even contemplate suicide. As she spoke, Donna's voice trembled. Today, on my way to the clinic, I saw a poor soul who missed his bus, and it suddenly reminded me of how my brother missed his chance to pick me up, which stirred a flicker of sadness within me. I swear, just a flicker of sadness. Donna formed the outline of an ant with her thumb and forefinger. To everyone's astonishment, the individual rushed headlong into the path of a moving freight truck and met a tragic end. Wu, I could not bear to remain beside my brother any longer. I feared I might bring about his demise. So, are you intending to bring harm to me? Donna, you are as heartless as Gwen. Oh no, Wu. Seeing you brings me immense joy, leaving no room for sorrow. In fact, when I am particularly elated, I can sense a door within that crystal. A gateway to another world. What door? Where does it lead? Can you see it? Wu's first instinct was to think of the infernal gates of Mephisto. That wretched being whose power is formidable, unlike many superheroes who flit about in the Marvel multiverse. Mephisto is the singular reflection of the true self, in other words. His strength is immense, and in most less powerful parallel worlds, he reigns supreme. Of course, Wu sensed that this world was also extraordinary. Yet he lacked the confidence to confront the true form of Mephisto. I cannot see it, but it must be a world of candy or chocolate. I can feel its sweetness. Wu, would you kiss me to elevate my spirits? Perhaps then I could discern what lies beyond. No, Donna, you are still a child. Although your body is quite mature, your heart remains that of an 11-year-old. I wish for you to possess a clear and lucid understanding of yourself. Perhaps in 7 or 8 years, I may fulfill your wish, but certainly not now. Your discovery is valuable, yet for the time being, Donna. Listen to me. Do not approach that mysterious door, for we cannot foresee the dangers that may lie ahead. Both you and I are currently vulnerable. Do you suspect that the Demon King lurks behind the door? It should not be him. Donna recalled, before I awakened. The Demon King often transformed into an old man, conversing with me and encouraging my strength, yet he never touched that crystal. Once, while speaking with me, the crystal suddenly radiated an intense brightness, and the old man, no, the Demon King, became transparent, vanishing for many days. Wu observed the turmoil on Donna's face and gently gathered her dark hair. Donna, do not be overly anxious, regardless of what resides beyond the door. It is best to leave it be for now. The joys of the candy world and chocolate houses can be provided by both your brother and me. The darkness of the past has receded, so do not dwell on it any longer, all right? Wu, I fear that everything is merely a dream. A dream I have endured for 6 years. It has been so difficult for me. Wu embraced Donna, caressing her silky hair, understanding that what she needed most was not conversation, but a release of the darkness and shadows that lingered within her. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Wu gently set Donna down on a nearby chair. Business is here. Donna, quickly wash your face. You are now the sole nurse at our clinic. Yes. As the door swung open, a burly man clad in a rugby uniform entered, his countenance resembling that of a formidable giant. His arms were as thick as Wu Lu's thighs, and had it not been for their normal hue, Wu Lu might have thought the Hulk had arrived. Are you Doctor Wu Lu? He inquired. Indeed, I am. What ails you? Wu Lu responded. Ha ha ha, I do not seek treatment. I have come to bestow upon you a financial gift. With a resounding clap of his hands, the man summoned 3 suited gentlemen from outside, each carrying a leather suitcase. Upon opening the cases, they revealed neatly arranged stacks of American dollars. I have heard that your extraordinary clinic promises to fulfill all human fantasies regarding the body. And I happen to have a brilliant idea. Chapter 20. Collaboration with Jean Bing. You have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Tina, Mr. Mad is heading out today. Please assist him at his firm. I can manage here. Tina rose and departed, her graceful figure and exquisite beauty failing to pique Jean Bing's interest in the slightest. Jean Bing. That would be me. You are the first to comprehend my worth. I am quite pleased. Now, tell me, how much is it in dollars? This will determine the extent of services I can provide. Jean Bing waved his subordinates away, laughing heartily. Oriental gentleman, I find you quite delightful. Here is $3 million. A complete gift to you. Naturally, should your capabilities exceed my expectations, even more funds will flow into your account. $3 million. Wu Lu felt his composure waver. Given the recent fluctuations in the currency markets, his homeland was in dire need of such stability for the offshore exchange rate of the Huaxia currency. Jean Bing, I am aware of your generosity. If you seek to cure all your ailments, this sum is more than sufficient. I could even render you as handsome and robust as Captain America, though I refer specifically to physique and appearance. Are you interested? Ha ha ha, Wu. You are indeed amusing. Jean Bing's large hand rested on the table, making the coffee cup appear diminutive in comparison. I knew it. Wu, you possess remarkable power. However, for the time being, it is unnecessary. My profession is somewhat peculiar, as you know, and the bulk of my physique can sometimes be quite oppressive. Ah, the sensation of oppression. So, is it true you wish to restore your arm? Wu Lu stood and opened the refrigerator. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had you come a day later, that arm would have been beyond salvage. My apologies, Wu. You have misjudged my intent. That wretched fellow has met his demise. I am here for myself. I wish to grow stronger. I am aware that your mysterious East harbors many powers that surpass the ordinary. I even know an old fellow who has surpassed 400 years of age. Lady Gao? I am familiar with her. She wields the power of the mystical Kunlun 7 Dragons relics. If you could procure such an artifact, you would surpass her and become a superhuman. What do you say? Are you interested? Jean Bing's eyes sparkled with intensity. Wu, she is not easy to deal with. What a pity. Without extraordinary biological organs or tissues, one must resort to known organisms to satisfy the needs of the body. You see, I am merely a physician. The network of connections is rather limited. Thus, many precious resources remain inaccessible. Wu El discarded the arm of the target into the refuse pile, pausing for a fleeting 2 seconds to mourn the antagonist who had yet to make his full entrance before his untimely demise. This was merely the time for hand-washing. Very well, Jean Bing, what is it that you desire? An existence as enduring as that of Lady Gao, or a physique as formidable as that of a mighty tiger? Or perhaps a pair of wings to soar through the skies? All of these are easily attainable. I want them all. Apologies, but that is simply not feasible. I possess wealth, considerable wealth. This much I am aware of. However, let me illustrate. The load capacity of an automobile will never exceed that of a train. This is not merely a matter of the number of wheels, but rather one of intrinsic qualifications. I recognize your immense strength, both in physical prowess and combat skills, placing you among the pinnacle of humanity. Yet, the human body is inherently fragile, and thus, the techniques available to be employed without altering its fundamental structure are exceedingly limited. Should you opt for longevity, I could endeavor to incorporate the unique attributes of creatures such as the lobster, great white shark, tardigrade, or sea turtle into your anatomy. Naturally, this would result in alterations to your muscle density and lifestyle habits. Conversely, if you choose strength, I could replace your tendons with those of large predators, and even substitute your bones and heart, transforming you into a humanoid beast. Do not be overly greedy. Jean Bing, with a grave expression, inquired, Doctor, are you suggesting that you can interchange and enhance various organs and tissues within my body? How can you ensure that you will not manipulate me for your own ends? The very presence of Wu El had made Jean Bing acutely aware of the necessity for utmost secrecy, leading to all individuals privy to the situation, including his chief physician Eugene, being targeted, including the unfortunate target himself. This was all in pursuit of monopolizing any potential benefits Wu El might bring. With a snap of his fingers, Wu El erupted in laughter. Jean Bing, you underestimate me far too much. You also overrate yourself. Jean Bing was horrified to discover that he was now utterly immobilized, save for his thoughts. Before me, you are not. Wu El dislocated Jin Bing's limbs, retracting them from the surgical domain. Jin Bing instinctively attempted to throw a punch, only to lose his balance and tumble beneath the table. Jin Bing, I am merely a physician and can only earn the trust of my patients through the demonstration of my skills. I ask for your understanding. Wu El presented him with a mirror, and as Jin Bing gazed into it, he was struck with disbelief and shock, realizing that no matter how he twisted and turned, he could not advance a single step. This is simply astonishing. Is this some form of sorcery from the East? Wu, I believe in you now. Can you help me revert to my former self? If my subordinates were to see me in this state, I would command no respect on the streets. I cannot procure enough dollars to trade with you. Of course, Wu El replied with a smile. I have always maintained that I harbor no ill will towards you. In the blink of an eye, Wu El restored Jin Bing's limbs. However, to his astonishment, Jin Bing immediately retrieved 2 grenades from his trousers and hurled them at Wu El's feet. Damn you, yellow-skinned monkey, how dare you threaten me? I have encountered all manner of enhanced individuals while traversing the underworld. Die, boom, boom. 2 explosions erupted beside Wu Lu, yet the debris and smoke seemed to freeze in time. With composure, Wu Lu emerged from the chaos, and amidst Jin Bing's astonished gaze, he maneuvered him into safety. Boom. The explosions continued, leaving Jin Bing gasping for breath on the ground. Now do you comprehend your naivety, Jin Bing? Against ordinary individuals, or even some street-level superheroes. You appear formidable, but before me, you are utterly fragile. Now, as you teeter on the brink of death, do you have any final words? Cooperation. After contemplating for 10 seconds, Wu Lu resolved to save Jin Bing. In the current underworld, Jin Bing's presence was more beneficial than detrimental, despite the lingering evils. A semblance of order and balance had been maintained. Should Jin Bing perish, it was uncertain how many would seize power. You are fortunate. Wu Lu spent a minute repositioning Jin Bing's damaged muscles and skin to less critical areas while administering the clinic's special medications and anti-inflammatory drugs. Thank you, Jin Bing exclaimed. Astonished at his body's swift recovery, though his left leg throbbed painfully. After their encounter, Jin Bing abandoned any thoughts of subduing Wu Lu. You have truly amazed me, Wu. No wonder you are the doctor with the Midas touch. Our collaboration will be splendid. That better be the case. I hope there won't be a next time for offense. Of course. Jin Bing's round face glistened with beads of cold sweat. I wish to enhance my strength to your level. Is that possible? Wu Lu's expression twisted in exasperation. Are you suggesting I swap my body parts with you? Jin Bing sheepishly replied, of course not. Wu, how should I go about empowering myself? First, you should establish a private zoo. Gathering an array of peculiar creatures from around the globe, perhaps I could discover a perfect alternative. Chapter 21. Tony Stark's green hat that big fellow has left? Donna remarked. One must not treat clients with such discourtesy. Wu Lu chuckled heartily. Do you realize the profit this hefty individual has brought us? $3 million, a whopping $3 million. It's hard to fathom how lucrative the syndicate can be. Donna, what do you think about us starting our own syndicate? The Black Medical Alliance? You have no taste. Wu Lu retorted, let us head home. Work is done for the day. Here is your salary. He produced a thick stack of American dollars and offered it to Donna, who declined to take it. Wu, I told you, I cannot be with my brother. Damn it. Wu Lu stared at Donna, unsure of her sincerity. After assuming his devilish form, he had teased her as an 11-year-old girl, yet her true experiences and cunning were likely far beyond his own. Wu Lu intended to have a heart-to-heart with Stark, but with a ticking time bomb by his side. He dared not risk bringing Donna to meet the mustachioed man before devising a solution. All right, today we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Ultimately, Wu Lu chose to trust Donna's words, deciding to observe her interests before tailoring his approach accordingly. Amusement parks, shopping, shooting, arcade. How do you feel about it now? Much better. Observing Donna deeply engrossed in the world of video games, Wu Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her attention was diverted, it was preferable to the company of a psychopathic killer. Wu Lu turned to procure a portable gaming console when Donna suddenly leaped into his arms, exclaiming, Where are you going? A pang of concern struck Wu Lu. Was the gaming console not appealing enough? Donna, your character is about to die. Why have you stopped playing? Don't you like it? I do, but you're leaving, and that frightens me. Donna gazed at Wu Lu with a pitiful expression. Wu Lu chuckled softly, all right. I'm merely planning to buy a few for you to take home and enjoy. I'm not leaving. Really? Donna returned to her seat with a conflicted look, fearing that Wu Lu might be deceiving her. Indeed. Yay, that is wonderful. It was not until 8 in the evening that Donna and Wu Lu departed, driving to Stark Tower. Upon entering, they were met with a sharp glare from a fashionable lady. Miss Potts, it's good to see you again. This is my companion, Donna. How does she compare to Stark? What are you doing here again, you scoundrel? Trying to lure Tony into sending money to your homeland? Miss Potts. If my tongue wielded such power, I would be in romantic France, enjoying the flowers and moonlight, or in elegant Vienna, listening to music, rather than seeking out a workaholic. I've come to assist Tony with a minor health issue. Please entertain my companion. Companion? Surely, you're not referring to this internet-addicted girl? Please, Potts. Do not harbor prejudice against me. You can verify it if you wish. Pepper sighed in exasperation. I truly wonder how Tony has encountered someone like you. Miss Donna, please follow me. Go ahead. We shall return shortly. Very well. Donna, clutching the gaming console, followed Potts as Wu-Lu, guided by J.A.R.V.I.S. Met Stark. Oh dear, what have you done to yourself? Stark lay on the sofa, bruised and dejected, watching a football match with indifference. It's all thanks to you. Wu, what brings you here? Tony, do you have any plans to visit the Middle East? Perhaps to assess the might of Stark Industries' weaponry? Who told you that? Stark retorted with a mocking grin. Wu, your information is utterly ludicrous. I have plenty of lovely ladies waiting for my attention. Why would I venture to that godforsaken place? Stark Industries has no need for such low-end products as oil. That is good to hear. It seemed there was still some time to revel in ease. Truth be told, Wu-Lu found life in the Marvel Universe significantly more comfortable than in his previous world. No competition, no aimless wandering. As long as Tony Stark refrained from publicly declaring himself Iron Man, this tranquil existence could persist. What do you wish to discuss with me? The World Cup? Apologies, Wu. But I've changed my mind. I no longer plan to go to Huaxia. I've witnessed the abysmal pre-performance of their World Cup football team, simply catastrophic. Indescribable. Utterly beyond words. Certainly not, my friend. I have no intention of watching their matches either. This sentiment is widely shared in Huaxia. Our journey is still long. Yet I cannot forget your kindness. Tony, I have recently conceived a brilliant idea. Would you be interested in experiencing it? What? I overheard your conversation with Potts. I assure you, I am in excellent health. As you know, Jarvis conducts daily health assessments on me, and all my indicators are remarkably perfect. I am well aware of your good health. Pray, share your ingenious concept. Recently, I have achieved a breakthrough in my technology, which prompts me to ponder, why do we need to eat? Why do you consume hamburgers, pizza, and steak? Why do you drink milk and juice? Oh, that question is quite simple. The human body is essentially a machine, with the engine fueled by bioenergy. Everything we consume serves as energy and lubricant. Do you comprehend this? I understand it all too well. Hence, are you interested in trying out this new energy source? What do you mean? You imply, Stark paused. Soon grasping the notion, you are mad. You have truly developed that technology? Indeed. Of course, you know that the enigmatic Huaxiao is capable of anything, particularly in the realm of new energy, where it excels beyond all others. This jest is hardly amusing. Wu, this is not a commendable technology. I mean, it is not one that can enhance productivity. However, for individuals, it holds life-saving significance. Overall, I have yet to decide whether to promote it. But I believe it could be worth $20 billion to you, Tony, as a repayment for your favor. All right, my friend, you are placing me in a difficult position. We are friends. I do not seek your repayment. Indeed, we are friends. Wu-Lu chuckled. Yet in Huaxiao, the practice of mutual assistance among friends is a customary norm. You need not take offense. Consider this. You spend an hour each day eating, accumulating to several days each year solely devoted to incessant consumption. How much of your life is squandered? Well, it doesn't sound too bad, yet it feels rather strange. What must I do? You need not do anything. I shall handle it. Wu-Lu produced a small vial of reagent from his pocket. This is a material I painstakingly sourced, combining the advantages of over 500 potent plants. Are you prepared? Where do you intend to apply it? Will I turn entirely green? No, just a small area atop your head will suffice. Its photosynthesis is 100 times more potent than that of ordinary plants, and it can directly deliver the synthesized substances to your stomach via your bloodstream and osmotic pressure, while also generating oxygen for your respiration. Marvelous. Bring it on. Chapter 22. The sweet kiss of Pepper Potts. The functionality was successfully initialized. Wu-Lu observed as Tony Stark's golden locks gradually took on a verdant hue, ultimately transforming into a vibrant and lush green, which was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. It exuded a natural vitality and energy. Oh, Wu, what have you done to me? I now feel a warm sensation coursing through my body, as if I have regained several years of youth. Tony, it is complete. You may examine it for yourself. Tony Stark gazed into the mirror and remarked, Hey, looking absolutely dashing. I dare say my current appearance could certainly entice even more alluring companions to share my bed. You have quite the audacity. Perhaps you should first assess your health, Wu-Lu retorted, lacking experience and in dire need of data. Haha. I think I should first seek out Potts to showcase my magnificent hair, Stark mused, draping an arm around Wu-Lu's shoulder. Buddy, you aren't planning to disseminate this information, are you? Obtaining data may only amplify your worries. How about we wait until you come to terms with it before delving into the details? he suggested. Nonetheless, I can assure you, I feel absolutely fantastic right now. Tony, if you're not apprehensive about side effects, then why not? Wu Lu pondered, conceding to Stark's reasoning. Humans are exceedingly complex beings. If everyone could perform photosynthesis, what would be left to strive for? The pursuit of growing taller and larger like a tree. Simply to absorb more sunlight, only to grow even taller and larger? A shiver ran down Wu Lu's spine, prompting him to halt his daydreaming. Rest assured, my friend. Should anything unusual arise, I will promptly inform you. As the two descended the stairs, they were met with Pot's shrill exclamation. Tony, what on earth are you up to now? Doctor, I'm aware of what a green hat signifies in your culture, she added. What do you mean? Hey, Pepper, don't fret. It's merely a minor procedure. Look, I am far healthier than before, Tony replied, bounding over to Potts and effortlessly lifting her, twirling her around with ease. Put me down, Potts exclaimed, feeling the strength of Stark's heartbeat and his powerful muscles, her cheeks flushing as she struggled. Haha, now do you believe me? I apologize, Wu, I misjudged you. Miss Potts, perhaps a kiss of apology would facilitate my acceptance of your contrition. Potts rolled her eyes. You are insufferable, just like Tony. Yet, with a smile, she approached Wu Lu and bestowed a kiss upon him, prompting him to swiftly capture the exhilarating moment with his phone. Haha, Pepper. If you dare speak loudly when next we meet, at your wedding to Tony, I shall have this photo enlarged to 50 inches and displayed at the entrance. How tedious. Wu Lu chuckled to himself. How could it be tedious? Although Potts was an ordinary person, within the realm of Marvel enthusiasts, she was an exceptionally captivating woman. And the value of such a photograph far surpassed that of mere autographs. All right, Potts, Tony, we shan't intrude any longer. Farewell. Very well, my friend, do visit again soon. Absolutely. Just as Wu Lu stepped away, Obadiah hurried in with a document in hand, urgently seeking Tony. Tony, we have encountered an issue with a weapons order in the Middle East. They claim the group has produced a batch of defective items. You may need to address this. Understood, Uncle, I shall handle it. Tony, your new hairstyle is quite impressive. It suits you well. Thank you. As he perused the document, Tony Stark's brow furrowed. There was indeed no issue with the weapons order, yet he pondered, how did Wu Lu know? Upon realizing that he would not be heading to the Middle East, a palpable sense of relief washed over him. Could this have anything to do with him? Potts, come with me. In the studio, Tony held Pepper tightly in his embrace, the air thick with an ambiguous tension. Unable to resist, Potts leaned in for a kiss, but Tony gently pushed her away, shaking his head. What is the matter? Do you mind if I kissed your good friend? No, Potts, I understand your heart belongs solely to me, just as mine does to you. However, we currently have more pressing matters at hand. Have you not always been curious about why I invested $2 billion in Wu? Are you willing to enlighten me now? Indeed, I sensed a certain unease. This information may prove useful. Jarvis, investigate Wu's recent activities and see if there are any signs of contact with the Middle East. Understood. Sir. Potts looked perplexed. Tony, aren't you friends? My dear, what do you perceive friendship to be? Like-mindedness, empathy, mutual assistance. Do you believe we embody any of those qualities? Our professions differ, our backgrounds are dissimilar, and we are both titans in our respective fields, making it nearly impossible to assist one another. The coveted $2 billion cannot buy genuine friendship. We are merely acquaintances for now. Tony, what are you trying to convey? Wu is no ordinary individual. Do you know why my hair has turned green? Potts shook her head. Isn't it dyed? No, Tony thought, and suddenly, a green apple sprouted from his hair. He plucked it and handed it to Pepper. It has now become a part of me, capable of photosynthesis and fruit production. How terrifying. Potts gasped, her luscious red lips agape in disbelief. Has he truly developed such technology? This will have a monumental impact on the world. No, Potts. Do not be alarmed. In fact, Wu is not yet aware of the true power of this technology. He merely believes it can perform photosynthesis to replenish energy. In reality, beyond that, in producing fruit, it can also enhance the body. I feel revitalized, Potts. Do you know why I hesitated to propose to you? Because I feared I could not meet your expectations. But things have changed. I am now confident. After a night of battle, I am more than capable. Please, do not leave tonight. Tony, are you proposing to me? Haha. Potts, you know my career has just begun. Potts stepped on Tony Stark's foot. So you summoned me just to say this? To showcase your new abilities and virility? Apologies, but I am not interested. Pepper rose in anger, and despite Tony's repeated pleas, he could not halt her departure. As she vanished from view, he called out, Potts, Wu is extraordinary. Should you encounter trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Before he could finish, Potts had already hurried out of Stark Tower. Mr. Stark, I found a book that you might want to read. What is it? Love Compendium suggests that this tome can enhance your work efficiency. Jarvis, attend to your duties. Yes, sir. I have meticulously examined all communication records as per your request and found no evidence of any contact between Wu and the Middle East. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it. Jarvis, please ensure the aircraft is well maintained. I shall be heading to the Middle East tomorrow. Chapter 23. The Punisher and the Killing Machine. Woo. What is your perspective on relationships? Donna, nestled in the co-pilot seat, inquired while playing a game. The last person to ask me this in the car was Gwen. Do you harbor feelings for me? I am uncertain. Perhaps I regard you merely as a father figure. Oh, that is rather heartening, but your biological father is still alive. I wonder how he would perceive this. However, he has long abandoned my brother and me. To me, he is already deceased. Donna, oftentimes. Having something is far more blissful than having nothing. Many yearn for a living father, even if he is a scoundrel, disabled, or in a vegetative state. While parents are present, life holds promise. When they depart, only the journey home remains. Is that yet another ancient proverb from your culture? Indeed. I suggest you and Strange visit your homeland to meet your father. Perhaps you might resolve your misunderstandings. He would surely meet his end at my hands. You see, I struggle to control my emotions. All right, let us change the subject. What would you like to eat when we return tonight? I desire steak, tuna, and fruit pizza. Let us shop in Chinatown. Honestly, at times I find it perplexing that shops here close so early. One cannot work incessantly, can they? What is the meaning of life then? To build one's nation, ensuring prosperity for all. Then why can we not simply enjoy a good life now? Leave the concerns of the next generation to them. Woo. I find it challenging to comprehend your culture. My apologies. It is all right. At times I, too, struggle to understand. Truth be told, Wu once pondered this matter. Each generation toils for the happiness of the next. Yet, why does the generation destined for happiness still labor? This logic seems inconsistent, almost unscientific. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to the inherent sense of concern and the industrious nature of the Chinese people, which leads to the tumult of their lives. Wu does not advocate hedonism. Rather, he believes the Chinese deserve a better existence. Suddenly, a violent jolt snapped Wu from his somber reverie. Oh damn, it seems we have collided with something. Donna, did you see that? It appeared to be a black plastic bag, though it could also be a homeless person. Ugh. Wu pressed the brake and swiftly exited the vehicle to investigate, only to find a bloodied figure sprawled on the road, covered in filth. We struck someone. Hurry, come help. Damn it, the sanitation in New York is appalling. As Wu called for Donna's assistance, he felt a cold metallic object pressed against his head. Do not move. Do as I say. Donna was at a loss, on the verge of unleashing her anguish to obliterate the adversary. Wu Lu waved his hands urgently. Hey Donna, calm down. He is merely agitated due to his injuries and meant no harm to me. Indeed, madam. I harbor no intention of injuring an ordinary person. Please do not panic or raise your voice. Otherwise, your man may not survive the night. Buddy, take it easy. You are gravely injured and bleeding. And I just happen to be a doctor. Coughing violently, the robust man spat blood. Oriental, do not play tricks. Hurry and take me out of here. To apartment 47. Tribeca, Brooklyn. Wu Lu struggled to assist the hefty man into the vehicle. Sir, rest assured, I will transport you to your desired location. But could you please lower the weapon for now? My companion cannot drive. The bulky man grimaced. Kid, do not try anything funny. I have a bomb on me. If you dare to play tricks, we shall meet Satan together. Satan? Wu Lu inquired with curiosity. Sir, I understand that you Westerners worship God. Why do you prefer Satan instead? Coughing again, the man gasped and sneered. The things I do would not please God, and I harbor no fondness for him either. Enough chatter, drive. Rest assured, if you get me back, you and your companion may leave, but remember, do not wash your car within a week. Wu, has he fallen asleep? Donna asked, glancing at the injured man lying in the back seat. Yes, he has lost too much blood, leading to cerebral hypoxia, resulting in a state of unconsciousness, conserving energy to sustain life. Wu, how about we take him to the police station? He seems like a villain. I can smell the strong scent of blood on him. Are you suggesting we hand him over to George? You are still just a child. George cannot handle this major predicament. Who as a child? Wu, feel me. I am certainly not a child. Donna, stop. I am still driving. Keep calm. We cannot afford distractions. Wu Lu exclaimed as he pried Donna's hand away, focusing intently on the road. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Knock. Knock, knock. Wu Lu rapped on the door. Is anyone home? It appeared no one was present. Donna pressed against the wall, listening intently before reaching a conclusion. All right. It seems this fellow is still a lone wolf. We need to get him inside. Do you know who he is? Yes, his identification accidentally fell to the ground earlier, and I slipped it back into his pocket. Donna retrieved the ID. Frank Castle? Is he well known? He is quite infamous back in my hometown. A formidable figure, in short. It's best to avoid provoking him. Donna produced a key and unlocked the door. Be cautious. Suddenly, a flash of a blade emerged from the darkness, aimed swiftly at Donna's neck, so fast that Wu Lu's surgical instincts had no time to activate. Clang! A butterfly knife struck against Donna's neck, producing a crisp sound. Swish, swish, swish. A young girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, suddenly leaped forth, brandishing a butterfly knife that danced menacingly in the air. In an instant, she had pierced the vital points of Donna's body repeatedly, eliciting nothing but a cacophony of screams and cries of pain from her, with no tangible effect. Indeed, as the old man had rightly said, there are always greater individuals beyond oneself, and even a woman with formidable combat spirit and physical prowess could leave me powerless. The girl ceased her assault and stood before Wu Lu. Oriental, what have you done to my uncle? How did you find your way here? Are you plotting against me? You wealthy individuals are inherently treacherous. Do you intend to capture me as a sexual slave or harvest my organs? So be it. Wu Lu observed the girl's small hand reaching towards the katana at her waist, and it became evident what her intentions were. Do not be alarmed. I am a doctor. He is gravely injured and on the brink of death. If you do not trust us, we can return him to you immediately. Wait a moment. The girl, somewhat skeptical, dashed into the house and emerged with a device aimed at Wu Lu. Repeat that. I am a doctor, and we mean no harm. Well, I suppose that suffices. Follow me. Chapter 24. The limits of Wu Lu's medical skills. Oh my. I can hardly believe this. Is this truly your home? It resembles more of an armory. Who are you? I am Mindy McLeody, and this is Frank Castor, who serves as my guardian for the time being. Make yourselves comfortable. We only have cola here. Would you like some? Thank you. With ice, please. Wu Lu laid Frank upon the bed and tended to his wounds with care. Little sister. I can only drink beverages at room temperature for the next couple of days. Thank you. Are you human? Mindy, taken aback, brought cola for the two and remarked. I thought you were a robot. How is your skin so resilient? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable when you sleep at night? I am indeed human, and my skin only hardens when under attack. Feel free to test it. Is that permissible? Mindy asked, pointing at her own nose. Absolutely. Yes, that would be splendid. Mindy approached Donna, extending her hand to explore, her eyes gleaming brighter with every touch, even neglecting the bear. This is so cool. How did you achieve this? If only the old man had such skin, he would not have perished. All credit goes to the doctor. He facilitated the transplantation of some unique elements. Indeed. That would be me, Wu Lu chuckled. Provided you can afford the fee, I could assist you in a similar transplantation. Is it costly? Naturally, as you can see. Its strength is akin to an invulnerability superpower. If it were inexpensive, I fear my time may be insufficient. Well then, if the old man were still alive, perhaps I would gather the funds to get him a set, but as it stands, I have no need to engage with foes stronger than myself. Frank is aware of this. Thus, he alone bore the brunt of the injuries. Beneath Mindy's nonchalant tone lay a current of concern. May I inquire, is this your profession? For instance, are you assassins? No, Frank is a vengeful spirit. He despises all forms of evil and relishes the idea of eradicating them completely. As for me, I act according to my whims. Have you encountered trouble this time? Hey, doctor, could you first assist Frank? Or are you perhaps an agent of the FBI, here solely to interrogate us? Very well. Wu awkwardly chuckled, realizing his words were a bit too candid. Though curious, he wondered who could have inflicted such injuries upon the Punisher, Frank, before Iron Man made his appearance. Frank, although merely an ordinary human, had already attained the pinnacle of human ability, being referred to as a level 10 agent by Nick Fury. He was certainly not a mere pawn like Black Widow or Hawkeye, who relied on their protagonist aura to get by. Even the current Matt would undoubtedly fall short against Frank. Dana, please keep this little sister company. Call me Mindy. I am no little sister. Very well, Mindy. We shall converse later. Wu meticulously examined Frank's wounds and discovered the alarming presence of severe thermal burns. Vast areas of skin had necrosed, a condition far beyond what his current surgical skills could remedy. He could replace, connect, or modify, but he could not conjure something from nothing. Mindy, Dana, you must retrieve 2 criminals. Frank requires them. I shall go. Mindy armed herself, donning a mask, resembling Zorro, her petite figure darting away like lightning, eager to assist Frank. I understand. Wu, why seek out criminals? Your medical skills surpass this. In truth, my medical expertise is not as profound as you may believe. At least not at this moment. His cells are largely necrotic, and I must find a substitute. Should I unleash the crystallized pain to open the gates below, as you did when you rescued me? No. Wu furrowed his brow. It is not yet time. Should Frank receive hellish components now, he would plunge deeper into the abyss. Dana, unless I bring it up, you must forget about this ability of yours. Do you understand? Very well. I just feel you seem quite concerned about them. Would you like a cup of coffee? With milk and sugar, thank you. 10 minutes later, Mindy returned, dragging 2 criminals much larger than herself into the room. How are they? Wu scrutinized them intently. What are their crimes? Trafficking in human organs, assaulting women, and drug dealing. Oh, they truly deserve their fate. Doctor, the rest is up to you. The 2 burly men showed no fear. Hey, you little brat, do you know who we are? We are members of the Viper Gang. If you dare to touch us, our bosses will make you suffer terribly. The Viper Gang? What a remarkable organization. Wu remarked with a smile. At present, it seems no one in all of New York is capable of dealing with the Viper Gang. Even Kingpin cannot contend with them. Mindy, you've stirred up quite a mess. Haha, kid, you possess some insight. In that case, hurry and release us. And let us play with these two lovely ladies for a few days. Once we've had our fun, we'll return them to you. What do you say? I shall sever but one of your arms, and this matter will be considered resolved. Oh, how magnanimous of you both. I had anticipated at least the loss of 2 legs, yet it appears this arrangement is quite agreeable. Mindy, what are your thoughts? If these 2 plump swine are willing to change their order, I would gladly accompany them. I wonder if they would consent. Ha ha ha, splendid, dear girl, you possess great insight. Today, fortune smiles upon you. After we finish with you, you shall not face death. Young man, why do you not hasten to sever your own leg? Do you wish to attract the attention of our serpent gang? Wulu cast a surprised glance at Mindy. This little one is quite sharp herself. The adversaries glared back defiantly at Wulu, while Donna watched the spectacle with a mischievous grin. The 2 fools from the serpent gang, entranced by the alluring Donna and the charming daughter next door, drooled shamelessly, their pants tinted in a most disgusting manner. A commendable idea. Yet my mood does not permit such indulgence today. I fear the serpent gang scrutiny, yet I dread even more the loss of my legs. Thus, I bid you to relish the sights of hell. Whoosh! The flash of a blade cut through the air, and the 2 criminals found themselves quite unscathed. Bursting into laughter, young man, if you lack ability, do not attempt to imitate others' bravado. I have encountered many like you, all are cowardly and feeble. When I am upon them, they wail like sheep. Wu Lu's anger surged. I had intended to toy with you, but now you have provoked my ire. A large piece of human skin was flung upon the table, fresh and devoid of blood. What have you done to us? Chapter 25. The Starry Dream of the Killing Woman. Humph. Wu Lu smiled cruelly. Originally, I had planned to bind you together and insert your sins into one another. Yet now, due to your insult towards someone from Huaxia, I shall transform you into a flayed human monstrosity. Observe closely, are all Easterners truly cowards? Whoosh. This time, without even a flash of the blade, the 2 wicked criminals resembled fresh meat for sale, their heads the only parts remaining intact, lacking skin protection, yet their muscles and fascia remained perfectly preserved, resembling exquisite works of art. Ah, one of them shouted, momentarily stunned. Brad, why do I not feel any pain? Neither do I. The 2 criminals from the serpent gang realized they had encountered a supernatural force, common enough within their ranks, as every small leader bore a code name. Do not doubt it, fools. This is due to my exceptional skill. The removal of the dermis has not damaged your nerves nor caused any wounds. However, without the protection of skin, your muscles cannot bear the weight of your bodies. In no more than 6 hours, your blood shall seep forth, and you will perish in despair. Repent, and perhaps in your next life, you may become a good person. Mindy, return them to the serpent gang, and leave them an address, the Unbelievable Clinic. Woo, I find myself wanting to be your woman. You are simply too cool, even cooler than Frank. I believe he ought to relinquish his title of Punisher. Stars sparkled in Mindy's eyes. Wulu spoke without a word. I truly wish to attract some mature vixens rather than undeveloped dumplings. Hurry, if you encounter members of the venomous serpent gang. Inform them that the perpetrator is Dr. Dongfang from the Unthinkable Clinic. Rest assured, it will be handled. How splendid. If you don't mind, may I capture a photograph of you with them? This would lend more credibility to our cause. Certainly. How could Wu Lu fear a gang? Even one endowed with supernatural powers? Click. The flash illuminated the scene as Mindy effortlessly uploaded the photo to her social media. Look at how cool my boyfriend is. What are you doing? Nothing. Just checking how it turned out. Mindy quickly shut down her social media. How would they transport these 2? Would they simply carry them? Could it possibly explode? Perhaps using water would be more convenient, if available. Good idea. Mindy transported the 2 using a water bucket, while Wu Lu commenced treatment for Frank. Setting bones, staunching blood flow, clearing clots, and suturing wounds. With the enhancement of surgical fruits. What would typically take an ordinary person 2 to 3 months to heal through their own circulatory system, Wu Lu accomplished in mere minutes. After replacing the necrotic skin, he wiped his face with a towel. All done. Of course, Donna, do you still question my medical skills? Certainly not, Wu. When it comes to physical healing, I dare say no one in the world surpasses you. However, when we found him, he was already unconscious. Indeed, that is true. Yet, every manifest symptom of the human body is driven by an underlying cause. Thus, you are correct. He remains in a coma. Perhaps he will awaken only when his brain acknowledges that he is indeed safe now. Wu, are you truly going to confront the venomous serpent gang? I could assist. Leaning against Wu Lu, Donna expressed her concern. I know you are formidable, but Wu, you are but one person. It's impossible to be on guard against others 24 hours a day. I worry for you. The alluring contours of her body stirred Wu Lu's thoughts. If he claimed to be a faithful person, he would be lying, as he could not restrain his desires. However, to label him as someone who indiscriminately pursued every woman would be unjust. He adhered to his own principles. He supported adult flirtations and profound emotional exchanges. Yet he would never deceive innocent young ladies. Unless he had determined her to be the one, thereafter it would all be about her. Clearly, no one had yet reached that level. Wu Lu gently pushed Donna away. Do not worry. I am most averse to trouble. This matter does not require our intervention. There will naturally be those who deal with that scum. Who? Director George? Donna felt a twinge of jealousy. She knew she could never compare to Gwen's family background. And the only thing she could measure was her own strength. Do not overthink it. Such a fruitless endeavor. Even if old George were to assist out of respect for Gwen, his team of capable fellows would not exert themselves. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the main party, and you will realize your worries were unfounded. All right, I trust you. Wu had yet to realize the uproar unfolding online. His image had not only spread throughout the Western world, but had also garnered countless admirers in the Eastern digital realm. While Mindy provocatively confronted the Viper gang, she was far from idle. Her post fervently embellished the saga of the super doctor, her tangled affections, and her relentless pursuit of justice, reiterating the tale with meticulous detail. Had she not been preoccupied with driving, she could have crafted an even more impressive montage. With visual evidence at hand, in less than half an hour, the likes, shares, and comments had surged past 5 million. Mindy beamed with delight as her account transformed from an obscure presence to that of the officially recognized street hero, the Super Kill. Reveling in her newfound attention. Since childhood, she had learned survival and the art of killing from her father. Yet deep within her heart resided a unique sense of romance and fantasy typical of young girls. She yearned to shine like her idol, Nicole Kidman, capturing everyone's gaze and becoming the center of attention wherever she went. At last, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Suddenly, with a screech of tires, Mindy narrowly avoided a collision with a reckless biker. Before she could assert herself, the biker lashed out with crude remarks, suggesting a night of debauchery. As he attempted to open her car door, Mindy thought, "Fine, let us have some fun tonight. No one is getting away." Bang, bang. The sharp reports of gunfire erupted as Mindy, transforming into a vigilante, not only shot at the bikers but also rammed her vehicle into them, creating chaos in an instant. Fortunately, she refrained from lethal force, merely aiming to intimidate them, yet injuries were inevitable. Upon arriving at the Viper's castle and returning the two gang members to their leader, they were momentarily bewildered by their predicament. "Boss, it's Robin. This kid and a doctor have skinned us alive and tied us together. You must take charge, or else the Viper gang will be in dire straits. Indeed, the one who stripped you of your skins is the Eastern doctor from my boyfriend's clinic. If you seek trouble, be my guest. I will ensure you all leave with broken teeth." With a mischievous grin, Mindy sped away. In the depths of the Viper's castle, several leaders stared at the body in the barrel, their heads throbbing with confusion. After confirming the two were merely lowly henchmen, they found themselves at a loss for words, grappling with indecision. Frankly, in such a situation, a swift bullet to end their misery would be the wisest choice. However, given the sheer number of gang members the girl had sent, a lack of response could severely undermine their unity. "Water Python, Robin and Brad are your subordinates. How do you propose we resolve this? Although they are under my command, they also represent our Viper gang, Rattlesnake leader. You are well aware of my current obligations. Madam Hydra is not an adversary to be trifled with." A brooding and imposing man cast a cold gaze upon the circle of leaders surrounding him. What Water Python said is indeed correct. Our foremost task now is to confront the Hydra matriarch and reclaim the second serpent crown from her grasp. Otherwise, the existence of our serpent gang will no longer be unique. He turned to Viper. "This matter shall be entrusted to you. At the next family gathering, I expect to see the head of that Oriental man." "Understood, Chief. Leave it to me. It shall be no problem." Originally, the Serpent Gang was formed to combat Captain America, with its leaders gaining mutant-like abilities through the power of the Serpent Crown. Subsequently, the Hydra matriarch covertly eliminated the gang's boss, Viper, and assumed control, ultimately seizing the Serpent Crown from the president of Roxanne Oil, Hughes. In a bid to counter the Hydra matriarch's Serpent Gang, Hughes reorganized a new group of members and somehow acquired another Serpent Crown, after which he mysteriously vanished. Rattlesnake then rose to become the leader of the new Serpent Gang, fiercely clashing with the Hydra matriarch, which is one reason why Kingpin currently enjoys a life of leisure. After all, the extraordinary powers within the Serpent Gang far exceed those of Kingpin. Ding ding ding. The landline phone rang, brightening Kingpin's eyes. This phone was known only to Dr. Wu. "Hello, Wu, what can I do for you?" "Recently, I've just acquired a piece of land. Those damn politicians are even more corrupt than our gang," came the laughter from the other end, Wu's voice light and teasing. "Kingpin, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Haha. Wu, do not be so formal. What business are we discussing? There's a gang after me. They may send someone to hunt me down. I hope you can send someone to protect me, a mere doctor. In return, I can grant you the ability to fly for 10 of your men. What do you say? Wu, you are far too generous. Such a small matter does not warrant such a grand reward. You know, I intend to engage in a long-term partnership with you. Do not underestimate my capabilities. Kingpin, the gang in question is the Serpent Gang, and they are not to be trifled with. The Serpent Gang? Kingpin searched his memory and unearthed a scrap of information. This small gang was a subordinate of his own subordinate, the Mad Dog Gang. Now that the Mad Dog Gang had been vanquished, he only needed to send a gang leader to take over. Haha, Wu, since you are so generous. It is settled then. My men will seek you out tomorrow morning. I hope you can keep the astonishing traditional Chinese medicine under wraps. It is for your own good. Understood. See you tomorrow. Wu hung up the phone, and Mindy rushed back in a flurry. Mindy, we must leave now. Shall we not stay a while longer? If we linger, the dawn will break. Frank is no longer in critical condition. Just ensure he takes some antibiotics and protein supplements, and he shall recover fully in a couple of days. And the consultation fee? Mindy inquired, pulling out her piggy bank to stop Wu. Your story is truly remarkable and deeply moving. Once, perhaps you encountered only darkness, but now, I wish to be a ray of light in your life, offering assistance to the good without charge. How can you discern that he is indeed good? Because he is with young Mindy. Farewell. Mindy stood there in a daze. Even her father had never told her she was a good person or that there was light in the world. Since childhood, she had been taught that the world resembled a dark forest, where falling behind would lead to suffering, and everyone harbored ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown warped, becoming a freak, cold-blooded, a murderer, and neurotic. As she got into the car, Donna glared at Wu Lu irritably. You seem to be exceptionally kind to every girl. Are you some sort of central air conditioning? If you perceive the world as filled with malice, it is because no one is willing to provide warmth. If you find the world rife with ambiguity, it is due to your own wavering heart. In truth, it is because I possess the capability now. Donna. You may not believe me, but my past circumstances were quite similar to Mindy's. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, justice was dormant, and malevolence reigned supreme. Is it because human nature is inherently evil? No, it is because they are too engrossed in their own struggles. Things have changed now. I wield unimaginable power. Even against a deity, if given the chance, I could extinguish them. Therefore, I do not mind unleashing my energy to inspire more individuals, making the atmosphere warmer. All right, my head is about to burst. I've made my decision. What? From now on, you will accompany me to classes at Imperial State University. What about the clinic? It doesn't matter. The more skilled the doctor, the shorter their working hours, and weekends are more than sufficient. After a night of silence, Donna slept soundly. Before the sun had fully risen, the sound of a business vehicle parking outside broke the stillness. Wu Lu, unhurried, went about his morning routine. Breakfast prepared. He opened the door. Wow, who is this young lady? Erica, the top assassin under Jean Bing. I've heard Matt speak of you. How about a visit with him? You're a friend of Matt? Erica asked in astonishment. A very familiar friend. He occasionally mentions the matters you had in bed. I've heard you have quite the appetite. Erica's expression darkened. Doctor, Jean Bing sent me for enhancement training. Let us not revisit the past. Is it just you? Of course not. Erica stepped out and called out, soon followed by 9 burly men entering the clinic, with Erica being the sole woman among them. This is the wolf hunting gang assisting Hans. And this is the Firefox gang aiding to you. That's enough. No need for full introductions. I have no interest in the lackeys, except for the beauties. You. One of the men, enraged by Wu Lu's description, was about to curse, only to be horrified to find his mouth had vanished. Young man, before you hurl insults, it's wise to assess your own strength. I have dealings with Jean Bing, and you are of no concern to me. Who goes first? Me. Erica swayed gracefully before Wu Lu, her subtle fragrance rendering him helpless. Chapter 27. Jean Bing's clash with the Viper Gang. Is this all? Of course. Erica gazed at her reflection in the mirror, perplexed, and said, I do not perceive any inadequacy within myself, doctor. You must be aware of the consequences of deception. Erica, you must place your trust in science. I have implanted flea genes in you. Fleas. Erica's expression darkened, as did the faces of the 9 burly men accompanying her. Do not underestimate fleas. These diminutive creatures can leap to heights that are 800 times their body size. If we were to translate this to human terms, it means you could potentially jump nearly 2,000 meters with a single bound. Consider the implications of 2,000 meters above ground. What does it equate to? Isn't it akin to flying? Well then, the transaction is complete, and you may return. However, heed this. Based on my observations, Erica, apart from your ability to leap twice daily, the rest of you may only jump once each day. Exceeding this limit could result in muscular rupture. When Jean Bin learned that Wu had modified his subordinates with flea genes, he felt no anger. In fact, this ability, which bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person, was far more discreet than sprouting wings to fly. Boss, what about him? Administer the nutrient solution first. After some time, I will discuss matters with the doctor and ensure he regains his speech. Remember, never provoke the doctor. He is exceedingly valuable to us. Understood. Erica, I am aware that you joined my ranks to escape the pursuit of the Hand Association. Now, I present you with an opportunity to confront them. Are you willing? Erica furrowed her brow. Jinbin, have you investigated me? Indeed, I know your former boyfriend is Matt Murdoch, a friend of the doctor. This is highly useful information, and I lament your previous experiences with the Hand Association. Should you choose to combat them, all resources at my disposal are yours to command. Furthermore, you may seek assistance from your ex-boyfriend. With his help, your quest for vengeance will be far more seamless. What do you desire, Jinbin? I seek the greatest secret beast of the Hand Association. I want that extraordinary creature and the 5 hidden dragon bones. In return for assisting you with your revenge, I shall also offer a reward to help your ex-boyfriend regain his sight. Moreover, I will facilitate the extraction of Lady Gao. Agreed. Haha, Erica. You will rejoice in your sagacity. I shall inform the doctor of our arrangement. He is an honorable man. Should you attempt to hoard the dragon bones and the beast for yourself, I will ensure that you and those dear to you meet a most untimely demise. Now go. With a swift leap, Erica vanished from sight. Jinbin gazed skyward, watching Erica soar into the distance, his eyes brimming with enchantment. What magnificent power! A remarkable doctor. I shall undoubtedly discover a creature that will leave you astounded. He extinguished his cigar with determination, pressing it firmly into the ashtray, and dialed an internal line. Kent, go and subdue the whelps of the Serpent Gang. If they dare to threaten the doctor further, eliminate them all. Boss, can we deploy heavy weaponry? Of course. We must demonstrate our resolve to the doctors. Rest assured, boss, I will crush them all. At a deserted arms disposal site, 4 tanks thunderously emerged, racing towards the Serpent Castle amidst the raucous cries of a gang of armed bikers. Mindy had spent the entire day indoors, lying on her bed, grinning as she scrolled through her phone. Thousands around the world had expressed their envy of her in real time, and numerous medical and research institutions had reached out to inquire if she could provide her boyfriend's contact information. The peeling machine was nothing short of the finger of God. However, one comment from a young girl infuriated her. Princess Rue, I viewed the photographs taken by the Piper, and I find them utterly implausible. Humanity lacks such peeling technology at present. Even in photographs, one can observe the blood and tissue fluid rolling beneath that exquisitely thin membrane. If not under anesthesia, there would inevitably be struggles. Perfection is unattainable. Yet, if anesthesia were employed, the recipient's blood flow would become exceedingly irregular, leading to inevitable rupture, even in water. The photo is authentic. I am an expert in photography, Radina. Whether you believe it or not, the image is genuine. A moment later, another identical photo appeared in the comments beneath Mindy's post, this time featuring an adorable black girl as the main subject. Princess Rue, let us have the expert Radina authenticate this photo. Is it real or fake? All right, I concede. I cannot discern, for the photographic equipment is indeed too primitive. Science demands a rigorous attitude. Everyone must keep their eyes open and not be deceived by online claims, especially concerning finances and personal information, in which I am quite adept. With Princess Rue's final comment, nearly all the major companies that had contacted Mindy retracted their emails. That wretched girl. Mindy hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it into 8 pieces. Cough, Mindy, what's wrong? There's a pesky troll reincarnated, determined to trouble me. One day, I shall deliver 2 shots to her head. Frank, how are you feeling? I feel well, Mindy. Can you tell me what happened? Why do I have a tattoo? A tattoo? Mindy lifted Frank's shirt to reveal a grotesque water python tattoo. This must be the signature tattoo of the Serpent Gang. Frank, your body suffered severe burns, so the doctors replaced your skin with that of another. Can skin be donated? Frank was genuinely surprised. This was the first he had heard of such a thing. Generally, skin grafts are akin to hair transplants, as they are regenerative. Typically, one's own skin is transplanted back to oneself. It grows in time. No one donates. It involves 2 evildoers, but they should be dead by now. Evildoers? Frank paused. So, does that mean I now have the blood of criminals coursing through my veins? Awaken. Frank, the doctor has informed me that the extent of your burns is a staggering 80%. Without a skin graft, your survival is uncertain. I cannot possibly procure suitable donors for your transplant. I understand, Mindy, thank you. However, I shall never allow the blood of villains to course through my veins. My existence is dedicated to punishing wrongdoers, and I refuse to let them taint my soul. With a swift motion, Frank used a dagger to sever the tattoos from his skin. Yet, I am not yet ready to embrace death. There are more pressing matters at hand. Mindy, take care of yourself in the meantime. I am pursuing a case of utmost significance for world peace. Frank rolled out of bed, bandaging his wounds and arming himself before driving away through the back entrance. What a war fanatic, Mindy lamented as she picked up her phone from the floor, checking for damage. Just then, she heard the thunderous roar of heavy machinery approaching. Oh dear, who on earth would be reckless enough to operate such large agricultural equipment here? Peering outside, she was astounded to see a motley crew of bikers and 4 vintage tanks firing upon the Serpent Castle. Mindy's jaw dropped. Oh my goodness, is this the doctor's backup plan? It's simply exhilarating. Chapter 28. The suffering of prisoner Tony Boss. It's bad news. The Iron Blade gang's kin has come knocking. He demands we rejoin Jean Bing's faction and leave the doctor alone. I merely uttered a few words, and he retaliated. Boom. Do you need to state the obvious? Tanks have rolled up to our castle. If Boss Viper and his crew return, how could I possibly face them as leader? Brothers, arm yourselves. Let's diminish the arrogance of Jean Bing's subordinates. Jean Bing. He merely thrived due to our lack of time to deal with him, believing himself to be the emperor of the underworld. Understood, boss. Today, he must feel invincible. Ever since Jean Bing unified most of the underworld factions, we've rarely seen such boldness. Tanks seeking a confrontation, let alone gunfire, has been a rarity. Today is truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Many of the younger members of the Iron Blade gang had yet to experience its might, and today would serve to showcase the gang's strength, inspiring them to dedicate themselves to the cause. Keep going. Have you not eaten? All tanks, maintain the bombardment. I will bear the consequences. Boom. Boom. The tank cannon zeroed in on the Serpent Castle, with each explosion yielding significant results. Those wretches. Once they were willing to align with the rabble of the Wild Dog gang, yet our formidable Iron Blade gang hesitates. We shall annihilate them all. Charge, my young warriors. The bikers surged forward, brandishing an array of firearms, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Serpent Castle, instantly transforming every visible fragile object into shrapnel. How thrilling, Mindy exclaimed, perched at the windowsill. Soon, she discovered a new way to garner followers, nearly placing her phone atop the tank's cannon to capture the action. My heavens, is this the everyday life in America? I thought gun violence was a daily occurrence. Why are they deploying tanks? Indeed, it is 100 times more thrilling than any film. I cannot help but think this must be a performance. Look, there's another figure at the edge. Oh, where has his head gone? Goodness, what has emerged from the castle? Could it be a monster? Where is the United Nations? There are individuals conducting illegal human experiments. Kent is reminiscing about past glories, pondering how to exaggerate his contributions when suddenly, a bizarre group of humans emerges from the Serpent Castle. The foremost among them stands about 2 meters tall, his body adorned with sharp, claw-like protrusions that resemble armor. Miller, quickly, take down that giant. Rest assured, boss. I was once the ace tank operator of the naval assault team. Artillery is my specialty. Boom. A tank shell strikes true, yet before Miller can rejoice, he witnesses the creature, unscathed, leaping onto the tank turret, swiftly dismantling it and dragging Miller out, tearing him apart. Hey, buddy, would you believe me if I said this is all a misunderstanding? Kent trembles before the monstrous figure, silently cursing his own negligence for underestimating the Serpent Gang. Why? Of course I believe you. However, now it is our mission to annihilate you, not a misunderstanding. The Viper extends his arms, intending to seize Kent and replicate Miller's fate, only to be startled by a sudden explosive sound nearby. In an instant, Kent, the gang leader, vanishes like a flea. Kill them, with a few swift actions. The Viper utterly demolishes all the tanks, then watches as his subordinates slaughter the Iron Knife Gang's members. Although the Serpent Gang's lackeys may not be as formidable as the Viper, each possesses unique abilities. Some can neutralize toxins, others have external exoskeletons, while some are remarkably agile, overwhelming Jean Bing's crew. Fortunately, they do not share the Viper's invulnerability. They bleed when shot and can die from critical hits. The Motorcycle Gang, amidst the chaos, suffers significant losses to the Serpent Gang, scrambling in disarray. Buzzing fills the air as helicopters roar overhead. The Viper, seething, retracts his exoskeletal features. Brothers, cease the pursuit. Let us assess our losses. We shall demand compensation from Jean Bing for these. The inhuman forms of all members swiftly revert to that of ordinary humans. As the National Guard surrounds the Serpent Castle, Mindy hastily retracts her head, uploading the captured videos and photos online. Coulson, you need to pay a visit to the Brooklyn Serpent Castle. What is the matter, Chief? These individuals seem rather abnormal. Look. Nick Fury opens Mindy's latest uploaded video and data. Behold, these Serpent Gang members are exceedingly peculiar. We must bring a few back for thorough examination. Absolutely. Director Fury, has there been any news from Tony? Not yet. I only know it is in the Middle East, though the exact location remains unclear. Coulson, I have already reached out to Agent Barton and Natasha Romanoff. As soon as there is news, I will proceed with the rescue. Recently, there have been so many events. If only Captain Steve were still with us. Yes, Director. I too wish Captain Steve were still alive. I am his fan. However, he has passed. And we must accept this reality. Go ahead, Coulson. Is Steve alive or dead? Nick Fury could not ascertain. But he had recently received secret information suggesting that Steve might still be alive. However, for now, he dared not divulge any details. Poor Stark could never have anticipated that a mere trip to the Middle East would turn him into a hostage of terrorists. Deep within an unnamed cave in the Middle East, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were confined, surrounded by the terrorists' encampment. Over 5,000 armed militants were stationed nearby, ironically. Each wielded weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Hey, buddy, thank you. Without you, I would surely be dead. Tony Stark appeared somewhat feeble. Even with the assistance of the green helmet, he felt little improvement. A bullet had struck his heart, and had it not been for the disheveled Dr. Ethan saving him, he would have perished. The weapons these people are using were personally designed by me and produced by Stark Industries. Isn't that absurd? A forced smile crept across Tony's pale face. Tony, don't say that. I wager when you designed these weapons, you never imagined they would be used to slaughter civilians and attack innocent lives. They are merely tools. How they are wielded depends on human choice. Yet their power is indeed overwhelming, and they are solely accountable to profit. Perhaps I should shut down the weapons manufacturing division and atone for my transgressions. Ethan chuckled softly. That is a commendable choice. However, for now, it would be prudent to remain silent. These Ten Rings terrorists are preparing to use hunger to force our compliance. You have never experienced the pangs of hunger, have you? Tony pointed to his own head with a smile. Ethan, I must say, you are quite fortunate. Drag me into the sunlight, and soon you shall witness what miracles truly are. Chapter 29. Peter Parker's temporal prison. Oh, damn it. Has it not even been 2 weeks? George, Bob, Harry, can anyone rescue me? What is happening with Aunt May? Peter Parker languished in a corner of his prison, lamenting like a scorned lover. The guards ignored him, treating him as if he were non-existent, save for their daily feedings. The passage of time grew increasingly arduous, to the point where Peter became genuinely loquacious out of sheer boredom. Clang. After a long absence, sunlight streamed in as Dr. Wu's figure appeared before Peter Parker. Doctor, have you finally come to rescue me? How is Aunt May? Rest assured, Peter Parker, they are all well. Dr. Wu gestured, and a floating light screen materialized before Peter. Look, does this seem familiar? My friend, this projection technology is hardly impressive. When will you capture the chronicles of my existence? Regrettably, this is the stark reality. Wu Yu's body contorted, transforming into an indistinct spectrum of light. Peter Parker, this is the present reality, and you are merely a byproduct of my serendipitous creation. You mean? The luminary extended a finger, and Peter Parker found himself transported back to his high school, Midtown Tech, before he had been bitten by the radioactive spider. He remained a timid, academically proficient individual. Lightning Thompson continued to bully him daily, while Harry was still the ailing little dog. How can this be possible? The spectrum being tossed Peter Parker a mask. Put this on, along with your doubts, and today we shall unveil the truth. I must seek out Harry and Norman. Oh, what a headache. See you tonight. In disbelief, Peter Parker wandered through the halls of Midtown High, observing that the fastest player on the school's football team was still Lightning Thompson. In a corner of the playground, he spotted his younger self, gazing enviously at Thompson. Hey, kid, do you like football? No, sir, I do not. Your eyes betray you. What is your name? Peter Parker. Before the young Peter could finish his sentence, he lowered his gaze. This fragile introversion stirred a profound emotion within the older Spider-Man. He recognized this child as himself, his former self, kind-hearted, reserved, weak, inarticulate, and unable to express his affections. Peter, what do you think you lack compared to that strongest boy? I'm not as strong as he is, nor as fast. And I can't afford the football team's jersey. Very well, let me show you precisely what you lack. The older Peter Parker ceased speaking. His actions spoke volumes. He leapt onto the field, moving like a gust of wind, snatching the football from Thompson's grasp. Hey, who are you, and why are you interrupting our game? Kid, shut your mouth. You can't possibly retaliate with mere words. I will turn your goal into a sieve. Spider-Man refrained from utilizing his superhuman strength, merely exerting a bit more control than Thompson. Each time Thompson attempted to reclaim the ball, he effortlessly toppled him to the ground. Thompson, unable to keep pace, resorted to cursing and calling for his teammates to surround Spider-Man. In the end, Thompson's clothes were tattered and torn, yet he refused to concede. One must admit, while Spider-Man relished in his catharsis, he found that Thompson possessed a certain admirable quality. Kid, you're not half bad. Here is something for you. The football was hurled at Thompson's face, fracturing his nose, a fitting retribution for years of bullying. Idiot, I was just careless. Next time, I'll make sure to leave you toothless. Thompson clutched the football, blood streaming from his nose, and returned to the field. Well, young one, do you now see what you have been missing? Courage. It is indeed courage, isn't it? Indeed. Parker, your parents have vanished, leaving you engulfed in profound solitude and terror. You fear that your rashness may impose distress and trouble upon Aunt May and Uncle Ben. If you possess the courage, you may aid them. If not, that would be the gravest predicament. Young Parker pondered thoughtfully. Hey, Parker, you are quite amusing. I have uttered those words to you countless times, yet have you changed? Another man, adorned in a hood, suddenly appeared before young Parker, prompting him to flee in panic. Harry? Indeed, it is I. Come, let us indulge in a drink. A youth's libation. Huh, a splendid idea. The two companions ventured to the bar they had long desired yet hesitated to enter, each with a bottle of potent vodka in hand. Harry, were you also brought here by that peculiar spectre? Indeed. Do you believe everything he professed? Believing or not, there is little recourse, Parker. This place has transformed into a temporal prison. Its time dimension is utterly divergent from the outside world. I cannot ascertain how that enigmatic figure achieved this, but I have scanned everything here, and it is truly identical to 3 years ago. Goodness. Why have we encountered such phenomena? What shall we do now? I am uncertain, but fret not, Parker. By nightfall, all will reveal itself. Cheers. Meanwhile, Coulson had apprehended several members of the Serpent Gang and the Iron Knife Gang, conducting blood tests on all Serpent Gang affiliates under the guise of drug testing. Coulson, have there been any discoveries? Regrettably, Director, all appears normal. If the recordings and photographs are authentic, it indicates that the secrets of the Serpent Gang elude explanation by known science. Perhaps their transformations are not due to intrinsic factors. What shall we do now, Director? Release them tomorrow. Inform May to follow up on this case. The clash between Jean Bing and the Serpent Gang must conceal some secret, and may uncover clues. Understood. Director. Additionally, investigate the identity of the girl known as the Piper. Based on the video, she should be near the Serpent Gang. I suspect she is not ordinary. Right away, Director. Mindy witnessed the gang members, driving a tank, being obliterated by the Serpent Gang. Contemplating her next move, she decided to equip herself and visit the address the doctor had previously mentioned. She realized that following this mysterious Eastern physician could lead her to endless sensational stories, propelling her towards global stardom. This path, devoid of agents or corporate packaging, captivated her immensely. Chapter 30. The Ambush Boss. Our entire force has been annihilated. What? Jean Bing's cigar fell to the ground. Are you saying a mere Serpent Gang has obliterated the Iron Knife Gang I meticulously crafted for you? Boss. Every member of the Serpent Gang possesses extraordinary abilities. Some can unleash toxins, while others deflect blades as if they were mere trifles. Especially their leader, clad in armor, resembles a robot. We are no match for them, boss. Had I not leaped high enough, I would not have returned. This has all been shared online. If you do not believe me, you may verify it for yourself. Truly, I speak no falsehood. Kent quickly deflected blame, asserting that it was not his incompetence, but rather the opponent's formidable strength. Jean Bing opened his computer and witnessed the exaggerated portrayal of the Venomous Snakes Gang, mercilessly overpowering his Iron Blade Gang as if they were mere children. The disparaging comments beneath nearly twisted his mouth in anger. I am aware of the Iron Blade Gang. It is Kent's faction, yet they are no match even for the diminutive Venomous Snakes Gang. Jean Bing's prowess appears far less formidable than what everyone had imagined. Indeed, despite charging such exorbitant fees each month, they seem utterly ineffectual. It might be wiser to surrender to the Venomous Snakes. Meanwhile, the leader of the Venomous Snakes took this opportunity to recruit new members. We welcome everyone to inspect our Venomous Snakes Gang, with leaders like the Horned Viper. We have hundreds more in our ranks. Join us and dominate America. In a fit of rage, Jean Bing slammed the computer monitor against Kent's forehead. Fool, since you are aware of the videos and photos online, why did you not seek out internet trolls or hackers? Do you comprehend the effort I must expend to mitigate these losses? To restore my reputation? Imbecile. Immediately, gather your remaining subordinates and prepare to act as suicide bombers. I intend to mount an assault on the Snake's fortress. Boss, rest assured, it is all fate. As long as you do not perish on the spot, I can bring you back. You know that doctors have this ability. Very well, boss, Kent reluctantly acquiesced, fully aware of Jean Bing's ruthlessness. Presently, he felt akin to a target, easily discarded, while the obliteration of the Venomous Snakes represented his sole hope for survival. After reprimanding his subordinates, Jean Bing placed a call to Wu Lu. Wu, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate has caused quite a spectacle. No worries, Jean Bing. I commend your subordinate and hope you will regard the Venomous Snakes with greater seriousness. Wu, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I am already aware of the snake's strength. I am preparing to deploy sufficient force to eradicate them. I advise you to temporarily vacate Hell's Kitchen to ensure your safety. Haha, Jean Bing. While I prefer not to resort to violence, I am not one to be threatened lightly. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning. During your conflict with the Venomous Snakes, I will treat all injured parties free of charge. Wu, You are exceedingly generous. Await my good news. After ending the call, Wu prepared himself a cup of afternoon tea, knowing that in a few days, school would commence, robbing him of this tranquil time. Whose call was that? Donna. Clad in a sumptuous velvet silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful form, revealing her long, fair neck, shimmered in the fading sunlight. Oh, Donna, even at home. Such attire is highly inappropriate, especially given the precarious situations we may encounter at our clinic. Boom. Before the words had fully escaped, a member of the venomous snakes gang breached the side door of the clinic with a rocket launcher. A tremendous explosion unleashed shrapnel, wreaking havoc in every corner of the clinic. Wu-Lu's surgical area barely managed to shield half of its occupants. Hey, need a hand? A spirited armed young girl gracefully leaped down from the eaves, firing 2 shots with precision, thus extinguishing the life of a member of the serpent gang. Around her lay a multitude of corpses, no fewer than 20 or 30, all lifeless. What do you think? I have some skills, don't I? Mindy. What brings you here? Wu-Lu, wielding the power of spatial manipulation, swiftly repaired the damaged mysterious clinic. I witnessed quite a spectacle yesterday and learned that the serpent gang was plotting against you. I arrived just in time, and it's certainly their misfortune. What about Frank? God knows what has happened to him. He didn't mention anything and just left. Mindy shrugged, expressing her helplessness. Wow, doctor, you have so many delicious things here. What is this? Is it a specialty from your homeland? It looks incredibly tempting. Hey, don't touch that. Before Wu-Lu could finish his warning, a unique foul odor began to permeate the air, instantly filling the clinic with its pungency. Doctor, your taste is rather extreme. Hiding excrement in the refrigerator? Wu-Lu's expression darkened. Please, this is my painstakingly crafted stinky tofu, a delicacy from my homeland. Far superior to your Western herring in a can or the fermented sea cucumbers of the Eskimos. Unfortunately, it's not yet fully formed. Curiously, Mindy reached out, her hand becoming sticky with moisture. Am I dirty now? Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Wu-Lu led the two to the most luxurious French hotel in New York, ordering an extravagant feast. French foie gras, baked escargots, and blue lobster, an array of top-tier delicacies filled the table. Under Wu-Lu's monetary persuasion, the manager reluctantly arranged a private room and had the chef prepare a dish of French stinky tofu using the earlier semi-finished product. Wow, Wu. What a coincidence to see you here. He'll ask me to send her regards. Just as Wu-Lu and his companions settled in, the Black Widow approached with her characteristic allure, clearly indicating that S-H-I-E-L-D was seeking trouble once more. Do you mind if I join you for afternoon tea? Since I'm here, I might as well sit. Wu-Lu sighed. This is Natasha, currently employed at Stark Industries as Tony Stark's secretary. What brings you to me? Tony is missing. Tony is missing? Your expression shows no surprise at all. Do you know something? Hey, buddy, you should speak to the doctor with a bit more respect. As Mindy was skewering an escargot, she sensed Natasha's condescending tone and, with a swift motion, aimed her fork at Natasha's eye. Surprised, Natasha blocked the attack, exclaiming, Wow, doctor, where did you find this little sidekick? Not bad with the hands. However, sister, I must teach you that one should maintain the necessary respect when facing a senior. Both women, skilled in combat, exchanged several moves, with Natasha managing to subdue Mindy, who, with reddened eyes, was about to unleash her pain power. Wu-Lu quickly grasped Donna's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Natasha, I do possess some intelligence. Please release Mindy first. Very well, I am all ears. However, this tale does not revolve around Tony, but rather centers on Mindy, the adopted daughter of Frank Castle. You would do well to refrain from harboring any intentions towards her, for Frank is not one to be trifled with. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Natasha's eyes as she interjected. I apologize, everyone, but I seem to have some pressing matters to attend to. This culinary concoction from Huaxia is simply intolerable. Perhaps we shall reconvene on another occasion? With a flirtatious glance, Natasha hastily departed. Chapter 31. Mindy's ordeal as dinner concluded. The night sky adorned with a beautiful moon, Wu-Lu and the two others strolled despondently through the streets of Manhattan, their hearts heavy as they gazed upon the bustling city. What troubles you? Is it that provocative woman? Mindy nonchalantly inquired, chewing gum. If she displeases you, I could easily eliminate her. I merely lacked my weapons this time. It is not her, he replied. Mindy, contemplative, nodded and lagged a few steps behind, fading into the shadows of the night. Mindy had departed. It was late, and they ought to return home. Let us go home, he suggested. Upon arriving at the uncanny clinic, they found the surroundings eerily silent once more, with bodies strewn about, some belonging to Golden and others to the Serpent S gang. The remnants of the recent explosion had been entirely cleared away. Oh dear, it appears the Serpent's gang has crossed paths with me. What shall we do? Let us find a hotel. The Kalami Hotel, one of the most opulent establishments in Manhattan, welcomed them. In the presidential suite, Wu-Lu reclined on the bed, lost in thought, While in the bathroom, Donna's sultry sounds mingled with the temptations of the underworld. What to do? As the director of the family planning office, will this individual ultimately bring about their own demise? Will Tony's future snap include me? Wu Lu was deeply troubled. He was inherently lazy and enjoyed the pleasures of life. In this chaotic world, he merely aspired to be a capable doctor, striving to protect himself and the women around him. Yet, a mere gang, the Serpents, had rendered him utterly helpless. He was surrounded by formidable allies: Deadpool, Iron Man, Daredevil, and Spider-Man. Yet, he found himself stripped of a home. Had he possessed wealth? With his clinic constructed from vibranium, would it still have faced obliteration? Had he wielded influence akin to Norman Osborn? Would the Serpents gang have dared to attack him and his companions? If he forged a tighter alliance with the superheroes instead of the current loose structure, would their actions be more efficient? The answers to these inquiries were unmistakable. Wu Lu was indeed affluent, with over $7 million lying dormant in his account. The root of his plight lay in his complacency and languor, resulting in his current impotence. He needed transformation. Wu Lu recalled the ambitious creator's plan he had envisioned upon his arrival in this world. A smooth arm, glistening with droplets of water, encircled Wu Lu's neck. As the pink allure of desire permeated every corner of the presidential suite, amidst fervent passion and varying positions, the intense night of struggle only ceased with the dawn of a new day. The room bore the marks of their tumultuous encounter. Donna, you shall henceforth be my woman. Indeed, the moment you bestowed upon me a new lease on life, I had already made that decision. I cannot offer you any promises. No need for that. Donna stood up, revealing the breathtaking scenery. Wu, you know, at this moment, I am indeed a devil. The laws and oaths of humanity are mere nonsense before me. They hold no significance. As long as you love me profoundly and eternally, I shall remain by your side forever. Very well. Wu said, that is splendid. I find myself in need of a worthy opponent in my bed, and you are quite an admirable choice. Let us return to our clinic. I intend to transform it into an indomitable stronghold, demonstrating to those little brats that the people from the East are not to be trifled with. Wu, I've noticed you've changed so much. Of course, he replied. Tony, that dandy, has already dashed off to the Middle East and upon his return will don the mantle of Iron Man. This world is about to enter an entirely new phase, and all the lurking demons and specters will emerge from the shadows. Wu has had enough of entanglements. He now yearns to crush these minions. For a true rival is about to make an entrance. Upon reaching the ruins of the clinic, a bloody butterfly knife lay on the ground alongside a note. Kid, your little woman is in our grasp. It would be wise for you to come alone to the Serpent's castle, or by noon today. Your woman will be transformed into a deep-fried delicacy. Damn it, it's Mindy. Donna, let us go deal with those scoundrels. All right. The two hailed a taxi and hurried towards the Serpent's castle. Meanwhile, Mindy was enduring inhumane torment, completely unclothed, suspended upside down in a dim prison. Her body marred and humiliated. You filthy bitch, you killed my men. Now my men will enjoy you. It's only fair. Mindy's eyes were vacant, devoid of reaction. Boss, I think this girl has been broken. Ignore her. Those interested can continue. I want everyone to know that those who offend our Serpent gang will meet a dire fate. You ungrateful wretch, daring to shoot at our brothers. Tom, set up the frying pan. I've heard their essay dish in China resembling a baguette, fried in batter. I wonder if human flesh would taste even better. Ha ha ha, boss, I want to be the first. Not a chance, Tom. The boss must have the first bite. As time ticked away, Mindy's world was engulfed in darkness. Throughout her life, she had endured countless hardships, and in this moment, she finally comprehended the cruelty of humanity that her father had spoken of. Yet, within her heart, a sanctuary remained untouched. Let us go. 30 for the service. Wu tossed $100 bill. Let us be off. The excess is a tip. The Serpent's castle, having been bombarded by tanks days prior, appeared dilapidated. Yet its structure remained largely intact. Donna furrowed her brow. I smell lust and sin, along with the cries of a maiden. Indeed, Wu replied hoarsely. For someone is trapped in hell, awaiting our rescue. The guards at the Serpent's castle recognized Wu immediately, knowing he was the one the boss intended to deal with. Hey, kid, you finally arrived. Your woman is quite a treat. Come see how our Viper Lord is attending to her. Scoundrels! The birth of your kind is the misfortune of this earth. Perish. Wu Lu surged forward, dashing towards the crowd, and in an instant, the head and body split in half, only to fuse together once more, transforming into a horrific mound of flesh. Its very essence was seized by Wu Lu, turning it into a relentless killing machine. Go forth, terrifying mound of flesh, annihilate every criminal within the Serpent Castle, devour their vile blood and tainted bones, and cast them into the depths of agonizing hell. Roaring, the monstrous mound, adorned with dozens of hands and feet, along with the unique scaled appendages of the Serpent gang, surged into the Serpent Castle, akin to a formidable tank, obliterating everything in its path. by the time Wu Lu and Donna entered. The viper had already been reduced to a gruesome pulp. Meanwhile, Mindy's frail form dangled in the air, bound by ropes. Oh, heavens! These savages! Although Wu Lu had steeled himself for this moment, a pang of anguish pierced his heart. The brutality of these American scoundrels surpassed all human comprehension. Gently, he wrapped Mindy in his clothing, and her dazed eyes finally regained focus, accompanied by a faint smile. Doctor, I look so disheveled. Please don't laugh. Before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of Obadiah's Central City Technology High School. The spectral being reappeared before Peter Parker and Harry. So, do you believe now? What exactly are you trying to convey? Harry asked impatiently. You and Peter Parker are anomalies that should not exist. You currently exist as special entities independent of the timeline, ephemeral yet capable of wielding immense influence over the world. Is this your doing? It is fate. The spectral being continued. For reasons unknown, an individual who should not exist has manifested in this world. Initially benign. He will transform into a malignant cell as environmental stimuli intensify. Your roles are to suppress and ultimately heal him. The spectral being activated a screen, displaying the timeline of Wu Lu, from his initial provision of free healthcare to the citizens of Manhattan, to his subsequent imposition of charges and self-preservation, culminating in the recent tragic massacre. It's the doctor, Parker exclaimed. No wonder the doctor did not react with shock or fear upon learning of his identity as Spider-Man. His prowess was indeed formidable. What do you think? Do you sense that he is gradually spiraling out of control? Not at all. Harry retorted scornfully. You, a reclusive photon being, I find the Doctor's actions entirely reasonable. He is merely charging into the darkness once more. One cannot expect the virtuous to always hold back while the wicked act without restraint. Harry, but the Serpent Gang has many innocents. Peter Parker expressed his inner turmoil. This was a common dilemma among heroes. They sought to punish darkness, yet often hesitated. Steve and Peter Parker were exemplary cases, often clashing with the vigilante Frank, while the anti-heroes tended to be far less restrained. Peter, when they stand there are no innocents left. Please awaken to this reality, all right? Well, it appears that you are not suited for the task of executing Destiny's design. The spectral man pointed a finger, and a beam of light pierced through Harry's chest, igniting his body in flames, reducing it to a wisp of smoke in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a faint odor, devoid of even bone fragments. You. Peter Parker suddenly struck, landing a punch aimed at the spectral man's face, only for his fist to pass through the entity's form. Peter Parker, do not be surprised. My existence transcends your imagination, and Harry Osborn is not dead. Look, he is currently flirting with your former girlfriend. Following the direction indicated by the spectral man, indeed, the youthful Harry was engaging with the girl he once secretly adored. I merely obliterated Harry's higher dimensional trace. It was his own choice. Should you make a similar choice, I can likewise return you, or I may opt for another. All right, what must I do? Although Peter Parker was reluctant to obey this enigmatic spectral man, the threat he posed was too great. He feared that refusal would lead the spectral man to seek out even more inscrutable humans, thereby endangering the world. It is quite simple. When the doctor is unable to restrain his murderous impulses, you must control him. Is that all? It is perilous, but fear not. I shall resurrect you. Go now. Return to where you belong. All is concluded here. A thick fog enveloped the air, and a gust of autumn wind swept through, causing Midtown Tech High School to vanish from Peter Parker's sight, and he found himself back in the prison. Unlike before, Director George swiftly opened the cell door, presenting a hamburger. Young man, your time in confinement is over. Today, you shall regain your freedom. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Director George, what of Sheriff Norman? The moment Peter regained his freedom, he inquired about Harry's condition. Hey, kid, I thought you would first ask about your Aunt May. Norman, your good friend is here. Sheriff Norman rushed in, his face beaming with surprise at Peter Parker's presence. Huh, buddy, you are finally free. Hurry home. Peter Parker was taken aback by Norman's exuberance. Harry. Is Harry all right? You know my son? He should be well. I have someone following him, and he goes to school and courts girls regularly. Thunder struck Peter Parker's mind as he stood frozen. It seemed that his friendship with Harry had been supplanted by his father. George, today is Peter's day. I am taking a leave to escort him home. Come on, buddy, there is nothing here worth lingering for. Ah, very well. In the distant Middle East, the Ten Rings terrorist organization had kept Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan deprived of sustenance for 3 days. Come, let us see if those two stubborn fellows have yielded. Chief, they surely can no longer withstand it. No one can resist hunger. Let us go. While munching on an apple, Ethan spotted a cloud of dust in the distance and quickly alerted, Tony, they are coming. What should we do now? Tony Stark had just consumed half a pound of cherries. These fruits are the products of his mind. Alas, it seems these fellows chose the most inconvenient time to arrive. Tony swiftly concealed himself in a shadowy corner, as the green fruits sprouting from his head gradually vanished. They must believe we are on the brink of collapse. However, my friend, I sense they will soon torment us. Ensign exchanged a grim smile with Tony. Their faces glistened, showing no signs of hunger. Well, I understand that, but first, Dr. Ethan, we must address the remnants of the fruits around us. We cannot leave any traces, otherwise, these individuals will surely be incensed. Ensign's expression soured. Had I known, I would have indulged in cherries instead, just as Tony and Ethan swallowed the remnants. They managed only to darken their faces before huddling in the corner, attempting to appear gaunt and weary when the terrorist leader and his henchmen approached them. So, Stark, have you reached a conclusion? Absolutely not. I will never acquiesce. Stark, my patience is finite. If it were not for my merciful nature, you would have long since become a lifeless corpse. With that, the terrorist leader fired a shot, obliterating a tank that was alarmingly close. I am aware of your reputation as the most intelligent man in the world, but should I fire upon you, you would meet the same fate as that heap of scrap. I shall grant you 3 days. If you remain obstinate, only death awaits you. We shall depart. Suddenly, the phone in Obadiah Stain's office rang. What is it? Have you completed the task? Mr. Stain, we need to renegotiate the price. Chapter 33. Returning home to heal Mindy and an encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. Mindy gradually opened her eyes amidst a dizzying tumult. The bright and pristine glass enclosed her, revealing a panorama of white clouds and blue skies. In the direction of the sunlight lay an indistinct haze, drifting softly in the air. Surrounding her were Easterners with dark hair and yellow skin, which offered Mindy both reassurance and anxiety. Instinctively, she reached for her jacket, only to find it absent. Do not worry, Mindy. Wooloo and Donna approached hand in hand, gently enveloping Mindy in their embrace, soothing her startled spirit and providing a sanctuary. Doctor, are we on a plane? Indeed, I am preparing to take you back to my homeland, where you shall experience the splendor of mountains and rivers, the warmth of culture, and behold a world unlike any other. My gun, rest assured, it will not be necessary. Wooloo held great confidence in the safety of his hometown. Thank you. Mindy shifted to a more comfortable position, falling silent as she gazed vacantly out the window. Donna gestured for Wooloo to offer words of comfort, but he shook his head. At times, silence and companionship serve as the best remedy. The plane landed in the bustling metropolis, and Wooloo, accompanied by the 2 lovely ladies, instantly became the center of attention. Soon, an official obstructed their path. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. Please follow me to process your identification. Identification? Can they both get one too? Wooloo was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't it said that this was the most elusive possession for foreigners? The trio accompanied the man to the airport police station, where he inquired about their names and swiftly prepared 3 identification cards, handing them over. Wooloo, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Xian. I am aware that you are not ordinary individuals, yet here in Huaxiao, I hope you can embrace a more commonplace demeanor. Rest assured, we are well versed in the rules. Wooloo replied. Zheng Xian chuckled warmly. Excellent. Welcome back to your homeland. Additionally, each identification card is linked to a sum of 1 million. Consider it a token of our hospitality. Farewell. Who is he? Tang Na inquired with curiosity. A rather formidable individual. Let us go. As long as we adhere to the rules, we shall encounter no issues. The director of the Divine Spear Bureau, can he be trifled with? Upon exiting the airport, a group of university students waiting to greet an artist soon spotted Mindy. Wow, that little lady is so adorable. I think I've seen her on social media. One girl exclaimed dramatically, quickly drawing the attention of the others. Indeed, it's her windpipe. They were astonished by her petite charm. Has she come of age? How can such a creature be tamed? A few towering boys, envious of Wooloo's company, swiftly encircled the trio. One assertive girl stepped forward. Are you Miss Windpipe? Is this fellow your boyfriend? Mindy, feeling despondent and unwilling to speak, blushed fiercely at the prospect of public scrutiny. Wooloo had initially planned to dismiss the students, but now he hesitated. Perhaps they could infuse some positive energy into Mindy's frozen heart? What Windpipe? Boyfriend? We don't know each other. Please step aside. Wooloo adeptly assumed the role of a roguish charmer, fully aware that the students were not fabricating their claims, judging by Mindy's expression. You are from Huaxia? The lead girl, upon hearing this, became incensed. I thought you were a foreigner from the East or South Korea. I never expected you to be from Huaxia. And what of it? Can a Huaxia individual not pursue romance? Are we to be deemed inferior? It was surprising that they were students in the bustling metropolis, yet failed to grasp its open-minded spirit. You should learn from other girls. Upon encountering a banana person like me, one ought to gauge their chances. Well, with your looks, you're merely average. Now step aside and cease your disturbance. How rude. The girl, exasperated, clenched her fists and prepared to charge, but a boy promptly restrained her, whispering in her ear, Xiao Ling, what if he truly is the skinning demon? We should consider alerting the authorities. Skinning demon? What nonsense is that? Mindy, timid as a shy bride, inadvertently solidified Wu Lu's demonic persona. Xiaoling nimbly leaped past Mindy, seizing her. Do not fear, Windpipe. Here, even if he is a dragon, he must bow down. I shall protect you. A flicker of amusement danced in Mindy's eyes, and Wu Lu was more than willing to continue the charade. Wu, they have taken your little lady. You must teach them a lesson. Donna chuckled and stepped aside as Wu El removed his suit and began to warm up. Little girl, I commit no crimes in the land of the free, nor do I in my homeland. Yet here, I am deemed a lawbreaker. Those who brazenly ambush me, I shall duel. Very well. I fear you not. I am your granddaughter. The girl moved with remarkable speed, her movements fluid and agile. Reminiscent of the legendary heroines who traverse walls and rooftops, her strikes carried an unmistakable ferocity. Initially, Wu El approached the confrontation with a playful attitude. But as the girl unleashed her barrage, he soon realized he was utterly defenseless. Despite having made some minor physical enhancements, he still could not match her prowess. The thunderous sounds of their exchange swiftly attracted a multitude of onlookers, including Mindy, who discreetly retrieved Wu El's newly acquired phone to capture this rare moment. Damn. This girl must have been raised on iron. Wu El's arms were growing numb, several ribs were shattered, and his face was a grotesque mask of bruises. Without resorting to his abilities, he was no match for Xiaoling's stop. If you hit me again, I shall call the authorities. Wu El rolled away like a lazy donkey, no longer wanting to engage. More accurately, he wished to avoid being further assaulted. Little girl, think carefully. I haven't struck back at all. Everyone is watching. You're assaulting a foreign friend, jeopardizing your studies, your record, your future. It wasn't that Wu El had not attempted to retaliate. Rather, his efforts had been preemptively thwarted by Xiaoling, rendering his attempts ineffective and making it appear as though he was being relentlessly beaten. Silence. For the sake of justice, I care not for such concerns. Another flurry of strikes sent Wu El sprawling, his situation dire, until he was left gasping for breath. A group then pulled Mindy away, clearly uninterested in returning to Wu El. What are you all standing around for? Was it not you who struck me? Wu El pointed at a well-meaning individual preparing to call for medical assistance. The person, startled, fled in fright, muttering accusations of insanity. Wu El then turned his gaze to another bystander, who promptly ignited with indignation and vanished into the crowd. The spectators, witnessing such chaos, quickly extinguished any thoughts of interaction and dispersed. Damn, that girl hits hard. I wonder if she is the daughter of a martial artist. Wu El's injuries rapidly healed, soon returning him to his pristine state. What now? Of course, he would follow. Chapter 34. The birth of the Mark armor as the evening breeze wafted gently. A group of university students encircled a strikingly refined foreign student atop the rooftop of Magic City University. Wu El, standing several hundred meters away in a hotel, gazed through the window, his keen ears occasionally twitching to catch snippets of their conversation. Are you truly a piper? Xiaoling inquired curiously, seated beside Mindy. I noticed firearms on your social media. How could you be controlled by that fellow? He is quite easy to handle. Mindy found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the fervor of these individuals. Throughout her life, she had been enveloped in an environment fraught with danger, tension, and solitude. Yet, due to the recent kindness shown to her by the girl before her, she now felt a profound sense of inner conflict. Lingjia, she is Windpipe. Look. She has just updated her video, a student remarked, handing their phone to Xiaoling. I was beaten by my boyfriend? Windpipe, do you still consider him your boyfriend? Have you been cursed? No, Mindy couldn't help but laugh, her heart beginning to open up to these strangers. He is not the demon you envision. He is a doctor. The finest doctor in the world. Mindy began to recount the tale of Wu Lu. And when she reached the part where he descended like a divine being to rescue her from the depths of hell, everyone gasped in astonishment. So you truly fell for him? You are utterly captivated? And you are still a minor. I am uncertain about my feelings. I feel conflicted. Ling. Age is quite ordinary in our world. In both body and spirit, I am no longer a child. I killed a criminal when I was 8. Wow, that's so cool. Xiaoling exclaimed, enviously adding, at 8, I was merely practicing my stances in martial arts, which was utterly meaningless. Is it permissible to shoot and kill indiscriminately in your world? Mindy replied, somewhat exasperated, how could that be? Unless you are certain you won't get caught, or have someone backing you, or possess wealth, there will undoubtedly be a host of troubles awaiting you. I belong to the first category. They cannot catch me. They call me Super Kill You. That's so cool. The onlooking student squealed. Can we be friends, Windpipe? You are destined to achieve your dreams and become an extraordinary presence. I believe you should also share your experiences online. One cannot always bask in the light without experiencing darkness. My father told me that as long as the heart remains pure, the body is merely a binding shell. Windpipe, if you worry that others may disdain you, that person is likely not worth your concern. Mindy had once believed her nerves were already sufficiently thick, yet upon meeting Xiaoling, She realized that there are always greater heights to reach. I will consider it. Mindy, if Wu Lu truly cares for you and cherishes you, he would never disdain you. What era are we living in? Even Pan Jinlian can be deemed pure and virtuous, let alone you, who genuinely cares for him. How did your relationship develop? Inquired the inquisitive Xiaoling. I do not know. It is merely a feeling, a warmth of being healed and embraced. However, I advise you to express your feelings after a few years. I fear he might end up imprisoned for life. Thank you. Wu Lu withdrew his gaze, looking at the slumbering beauty on the bed, gently holding her as he succumbed to a deep sleep. The following day, as the two exited the hotel, they spotted Mindy standing at the entrance, accompanied by Xiaoling. Are you feeling better? Then let us go? A smile finally adorned Mindy's face. Though Xiaoling felt a twinge of envy, she too desired a sweet romance. As she observed the trio's retreating figures, Xiaoling shouted, Wu Lu, you incorrigible lecher. Mindy is still a child. You better not disgrace your ancestors, or I shall unearth your grave. Wu Lu nearly stumbled, turning to Xiaoling and gesturing with an internationally recognized sign to express his frustration. Yet, Xiaoling merely laughed and ran away. As the interlude concluded, the clouds parted to reveal a radiant sun, illuminating the splendid springtime. Over the course of 5 days, Wu Lu, accompanied by Mindy and Donna, reveled in the magnificent grandeur of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the sweeping majesty of the meandering Yellow River, and the historical wonders of ancient Chang'an. They were enchanted by the exquisite and whimsical charm of Suzhou and Hangzhou, where delightful scenery, delectable cuisine, and enchanting beauty abounded. Mindy's fanbase surged to unprecedented heights, surpassing the renowned comedic talent Tang Pu, making her the most beloved foreign figure. Her story was adapted into a Hollywood blockbuster in which she starred, titled The King of Slaughter, swiftly captivating audiences worldwide. The character of Supergirl emerged as the first widely recognized superhero. Simultaneously, Tony and Ethan arrived at a critical juncture in their struggle. Tony, you must go. If you take me with you, we will both perish. Ethan, huddled in a corner, chuckled at Tony Stark, saying, Tony, you are a genius with grand aspirations. The world needs you more. Ethan, do not speak so. Every life holds equal value. You have saved me once. I cannot exchange your life for my own a second time. I must take you with me. Otherwise, I shall live in eternal guilt. The 10 rings will not grant us a chance. Your Mark I has limited power. Tony, we are both scientists. Let us remain composed. Ethan, I am calm. We do not need the power to return to New York. I have an intelligent assistant. As long as we can escape this dreadful place and connect to the satellite network, help will arrive. Trust me. Very well. Who wishes to embrace death? Ethan inquired. When shall we act? Tonight. The Mark I will be fully completed by then. After Tony spoke, he resumed forging the components of the Mark I, the clanging sounds drawing the guards' attention. However, the guards could hardly fathom that a heap of scrap metal before them could transform into a soaring exoskeleton armor. Tony Stark, what are you doing? No tricks. Hey, fellas, do you realize how much of a predicament it is for me to join you? I cannot calm down without hammering these pieces. Rest assured, I fear death and will not act recklessly. The guard observed for a moment, finding no cause for concern, and continued his patrol. As the night deepened, at 5 in the afternoon, Tony Stark ceased his labor, lazily basking in the sun to replenish his strength, while also providing Ethan with some delicious fruit. Tony, could we perhaps try a different flavor? Durian? Or jackfruit? I'm about to be sick of apples. Please, Ethan, I am a man, not a tree. Do you expect me to produce fruit from my very head? Hurry and eat. Our opportunity is swiftly approaching. High-altitude flight is incredibly frigid. Without sufficient energy reserves, one risks succumbing to the cold, becoming as hard as a frozen pear. Chapter 35. The abduction of Zhao Hailuan within an obscure cave prison in the Middle East. Tony Stark, after a series of futile attempts, finally conceded defeat. Oh, damn it. Yet another failure. Tony lamented, expressing his frustration. The diesel engine of the tank is utterly ridiculous. It simply cannot provide sufficient power. We would need a rocket engine for that. But alas, there are no rockets here. Ethan remarked, speechless. I have an idea, though it may be somewhat perilous, he continued. Are you suggesting we request their assistance? Tony inquired. Precisely. These terrorists must possess some equipment. They cannot be foolish enough to believe I could forge a Jericho missile with bare hands. A splendid notion, Tony responded. Meanwhile, far away in Huaxia, Wu Lu and his companions were once again on the move, this time not heading directly back to New York. Wu, why are we going to South Korea? One asked. Because I require power, Wu Lu explained. Things have changed in the world. Tony Stark, that notorious playboy, is likely on the verge of being rescued. And soon the world will undergo a monumental transformation. I need strength to protect myself and all of you. The trio boarded a direct flight to Seoul, encountering several hurdles along the way. The legend of the skinning demon had spread widely, particularly with the rise of the overkill girl. After thorough verification, it was confirmed that Wu Lu was merely an exceptionally skilled surgeon, not the infamous skinning demon, allowing them to disembark the plane. Staying at a hotel not far from Seoul University, Wu Lu promptly took his companions to visit Dr. Zhao Hailuan. The graduate students under Dr. Zhao swiftly escorted them to her office. Greetings. I recognize you, the skinning demon. Just a jest. I know you, a renowned physician. And two lovely ladies, please wait here. My mentor will join us shortly after finishing her experiment. They waited for a considerable time. Is Dr. Zhao Hailuan truly formidable? One inquired. Indeed. She is an exceptional life scientist, proficient in nanorobotics, having reached the pinnacle in both medical and artificial fields. Wu, is Dr. Zhao Hailuan exceptionally beautiful? Another asked. She is indeed, but my interest in her is not founded solely on her beauty. There are countless women more beautiful than her in this world. It is her intellect that draws me, as few can rival her brilliance. I have a plan to establish a biological science organization to uphold world peace and safeguard humanity's security. As long as Dr. Zhao Hailuan agrees to join us, and we find another woman, we will possess the strength to confront future calamities. Another woman? Wu, you aren't seeking a harem, are you? Mindy, holding Wu Lu's hand tightly, interlaced their fingers. Their relationship resembling that of affectionate yet ambiguous siblings. Certainly not. I am focused on their abilities. When it comes to beauty, few can rival Donna. At that moment, a strikingly exquisite oriental woman, her features delicate and her smile enchanting, entered the room clad in a laboratory coat. Her well-proportioned form swayed gracefully within the garment, and her alluring gaze was utterly captivating. Wu Lu's eyes widened. South Korean women possess an unparalleled ability to handle men, far surpassing the haughty princesses of his homeland. Yet, he could not discern the authenticity of her beauty. If you doubt it, why not come and test it? She teased. Hello, I am Zhao Hailuan, a professor of nanobiology at Seoul University. Mr. Wu Lu, what brings you to me? If this is about matchmaking, I must decline. Matchmaking? Wu Lu's face flushed. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, how could you possibly think I am here for that? It is utterly ridiculous. Then that is for the best. Zhao Hailuan smiled alluringly. Recently, she had received an invitation from Tony Stark, which initially thrilled her, only to discover it was merely a ploy to have her entrap a doctor named Wu Lu. Consequently, she refrained from replying and immersed herself in her laboratory until today, when she heard someone named Wu Lu was seeking her out, piquing her curiosity enough to emerge. Mr. Wu, you have 5 minutes. Please state your purpose. After that, I must return to my research. Very well, Dr. Zhao, your passion for research is admirable. That is precisely what I wish to convey. I am preparing to establish the most advanced biological laboratory in the world, fully funded by the Osborne Group, with an investment of no less than $300 million. Should you choose to join, you will not only receive ample funding, but also a 1/5 stake in the venture. Where are the documents? Zhao Hailuan inquired, extending her delicate hand. Wu Lu found himself at a loss for words. This woman spared him no opportunity for idle talk, each query grounded in reality. Well, the documents have yet to be signed, but I have a way. Dr. Zhao, you may contact Norman Osborn directly. His contact information is available on the official website. Very well. Zhao Hailuan promptly took out her phone and began dialing the Osborne Group president's office. Hello, is this Mr. Norman Osborn? Yes, who is this? Do you know a doctor named Wu Lu? He mentioned that you would fund him with $300 million for a laboratory. Is that true? Wu Lu, the doctor? There was a brief hesitation on the other end before chaos erupted. Quick, get Wu on the line. His father-in-law has been taken, and I am not feeling well myself. Also, Bob is unwell too. Get him back immediately, right now. I will fund his laboratory. Bob's voice boomed, and Wu Lu felt a surge of concern for George's safety. Dr. Zhao, may I borrow your phone? Of course. Wu Lu hastily dialed Stark's number, and upon connection, he was greeted by Pepper Potts. What? Stark is missing? How long has it been? A week? All right, Miss Potts, do not fret. He is fine and will soon return to you. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Police Chief George is missing. Could you possibly? What? He won't be back soon? I mean, his situation is different from Tony's. Oh, damn it. Wu Lu slammed down the phone. Clearly, Pepper was not in the most agreeable mood at that moment. It seems, Mr. Wu, that you are currently quite distressed. Perhaps we should postpone our discussion about joining your laboratory for another time. You should return to New York. So, are you effectively rejecting me this time? Dr. Zhao Hailuan, you ought to realize that my journey to find you spanned over half the globe and took me more than a week. Are you so casually dismissing me? Indeed, I harbor no affection for you. I find you lacking in vitality and strength. I am drawn to men who possess the fierceness of a lion, and moreover, I am not in want of wealth. Very well, it seems fate is not on our side. Donna, Mindy, let us depart. Under the watchful eyes of many, they exited Seoul University. That very evening, The renowned Dr. Zhao Hailuan mysteriously vanished, while Wu Lu boarded a flight destined for Sokovia. Chapter 36. A Cruel Game. Sokovia, a small nation in Eastern Europe, bears the scars of perpetual warfare and poverty, rendering it desolate and forlorn. Wu, what brings you here? For another woman. Donna, Mindy. There is a faction of Hydra operating here. You must exercise caution. Should you encounter any threats, eliminate them without hesitation. Donna, I entrust the two of them to you. I shall return shortly. Wu, where are you headed? I am going to Hydra's secret fortress. Wait for me. Upon Wu Lu's declaration, the environment began to shift incessantly. And within the realm of surgery, his figure abruptly descended into the depths below. In this subterranean world, he discovered Hydra's clandestine base. The expansive underground was a labyrinth of corridors, housing numerous laboratories and uninstalled equipment, as well as defensive weaponry. To his astonishment, the secret base was nearly deserted at that moment. After dispatching a dozen guards and researchers, he successfully reached his objective, Wanda and Pietro, submerged in nutrient solution. Alongside several empty petri dishes, he surmised that the vacant dishes indicated that the experimental subjects had all perished. Extending his hand, he placed it upon Wanda's dish, shattering it instantly under the force of his spatial powers, spilling nutrient solution across the floor. Who are you, Wanda? How do you know me? First, put on some clothes. Wu Lu tossed her the garments he had prepared in advance. I have come to rescue you. You are of value to me, and I can offer you and your brother a prosperous life. If you seek vengeance against Stark, I can grant you the power to achieve it. How do you know so much? What if I refuse? If you refuse, I shall kill him before your eyes, then depart, leaving you to languish in perpetual anguish and regret. As Wu Lu's hand hovered over another petri dish, the potent spatial energy began to resonate, causing the air to tremble. Though intangible, the overwhelming force made Wanda's heart race uncontrollably. Very well, I agree. A wise choice. With a sharp crack, Pietro was also liberated from his confinement. Upon awakening, he instinctively shielded his sister, regarding Wu Lu with suspicion. Where is Baron Strucker? He promised to transform us into formidable beings, yet has not succeeded. He cannot expel us. Pietro, remain calm. He possesses the ability to bestow upon us greater power. Wanda, do you believe everything others say? Wu Lu, unwilling to indulge in idle chatter, placed his hand upon the granite wall, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Follow me. A straight path of over 500 meters led us to the surface. How does this power compare to the scholar you speak of? Superman. My heavens, Wanda, this is the strength we have long sought. Boss, as long as you grant me this power, I shall comply with your every command, Pietro asserted. You are not greedy. What about me? Wu Lu, exasperated, tapped Pietro's head. Since I have brought you out, I shall naturally assist you. For now, let us rendezvous with my comrades and proceed to New York. New York. In the Marvel Universe, Wu Lu could certainly remain in Huaxia, living a mundane life, hoping that his surgical expertise could withstand the snap of the population control director. The purple sweet potato essence. However, he has friends and business to consider. As the ancients proclaimed, when impoverished, one should focus on self-improvement. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. Now, he has indeed prospered. Wow, Wanda, is this an airplane? How magnificent. It is my first time flying. Wow, Wanda, everything appears so small. Boss, once we reach New York, could you procure a firearm for me? I wish to avenge my parents by eliminating Tony Stark. To avenge countless innocent civilians from Sokovia. Pietro chattered incessantly along the way, prompting Wanda to feign sleep, momentarily ignoring her brother. Pietro, be quiet. If you utter another word, I shall transform you into a girl. Wu Lu could no longer contain himself. He was strategizing their next move while contemplating who had kidnapped George, the police chief of New York City. A figure of significant stature globally had been abducted in broad daylight by criminals, an event reminiscent of the infamous attack on the World Trade Center by the bandana-clad warriors. This would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the nation. Doctor, are you truly as extraordinary as the rumors online suggest? Mindy, feeling somewhat fatigued, showed Pietro the social media posts regarding Wu Lu, only for him to chatter even more. Indeed, I am the skin-peeling demon, since you do not believe. Now take a look at your hand. My hand. What is wrong with my hand? Hiss. Pietro gasped in shock, realizing that his dermis and muscle had entirely separated, as if he were wearing a layer of true leather gloves. Boss, I cannot bear this. Quickly, help me heal. I cannot seek vengeance without my hand. Rest assured, upon our arrival in New York, I shall assist you in your recovery, though you shall forego the in-flight dinner. After subduing Pietro, the group finally attained a moment of tranquility. As the plane landed in New York, a bizarre group of individuals emerged from the ground, brandishing various weapons and commencing a barrage upon the passengers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sounds of gunfire rang out with both light and heavy artillery. It is the Serpent Gang. This intel is indeed remarkably precise. Gather behind me. Bang. A snowflake fluttered from Zhao Hailuan's arm, accompanied by a piercing scream. The woman had finally awakened from Donna's torturous hypnosis. Oh, I've been shot. Is New York in such chaos now? I told you I wouldn't come, you rude brute. Fear not, merely a minor issue. Wu Lu swiftly sought materials to staunch Zhao Hailuan's bleeding. In a matter of minutes, dozens of passengers had already succumbed to the attacks of the assailants. Quick, call the police. Just as one passenger reached for his phone, a long, blue arm suddenly shot from the ground, knocking the device from his grasp, and a bewitching woman materialized before them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the water python of the Serpent Gang, the leader of the two scoundrels flayed by Mr. Wu. Since that fool Viper met his demise at the hands of Mr. Wu. Therefore, I have come to escort Mr. Wu, along with that little piper beside you. Water python. Wu Lu narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You mutants are hardly more formidable than Viper. He was vanquished, and you believe you can intimidate me? I certainly cannot. The water python purred, my combat prowess pales in comparison to Viper's. Hence, we have abducted your father-in-law, merely to intercept you at the airport. Esteemed Mr. Wu, we harbor no ill intentions. If you agree to join the Serpent Gang, a position of leadership awaits you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my methods. Water python, unleash whatever methods you possess. I shall demonstrate that in the face of absolute power, all schemes are but the antics of a jester. Bang. At her command, one of the water python's subordinates instantly executed a nearby passenger. Listen, you fools, I care not for your identities. If you wish to survive, you must kill this yellow-skinned monkey within 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the military and police forces of New York will arrive at the airport. If that yellow-skinned monkey is not dead, you shall all perish. Arm these imbeciles. Oh, this toxic woman. Wanda gasped. She realized that the battles and carnage of the civilized world were no less brutal than those in Sokovia. The water python smiled as she pointed to their surroundings. There are many live broadcasting devices nearby. This game will be streamed worldwide. Mr. Flayer, how will you choose? Chapter 37. I can be the villain. At a signal from the water python, her subordinates swiftly surrounded the entire terminal. There were not just hundreds of passengers. Heaps of arms and cold weapons lay strewn upon the ground, and the Serpent Gang began to shoot indiscriminately. The game begins. Your fate, life or death, rests in your own hands. A white boy picked up a handgun and fired at the water python, shouting, Devil, you are the true villain. Bang. With that gunshot, the boy collapsed to the ground. The water python casually wiped her handgun, declaring, We of the Serpent Gang are indeed rogues, and there are thousands of us surrounding you. If you wish to fight, you are most welcome. However, the passengers of this plane have displeased me greatly, and I intend to kill you all. Boom. The aircraft abruptly exploded, engulfing all passengers who had sought refuge beside it in a tremendous inferno. The sudden detonation left everyone in a state of shock, rendering them too fearful to remain in proximity to the plane, which had briefly provided a semblance of safety. Soon, the bewildered crowd reached a grim consensus, eliminating Wu Lu. The Eastern individual had become one of the most viable options. By taking his life, we would absolve ourselves of guilt. I have seen on social media that he is a skinning demon. Indeed, and what of that girl? So brazen at such a tender age. Claiming that the skinning demon is her boyfriend, she cannot possibly be virtuous either. A man surrounded by such beauty must have hypnotized them. Sacrificing ourselves for a yellow-skinned monkey is hardly worth the cost. Let us kill him. The agreement swiftly solidified amidst a chorus of invective. Anger and justification began to coalesce, rendering their intentions less despicable. Woo, what now? These people have gone mad. Mindy exclaimed, her palms slick with sweat. She had never been encircled by such a multitude of civilians before, many of whom were lifelong good souls, now swept up in turmoil. She, the lethal woman, had never fired upon innocents. I believe we should eliminate them. Pietro seethed, just like our homeland, which has never attacked another nation, yet was reduced to ruins by the opposing forces supported by your country. If they strike us, we ought to retaliate without hesitation. Yet such actions would brand us as terrorists in the eyes of the world. I would never return to my homeland. Mr. Wu, I implore you. I know that your culture embodies a spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Could you not? Zhao Hailuan, a reclusive scholar, had spent her entire life in academia, from birth to professorship, and faced with this dilemma, her immediate thought was to sacrifice Wu Lu, the brigand. Nevertheless, her stance was not entirely unjustifiable. To her, Wu Lu was merely a kidnapper. Foolish woman, how did you even earn your doctorate? Have you not heard that one must not trust the words of villains? Even punctuation can conceal insidious plots. Wu, kill him. The world is a jungle. And we are the beasts. How could we possibly be overwhelmed by rabbits? These rabbits will not express gratitude. They will only mock our folly. Donna's eyes glistened with fervor, her lips quivering in anticipation. Wu Lu grappled with a harrowing decision, akin to the dilemma of a train barreling toward either 10 individuals or one solitary soul. His side comprised but a single individual. Would they willingly face death? Bang! As seconds slipped away, a portly individual, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, fired a shot at Wu Lu. The surgical domain erupted with a ripple of chaos as the bullet thudded to the ground. Kill him. He is a monster, a mutant. Not one of us. Eliminate him. The agitated throng surged forth like a tidal wave, and the compassion in Wu Lu's eyes began to fade. Kill. With a delicate cry. Donna was engulfed by a surge of pain, sending ripples of agony through all those within a radius of several dozen meters. As if caught in a tempest, anyone who faltered in their charge would be trampled underfoot, sinking into the earth, destined to become a lifeless husk. Mindy, like a spectral apparition, darted and rolled, seizing two desert eagles, transforming into a formidable warrior. The ceaseless crack of gunfire echoed through the air, and with each shot, another armed civilian fell. Wow, Sister Mindy, could you spare me a gun? With Wu Lu's surgical domain providing protection, the crowd remained unharmed. Pietro and Wanda, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the American populace since their time in Sokovia, brandished their weapons in a frenzy, though, regrettably, their aim was woefully lacking. Zhao Helen felt on the brink of madness. That brutish entity seemed intent on opposing her, failing to offer her complete protection, and she was occasionally struck by bullets that pierced her heart. Brute, I wish to join you. Please shield me with your presence, for I have been hit again. In the heart of Kingpin's domain, the Black Gold Tower, a chaotic scene unfolded as the Snake Gang wreaked havoc at the airport. Oh, the Doctor possesses such formidable power. The Snake Gang has indeed performed a commendable deed. SMYS. Kingpin, what is it? A hulking figure, half metallic and resembling a mountain of flesh, appeared behind Kingpin. This was the infamous Spider Slayer, SMYS. SMYS, have you not longed for vengeance against Spider-Man? Our opportunity has arrived. Look at the television. If we rescue that doctor, our dark forces will swell to unfathomable proportions. Boss, it appears they are already suppressing the civilians and the Snake Gang. We need not intervene. Fool, how can you, a renowned physicist, lack imagination? Hurry, send Erica and Kent to rescue them. Move swiftly. No, I must call General Ross. We must bring the doctor to our Black Gold Tower. Understood, boss, as you wish. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill stared in astonishment at the live feed from the airport. Agent Hill, it seems your companion is quite an impressive figure. Regrettably, it may be difficult for you to rekindle old flames. Natalia, you might as well take the Quinjet to rescue your target. My happiness requires no external commentary. Agent Hill, the director requests your presence. Coulson knocked on the office door and smiled at Hill. It must be regarding Wu. Good luck. Agent Natasha, our satellite has pinpointed Tony's coordinates, somewhere in the Middle East. We must depart immediately. All right, Coulson, but it's a pity to miss such an exhilarating live broadcast. Coulson and Natasha left with Hawkeye Barton, while Hill remained entranced by the screen, soon breaking into a smile. At least he was not a stuffy hypocrite. Chapter 38, The Arrival of Spider-Man. Director Fury, what brings you to me? Hey, Agent Hill, look, you have a keen eye. Not only is he a skinning doctor, but he is also a villain. Is he being coerced? Egghead grinned broadly. I know. However, the populace remains blind and chaotic. Behold, although the Serpent Society is responsible for all this turmoil, he has now become the public enemy #1 across the nation. Nevertheless, individuals like him are essential, allowing you to relive bygone dreams. Director Fury, you truly embody wickedness. Did you not label him a villain? At the very least, he has adeptly safeguarded his comrades, and that suffices. Very well, provide me with a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and I shall accomplish this task. I will ensure that May brings her team along. Since his release, Peter Parker has been somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the words spoken by Spectrum. Until today, when he witnessed the Doctor and his companions ruthlessly firing upon thousands of civilians on television. Then it became clear. This Doctor is nothing short of a sociopathic brute. I must put a stop to him. With a newfound sense of purpose, the little spider sprang into action, donning his pristine spider combat suit. With nimble leaps, he traversed the towering edifices, swiftly vanishing into the steel jungle, far quicker than any conventional means of transport, and without the hindrance of traffic. Various factions buzzed with excitement, while Wooly experienced considerable frustration. Be cautious, do not stray too far from me. The weapons supplied by the Serpent Society included not only standard firearms but also flamethrowers and impact grenades, though these still posed no threat to them. Yet, they had unearthed Wooly's most significant vulnerability, his inability to move while protecting others. With 5 individuals to safeguard, Wooly found himself effectively confined to his position. Woo, what shall we do? My gun is out of ammunition. My voice is becoming hoarse. Mindy and Donna leaned against Wooly for support, as the surrounding civilians had already suffered over 400 casualties. The mere numbers on paper, when piled upon the ground, resembled a mountain of corpses, a haunting sight. Let us go. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Our adversary is the Serpent Society. In response, the gunfire intensified. Wu Li attempted to reason with the surviving civilians. But they were in a state of frenzy, driven by rage. Who among them had not lost a loved one? The recent bloodshed had already claimed many of their kin. What began as an unwarranted skirmish had devolved into a battleground of hatred. Pietro and Wanda, witnessing the eyes filled with resentment, were reminded of themselves, had their own animosities. 2. Become indistinguishable from right and wrong, exploited by others? You have 5 minutes, scum. Your lives hang by a thread. The water python commanded his subordinates to initiate a new round of explosions, then glanced at the clock, ordering a complete retreat. Chief, did you not claim you would obliterate the airport? Fool, are you out of your mind? The focus now lies on this oriental individual. Do you intend to take the fall for him? Withdraw at once. The fierce struggle raged on, unnoticed by anyone as the Serpent Society members quietly retreated. While the countdown drove the civilians into a frenzy. His shield cannot move. My friend, we can ram him with a vehicle. Wu Lu's influence beyond the surgical domain is devoid of aggression and transformative power, and both Donna and Mindy, constrained by their circumstances, are unable to retaliate. Consequently, their group has become a hardened living target. Flames are hurled at them, high-voltage currents unleashed, and airport luggage vehicles are driven towards them in an attempt to shove them aside. All substances within the surgical field are instantaneously disintegrated by Wu Lu, yet over time, he finds it increasingly taxing. Mindy and Donna, I have observed the intervals of the flamethrowers. They discharge every minute with a 30-second pause. Since there are 3 of them and their coordination is lacking, there is approximately a 13-second vacuum period. We must seize the moment and lead Wanda and Pietro to safety behind cover. If we do not strike back, we will be trapped here. Agreed. Mindy and Donna nodded in unison. Wu Lu then turned his serious gaze towards Zhao Hailuan, stating, Zhao Hailuan, you would do well to comply. If you do not keep up with them, you shall find yourself a roasted pig within 30 seconds. You brute, I am not foolish. The roaring flames are exhilarating. And soon enough, the trio's cooperation reveals a flaw. Now is the time. Wu Lu urged loudly, and Mindy and Donna quickly pulled the 3 of them to roll out. In an instant, Wu Lu manipulated the surgical field to move with a stride, reaching the 3 civilians wielding flamethrowers, swiftly neutralizing them. Doctor, you are truly wicked. I shall ensure you, this villain, end up in prison. Spider-Man exclaimed, leaping before Wu Lu and addressing the remaining civilians. Folks, you are safe now. The Serpent Gang has departed. This is no place for you. Hurry and leave. Watching from home, sipping coffee and eating pizza. The live broadcast allowed many to witness the unfolding chaos. A sense of melancholy enveloped the crowd, yet they soon made their decision, aside from a few who hurriedly exited. The majority chose to remain. We must kill this villain, a burly man declared, his eyes bloodshot. Indeed, we shall avenge our loved ones. An elderly man wielding a steel knife echoed. Wu Lu mockingly retorted, Look here, Spider-Man. It is not I who wishes to slay them. It is they who refuse to spare me. When you insects sought to take my life, you said not a word. But of course, might makes right. Why waste breath? Let us battle. Wu Lu pressed his hand upon the nearly lifeless forklift driver, shouting, Arise, terrifying flesh mountain. Within the surgical field, body parts flew chaotically, swiftly coalescing into a towering 5-meter amalgamation of corpses, which periodically spewed forth putrid fluids as it charged towards Spider-Man. Oh my, I cannot believe my eyes. You truly are an evil sorcerer. A strand of webbing latched onto the terrifying flesh mountain, which Spider-Man promptly yanked into the air, crashing it down with a resounding thud, scattering it into pieces. Is this your trump card? Peter Parker remarked in astonishment. Hey, Doctor, if this is all the power you possess, surrender now. Perhaps you could secure a favorable position in prison. Parker, your words are excessive. I must teach you a lesson. Wu moved with the grace of a spirit cat, leaping into action. If he could envelop Spider-Man within his surgical domain, he would swiftly silence the charming nuisance. Chapter 39. Human Cannonball Doctor. Do you realize that before me, you resemble a repugnant century egg? Observe, as long as I maintain a distance of 30 meters, your invisible shell poses no threat to me. Your power is utterly ineffectual. Meanwhile, I can bide my time and seek an opportunity to subdue you. Surrender, and I might offer you a drink before you are carted off to prison. As Wu pursued, Spider-Man made his escape. The moment Wu halted, Spider-Man unleashed webs to confound him. Wu attempted various tactics, yet Parker deftly evaded each one while hurling taunts. Look at you, a rat trapped in a sewer. Doctor, you cannot escape. Accepting the law's judgment is your only avenue. Spider-Sense tingled at the imminent danger. Although Parker could not perceive the surgical domain, he sensed its boundaries. The 30-meter sphere represented Wu's maximum reach. In that moment, He resembled an invincible warrior besieged by a swift yet feeble archer, neither able to best the other. Little spider, it would be wise to release me. I have no desire to escalate this conflict. You know, those civilians under my control are as fragile as ants. I am merely restraining my strength out of moral obligation. Should you underestimate my resolve, do not be surprised when I retaliate. Parker's expression shifted as he urgently urged the crowd, quickly, flee. Get out of here. I will hold off this villain. Doctor, you shall not pass while I am here. Finally decided not to hide? Wu pressed forward into the throng, forcing Parker to intercept him. He hurled debris, metal and vehicles, toward Wu, but to no avail. Mindy, Donna, come here. We must leave together. Wu refrained from harming the civilians, instead enveloping many within his domain, causing them to float and spin, a formidable human shield. Here they come. Mindy and the others hurried back, seeking refuge within Wu's protective sphere. Spider-Man, may we leave now? Their fates rest in your hands. I assure you, I am not safeguarding them. I merely restrain them, and any attack would inflict severe harm. If you doubt me, feel free to test. All right. Spider-Man seized a massive metal pillar and hurled it toward Wu's domain. Upon realizing there was no protection, he nimbly ensnared an elderly man nearby and rescued him. Parker smirked. If you lack protection, I can easily save them. You are still trapped with no escape. Surrender, Doctor. You have nowhere to run, and any struggle is merely a waste of time. Little Spider, how would you respond if I were to act in such a manner? Uffed. Wu Lu instantly propelled several civilians towards Spider-Man with the force of his domain. Help! Help me! Spider-Man, save me! Hurry! If I perish, my family will undoubtedly sue you, driving you, this freak, to bankruptcy. I know your name. It is Peter Parker. Peter Parker. The human cannonball, launched by Wu Lu, inflicted psychological torment upon Parker while hurtling towards him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Damn it, stop screaming. I will save you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of webs shot forth, ensnaring the human projectiles and rescuing them. Yet, before Spider-Man could catch his breath, another 4 or 5 individuals were sent flying his way, compelling him to repeat his previous actions, leaving him with no surplus energy to thwart Wu Lu and his companions. Quickly, let us go. Boss, you are truly remarkable. You have swiftly devised a method to counter the spider freak, Pietro proclaimed loudly, relieving his tension. The only reason he can accomplish all this is that the spider freak is a good person. If we do not hasten our departure, other good souls may arrive, making our escape considerably more difficult. Are you referring to us? A strangely designed aircraft hovered in the air as a squad of elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents descended via ropes, wielding what appeared to be highly advanced weaponry. Leading them was none other than Maria Hill, who had shared a fleeting connection with Wu Lu. Beside the enchanting Hill stood a slender, dark-haired Oriental woman, whom Wu Lu surmised to be the renowned Melinda May. Wow, old flame, what brings you here? Today is hardly the time. I've just disembarked from the plane and have yet to freshen up. Mr. Wu, your situation is perilous. You have but one course of action, to leave with us. You will have ample time to indulge with Agent Hill later. This beautiful lady must be the illustrious Iron Rider, correct? Indeed. Your reasoning is commendable, yet the entire world is aware that I acted in self-defense. At worst, an excessive defense. What motive do I have to accompany you? Should I leave with you, I would spend my life scurrying like a rat, and that is not the existence I desire. Moreover, I have hostages. It would be prudent for you to step aside. May sneered. Mr. Wu, there are no hostages here. Only the civilians you have slaughtered. All broadcasting equipment has been incapacitated by my specialized devices. Their cameras can only capture the footage we have prearranged. If you doubt this, you may test it. Of course, Wu Lu paid no heed to whether she was attempting to deceive him. He still had a multitude of hostages at his disposal and immediately launched 8 or 9 more at Hill and May. The 2 elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swiftly unlocked their energy weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The colorful waves of light illuminated the flying civilians, and in less than 2 minutes, the 9 returning hostages were obliterated into fragments. Wu Lu's gaze narrowed, a chill running through him. This woman was indeed serious. As you maneuver to protect your companions, I have observed carefully that remaining stationary is essential for complete protection. Should one move, the shift in space creates a vulnerable gap, exposing them to incoming fire. While the civilians may remain oblivious, I, however, am acutely aware. May gestured towards her eyes, declaring, surrender, we harbor no ill intentions. Her words rang true. Wu, you possess great strength, yet your lack of combat experience renders your protective efforts overly conspicuous. Join us, and you shall not only be the finest doctor, but also enjoy freedom. You will also have me. Hill stands as the most devoted agent of the American Empire, her loyalty to the government surpassing even her allegiance to Nick Fury, which is why she could effortlessly ascend to the position of director in the future. Wu Liu, the man she once shared intimacy with, is now regarded by her as a valuable asset. She is more than willing to sacrifice both her body and emotions for him. With a swift motion, Wu Yu dispatched 6 or 7 more agents to keep the little spider occupied, ensuring she could not harass him. I apologize, but compared to the tender darling by my side, you are far too aged. One encounter would leave me nauseated for 3 days and cause dental discomfort. Chapter 40. Escape to Freedom Engage. Hill's expression darkened as she instantaneously commanded her elite agents to open fire. These highly trained operatives were far from the haphazard shooting of civilians, quickly discerning Wu Liu's movement patterns. Each time he relocated, he had to first advance his domain, creating a protective window during which those safeguarded within, such as Mindy, would be left utterly exposed. Use the net guns to ensnare them. Hill barked as she witnessed Wu Liu move once more. Boom. 2 specialized projectiles detonated above Mindy and her companions, enveloping them in a custom-designed net. Dana, Mindy cried out, swiftly pulling Zhao Helen into a roll, tumbling into the surgical domain, while Dana reached out with her other hand to swiftly grasp Wanda, pulling her into safety as well. Poor Pietro was instantly captured in the net. Boss, sister, save me. Pietro cried out. Pietro, Wanda shouted. Wu, hurry and save my brother. He has been captured. Wu Yu's brow furrowed in concern, while Hill crossed her arms with a mocking smile, clearly anticipating Wu Yu's next move, knowing that the more he acted, the larger his flaws would become. Ladies, perhaps I could align myself with your side. Spider-Man leaped gracefully next to Hill, stating, Doctor, surrender. These are professional soldiers, and they will uncover your weaknesses. Surrender is your only escape. Pietro was soon brought before Hill and May, standing in opposition to Wu Yu. Mr. Wu, you would do well to consider the safety of your companions. If you do not surrender, you will surely suffer. Hill, you remain as odious as the first time we met. Very well, you have triumphed. Wu Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He should have awakened earlier to rectify his shortcomings. While a slow response might not have been a grave flaw in a normal setting, it was indeed life-threatening now. These adversaries had discerned his vulnerabilities, and if they truly intended to trap him and these women, he found himself utterly powerless. Pietro and Wanda gazed at Wu Lu in astonishment, while Mindy and Donna appeared to be well prepared. Why? Wanda inquired, perplexed. This is our first encounter. If I were to claim that we have an instant connection or that I have fallen for you at first sight, it would be sheer nonsense. I am here for your powers. Powers? Hill and May exchanged glances, both sensing the intense curiosity in each other's eyes. Wanda scrutinized her unremarkable figure, bewildered as to where her strength truly lay. Pietro, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, Yes, the boss is right. I possess immeasurable power. You would do well not to mistreat me, for I might consider sparing you in the future. Humph. Hill kicked Pietro sharply at the knee, causing him to cry out in pain and immediately drop to the ground. Doctor, do you intend to hinder our actions with such juvenile tricks? I must say, you are quite immature. Spider-Man, go move some objects and barricade this area. Although the doctor can shift those items, he will require time. And time is our most formidable weapon. Excellent idea. Just as Spider-Man shot out his web to swing away, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky and collided with him. Hiss. Parker gasped in pain, discovering a half-inch deep gash across his abdomen, as a masked woman wielding a sword landed beside Wu Lu. Who are you? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents braced themselves against an unexpected threat. The world around them seemed to morph into something unfamiliar as various non-humans began to emerge. Ha. A hearty laugh echoed as 9 more figures descended from the heavens, brandishing heavy firearms and peculiar weapons, exuding an air of menace. Are you affiliated with the Hand? Do you dare to involve yourselves in such a significant affair, unafraid of the trouble it may bring? Incorrect. We are agents of General Ross. Here is his military order. The Serpent Squad has hijacked a plane, threatening the military's special talent, Dr. Wu. We are here to take them away. Erica produced a military commission order, signed and presented it to the crowd. Hill sensed the situation becoming increasingly complicated. Ross had indeed allied himself with the Hand, and if they departed with them, the potential for future wrongdoing was alarming. No, we are special agents from the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics. We possess United Nations special operational priority. You cannot obstruct us in the execution of our duties. However, if General Ross is amenable, he may apply for joint execution with our director. But for now, I must take the individual with me. Madam, you cannot take him. Depart at once. Then let us see about that. Spider-Man, restrain this warrior. The rest of you, swiftly deal with these gang thugs. Rest assured, I was merely careless before, but not now. Spider-Man swung himself up with his webs, searching for an angle to assault Erica. But each time he was close to succeeding, a flash of steel forced him back. Spider-Man, your opponent is me. Clad in a biological combat suit, Smasher entered the fray, immediately turning the tide of battle as S.H. agents began to retreat. Hill shouted, "May, hurry and take this kid away. The rest of you, fire at will." The cacophony of gunfire and the clash of blades melded into a chaotic symphony of conflict. Woo, let us make haste, for the eyes of none linger upon us now. Yet, Pietro remains in their clutches. Wanda, consumed with concern for her brother, beseeches Wu with a gaze that evokes compassion. Wu gently reassures her, "I shall rescue him, but for now, I must prioritize your safety. We must depart." Leading the way, Wu clears a path as the others follow closely behind, swiftly departing the battleground. "There's a helicopter on the rooftop," Erica called out. The group ascended to the rooftop and, upon sighting the hovering aircraft, hurriedly boarded, soon vanishing from everyone's view. A regiment of military personnel surrounded Hill and her fellow SHIELD agents. "It appears we have triumphed," Erica mused lightly, propelling herself into the sky with a graceful leap, disappearing into the clouds, while Kingpin and his remaining subordinates gradually retreated. "Lower your weapons. We are the Special Operations Team led by General Ross. Rest assured, we will guarantee your safety." Hill replied resignedly, "Put down your arms. At the very least, we are not entirely without gain." The official newspapers and media that day characterized the airport terror attack as a conspiracy orchestrated by the Serpent Gang, declaring that all those so-called innocent civilians at the airport were, in fact, members of the gang. They not only hijacked the aircraft, but also disguised themselves as passengers to control military medical experts, ultimately thwarted by the formidable Special Operations Team under General Ross. An ending filled with satisfaction ensued, yet aside from the silenced families of the passengers, who were engulfed in profound grief, no one cared to unravel the true events that transpired. Chapter 41, Stark's Escape, SHIELD. In action, Wu has vanished. Along with all those he led, they disappeared completely en route back to Kingpin's lair. After all my efforts to save him, he simply left? Boss, he will undoubtedly return. The rotund figure of Smythe loomed on the sofa, resembling a mountain of flesh, his small eyes glinting with cunning and deceit. "Boss, we exerted tremendous effort in this rescue, showcasing your formidable power. I surmise the doctor is now quite wary of you and has temporarily concealed himself." Kingpin, puffing on a cigar, gazed skyward, lamenting, "Yet I have lost 3 lieutenants and a substantial sum of money. Boss, I have perused the doctor's dossier. He is not ungrateful. When he regains the capacity to protect himself, he shall return. In that moment, you will be his most trusted ally. I must also hasten to enhance my bioarmor. That Spider-Man is quite formidable. This suit lacks agility. I must integrate flight capabilities." With that, Smythe dragged his hefty form from Kingpin's office. "Erica, lead our forces to hunt down the Serpent Gang. I want the doctor to see just how dependable Kingpin truly is." Meanwhile, SHIELD has returned from the Middle East, with Hawkeye, Natasha, and Coulson back in tow, along with a rather despondent Tony Stark. What troubles him? What is that electromagnet on his chest? He is all right. Natasha shrugged her shoulders. However, Ethan, who was abducted alongside him by the terrorists, was killed in an explosion. As for the electromagnetic device on his chest, I have no knowledge of it. Shortly after their return, May and Hill, accompanied by Pietro, arrived back at the SHIELD base. "Wow, what took you so long? Barton, Natasha, if only you had returned sooner, we could have apprehended that villain." "What villain?" Natasha inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Her lover, that Oriental man. They wreaked havoc at New York airport, resulting in nearly 1,000 civilian casualties." "What? Such a significant incident occurred? What happened next? Where did he escape to?" Natasha expressed her regret, remarking on the doctor's seemingly benign nature during their last encounter. "Tony Stark?" Pietro suddenly asked, looking at Tony with a hint of nervousness. Tony Stark, lost in the sorrow of the pain his weapons inflicted upon the world, glanced curiously at the young man who had questioned him. "It's me, who are you?" In an instant, Pietro's eyes turned crimson as he lunged at Tony, attempting to bite through his throat. "Get him away, damn it. What have you brought back?" Natasha complained, shielding Tony as she kicked Pietro hard, sending him crashing into a nearby desk. "Stark, you are the executioner. The weapons you created killed my entire family and destroyed my homeland. I want your life. I shall kill you." With a fierce glare, the one-eyed agent commanded, "Coulson, quiet him." A powerful electric current stunned Pietro into unconsciousness. "Who is he?" "He is associated with the doctor. Investigations reveal that he and his sister are ordinary citizens of Sokovia. However, during this Dr.'s journey to the east, he not only abducted Zhao Heiluan but also brought along the siblings. The doctor claimed they possess boundless power. Coulson, take him for a health scan." "Sure, Chief. But can I grab a burger first?" Coulson headed for lunch while the rest of SHIELD made their own arrangements. leaving Tony Stark alone in a corner, brooding. Tony, don't take it to heart. The destruction of Sokovia was due to the foolishness and greed of its rulers, unrelated to the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Weapons are merely tools. They are not your fault. No, Director Fury, this is indeed related to Stark Industries. Without the high-tech weapons developed by us, even warfare would not be as efficient. I have made my decision. I will shut down Stark's weapons manufacturing division. All right. That is your prerogative, Nick Fury replied understandingly. Perhaps you should take a shower first. I have an idea, and I will discuss it with you tomorrow. Your driver is waiting outside. Thank you. As Nick Fury watched Stark depart, he inquired, Coulson, how did the examination of that boy go? Were there any anomalies? Director, as far as we can tell, he appears normal, even somewhat malnourished, with no signs of possessing any powers, let alone boundless strength. Perhaps not. Nick Fury spoke in a low voice. Just like a physician, during the last examination, Agent Hill found nothing amiss. Who has now been slapped in the face? Director Fury. The doctor is of Eastern descent. From the outset of his engagement with Dr. Connors, he made it clear that he possesses remarkable acupuncture skills, all of which is documented in the files. In contrast, Pietro is an Eastern European who has never even attended school. Once he regains consciousness, let us secure him a residence and monitor him discreetly, without infringing upon his freedom. Should he desire it, we can offer him a position within S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson, this task is entrusted to you. I have a premonition that this young man will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Very well, Director. You are always so meticulous. After Coulson departed, Nick Fury sought out May. I have just received intelligence that the doctor leapt from the plane on his way to Kingpin's lair. This matter requires your investigation. Upon locating the doctor, do not confront him. He is currently quite sensitive. I understand, and I cannot confront him alone, unless it is in the bedroom. That just is hardly amusing. Locate him and inform him that we bear no ill will towards Pietro. He is welcome to leave whenever he wishes. Understood, Director. Though I doubt he is so foolish. Without sufficient assurance, he likely will not emerge, even with the commencement of university. Is there any news on George? I've heard reports of a kidnapped George being spotted in Queens, a case of the gang's revenge gone awry. Inform Barton to assist me in investigating the Serpent Society. These wretched reptiles, how could they possibly produce so many abominations? What nefarious schemes do they harbor? After Natasha was dispatched to surveil Stark, Nick Fury suddenly found himself in an awkward position, realizing he had no one left to assist him, with numerous matters left unaddressed. If only the captain were here. May they bring me good news. In the distant Arctic, a Russian drilling team stood ready, their powerful equipment and ample supplies indicating their intent to engage in prolonged exploration and excavation in the vicinity. This endeavor had cost a considerable fortune. At this moment, Wu was seated in a truck transporting calves, enjoying a chicken wrap en route to New Mexico. He now assumed the identity of a scion of a prominent family that had drifted from the East over a century ago. While the enchanting Zhao Helen and the Grand Donna played the roles of his wife and mistress, respectively, Mindy and Wanda were cast as his sisters and daughter. Originally both were to be sisters, but Mindy insisted on squeezing into a different role, necessitating a last-minute script alteration. Chapter 42. The Search for the Hulk. Ladies and gentlemen, you have arrived at the farm you seek. This is the Lance farm of your childhood. However, it appears to have fallen into disrepair over the years. Restoring it would likely entail a significant undertaking. I wish you the best of luck. The driver dropped the group off on a path adjacent to the Lance farm, nestled near the Rocky Mountains and not far from the University of New Mexico. Dear Madam, beloved sister, and precious daughter, this shall be our temporary abode until I, the young master, secure it. Wu Lu sought out the local tax authority managing the farm and swiftly completed the tax registration. Discovering that this farm had fallen into disrepair over the past 2 years, with malnourished cattle and withered grass, leading the previous owner to abandon it long ago. According to the local adverse possession statute, Wu Lu and his companions are now entitled to reside here, provided they pay a fee, after which the over 300 acres of farmland will wholly belong to them. Wu Lu readily paid $500,000, and the local tax official promptly disposed of all documents left by the previous owner in a shredder. Dear Easterners, settle in with peace of mind. I am Garrett, the sheriff and tax collector of this quaint town. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me, for I possess considerable knowledge. Thank you, but at present, there is nothing needed. Wu Lu, adhering to local customs, rewarded the official with $2,000, leading Garrett to begrudgingly produce a gray wolf from his stock. The wolf was quite large, its eyes glowing red and emanating a foul odor. Good sir, this is my prized possession, Malrak, a descendant of the Rocky Mountain Prairie Wolf King. A year ago, a tremendous explosion occurred at the nearby university, after which a grotesque green creature emerged, pursued by countless soldiers and law enforcement, with aircraft, tanks, and artillery driving it into the Rockies. That wretched green toad, upon reaching our town, spat blood, only to be consumed by my Malrak. No treatment has proven effective since. I thought it best to present it to you, as I have heard that Easterners excel in kidney fortification. May it serve you well. Mr. Garrett, your offer seems somewhat extravagant. Nonetheless, I appreciate it. We Easterners have a penchant for peculiar items, and should you acquire more, I would gladly purchase them at a premium, especially rare creatures. Garrett then inquired with an air of mystery, would you care for extraterrestrials? Wu Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. You have aliens as well? Ha ha, merely jesting, my friend. Such things are not for a mere sheriff to possess. Take it with you, and I hope you thrive in your farming endeavors. As Wu Lu departed, others urged Garrett to treat them. Grr, you are truly devious. That farm has long been ravaged by gamma rays. Countless souls have succumbed to illness there. These Easterners will soon perish, and you can find another greenhorn to sell at a fine price. Robbie, your advice is most astute. I have resolved to advertise in the East. I hear the people there harbor an ardent obsession with land. And perhaps I can ensnare a few more unfortunate souls for a lucrative gain. Why give them your Malrak? That creature transforms by night and may become that green toad, laying waste to our village. It is better to keep it close. Should inquiries arise, it will be deemed an accident. Ha ha ha. A raucous laughter erupted among the rowdy cowboys. Wu Lu led a few individuals to the shopping mall to procure electrical appliances and furniture, then proceeded to the second-hand market to acquire a military off-road vehicle. They were not back at the farm until the afternoon. Father, how can we possibly live in such chaos? Mindy pouted, deeply immersed in the role. Wu Lu affectionately ruffled Mindy's hair. Do not fret. Just watch and learn. Grand construction technique. As the domain of surgery unfolded, dust, weeds, withered branches, and decayed leaves were swiftly cleared away. In less than 10 minutes, the tidy and aesthetically pleasing row of wooden cabins was immaculate. Various pieces of furniture floated into the space, and once connected to the satellite network, it soon exuded a modern ambience. Ladies, take some time to acclimatize to farm life. I need to reach out to an old friend. Go ahead, father. I won't let them disturb you, Mindy replied. Oh, my daughter, you are becoming increasingly engrossed in your role. Let me see if you've developed it all. Donna and Mindy giggled and teased, while Zhao Hailuan sat on the sofa, holding her breath, feeling far from joyful. Wanda, on the other hand, felt a twinge of envy, still preoccupied with concerns for her brother. Wanda, do not worry, the doctor will handle everything. Those individuals are not foolish enough to offend a physician over an ordinary person. Zhao Hailuan reassured her. Though this coarse man may seem crude, his medical skills have indeed reached the pinnacle of the world. No one would dare to provoke such a doctor, nor can anyone guarantee they will never fall ill. Thank you. Wu Lu returned to the house, assembled the computer, and connected to the communication network, promptly searching for news from New Mexico. He was certainly not here out of mere boredom. Reports of an airport attack and a fierce confrontation involving S.H.I.E.L.D. left him with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Wu Lu was formidable. Within his domain, he was nearly invincible, even dismissing Mephisto with ease. Yet, he also felt vulnerable, hampered by his limited mobility and the restricted range of his domain. Despite possessing the strength of a demigod, he was still bound by the unfortunate reality of being a terrestrial hero. Thus, he followed the trail of Bruce Banner to New Mexico, seeking the blood of the Hulk. Hey, buddy, long time no see. What are you looking for? Tony. It's been ages. How have you been? You seem to have matured significantly. It's hard to say, Tony Stark replied after a moment of silence. I took a trip to the Middle East and encountered some events and individuals. By the way, that young man from Sokovia is now my driver, just like Happy. Remarkable. Wu Lu exclaimed genuinely. He had always wanted to avenge his parents by killing you. I know, he even bit me. Look. Stark revealed his forearm, noticeably missing a substantial portion of muscle tissue. I shared my thoughts with him. I will shut down the weapons manufacturing department, and I have received his forgiveness. Everything is well. Tony, you have matured. You are quite the man. At this moment, Tony Stark began to align with the image of Iron Man that Wu Lu held in his mind, evolving from a playboy into a formidable figure. When we meet again, I will assist you in optimizing your physical condition as a token of gratitude for your care of Pietro. What brings you to me? Speak up. Wu. I have heard about your predicament. That old rascal Ross has smoothed everything over for you. I understand your concerns. Return to me, for I shall protect you. Those ruffians will be powerless against us. Haha. Tony, you should focus on your own well-being. If things go awry, Congress may soon seek you out. Given the uproar your battle armor has caused in the Middle East, when the time is right, I shall return. For now, I am in search of someone. Chapter 43, The Flawed Hulk. Gene Howard George and Gwen. Director George has sustained some injuries, but he is not in grave danger. His daughter is tending to him in the hospital. Tony, you appear somewhat disheartened. What troubles you? It is hatred, Wu. I cannot relinquish the animosity that dwells within my heart. Tony sighed. Pietro has let go of his hatred, yet I remain tormented by Ethan's death. Those wretched Ten Rings terrorists. If you cannot let go, then act upon it. Tony, as long as you are at peace with yourself, pursue your path. To punish evil is to promote virtue. Pietro has moved on because he recognizes you as a good person, while those terrorists are not. As long as they live, they will continue to endanger others. Very well, you are right, Wu. I must refine my little creation. We shall continue this conversation later. Upon learning that George, Gwen, and Pietro were unharmed, Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He began to meticulously search for traces of Bruce Banner. Over 2 years ago, a gamma ray burst erupted at a physics laboratory in New Mexico. However, news of the green monster did not surface until a year later. And after the creature entered the Rocky Mountains, it vanished without a trace. Wu was uncertain whether Banner was still in Brazil, studying with a master of Qi Gong to control his emotions. But he needed to locate one person first, Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend, Betty. Although all records of that experiment had been destroyed, Betty had made a copy and kept it on her drive. This information was essential for Wu. Having found Betty's address, Wu closed his computer and stepped outside. Wanda, Pietro is safe. He is now working for Tony Stark, who is prepared to shut down his weapons manufacturing division. Really? Wanda's eyes brightened. Pietro is unharmed? That is wonderful news. But he has joined Tony Stark's company. Don't you all seek vengeance? I know. But I still have Pietro. Zhao Hailuan gleefully inquired. Has Tony Stark found you? Yes, why do you ask? Mr. Wu, I implore you to release me now. Tony's finding you indicates that your location is no longer a secret. You will soon be discovered. Mr. Wu, I can see you are not a villain. Donna, Mindy, and Wanda are genuinely loyal to you, but I am not. My presence is a burden to you. I will hinder your escape speed. I have heard of General Ross. He once dispatched a vast army in pursuit of his daughter's boyfriend. Since you have stood him up, he will undoubtedly come after you. Release me, please. That is impossible. Wu Lu stepped forward, grasping Zhao Hailuan's chin. You are correct. I am not a villain. However, at this moment, my sole desire is to live freely. You are exceedingly important to me. One day in the future, I may release you, but that time is not now. Yet, without a laboratory, I am utterly useless to you. When the conditions permit, feel free to seek me out, and I will certainly not refuse. Wu Lu disregarded Zhao Hailuan further and addressed Mindy. Mindy, if this girl makes any sudden moves, shoot her on the spot. Turning to Donna, he continued, come with me. Let us pay a visit to that gray wolf, Morlack. All right. Donna smiled, linking her arm with Wu Lu's. Darling, I will accompany you to take a look. Wanda, holding ingredients, began to prepare Sokovia-style delicacies while Mindy toyed with her gun. Zhao Hailuan, exasperated, exclaimed, oh my goodness, you all have lost your minds, brainwashed by that man. Aside from him, each of you is free, for you are truly ordinary. No one pays attention to you. Mindy, do you understand? Leave him, and you will regain your freedom. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet grazing Zhao Hailuan's scalp as it flew into the distance. Shut up, you annoying woman. If you utter another disparaging word about my boyfriend, I will kill you. Before Wu Lu and Donna had taken 2 steps, they heard the gunfire. Donna paused. Wu, your sweet darling wouldn't have shot Zhao Hailuan, would she? Of course not. Mindy is far more mature than you. Let us proceed. The twilight gradually faded, and the cage containing Morlack began to tremble violently, accompanied by spine-chilling howls. Upon opening the warehouse, the famished wolf had swollen to 2 or 3 times its size. Its body a sickly green, resembling a beast from the depths of hell. Donna, try to control it with pain. Donna nodded, her lips parting slightly as she unleashed invisible waves of agony towards the ravenous wolf. Oh whoa! The famished wolf Morlack howled frantically, blood spewing from its mouth and nose. Yet its body only grew larger and more verdant. The Hulk gene indeed. This is the Hulk gene. The immense strength shattered the iron cage binding it. Wu Lu hurried forward, utilizing his surgical domain to suppress the beast before it could escape. Donna, unleash your full power. I wish to see its limits. The waves of pain began to materialize, distorting all matter in the air. Wu Lu sensed subtle ripples within the surgical domain, a phenomenon he had only encountered during his previous confrontation with Mephisto, indicating the formidable might of Donna's power of pain. The fearsome giant wolf, under the influence of the pain force, continued to grow stronger, and Wu Lu's elation mounted. If this beast could gain strength akin to the Hulk, fueled by limitless rage, it would prove that Dr. Banner's Hulk gene had not suffered functional degradation upon entering the body of Morlack. With Zhao Hailuan present, perhaps they could reverse engineer its extraction. With a thud, Morlack collapsed within the iron cage, its body no longer expanding, and it ceased its furious howling, instead becoming somewhat timid. Its power surged like a mock parabolic curve, peaking before it began a gradual decline. Wu's heart was filled with sorrow. He had come so close to creating the first terrifying biological weapon, only to see it fail. A beast is a beast. Even the Wolf King lacked the mental fortitude to sustain its rage. What on earth is happening, Wu? Is this wolf a creature of hell? No. It is a product of technology. Donna retracted her painful energy. While Morlach's spirit had already been shattered, his robust, powerful frame began to disintegrate under the moonlight. Clearly, the Hulk gene had undergone transformation upon entering the canine species from the human body, and now one could only hope that this blood still held some value. Wu meticulously collected all of the Wolf King's blood into a container. Although these remnants were flawed, they could still fetch a decent price. Has it truly failed? Wu. Donna embraced Wu from behind, her skin exuding a peach-like softness that radiated her sensual allure. Wu, don't be so anxious. You have done remarkably well. Far better than my brother, she reassured him. Wu sighed gently. How can I not be anxious? This world is becoming increasingly perilous. Perhaps we should try that Korean woman tonight? Zhang Ailing once said that the shortest path to a woman's heart might require you to release some of your stress. A splendid idea. Chapter 44. The perfect Ru Zhao Hailuan could never have imagined that she would lose herself to a man she had always despised. Just as she had predicted, this man was no different in his personal life than he was in bed. He had even neglected to wash himself. Even now. She struggled to straighten her back, pushing herself up with effort just to catch her breath. Fulfilled yet disheartened, this was the sensation of love. Her thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, yet in this moment, there was an unexpected sweetness. Dr. Zhao, Wu, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Wanda's skill in making Kosovian pastries was exceptional, so every meal had now been entrusted to her. Wanda, keep it down, after such a ruckus last night. It must be a disaster now, Mindy whispered conspiratorially. I've seen in movies that one might need to lie down for several days. One could hardly move. Surely not. Donna replied. How do you know? Could it be that you? Mindy retorted indignantly. I heard the doctor say you were only 13. He is truly a beast. That is utterly unfair. Who said I was 13? I have been bedridden for 6 years. I am an adult, all right? Besides, there is no fairness in such matters. The whispers of the three women were hardly quiet, and Zhao Hailuan, feeling a rush of shame, buried her head under the covers, only to be suddenly enveloped in a strong embrace. Let us go. If we wait any longer, who knows how it will turn out? Dr. Zhao, relax. We are not in ancient times, and neither of us is married. This is perfectly normal. Wu began to dress, but Zhao Hailuan erupted at once. What? You brute. You force me. You tell me this is normal? I shall sue you. Casually, both the underworld and the legitimate world are seeking me. You may report me wherever you wish. They are aware that you are my woman, and whether they might imprison you to coerce me is uncertain. Shameless, you vile rogue. Scoundrel. Wanda's face flushed. Why are they fighting again? Let us hurry and leave. Mingdi, her cheeks ablaze, hurriedly pulled both of them away. It was not until lunchtime that everyone reconvened. Zhao Hailuan no longer bore her former haughty demeanor, gazing at Wu Lu with a complex expression, at times tender, at times vexed, but devoid of hatred. Ha ha, Dr. Zhao, it seems you two have been enjoying a delightful conversation. From now on, we shall be one big family. Mingdi boisterously ushered Zhao Hailuan to her seat, while Donna and Wanda smiled in congratulations. What kind of family is this? It's not fair. This world has never been fair. Then I shall play the role of the wife. This was Zhao Hailuan's final act of defiance. That is splendid. Wanda, let us together play the daughters. Henceforth, we need not cook. Sounds good. After lunch, Wu Lu began to scour the internet for clues and soon discovered an organization called Tide. After paying a fee, he obtained the itinerary of General Ross and his daughter Betty, along with that of the enigmatic Mr. Blue for the past week. Hailuan, this afternoon, take the blood samples I've collected to visit Professor Samuel Stern at the University of West Mexico. Donna, you will accompany her for protection. Mingdi, will you join me at the airport? What should I do? Although Zhao Hailuan still felt awkward, she realized she could not truly part from him. Just tell him that this is the result of your research. You can suppress this transformation, find a way to extract information about a certain doctor, Bruce Banner, and document it. It will be useful to me. All right, though I have no idea what your brutish intention is, I've decided to assist you this once. Daughter, let us depart. Zhao Hailuan and Donna drove away, while Wu Lu took a vial of blood and drove Mingdi to the airport. Wu, what are we doing today? We are here to pick someone up. Who? General Ross's daughter. At the airport. Betty had just disembarked from her flight and had yet to exit the terminal when a car abruptly veered onto the tarmac, halting sharply before her. Beautiful miss. I have come to fetch you. As the window rolled down, a foreign Asian face was revealed. I'm sorry, my chauffeur will arrive shortly. I do not know you at all. Betty took a couple of cautious steps back. Perhaps you should take a look at this. Wu Lu presented the vial of green wolf blood to Betty, whistling as he spoke. Do not harbor prejudices against Easterners. At the very least, we are quite accommodating. Even to monsters, who can coexist peacefully. Open it, take a whiff, and you will understand what I mean. As soon as the vial was uncorked, the pungent, briny aroma of blood wafted into the air, and Betty was overjoyed, quickly climbing into the car. Where is he? I want to see him now. Do not rush, madam. We must leave at once. Look, the airport police are preparing to draw their weapons. Fasten your seatbelt. With a roar, Wu Lu started the car and sped away toward the northwest, veering further off course. Yet Betty's belief grew stronger with each passing moment. Here lies the Rocky Mountains, from where Dr. Banner once fled. Observe, not a blade of grass thrives here. Gamma rays permeate the air, causing countless newborns and animals to be born with congenital deformities. Dr. Banner bears immense guilt over this. Uffed. Mindy, seated in the back of the car, could not suppress her laughter at Wu's absurdity. Indeed, he is always so tender-hearted. Who is this young girl? She is my daughter. We have always relied on each other. The car halted at the farm, and Wu led Betty to the designated area. Dr. Banner has resided here for over 2 months, consumed by remorse. To mitigate the gamma radiation, he has longed to return to the laboratory in search of any remnants of clues. However, I learned that General Ross has dispatched personnel to take control of the site, thereby thwarting his attempts to go back. Yes, it has been utterly devastated. May I meet Dr. Banner? I long to see him. I regret to inform you that it is not possible at the moment. You are aware of your status. Betty, with a hint of sorrow, remarked with a bitter smile, Yes, I am General Ross's daughter. I fully comprehend your suspicions. Could you take me back? Perhaps one day, Dr. Banner himself will come to see me. I shall wait for him indefinitely. Betty refrained from mentioning the matter of the disc, which did not surprise Wu, for she was no fool. I sympathize with your plight. I shall make a call to inquire on your behalf. Wu dialed Zhao Hailuan, learning that everything was proceeding smoothly. Mr. Samuel Stern, in pursuit of that vial of blood, had transmitted records proving that he was simultaneously researching this extraordinary blood as well. Excellent. Please send it to me. Ding. The documents arrived on Wu's mobile device, and he swiftly edited them, presenting a fresh record on his screen. Sir, what do you think? May I meet Dr. Banner? Perhaps not. Wu replied sadly. Dr. Banner released excessive blood for research yesterday and fainted in the laboratory today. He remains quite weak. Wu accidentally knocked over a plastic tube, causing the green blood to spill forth, seeping onto Betty's feet. Oh my goodness. Is this Dr. Banner's blood? Here are the communication records between Dr. Banner and me, online. My codename is Mr. Blue. I have always wished to assist him, but without experimental data, everything remains exceedingly difficult. Betty gazed at the chat records provided by Wu, covering her mouth. The tone, the sentiment, without a doubt, belonged to Banner. The words conveyed a loathing for the green blood and a yearning for him, shattering Betty's heart. Her mind was in turmoil as she looked at Wu. Mr. Blue, can you truly help Dr. Banner? If we had experimental data, it would surely be possible. Alas, I possess it. Chapter 45. The experimental data is acquired. Is what you say true, Miss Betty? Wu exclaimed with delight. This is beyond incredible. Once Dr. Banner recovers in a few days, I shall ensure he meets you in person, and you can provide him with the experimental data then. He will share it with me, allowing me to commence my research. No, Mr. Blue. Betty shook her head and said, I know you are a good person. Banner trusts you. So I intend to give you the experimental data directly. When the laboratory was destroyed, I made a copy and stored it on this disk. Betty produced a metallic disk from her bosom. I don't want Banner to endure any more suffering, not even for a single day. I implore you, Mr. Blue. You must research a suppressant as soon as possible to save Banner. Thank you. As the metallic disk was placed into Wu's hands, a torrent of emotion surged within him. This was indeed love. The purity of this affection far surpassed that of the Black Widow, whom Banner later found. Yet, he was deceiving such a tender-hearted woman. Miss Betty, I wish you and Dr. Banner a love that remains unbroken throughout your lives. You will be together forever, believe me. Thank you. Now let's go, Mindy. We shall escort Miss Betty home, and then swiftly research the suppressant to aid Dr. Banner. Wu sped away, and as he departed with Betty, a distant, disheartened figure watched them from afar. Come on, let's go. There is still plenty of pizza left today. Don't dwell on it. Love is a game for the wealthy. He must still care for her. After escorting her to her doorstep, he lingered for a long while. Banner, don't think too much. In a few days, I'll help you find a hot girl. To hell with love, freedom, and pleasure are eternal. I'll give you a raise this month. Perhaps we should head back for a drink. Banner, feeling somewhat dejected, had spent over a year in Brazil training in jiu-jitsu, finally deciding to confront his true self and seek Mr. Blue's assistance in vanquishing the terrifying green monster within him. Upon illegally entering the United States and taking refuge in a friend's pizzeria, he witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. One could only say that fortune had smiled upon him. If it weren't for this incident, Banner would have communicated with Betty immediately, exposing Wu's deceit, only to face an extraordinarily agile and enraged Hulk. Upon returning to the farm, Zhao Hailuan and Donna had also arrived home. Wu cautiously revealed the disc. Ladies, today we have acquired something remarkable. We shall no longer have to hide. He proclaimed, "Soon, we will prosper. In a little while, if we acquire another item, we shall be the rulers of the world." "Darling, are you daydreaming?" Zhao Hailuan mocked him from beside him, only to be forcefully pinned against the wall by Wu, who kissed her fiercely for several minutes. "Hailuan, come see what this is, and you will know whether I am dreaming." Wu first disconnected all external signals from the computer, then unplugged the network cable, ensuring there was no internet connection before inserting the disk into the computer. Wow! A series of experimental data and procedures appeared on the monitor, showcasing various equations and a comprehensive overview of effects and dosages, intricately tied to not only physical chemistry but also biology. Zhao Hailuan's expression was one of intense focus. Akin to admiring a breathtaking beauty, her growing excitement resembling the thrill one experiences in bed. "Darling, where did this come from?" "I acquired it through deception." Mindy unveiled Wu Lu's secret. He had deceived a woman to obtain what he desired. Wu Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mindy, you are too young to comprehend. This is not deception, it is a transaction. She seeks her love, and I require the experimental data in her possession. It is a fair exchange. In time, you shall understand." Wu Lu had indeed misled Betty, yet not entirely. He intended to facilitate her union with Dr. Banner, a pair of star-crossed lovers. Ultimately, Betty and Banner could not forge a life together, primarily because Betty was too fragile, and Banner feared harming her, unwilling to entangle her in his perilous world. Hence he chose to let her go. But what if Betty were stronger than Black Widow and Hawkeye combined? "Well, your reasoning is rather convoluted," Mindy retorted, perched on Wu Lu's lap. "Darling, I also desire love. What do you want? I could trade with you." Wu Lu tugged at Mindy's braid, admonishing, "Do not cause a ruckus. This is crucial. Helen, have you discovered anything?" It seemed to be an experiment involving a gene-enhancing serum, ultimately catalyzed by gamma rays. Yet the specific effects remained unknown. The experiment's conclusion, of course, resulted in an explosion in the laboratory, a transformation into the Hulk. "Is this data related to the super soldier serum similar to Captain America, Steve?" Helen Zhao inquired curiously. "Not necessarily. It could also be a product from a specific experimental phase. General Ross acquired it from an undisclosed source, and it was subsequently given to his then-boyfriend, Dr. Bruce Banner, by his daughter. They conducted research, leading to a gamma-ray outburst, resulting in Dr. Banner undergoing a transformation into a green behemoth. At times lucid, at times chaotic, yet undoubtedly, this power is formidable. It can even endure in the cosmos. So, you seek such an entity? Certainly not. The emergence of the Hulk was purely coincidental and exceedingly difficult to replicate. I have no desire for you and me to endure the ravages of a gamma-ray storm. I merely wish to build upon its foundation to develop alternative serums. I have some ideas. Could we employ nanobots to guide the serum's development, perhaps enhancing individual combat capabilities? In gratitude to Betty, the first serum developed would be gifted to her. Wu Lu believed in repaying kindness, and the allied agent Tanya was a model that perfectly aligned with his needs. God knows, these small entities have become exceedingly elusive since their inception. The disparity between the microscopic and macroscopic worlds is vast, yet it is worth a try. Shall we commence now? Wu Lu inquired. If in my laboratory, we could manufacture small doses, yet I cannot guarantee efficacy, and I lack a gamma-ray apparatus to effectuate the final transformation. Here, we are at an impasse. Mindy suggested, I have some savings. Perhaps we could procure some equipment ourselves. Such equipment cannot be purchased privately and is exorbitantly priced. Wu Lu pondered, perhaps I should consult old friends for assistance. He picked up the phone and dialed the number left by Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors. It has been a long time. How have you been? Wu, I am far from well. I am utterly exhausted. Since the day I saw you, your miraculous medical skills have lingered in my mind, leaving me unable to eat or sleep. I went to find you at Gwen's house, only to learn that you had departed. Where are you now? Doctor, an opportunity has arisen. I am in New Mexico, and you can join me at once. I believe you are aware that I have become quite sought after in America, hence I have conceived an audacious plan. What is this plan? Upon your arrival, I shall elaborate in detail. Bring your research findings. I require them. Very well, Wu. I have already prepared to discard that rubbish. Since you have expressed interest, I shall bring it along. If there is anything else you need, do not hesitate to mention it. I shall board a flight this afternoon. Dr. Connors, could you bring your experimental equipment? Oh my, how could you even suggest such a thing? Those items belong to the State University of New York. They are not my personal property, and I have no means of transporting them. Even taking a single specimen would land me in court. Chapter 46. The perfect laboratory. How is it? Can we find a laboratory? No. Wu shook his head. The only ones who can assist us now are Tony Stark or Norman Osborn, but we cannot approach them at this moment. My vulnerabilities have already been exposed. Seeking their help could lead to a trap, and they might capture you and force me to comply. So what shall we do now? Perhaps we can proceed this way. Wu pondered for a moment and addressed the group. I possess a unique ability to manipulate objects within a spherical radius of 30 meters, allowing me to cut and splice biological entities, regardless of their complexity, without causing them harm. Helen, do you believe such an ability could serve as a biological laboratory? Zhao Hailuan glanced at Wu with surprise, and Wanda looked equally astonished. Wu was revealing his greatest secret to them. After some contemplation, Zhao Hailuan replied, while it may not entirely function as a biological laboratory, it can certainly accomplish a significant portion of the most challenging experiments. We just need to ascertain the precision. Wu asserted confidently, anything above the atomic level is possible. Within the spherical domain, I am a god. Perhaps we can give it a try, but before we proceed, we must procure a top-tier computer. During the experiments, we will need to modify various variables, gather statistical data, and calculate deviations, all of which require the assistance of a high-performance computer. Additionally, we will need some basic culture media and reagents, but those are easily obtainable. So what are we waiting for? Let us set off now. By the time we return tonight, all the reagents and instruments that Zhao Hailuan requested will have been acquired. Shall we begin? Certainly, but first, I must cultivate my little assistants. Zhao Hailuan entered Wu's surgical realm with her instruments, and under her guidance, Wu operated as the brain of an intelligent laboratory, progressively advancing the cultivation of the nanobots step by step. Her hands, akin to a magician's, deftly manipulated the various solutions and reagents, conjuring an array of marvelous reactions and transformations within Wu Lu's surgical domain. Every step was executed flawlessly, devoid of any error. In that moment, Zhao Hailuan found herself truly enamored with Wu Lu. She had never encountered such a flawless laboratory. Success! Zhao Hailuan joyfully raised the reagent bottle in her hand, where the silvery blue nanobots danced energetically, producing a melodious rhythm. Is this what nanobots are? Wu Lu cautiously examined these tiny marvels. Zhao Hailuan, with a smile, handed the bottle containing the nanobots to Wu Lu, saying, "Indeed, they are my latest research achievement, capable of aiding the human body in repairing various injuries and significantly enhancing physical strength. Would you like to give them a try? Just this little? Please, what are nanobots? These are minuscule entities at the nanoscale, and the quantity contained within this small vial surpasses the combined total of all humanity by several folds. They can instantaneously heal human injuries. Isn't this precisely why you sought me out in Seoul and brought me here?" Wu Lu awkwardly replied, "Partly. Just a part of the reason. The other part pertains to Wanda. Mr. Wu, we are all yours now. Could you not disclose your true intentions?" Zhao Hailuan questioned Wu Lu earnestly, with Wanda's gaze also filled with inquiry, while Donna and Mindy looked on curiously, eager to understand Wu Lu's thoughts. Could it be that he is merely a hedonist, indiscriminate in his pursuits? Well, to be honest, I have not regarded you as outsiders. I hail from Huaxia, an ancient family of diviners. Mindy rolled her eyes. You certainly did not say that last time. No interruptions. The prophecy foretells the impending destruction of the world, with mutants, robots, aliens, and a plethora of bizarre species emerging. The Green Monsters and Iron Man will mark the beginning. Iron Man refers to Tony Stark, who has developed a formidable nuclear-powered suit capable of flight. With my talents, to survive, I must collaborate with you, Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Wanda. Only together can we unleash biotechnology to its fullest potential, creating weaponry that rivals the divine, protecting us from harm and safeguarding the Earth from destruction. My goodness, dear, I fear you have lost your senses. Zhao Hailuan could not help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. The known biological entities on Earth simply do not reach the strength you envision. Even creating life capable of defying gravity is exceedingly challenging. Relying on them for interstellar warfare is akin to hoping for peace-loving aliens. I am well aware of that. With Wanda present, anything is possible. But at this moment, I am still inept. Do not fret. Wu Lu gently ruffled Wanda's crimson hair. This is merely because you have yet to encounter the one who will bestow upon you 3 moles, or rather, the treasure that will enlighten you. Nevertheless, I shall take care of it. In due course, you will possess the ability to warp reality, while Hailuan will manage the biological rationality module, and I will oversee the assembly of the biological entities. Thus, we shall soon be able to confront the current technological forces and future threats. Is that true? Wanda was exhilarated. Can I truly acquire the power to distort reality? Might I resurrect those who perished in the war? Wu Lu pondered for a moment. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. The realm of souls lies in the hands of the goddess of death, and I am uncertain of that. Nonetheless, there should be hope. Whether death will visit this universe is unknown to Wu Lu. If the adversary does not pay heed to a corner of this multiverse, perhaps Wanda can indeed fulfill her wish for world peace. However, if death takes notice, then resurrection would be impossible, at least from a spiritual perspective. All of this awaits the arrival of the beloved Thor. Clarity will only come once his unfortunate brother brings the Mind Stone to Earth. Zhao Hailuan was equally astonished by Wu Lu's vision. If what he spoke was indeed true, the future could yield innumerable remarkable achievements. For one devoted to science, like Zhao Hailuan, this allure surpassed even the pleasures of the flesh. So what are we waiting for? Let us embark on the first step, tonight. I shall successfully formulate the first vial of super soldier serum. As you wish. Wu Lu and Zhao Hailuan commenced their perfect collaboration, communicating without words, yet in perfect harmony. Each measurement of the reagent and transfer of tools radiated a profound beauty. Initially, Wanda and the others believed they could accomplish it in a single night. But the two toiled from night to day, and from day to night, for an entire week before pausing their work. The vial, glowing with a yellow luminescence, represented a week's labor. My dear, carry me back. Zhao Hailuan's eyelids grew heavy, and she barely managed to utter a word before nearly collapsing to the ground. Wu Lu harnessed the power of the surgical domain to lift Zhao Hailuan before him. He extended his arms, cradling her gently and laying her upon the bed, where they both succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 47. Tanya's serum. Bruce Banner continued his routine of crafting fruit pizzas, as the boss had stepped out for deliveries, compelling him to temporarily assume the role of a server. When a striking figure appeared before him, he instinctively sought to retreat, but it was too late. Banner, Betty exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hi, Betty, how have you been? In her eyes, there was nothing else but the weathered yet charming visage of Bruce Banner. Unable to contain herself, she rushed into his embrace, passionately kissing the boyfriend she had not seen in 2 years. Wait, this is not appropriate. Don't move. Wow. The surrounding patrons applauded vigorously, celebrating this sweet love. All right. Betty, Banner reluctantly pushed her away. You have your own new life, and so do I. This is not right. What life? That night, I saw an Eastern man escorting you home. He was young and cared for you deeply. After you returned home, he lingered for a long time. I know, Betty. I understand. I'm not normal. I'm a monster. You deserve to have your own life. No, Banner. Betty held Banner tightly. Do you not recognize him? He is Mr. Blue. He mentioned he was assisting you in dealing with the monster within you. What else did he say? A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Banner. During his conversation with Mr. Blue, the latter had already revealed his identity as a scientist from Greyborn Academy, an American by birth. How could he possibly be of Eastern descent? He took me to the farm where you often reside, and I even saw the blood you released. I am quite worried about you, Banner. Are you all right now? Betty, while I appreciate your concern, I must caution you that you may have been deceived by that Eastern man. Can you recount everything that transpired between you two? He is not Mr. Blue at all. Mr. Blue is a professor at Greyborn Academy, a true American. Oh no. At the reminder from her lover, Betty suddenly regained her composure. Did I give him something? What? Something far more serious than that. The experimental data on the super soldier serum, including the gamma radiation exposure we later conducted. I stored it on a disk. Oh my God, Banner exclaimed. This has truly stirred up a disaster. Betty, quickly take me to find that Eastern man. If that information falls into the hands of evil forces, the entire world could be in peril. We can only pray that he has yet to find a suitable buyer. Banner and Betty hurriedly drove toward Wu Lu's farm, gazing at the billowing dust and the man in the seat turning almost green. They skidded to a stop beside the farm. At that moment, Wu Lu was butchering a prime bull, preparing it for the surgical domain, and within moments, the meat was sliced and flames danced around it, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted beef. Welcome, my friend. Can you summon the Hulk? I have prepared lunch for him. You are not Mr. Blue at all. You have deceived me. Return my belongings. Betty marched angrily toward Wu Lu, demanding the disc. Give it back. Return what belongs to us, or I will not hesitate to crush you. How dull. Here, take it. Wu Lu tossed the disc into Betty's hands. To be honest, it holds no value for me. You see, I am merely a farmer from the East, and cannot afford such expensive equipment. Banner hesitated, looking at the disc in Betty's hand, uncertain whether to feel relieved or continue pressing for answers. He harbored doubts about whether the copy had indeed been made. Yet now is not the time for excuses. Why do you not resist? Why should I resist? I hold the utmost blessings for Ms. Betty's affections toward you. And I have even prepared a gift for her. It is the love water from our mysterious East. It has extracted the essences of numerous plants. Do you know about Tony Stark's green hair? It is thanks to this. Wow, it is truly beautiful. The super soldier gene serum, which Wu Lu and Zhao Hailuan had labored over for 7 days and nights, radiated an enchanting hue. Living beings always possess an instinctive desire for matters that benefit them. Betty do not. In a fleeting moment when Banner was unable to intervene, Wu Lu swiftly administered the serum to Betty's lips. Oh, for heaven's sake. What have you done to her? Banner exclaimed with fury, landing a punch on Wu Lu. All right, my friend, I deceived her, and now you've struck me. We are even. Darling, I am perfectly fine. I feel absolutely invigorated. What exactly did you give me? I feel as if I could effortlessly slay a bull. Saying this, Betty effortlessly hoisted a freshly roasted whole cow with one hand. Wow, The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Banner furrowed his brow, then exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be the super soldier serum? How is that possible? It's clearly a flawed version. Ecstatic. Betty drew a pistol from her waist and fired at the birds soaring above. The rapid gunfire echoed like popcorn popping. And one unfortunate crow after another fell to the ground, reduced to a mere mess. I feel as if I have transformed into a super soldier, mastering dozens of lethal techniques, and I possess immense destructive power against vehicles. With that, Betty's eyes glowed green as she darted towards the car she had arrived in with Banner, instantly wreaking havoc upon it. The Tanya serum. Indeed, this is the Tanya serum. Zhao Hailuan, astonished yet overjoyed, leaped into Wu Lu's embrace. We succeeded? We truly succeeded. When they initiated the creation process, Wu Lu had already resolved to present Betty with the serum to facilitate her love with Banner. Thus, he persuaded Zhao Hailuan to consciously influence the serum's properties using nanobots. And the character Tanya from Red Alert was the intended target of this alteration. A fictional war champion and the dream lover of countless men, far more formidable than Black Widow. It now appeared that their efforts had borne fruit. Dr. Banner, she means we have successfully activated the Tanya serum. This is our ancestral legacy. Come on. Do not deceive me. This is the super soldier serum, and I am not so easily fooled. All right, this is what we crafted ourselves. What do you wish to do about it? Banner remained skeptical of Wu Lu's claims. You have no idea how many are seeking the serum. Hydra, General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Room, even extraterrestrials. Having it around you brings no benefit. It will only lead to calamity. Wu Lu chuckled. Dr. Banner. Power does not bring disaster. It is the absence of power that does. Miss Betty suffered your unintentional harm because of her lack of strength. You were pursued like a hunted animal by General Ross due to your own powerlessness. I share your plight. I am a doctor, the most skilled physician in the world. And they are all searching for me. Without power, I shall become a prisoner, serving the affluent and the powerful elite. I desire freedom. Dr. Banner. Will you be my ally or my adversary? Chapter 48. Reconciliation and Fulfillment. Banner's fist hung suspended in the air. After a moment, he brought it down heavily upon Wu Lu's shoulder. Very well, you are right. I shall not be your enemy. Then let us drink. Wu Lu exclaimed, pulling Banner into a rocking chair and filling a glass. I have heard that only true men appreciate this spirit. May I have a glass of juice? I wish to regulate my heart rate. Wu Lu replied, perhaps you should learn to coexist with it. Lady Betty, come and sit. Do sample my roasted whole beef, and tell me if it pleases your palate. After the turbulence subsided, the youth quickly bonded. So, have you truly discovered a method to improve the super soldier serum? Regrettably, we lack the original data on the super soldier serum, Dr. Banner. It is said that over 70 years ago, during the final confrontation between Captain America and the Red Skull, all original documents pertaining to the serum were obliterated. Even this little is exceedingly rare. Might I see your laboratory? I'm afraid we have no laboratory. This vial of Tanya's elixir has drained all our energy and resources, and we currently have no plans to continue its production. I must say, you are a genius. How did you perform those surgeries? I have read accounts of you excising tumors in 30 seconds. Wow. If not for the testimony of hundreds, I would find it hard to believe. These young ladies appear quite lovely. Which one do you favor? These are the fruits of my super abilities. I can perform incisions without causing harm. I hold affection for all these ladies, and it seems they are fond of me as well. We are bound by no marital constraints, nor are we sworn to eternal promises. Everything is in its most comfortable state. Should anyone feel discomfort, they may depart at once. Though only Mindy and Donna may do so. Zhao Hailuan and Wanda, Wu Lu would never permit their departure. I hear you encountered a Russian beauty named Natasha in Brazil. How was she? Quite fiery, I presume? Betty's expression darkened slightly, and she feigned a smile as she leaned closer to Banner, whispering, Banner, is this true? How are the Russian ladies' skills in bed? Oh, my dear, while I did meet a Russian woman, it was not at all as you might imagine. I am being wronged. Who knows? After over a year of acquaintance, having spent more than a month together, I would wager that if she were not interested, she would not have squandered so much time. If she were interested, perhaps they would have a child by now. Doctor, you are simply insufferable. Ouch, be gentle, Betty. Your grip is quite strong. Banner recounted his experiences in Brazil, practicing jiu-jitsu and diaphragmatic breathing, and upon returning to Western Mexico. An unfortunate incident occurred where some soda inadvertently mixed with his blood. This led to a dozen unsuspecting individuals consuming it, which once again drew General Ross's attention. What are your plans? Mr. Blue recently sent me a flower that effectively suppresses the emergence of the monster within me. I intend to seek him out. A commendable idea. Whether your father-in-law will be disappointed or pleased remains uncertain. He is at Greyburn Academy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Lu stood up and said, Dr. Banner, my companions and I are planning a trip to the Rocky Mountains tonight. I've heard there exists a peculiar herb there. Would you and Miss Betty be so kind as to oversee the farm for me? It boasts a grand bed and a bathroom. May I join you? Before Dr. Banner could finish his curious inquiry, his foot was forcefully stepped on by a high-heeled shoe. Thank you, Wu. Banner and I will take good care of this place. And we eagerly await your return. Wishing you the best of luck. Do not expect us back until after 10 tomorrow morning. This farm is our entire possession, Dr. Banner. If it is damaged, I trust you will compensate me handsomely in the future. Rest assured, Doctor, we are not elephants. We do not possess such destructive capabilities. The straightforward man finally grasped the situation, prompting Wu Lu to chuckle lightly. Ladies, let us depart and take along our little golden retriever, Morlack. The group gradually ventured away, disappearing into the Rocky Mountains. What a good man. I may have misjudged him, she mused. Betty, how are you feeling now? A snow-white arm entwined around Banner's. I am famished. Meanwhile, Wu Lu and his companions delved deeper into the Rocky Mountains, soon discovering a small lake nestled in the hills. He erected a large camping tent, laid out bedding, and gathered firewood to ignite a campfire. The cold of the night was gradually dispelled by the warmth of the flames. My dear, why must we leave? Dr. Banner and Betty would not disturb us, would they? Zhao Hailuan cast a captivating glance. As she savored the moment, her femininity became increasingly pronounced. Wu Lu embraced Zhao Hailuan and kissed the rather pallid-faced Donna, placing Mindy on his lap, striving to soothe everyone before saying, the appearance of Bruce Banner will undoubtedly attract General Ross's attention. Though he has entered clandestinely, it is unlikely General Ross would remain oblivious to this. With Betty absent all night, he will soon catch wind of it. My dear, shouldn't we inform Dr. Banner instead of simply leaving? That would be rather ungracious. Some matters necessitate growth. This is also a test for their love. Only by facing challenges together will Banner understand that the current Betty differs from the fragile image he harbors in his mind. Rest assured, Betty is General Ross's only daughter, and he loves her dearly. Ultimately, this is their family matter. If any peril arises, I shall return to rescue them. Very well. But what purpose do we serve in coming here? Father, why can't we stay at the hotel in town? Wu Lu replied enigmatically. You shall soon find out. The chilling night breeze extinguished the campfire, and the three women huddled inside the tent with Wu Lu, while only Wanda excused herself, citing the need for fresh air. What do you plan to do about her? I have yet to figure that out. Wanda's heart is frozen. She and Pietro endured too much trauma in their childhood. Then you must warm her heart. Indeed. Mindy chimed in. I feel that our current state is quite harmonious. We all seem like one big family, do we not, Doctor? Zhao Hailuan rolled her eyes, declaring, regardless, we, in Semida, adhere to monogamy. You are all my adversaries. Mindy, let us unite to deal with this shameless woman. The three women erupted into a fray. Suddenly, outside the tent, a chorus of wolf howls pierced the night, interspersed with the harrowing cries of a woman. Wu Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had finally arrived. Chapter 49. The first biological weapon, Fenrir. On the opposite bank of the lake, Wanda was washing, relishing the warmth of camaraderie shared with Wu Lu and the others, a sensation she had never experienced before. Yet, as their bonds grew more intimate, Wanda felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had come to understand the Eastern man's motives for enduring great trials to rescue her from Sokovia. He desired her as his own, intending to harness her powers for his future endeavors. Wanda was neither as passionate as Donna nor as dependent as Mindy. Yet she was not as resistant as Zhao Hailuan. Her feelings hovered delicately between friendship and gratitude, stopping short of love. It was a subtle yet profound sensation. Fortunately, Wu Lu treated her with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with his roughness towards Zhao Hailuan, leaving her both relieved and somewhat disheartened. She recognized that despite their closeness, an emotional chasm remained, one she lacked the courage to bridge. The icy waters of the lake caressed her smooth skin, yet Wanda found herself at a crossroads. She cherished this tender feeling, yet felt no urge to advance closer. Alas, what should I do? Why can't you assist me as you do Zhao Hailuan? Wanda murmured softly, with only the night breeze to answer her. Suddenly, she plunged into the water and was awestruck by the sight of numerous beautiful blue fireflies along the shore. How exquisite! Wanda quickly surfaced and swam toward the shore, but to her astonishment, the blue fireflies surged toward her. Bathed in moonlight, she soon realized these were no fireflies. They were the eyes of North American gray wolves. Amidst the chilling howls of the wolves, mingled with the desperate cries of a woman, Donna's eyes lit up. Darling, it seems to be Wanda. We must hurry to save her. Mindy scrambled from between the towering women, ready to don her outer garments. But Donna seized her arm, exclaiming, Are you foolish? Wu Lu gently patted Mindy's head, saying, Leave this to me. Wu Lu stepped outside, embraced by the wind, and sprinted at an incredible speed. Within his surgical domain, he could swiftly transport himself in increments of 60 meters, a newly acquired skill. Though his only limitation was that he could not ascend to 60 meters in altitude, for the surgical domain was not substantial enough to anchor him to the earth. Wanda swam with all her might as the North American gray wolves plunged into the water, roaring and charging, the distance closing rapidly. She could see the drool dripping from their jaws. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, she glimpsed Wu Lu, descending like a celestial being, rushing toward her. And her heart stirred. She needed him. Wanda, do not fear. I am here to rescue you. Come to me. Across the lake, merely a few hundred meters away. Wu Lu hastily reached Wanda's side within mere seconds. He refrained from engaging the pack of wolves, instead pulling Wanda toward the shore. The wolves followed suit, occasionally launching fierce attacks. However, within the realm of Wu Lu's surgical expertise, all their efforts proved futile. Wanda, call for help. Don't speak. Kiss me. Drenched and clad only in scant attire, Wanda's form was both athletic and alluring. Observing Wu Lu in a daze, she suddenly lunged toward him. Wu Lu felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation, the heat and agility of her presence penetrating his very soul. Wanda, what are you doing? Wanda chuckled. Isn't this what you desire, my dear? I appreciate your creativity, but I hope you refrain from using it on other girls. In Sokovia, we uphold monogamy, and I find it hard to reconcile with that. Have you truly succeeded in winning over the Scarlet Witch? Heavens above, he had not brought them here for such frivolities. Yet now, it would be foolish to argue against it. Wanda, I love you. I feel the same. After lingering for a minute, Wu Lu hastily pushed Wanda away. Go fetch Helen, and bring the little golden retriever as well. Wanda, somewhat perplexed and displeased, found his hands quite audacious. After another minute of lingering, she reluctantly departed to summon assistance. Soon, everyone arrived, gazing at Wu Lu and the North American wolf pack he had subdued, bewildered by his intentions. My goodness. These are mutated species subjected to gamma radiation. Zhao Helen exclaimed as she stepped forward. Indeed, after hearing Sheriff Gerald speak of it that day, I made time to visit. But luck was not on my side. I only encountered one. Today, thanks to Wanda, we have struck a veritable bounty. Donna approached, tugging at the ear of a gray wolf. My dear, what purpose do they serve? Zhao Helen explained. These are premium materials, possessing strength superior to most known living beings. Additionally, the energy stored within their mitochondria exceeds that of ordinary organisms by over 200 times. They are swift, explosive in power, and resistant to high temperatures and radiation. If not for their low intelligence, they would be the ideal biological weapon. Helen's assertion was valid. Although we possessed considerable strength, the dangers we faced were increasingly formidable. Thus, we too must begin crafting powerful biological weapons to safeguard our own security. Dad, didn't you mention needing Wanda's reality warping powers? Wu Lu ruffled Mindy's hair, earnestly stating. Having it is better than lacking it. Helen, let us commence. Very well. Helen led the golden retriever into Wu Lu's surgical domain, and the two resumed their harmonious collaboration. Will it take another 7 days? Certainly not. The last time was prolonged due to the novelty of the situation. Employing our now familiar techniques, 1 night will suffice. Donna, please take them both back to rest. With Helen and me here, we shall manage just fine. Helen, let us begin. The compression of bone density, coupled with the integration of repair nanobots to regulate the musculature of the upper body, enhances the ligaments, steering towards the form of a flying fish. A pair of 5-fingered arm structures replaces the consciousness of the brain, utilizing nanobots to isolate radiation and initiate density compression to establish a rational framework. One after another, North American gray wolves are swiftly dismembered, merging into the body of a small golden retriever. However, its appearance now diverges vastly from that of a typical dog. Possessing the feet of an even-toed ungulate allows for accelerated running and the ability to climb obstacles. 2 additional muscular arms and sharp claws extend from its back, capable of wielding weapons or launching physical assaults. The formidable musculature is imbued with explosive power. Equipped with flying fish muscle modules, it can support high-speed gliding. Apart from the dog's head still sporting a foolish grin, there remains no trace of its golden retriever lineage. The transformation is nearly complete. Zhao Hailuan wiped the beads of sweat from her brow as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon. Hailuan, you are truly a genius. The most challenging aspects of compression, structural rationality, and the use of nanobots as protective support mediums have all been accomplished. Now, we are left with but one final step, to catalyze its intelligence using the basic serum of super soldiers. Indeed, should this endeavor fail, you may end up with a uniquely devoted pet. My dear, why did you choose a golden retriever as the foundation? Zhao Hailuan inquired, perplexed. Simply because it is familiar, came the reply. Well, I look forward to your expression when it eventually burrows into your opponent's embrace. The injection of the super soldier serum stabilizes various traits and activates energetic responses. Master, I am hungry. The golden retriever suddenly spoke. We have succeeded, Hailuan. You shall henceforth be known as Fenrir. In Chapter 50, the bewildered Ross and the terrifying Tanya, within Wu Lu's farm, remnants of a fierce battle linger, a testament to the joy and fervor of their long-awaited reunion. On the large bed, Banner sleeps peacefully. Last night, he had momentarily lost his sanity, yet Betty remained unscathed. He knew that the entity had emerged. Previously, due to unintentional harm, he had chosen to depart quietly. Now, they could finally be together. Don't make a fuss. Betty, blushing, emerged from Banner's embrace, reaching out to him. Banner, we must quickly devise a way to eliminate the monster within you. I cannot be away from you for a moment. Neither can I. A tremendous explosion abruptly interrupted their tender exchange, shrapnel and with splinters flying in all directions. Instinctively, Banner sought to shield Betty behind him. Betty, now donned in her dress, seized a weapon and darted out like a white butterfly. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves encircled by hundreds of armed personnel, with General Ross coldly observing the ill-fated couple from atop an armored vehicle. Banner, you must flee. I will protect you. No, Betty, we leave together. Hurry, or neither of us will escape. No, none of you will escape. Colonel Bronsky, seize them. Yes. The crackle of gunfire erupted, the soldiers seemingly indifferent to Betty's fate. As was Ross himself. Banner, you must leave swiftly. I can protect myself. Betty, weaving gracefully, refrained from firing her twin guns, transforming into a ballet dancer amidst a rain of bullets, elegantly evading each projectile. This was, of course, aided by the soldiers' reluctance to aim deliberately, as none wished to truly harm Betty. Father, you shall not succeed. I will not allow you to exploit my feelings for Banner to ensnare him again. Do not push me, or I shall retaliate. General Ross incredulously rubbed his eyes. The woman before him was more agile than his most formidable agents. What are you? Daring to impersonate my daughter? Langowski, eliminate her. General Ross was certainly aware of what his daughter looked like. A quintessential society princess. Her most vigorous pursuits involved mountain climbing and horseback riding. How could she possibly embody a battlefield warrior, sweeping all aside? Boom. A shell was launched directly at Betty, provoking her fury. Ha ha. An enchanting laughter reminiscent of Tanya escaped Betty's lips, and she transformed entirely. Whereas the party? Let the festivities commence. Bang, bang, bang. With deadly precision, her twin guns suppressed hundreds of special operatives, each palm pierced in an instant. Then, with remarkable speed, she dashed beneath Ross's vehicle and swiftly emerged. General, flee. It's a bomb. An officer had just rescued General Ross from the armored vehicle when a deafening explosion resonated, obliterating the armored car into mere fragments. Before anyone could react, the remaining vehicles, tanks, armored cars, and infantry fighting vehicles, were all annihilated by Betty. Once her task was complete, she charged at Langowski. Step aside. This is my path. If you can, defeat me. Otherwise, I shall slay you. Bang, bang, bang. Betty unleashed a flurry of shots, causing Langowski to tremble. Yet his frenzied gaze indicated that her efforts bore little impact. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce melee. Betty utilized Tanya's serum, while Langowski relied on Hulk's incomplete blood. Though not yet transformed into abomination, his combat prowess appeared somewhat superior. Moments later, Betty was hurled against the fireplace by Langowski. Banner instantly transformed, delivering a devastating kick that nearly incapacitated Langowski before charging towards General Ross. Stop, Banner, we must leave. Let us find Mr. Blue. The transformed Hulk hesitated, quickly scooping up Betty as they leapt away from the scene. General Ross stared blankly at the retreating figures of Banner and Betty, finally convinced that the woman was indeed his daughter. But why? Had she succeeded? How could this be possible? He had been present when the super soldier serum data was destroyed. The remnants had cost him an immense fortune to procure. Once, Howard Stark had failed to unravel it, as had Bruce Banner. He could scarcely fathom who else in this world could have restored the super soldier serum. Langowski, how do you feel? General Ross, my bones are broken. Let us go. We still have time to find them. Upon returning to the secret base, General Ross arranged for all injured personnel to receive treatment and commanded his cybersecurity engineers to swiftly investigate any suspicious communications involving renowned domestic experts and overseas connections. General, we have identified the target. Where? Greyborn Academy in New York. Wow, Betty, you're simply incredible. If Captain America were alive, I'm certain he wouldn't be as cool as you. Banner had regained his human form and boarded a private plane to New York with Betty. I never anticipated that the serum developed by the doctors would be so potent. My injuries have completely healed. Having engaged with Langowski, Betty had also sustained significant internal injuries. Yet now she exhibited no lingering effects. Truly remarkable. It's biotechnological nanotechnology. I wonder how Wu managed to connect with Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Tony Stark had once attempted it, but unfortunately, he failed. Are you envious? Betty asked, somewhat displeased. Darling, how could I be? Having you is akin to possessing the entire world. If we can locate Mr. Blue and eliminate the green monster within me, we can be together forever. Even your father, I believe. Would not reject such a brilliant scientist as myself. Banner, I trust you. As Wu and his companions emerged from the Rocky Mountains, the farm had transformed into a desolate ruin, with not a single vehicle left intact. Mindy, take pictures. We'll seek compensation from Banner and Betty later. By then, our family will have a grand villa to reside in. Haha, that would be splendid. Mindy pulled out her phone, snapping photos from various angles and sharing them on her social media. Today, Mindy had become a global celebrity. Despite the collapse of her house due to the airport snake gang incident, many still avidly followed her updates. Oh, Mindy suddenly gasped, furrowing her brow. There's a message from Frank. Frank, what does that guy say? He said much. He just left me a coded address. I need to look up these coordinates. They lead to Madrid Island in Southeast Asia. Madrid Island, the territory of Madame Hydra. Darlings, our next destination awaits. The Snake Gang will pay for their misdeeds. Chapter 51. Infiltration. The Imperial Ocean Company is the sole shipping company operating the Madrid Island route. Wu spent a considerable sum to discover the Butcher Cherokee's address. Damn the rising tide. The fees keep increasing. Dear, are you certain this is the place? It looks like a slum. Wu and his companions arrived in St. Augustine, Florida, a port city where land meets sea, with shipping routes connecting everywhere. Yet, the individual they sought was a red-haired old man who owned a princess bar. Wu repeatedly verified the photos sent by the rising tide. This is it. Let us go in. Wu Lu pushed the door open, and the crowd immediately knew they had arrived at the right place. The bizarre and grotesque figures, along with the half-human, half-beast mutants, drew everyone's gaze to the faces of Wu Lu and his companions. Gentlemen, do you wish to partake in a drink? You have come to the wrong place. We shall soon close. Are you O'Donnell? No, O'Donnell is my employer. Do you know him? The bar owner relaxed slightly. You look unfamiliar, Oriental. If you have come seeking me, you should be aware of our customs. Indeed, I am aware that you do not cater to newcomers. Do you have a referral? I do not, but a friend possesses a pass. Fenrir, remove your cloak. Very well, sir. As Fenrir shed his disguise, his rugged and powerful physique incited a frenzy of whistles from the surrounding onlookers. Wow, simply perfect. Are you a wolf mutant? Sir, am I? Fenrir grinned at Wu Lu, eliciting a frown from the bar owner. Ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the Princess Bar. The cruise departs in 1 hour, but your friend cannot accompany you. Do you understand? Certainly. Fenrir, heed the bar owner's instructions. We shall reunite upon arrival. Understood, sir. With a smile, Fenrir nestled his head into the bar owner's red hair, exuding an affectionate demeanor. Oh my, never has a strong being shown such warmth to an ordinary person. Mr. Fenrir, I shall prepare the finest dinner for you. Clearly, the Princess Bar was not intended for humans, or rather, ordinary folk. Here, the extraordinary had greater rights and status, a fact Wu Lu had long known. Enchanting ladies, charming students, and those in peculiar uniforms. All the women in the bar focused their attention on the mutants. The more complete the anomaly, the more popular it became. It was unimaginable that the two stunning beauties beside Wu Lu, along with the two young maidens, received no advances. An hour later, when Fenrir reappeared before the crowd, he was accompanied by 7 or 8 exquisitely featured and scantily clad young women. This fellow seems to be quite fortunate. Let us hope he doesn't cause any trouble. It's beyond what humans can handle. Fear not, he is a golden retriever and will not harm humans. Fenrir's gaze frequently wandered towards Wu Lu. Yet he relished the intimacy with those around him, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He appeared rather pleased. At noon, a luxurious cruise ship, towering 15 stories high, slowly entered the harbor. Armed mutants and local military personnel collaborated to establish a security perimeter, verifying identities before boarding. These humans? A snake-like mutant brandished a firearm, pointing it at Wu Lu and his companions. Just then, Fenrir, who had already entered the cabin and was enjoying life on the deck, leaped down with a flourish, swiftly bringing down the loquacious serpent's head. Whoever dares to threaten my master shall meet their end. The guard stood as if facing a formidable enemy. Wu Lu stepped forward and declared, though we are all human, we are friends of Lord Fenrir, and the majesty of the strong must not be trifled with. The choice between peace and war lies with you. Fenrir, showcase your power. With a thunderous roar, Fenrir leapt into the sky, landing with a force that created a massive hole in the luxurious cruise ship's alloy deck, measuring over 400 millimeters. Wow, is Mr. Patch really nothing compared to this? Is this the power of the mutants? No wonder humanity ostracizes us. We are indeed the epitome of perfection. Fenrir's might left everyone utterly astonished, causing the guards to panic and retreat, though they dared not drop their weapons. It's all a misunderstanding. The tavern owner squeezed through the crowd, his corpulent frame jostling for space. It's my fault for forgetting to issue communication permits for Lord Fenrir's friends on Madrid Island. We shall handle the aftermath here at the Princess Tavern. Upon hearing this, The guards collectively sighed in relief and quickly vanished, while the cruise ship began to depart slowly, gliding into the sea. Under the azure sky in cerulean waters, Fenrir continued to relish his elevated status, and Wu Lu and his companions savored a rare moment of tranquility. There were few mutants, and even fewer qualified to visit Madrid Island. Thus, on an entire floor, only about a dozen individuals were present, rendering encounters exceedingly rare. After 5 days and nights of sailing, the bonds among Wu Lu, Zhao Hailuan, and Donna deepened, and their camaraderie with Mindy and Wanda grew increasingly intimate. The ship's whistle sounded as they turned into a colossal mountain, entering a hidden waterway. After half an hour, they docked at the harbor of Madrid Island. Ladies and gentlemen, Madrid Island is divided into the upper and lower districts. The upper district is a paradise for the powerful and wealthy, while the lower district is a haven for adventurers, criminals, drifters, and fortune seekers. Our Princess Tavern is centrally located in the lower district, a fine choice for information trading or bounty hunting. Thank you. But may I ask if the Princess Tavern in St. Augustine is still in business? Of course. In fact, there are several owners like me. Farewell, and good luck. The tavern owner reluctantly turned away from Fenrir, whose charm did not lure him into the fold of the Princess Tavern. Where shall we go? To the Princess Tavern. Although Madrid Island is an island, it is exceedingly prosperous, with a naturally fortified city formed within the hollowed mountain, alive with vibrant lights in the dim atmosphere. The facade of the Princess Tavern was exceptionally bright. Even from a distance, Wu Lu could see the shimmering neon sign. 1 vodka on the rocks, 2 Bloody Marys. And 2 juices, please. Outsiders. The bartender, a rugged man in his 40s, was unkempt yet swift in his movements, his eyes gleaming like those of a wolf. Mr. Patch? Haha. You know me? Certainly. Mr. Patch is a legend on Madrid Island. Chapter 52, Wolverine in the Princess Tavern. This place is not suited for you. Especially for those from the East. Why? Wu Lu took a sip of vodka and curiously inquired. You see, your Eastern people are excessively modest, lacking the decisive vigor required for ruthless actions. This trait is a fatal weakness on Madrid's Poda Island. With a smile, Wu Lu responded, Mr. Logan. It appears you may have misjudged. I have heard that one can procure all manner of intelligence on this island. I wonder if that is indeed true. How do you know of me? The man's gaze sharpened, and the adamantium claws of Edelman protruded menacingly from his hand. Just a guess, Wu Lu replied. The proprietor of the Princess Bar mentioned that Mr. Patch is a formidable wolf mutant, hence my speculation. It seems my luck is holding. Mr. Logan was captured by the Japanese during World War II, leaving behind many tales, and I happen to have visited that place. This story holds no intrigue, Logan remarked. Now, tell me, what do you wish to accomplish by seeking me out? Are you here to learn combat techniques, or perhaps to expose me? Neither, Wu Lu chuckled lightly. Mr. Logan, there is no need for alarm. I merely wish to inquire about a certain matter. What matter? Where can I find the Serpent Gang? Logan erupted into laughter. I remember now. You are that unfortunate doctor. Alas, you have come to the wrong place. Although the Serpent Gang is indeed present here, it is not the same faction you seek. That is of little consequence. Either will suffice. Are you serious? Logan replied incredulously. Have you lost your mind? For beautiful ladies, perhaps you should stick with me. Your companions seem to lack common sense. The Serpent Gang led by the Rattlesnake and the one led by the Serpent Lady are entirely different entities. In a way, the Serpent Gang on Madrid's Poda Island could be considered your natural allies. Logan, only the weak travel in herds. True strength walks alone. Allow me to introduce you to Fenrir, my subordinate. Fenrir, come forth and greet our guest. With a growl, Fenrir cast a disdainful look at Logan. Master, I do not appreciate his scent. I wish to tear him apart. Calm yourself. He is human. Fenrir, do not act impulsively. Fenrir sniffed at Logan for a moment, his demeanor eventually relaxing into one of friendliness. My apologies, Mr. Logan. Please allow me to bestow a kiss upon you. With that, Fenrir leaned in, licking Logan's face. Oh. My friend, you are far too enthusiastic. This is unacceptable. Logan extended his hand, but despite his efforts, he could not prevent Fenrir's advance and received an enthusiastic kiss. Good heavens, what a dreadful experience. I heard from the bartender that a legendary powerhouse has arrived on the island, and I presume that would be Fenrir. What is his story? Is he mentally unstable? No, he is fond of humans, but harbors a deep disdain for non-humans, particularly those who are genetically altered. Logan's expression darkened. That is indeed unfortunate. Some mutations are beyond one's control. Is he akin to the extreme humans? No, Logan. You may regard him as a golden retriever, affectionate towards humans and ferocious towards others. It is simply his nature. A golden retriever mutant, now that is rare. After several drinks, as women whispered amongst themselves, Logan and Wu Lu gradually lowered their guard. My friend, if you are willing to pay, I can assist you in confronting the Serpent Gang. The woman has long irked me. For $1 million, is that sufficient? It is all I possess. No, My friend, money is not omnipotent. It is merely a worldly force. Of little utility to someone like Vaughn. I require a different form of recompense. A different recompense? Logan, what is it that you desire? I wish for you to extract the Edelman alloy from my body. This torment is unbearable, and I feel like a monster. I can only hide in the shadows and weep, unable to woo women as you do, nor walk freely under the sun. Why? Because of this immortality. Do you know how old I am now? No. I was 20 during World War II, and yet I remain 20 still. Wolverine, that doesn't seem right. That is because I deliberately maintain a disheveled appearance to reflect my weariness. Immortality is the dream of every mortal, yet for me, it is a true curse of eternity. Friends, family, and lovers have perished one after another, while I continue to live on, existing like a monster. Logan, perhaps you have yet to find direction in life. You might consider trying the life of an ordinary person. Easterners, I have ventured into nearly every profession and embraced every form of adventure, yet in the end, only the world within a bottle is real. I wish to live authentically. Do you understand? Very well, I shall oblige. Father, also inquire about Frank's whereabouts. Mindy interjected. Sitting beside Wooloo. Your daughter is truly delightful. You will have one too, and she will certainly be much more mischievous. Logan. Have there been any other formidable outsiders arriving at Madrid Hill Island recently? The Hand, does that count? These individuals from Kunlun previously had only one office on the island. But a week ago, 5 leaders of the Hand simultaneously landed there, accompanied by numerous ninja warriors and gunmen. They have been in close contact with Madame Hydra lately. If the person you seek is connected to them, then they must have been apprehended. There is nothing else unusual. The Imperial Shipping Company has only one cruise ship docking each week. Wu Lu's expression darkened. When did they meet? My associate must have been captured by them. Every weekend. They host parties at the Azure Sea Bar in the Upper City. Is that tomorrow? Mr. Logan, may I ask if your bar offers accommodations? I require a night's stay. Of course, a luxurious king-sized room, catering to your every whim. After a long night, Wooloo reassured the women and set out with Finra and Logan. The Azure Sea Bar was bustling with patrons. Even before reaching the entrance, a few serpentine thugs and ninjas were on alert, inspecting all suspicious guests. Mr. Patch, what brings you here? I am merely escorting a friend to enjoy the lovely women of Azure Sea. You know, the princess bars are filled with flavorless, wiry sprouts. Only here is a true haven for men. Is that so? The little leader exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Patch, if you are willing to join our Sea of Blue, our boss would certainly be willing to offer you a share of the profits. Please, do give it some thought. I will consider it. Can I enter now? Of course. Wooloo and Finra stealthily followed Wolverine into the Sea of Blue bar. Suddenly, Finra became agitated, exclaiming, over there. Their essay basement. I can smell violence and blood. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in. Finra smashed his fist into the floor, drawing the attention of the Cobra Gang leader and 5 associates from the Hand Association. Their eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Kill him. An elderly woman shouted, leaping from below and delivering a punch directly at Finra's head. A woo. Finra was sent flying backward. Howling like a defeated beast, Lady Gao stared incredulously at her own fist. She had only used 70% of her strength. Wolverine, Finra is no match for humans. Leave these men to you. Finra, you deal with those aberrations. Chapter 53, Slaughtering alongside Wolverine. Oh, kid. I knew you had a scheme in mind when you sought my company. Finra howled, his form swelling as he surged forward with renewed speed toward the Cobra Gang's thugs and their leader. The sound of tremendous impact and explosions erupted. Whether they were vipers, pit vipers, or sea eels, these super-powered leaders of the Cobra Gang appeared as fragile as paper before Finra, leaving only Medusa, the Hydra lady, crawling at Finra's feet. Wolverine, however, was less optimistic. Lady Gao, the gambler, Murakami, Alexandra, and Wanda, 5 highly skilled humans armed with sharp weapons, surrounded him. Notably, Murakami wielded the cursed sword Muramasa, which was not only extraordinarily sharp, but also exuded a sinister energy that pierced the very soul with each swing. Alone, Wolverine found it challenging to contend against 4 formidable opponents. Despite his immortality, these elders possessed greater experience and soon had him on the defensive. The thugs of the Cobra Gang attempted to breach Finra's defenses, but suffered heavy losses and fled in disarray. Help me, Lady Gao. This monster is going to eat me. Hydra lady, I can save you, but our share in the Hand Association must be increased. Agreed. I promise you. Gambler, Wanda, hold on. I'll rescue her. Lady Gao leapt gracefully from Wolverine's head, soaring like a falcon through the air before swooping down, arms outstretched like wings, aiming straight for Finra. A heavy blow landed on Finra's forehead. A woo. Finra and Lady Gao cried out in unison. Master, it hurts so much. I'm so scared. Finra looked at Wooloo with tear-filled eyes, yearning for comfort. Finra, stay strong. You're standing on an aberration. While you cannot harm humans, you must show no mercy against those aberrations, otherwise she will hurt me. Have you forgotten the wickedness of those from the Cobra Gang? Haven't I told you countless times? The members of the Serpent Gang are the most malevolent individuals, inciting division and orchestrating acts of terror. Have you truly forgotten, Fenrir? Keep going. Oh, dear grandmother. Please do not strike me. I shall not leave. Grandmother? Lady Gao paused, quickly realizing that this formidable mutant before her was likely one whose mind had deteriorated post-transformation. She could only recall her parents' admonitions against biting humans, but had not been instructed on how to protect her master. Lady Gao bellowed, Murakami, Soenda, gather around. Let us first dispatch this local. This beast dares not lay a hand on a human. After rescuing the Hydra matron, they encircled the Westerner for extermination. Excellent. The gambler threw a punch, striking Wolverine in the back, utilizing the force to flip away from the battlefield and seek trouble with Wu Lu. Soenda and Alexandra simultaneously disengaged, leaving only the most formidable Murakami to restrain Wolverine. Once their four comrades had made their exit, he delivered a fierce blow aimed at Wolverine's sanctuary, employing ninjutsu to vanish and reappear. Lady Gao, the most agile, leaped high and delivered a kick to Fenrir's face, effectively blocking the last escape route of Wu Lu. Kill. The five had collaborated for centuries, exhibiting an extraordinary harmony in their combined assault. One wielded a blade, another struck with fists, a third utilized feet. A fourth fired a gun, while Alexandra unleashed sorcery, sending forth a torrent of energy in pursuit of Wu Lu. Hey, old fellows, is it at all possible? I'm asking. Is it possible that I am the ultimate? Fenrir is merely my servant. You are not my equals. Are you certain you can contend with me? Die. The surgical domain swiftly unfurled, the 5 fingers of the hand association falling within its grasp, and in an instant, their heads tumbled to the ground, perfectly severed. Senior, let me go? We are kin. I possess wealth, immense wealth. I can give it all to you. Lady Gao was struck with horror before she could comprehend the situation. Her head was severed from her body. Such a method was unmatched, even by the elders of Kunlun. Release us. We shall follow you faithfully, become your devoted hounds. The gambler, weeping profusely, begged for mercy. Such a display caused the assassins of the Hand Association to bow their heads in shame. The remaining 3 heads also pleaded for clemency, a rare phenomenon indeed. Hey mate, what are they? How are they still alive? They are the forsaken disciples of Kunlun from the mysterious land of Huaxia. They possess the secret to immortality. As long as their life essence remains, they cannot perish. Are you the Iron Fist of Kunlun? Iron Fist? Wu Lu chuckled. I'm afraid your generation of Iron Fist is a Westerner whom I do not know. However, since you have committed heinous acts, today is your reckoning. As for the wealth you have accumulated, rest assured, I shall seize it. Isn't that so? Wu Lu's gaze bored down upon the leaders of the Hand Association. Yes. I know the password to Lady Gao's safe. I know where the gambler's treasure chest is buried. Soon, the 5 individuals were completely betrayed, their worth extinguished. If you were merely ordinary villains, I would not have bothered with you. Yet, look at what you have done, blinding people to turn them into slaves, trafficking drugs, and abducting women and children. These acts transcend my moral boundaries. Bring forth your leader's head and burn it. Yes. The 5 leaders of the Hand Association were reduced to ashes amidst their cries for mercy and curses. Wolverine, Logan's gaze towards Wu Lu began to shift. Very well. I underestimated you. Doctor, this place is unsuitable for me. Our collaboration ends here. Logan, it is not that I revel in bloodshed, but the world has changed. Watching the departing Wolverine, Wu Lu made no attempt to retain him. He was neither a mere do-gooder nor a vigilante, but a man with his own principles, convictions, and resolve. Madam Hydra, Doctor, I bear you no grudge. Why do you seek to confront me? Fenrir, release her. Yes, master. Wu Lu helped Madam Hydra to her feet. Smiling as he inquired, Madam, what were you and the Hand Association conspiring about here? They procured a high-yield dirty bomb, intending to attack Kunlun and instigate a world war. Wow, that is indeed remarkable news. Where is it? Destroyed by a Westerner. Who? A man named Frank. Where is he? In the water dungeon on the 6th underground level. This is all the Hand Association is doing and has nothing to do with me. Take me there. Whether it is or not, is not for you to decide. Recognize your current predicament, and do not compel me to take action. Chapter 54, The Miserable Punisher Frank. Oh heavens! Even though Wu Lu's hands were stained with blood, and he had committed numerous atrocities, upon seeing Frank, he could not help but exclaim in shock. What lay in the water dungeon was less human and more a piece of living flesh. Limbs severed, eyes gouged out, the tongue removed, and even the nostrils were void. Frank, you truly are unfortunate. The last time I saw you, you were nearly cooked, and now you are on the brink of becoming a mere human stick. Fenrir, keep a close watch on this wretched woman. Yes, master, she emits a scent of vermin, which I find repugnant. I will ensure she does not escape. Wooloo entrusted the Queen of Hydra to Fenrir's care and cautiously approached Frank, gently laying this once world-saving Punisher on the ground. Frank, rest assured. Mindy is in my possession. No, she is with me. It was I who saved you last time, and I assure you, I can save you again. Not only that, but I can also make you stronger. I admire your relentless pursuit of justice. Wooloo casually eliminated a few hand association thugs who had accompanied him to the water dungeon, and with a wave of his hand, he healed Frank's bodily wounds. As for the other lost organs, he had yet to devise a plan. Perhaps he should consult Helen before making any decisions. All right, for now, we shall proceed as such. Bring Frank down and take him away. Fenrir, release Madam Hydra. Understood, Master. Madam Hydra, I am aware that you are not associated with those who attacked me previously. Yet I have sought you out. Do you understand why? Because you hold a position within Hydra, and eliminating one merely gives rise to several more. Eastern individual, what are your intentions? Since you recognize my affiliation with Hydra, I strongly advise you to release me. Otherwise, no matter where you attempt to flee, you shall find only a path to demise. Humph. Wooloo grasped Madam Hydra's alluring visage. Are you referring to the Insight Project? Alas, that scheme shall never come to fruition. Who are you exactly? My identity is inconsequential. What truly matters is my purpose and desires. What say you, madam? If you could agree to engage in a pleasant discourse with me, we might both fulfill our needs. I am aware that, while you may not be virtuous, you are certainly not of the same ilk as those wretched Triad members, thus I find no compelling reason to take your life. Very well. Astute. Fenrir, release her. Go and summon the mistresses. I suspect Wolfunkel will not permit them to linger at the Princess Bar any longer. Understood, Master. I shall attend to it immediately. Fenrir leapt into the air, vanishing in an instant. From whence did you acquire such a creature? That, for the moment, is unnecessary for you to know. Just understand that Fenrir alone possesses the capability to utterly obliterate this absurd Madrid Island. All right, Eastern individual, your strength has earned my respect. And I am willing to collaborate with you. I require your assistance with 3 matters, all quite simple, and none will pose a challenge to you. I am most grateful. I am curious to know what they entail. First, I demand the complete set of Strax's superpower research data from Sokovia. I shall comply. Second, I seek the coordinates of the Viper Gang stronghold led by the Rattlesnake. I shall comply, though at present there is no information available, following the destruction of their castle. They have been roaming the high seas, occasionally launching ambushes on our transport vessels to Madrid Island. Well, I shall not press further on that. My primary objective is to eliminate the Rattlesnake and his ilk, particularly the woman known as the Water Python. And the third point? Thirdly, I require the Viper Crown. Absolutely not. Madam Hydra vehemently rejected the request. The Viper Crown is an ancient artifact. Without it, bestowing serpentine abilities upon humans is impossible. If I were to give it to you, my Viper Gang would be annihilated instantly. Those ambitious individuals would undoubtedly seek to ally themselves with the Rattlesnake. Worry not. Should you grant me the crown, I will provide you with another serpent crown in return. You have but one choice. You cannot demand such a thing. Madam Hydra attempted one final act of defiance when Wooloo delivered a resounding slap across her face. Do not presume that your gender renders you immune to my wrath. Understand this. You are the antagonist. I concede to your terms. Madam Hydra ultimately relented, recognizing that a wise hero avoids unnecessary conflict. In the face of such a demon, she prudently chose not to resist. I trust you. Yet to ensure the smooth execution of our agreement, I must perform a minor procedure on you. Wooloo opened the belly of the Hydra Queen, swiftly altering her exit. Does it not seem peculiar? I can only admonish you to indulge in food and drink sparingly. For should you expel waste, it will erupt from your mouth. Trust me, that scene would be utterly shocking. It would be mortifying beyond measure. Devil, you truly are a devil, and how foul you smell. The Hydra Queen uttered a few curses before hastily closing her mouth, as soon as she spoke. A wave of foulness surged forth, for her throat is not like the convoluted intestines that can contain odors. Fear not. Once I vanquish the Rattlesnake, I shall restore you. Bring me the serpent crown, or you shall remain in this state for eternity, deprived of the pleasures of intimacy and participation in the grandest of gatherings. Devil. The Hydra Queen cursed heavily before returning to the upper city to retrieve the serpent crown, and Wooloo felt no concern for her escape. A woman who spews filth from her mouth would be better off dead. Imagine everyone dining in an upscale restaurant, when suddenly, an elegant lady emits a stream of excrement. Darling, have you found that injured uncle? Father, where is Frank? Is he well? The old man entrusted me with his care. He must not come to harm. Children, do not move about, especially you, Mindy. Do you not find that the texture of the pillar you are touching resembles that of a human? What human? This is clearly a sculpture. What on earth is this? It is Frank. How is that possible? No mouth, eyes, ears, or hair. Just two small nostrils and no legs. This cannot be Frank. He is a relentless avenger of evil. A tiger falls from grace, and a dragon plays in shallow waters. He is remarkable, having thwarted a conspiracy that could have instigated a world war, yet he fell into the hands of those villains and was reduced to this state. I have just treated his wounds, halted the bleeding, and protected some of his fragile organs. Helen, come here. I wish to discuss whether we can enhance Frank to the strength of Fenrir. He is a hero, a punisher of wickedness. Chapter 55. The Woman of Fenrir, my dear. That is utterly impossible, Zhao Helen replied, exasperated. Fenrir is a unique entity, a product of gamma radiation mutation reactivated into a new structure. While this meat sack possesses decent physical attributes, it is clearly insufficient to achieve such strength, and currently, you have no means to locate a sufficient number of humans with comparable qualities. If only we had vibranium, perhaps we could transform him into a warrior akin to Wolverine. Who is Wolverine? He is Patch. Well, let us refer to him as Mr. Patch from now on. Fenrir, take Frank. We shall now proceed to the upper city to demand what is owed from the Hydra Queen. As you wish, master. Unlike the chaos of the lower city, the upper city is a paradise for the affluent. Whether it be lust, poison, or vice, every human desire is magnified to its fullest extent here. The enchanting woman not only possessed an exquisite beauty, but her attire resembled the ethereal mist at twilight, delicate and diaphanous. At the juncture of shadowy valleys and dense forests, a multitude of fully armed warriors stood guard, scrutinizing credentials. Among them were formidable killing machines like Frank. Wuel pondered that successfully ambushing the 5 fingers of the Hand Association was indeed a stroke of luck, had they scattered in different directions, aided by their underlings. Eliminating even one would have proven exceedingly arduous. Hey, you paupers, this is not a place for your kind, they sneered. We are friends of Madame Hydra. Wuel raised the phone in his hand and, before the guards, dialed the number. Hello, we've been halted at the entrance to the upper city. Could you please speak to these guards? Hand the phone to their leader. Who asked the leader? Just pass it along. A burly blonde man took the phone. Listened for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead, kid. You're fortunate. Entering the upper city, you'll enjoy a life far more splendid than 90% of the world. Just remember to pay. Everything here comes with a price. The guards erupted in laughter, kindly parting to allow passage. Instantly, a throng of adventurers attempted to breach the checkpoint, unaware of their impending doom, soon to be riddled with bullets. Upon entering the Hydra castle, Wuel, accompanied by 4 women, a disabled man, and Fenrir, found himself amidst layers of soldiers, numbering in the hundreds. Among them were 5 half-human, half-machine monstrosities, 3 half-orcs, and a dozen or so mutants, all exuding fierce combat spirit. Wow, Madame Hydra, what is this all about? In the lofty chambers, Madame Hydra donned a sultry gown, propping her chin on her hands adorned with a deep purple mask. Doctor, I harbor no intent to be your adversary, yet currently, your people are surrounded. I wish to discuss the previous collaborative details. Oh, it appears you've done your homework, realizing my mobility is quite limited, hence your attempt to corner me? Wuel chuckled. But have you noticed anything new by my side? This is Fenrir, my masterpiece, a loyal hound. Care to experience its might and fervor? Silence. Madame Hydra's complexion darkened to a shade reminiscent of liver, for though she could have departed swiftly, she could not endure the loathsome fate of forever being subjugated. Thus, she chose to confront Wuel. Doctor, I am Madame Hydra, not Madame Curie. Submission is not in my nature. Since you are so confident, let us see the dessert I have prepared for you. But do take care not to perish. Kill them. With that, the armed factions unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The half-human, half-machine aberrations becoming even more outrageous, wielding a Gatling gun in one hand while deftly tossing highly accurate grenades at Wuel and his companions. With a thunderous roar, the half-orcs transformed, one resembling a feline or a ferocious beast, darting swiftly through the space, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Wuel and his party. There was another individual resembling a wild boar man, who first doused himself in a barrel of oil and then rolled around in the garden, becoming thoroughly encrusted with wood shavings and grass clippings. Wulu speculated that he was surely attempting to emulate the wild boar strategy of using rosin and oil to enhance his defenses. Immediately thereafter, this man charged forward with great fervor. Other mutants either spewed fire, conjured blocks of ice, or one even sprouted a pair of wings and soared into the sky. The array of attacks appeared dazzlingly magnificent. Fenrir, eliminate them. Upon Wu Lu's command, Fenrir vanished from sight. The first unfortunate target was the winged individual, whose wings were violently torn away, followed by a devastating blow from Fenrir that pierced his chest, casting him to the ground, his fate uncertain. Without Wu Lu's intervention, death was inevitable. Next, the half-mechanical and half-beast individuals met their doom. They suddenly lost their balance, and their limbs were grotesquely twisted, leaving them to convulse on the ground. As for the ordinary humans, they were swept away by a fierce gust, thrown into the air, and upon their descent, they screamed in agony. Their survival only indicated Fenrir's peculiar fondness for humanity. Well done, Lady Hydra, why do you not flee? Why should I run, given your formidable power? Collaborating with you is hardly a misfortune. This is the serpent crown for you. A small crown descended from above, and Wooloo deftly caught it. The faint energy flow and the enigmatic, peculiar runic patterns suggested its authenticity. It could bestow ordinary individuals with serpentine abilities, albeit one at a time over the course of a month. Soon, you may attempt it yourself. Humph. Wooloo scoffed. You women are perpetually self-assured. I am of Eastern descent, not a Minotaur. Do you think that by inciting my wrath through your subordinates and offering me what rightfully belongs to me, I shall be appeased? You are sorely mistaken. Fenrir, consider the Lady Hydra your woman from henceforth. Seize her. Master, but I have an affinity for humans. She is not pure. Wooloo kicked Fenrir, exclaiming, Are you a dog that disregards your master's words? With a reluctant howl, Fenrir complied, and to the Lady Hydra's astonishment, he overwhelmed her before the assembled crowd. Hey ladies, do not gaze upon this. What is there to see in a dog engaging in such acts? Let us retreat inside and await their return. Wooloo cradled Mindy in his arms, ensuring her gaze remained averted, while covering one of his eyes with his hands. Hastily escorting Zhao Hailuan and Donna away, poor Frank was left forgotten in the fray. 2 full hours passed before the Lady Hydra's cry subsided, at which point Fenrir emerged with Frank and the Lady Hydra before Wooloo. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Wooloo perceived a glimmer of affection in the Lady Hydra's eyes as she regarded Fenrir. Chapter 56, A Double Act, Crafting a Killing Ground. Lady Hydra, how do you feel? Not bad. I can acquiesce to all your demands, provided that Fenrir must marry me. Master, I do not wish to. Very well. But should Fenrir find other dogs in the future, you must not interfere. Fenrir, your master cannot be by your side forever. With her taking care of you, I feel more at ease. Master, have you abandoned me? Fenrir's eyes were filled with sorrow, teetering on the brink of tears. How could that be? Wooloo reassured her with a smile. Fenrir, you are the foremost general under my command. In the future, you will undoubtedly assist me in my endeavors across the globe. Do you not wish to aid me? Hee. Master, I understand now. Madam Hydra, witnessing Fenrir's acquiescence, beamed with joy and produced a map. Doctor, here is the nautical chart of Sif Island. The Serpent Gang's plundering ships typically appear in these 3 locations, and there is this as well. Madam Hydra then revealed a disk. The experimental data from Strack has always been shared with Dr. Zola, and it is all contained here. Wooloo was pleasantly surprised by Madam Hydra's straightforwardness, appreciating her rational demeanor. Madam Hydra, once I have eradicated the Serpent Gang, I shall fulfill my promise and bestow upon you the Serpent Crown to restore your health. Oh no. Madam Hydra suddenly blushed. He enjoys this tone. There is no need to revert. Damn. Wooloo cursed inwardly. Women could indeed be quite irrational, especially those who were infatuated. He wondered if the 4 women around him were similarly afflicted. It would be utterly alarming if they were capable of such madness. Do as you wish. Prepare a cargo ship for me, setting sail in 3 days. This Serpent Crown will be our most dazzling cargo. Very well, no problem. However, to gain the trust of the rattlesnake, my death tidings must be credible. Doctor, can you manage that? In a public setting, my death tidings? Of course. The Upper City Arena, a favored locale of the affluent. Gladiatorial combat, with prizes, where the clash of strength meets the thrill of wealth. Today, the doctor, having traveled from afar, sought to avenge the Serpent Gang's assault by challenging Madam Hydra to a duel, and astonishingly, she accepted. Oh, these 2 fools. The rattlesnake, observing the farce unfolding in the upper city of Madrid via signal relay, nearly spewed his meal from the previous night. Boss, that doctor is merely a newcomer to the underworld. It is not surprising that he is unaware of our enmity. The water python coiled around the rattlesnake, exuding a sultry charm. Water python, you have truly excelled this time. Haha. If the doctor manages to slay that old woman, you will have made a significant contribution. Boss, I adore you. The rattlesnake scoffed. Darling, do not utter foolishness. Our existence as the Serpent Gang is to pursue eternity. In the video, Madam Hydra suddenly unveiled the Serpent Crown. Oh my, she has presented the Serpent Crown as a prize for the victor of this battle. What could the doctor possibly offer in return? Ah, he has placed his 4 beloved women upon the dais. Perfection. The host continued to prattle. Friends, I believe you all know that the doctor recently caused quite a scene at New York Airport for them. And now, he dares to undertake such actions for a wager with Madam Hydra. Is there still love in this world? Is it his overwhelming confidence in himself, or his contempt for women that we shall eagerly anticipate? On the podium, several women whisper amongst themselves. This host is indeed quite loquacious. How utterly detestable that he dares to concoct jokes at our expense. I shall teach him a lesson. Well, Xiamingdi, you mustn't be so unruly. He is merely an ordinary person. Amidst the thunderous roars, the battle commenced. Wu Lu did not immediately unleash his power. He sought to create the illusion that, aside from his formidable defenses, he was simply a martial arts master. Hiss. Madame Hydra began to exhibit her abilities, unleashing toxic smoke that caused the air quality in the arena to plummet, instantly turning it a sickly green, reminiscent of stale phlegm. Aging light, scarlet rays, toxic floral wreath. Madame Hydra was far from weak. On the contrary, her superpowers were exceptionally potent. At this juncture, aside from Wu Lu, Donna, and Fenrir, the rest of his allies were no match for her. Cough, are you serious? Mr. Wu Lu, while I am grateful that you brought Fenrir to my side, I am still quite curious. What gives you the right to claim him as your master? If I can defeat you, I shall not hesitate to kill you. You are indeed a commendable woman. Wu Lu wielded his battle blade, engaging Madame Hydra in a fierce exchange amidst the toxic haze. Boss, he can't possibly be outmatched. Can he? Surely not. Eastern martial artists possess a remarkable technique known as internal breathing, which allows them to temporarily forego the need for air. I can see this doctor has mastered it and will undoubtedly prevail against Madame Hydra. Fear not, water python. That crown of venomous serpents shall be ours. The battle raged on, and suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the arena. In an instant, all present witnessed the Eastern man swirling his battle blade like a fan, dispersing the toxic smoke into the heavens. Then, just as Madame Hydra prepared to unleash a new wave of spells, he struck with alarming swiftness, severing her head and sending it careening to the edge of the arena. Fenrir quickly consumed Madame Hydra's head to safeguard it. Ha ha ha. It seems fortune favors me. I am the victor. I am the doctor from the east. The crown of serpents now belongs to me. An artifact of such divine craftsmanship that it can only be birthed from our ancient and profound culture. 3 days hence, I shall depart from the island of Madrid and transport it to the Strait of Malacca for auction. Those wishing to behold this divine artifact may join me at the auction in the Strait of Malacca. Bring your wealth and seize the opportunity to acquire this crown of serpents. With a swagger that disregarded all familial ties, Wu Lu arrogantly departed the scene, clutching the crown of serpents. How splendid! The rattlesnake suddenly sat upright. Malacca. If he intends to go there, he must pass through the Butterfly Wing Strait, which is our domain. This mysterious Eastern man is truly our lucky star. Boss, if we seize the crown of serpents, we might as well release him. Who knows what good fortune he may bring us in the future? Nonsense. The rattlesnake harshly reprimanded Water Python, yanking at his hair. You are incredibly foolish. A person like him should only be harnessed by our serpent gang for optimal utilization. How could you even consider letting him go? Can we truly allow him to live after seizing him? Wu Lu, accompanied by his woman and Fenrir, returned to the serpent castle, but regrettably, few remained. Apart from the cleaning staff and a handful of menial workers, most had sought alternative paths. It was inevitable, for with the demise of the Hydra matron, there was little promise of a future here. Upon reaching the laboratory on the 18th subterranean level, Wu Lu reattached the head of the Hydra matron. She gazed in disbelief at the wondrous transformation occurring within her, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! This is simply unbelievable. Doctor, how did you accomplish this?" "It's a secret," he replied. Wu Lu, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What if the serpent gang hasn't received this news and lays an ambush for us?" "Rest assured, the distance from the arena to Serpent Castle is 6 kilometers. In the face of a treasure like the Serpent Crown, it is unlikely that no one would be tempted. Thus, our safe return indicates that someone has dealt with all the assailants, and the crown has been claimed as a prized possession by the rattlesnake." Chapter 57. The Punisher's obsession. Let us hope so. The words of the Hydra matron eased Wu Lu's mind somewhat. Banner and Betty had embarked on their fated trajectory, and a great battle was imminent in New York, leaving him little time to prepare. Wu Lu was a man who bore grudges, particularly against the Serpent Gang, a nefarious organization that exploited the common people as tools to further its malicious agenda. He loathed them with a passion. "Hydra matron, please refrain from making any public appearances for a while. It would be beneficial for both of us. Fenrir, guard the entrance to Serpent Castle. No one is to approach. Any intruders shall be dealt with mercilessly." "Understood, master." Fenrir swiftly vanished. "Very well, Mr. Wu. This place no longer serves any purpose for me. However, I must caution you to avoid interacting with the internet. Dr. Zola is a deity of the online realm. I cannot guarantee how he might react upon learning the truth of my subjugation. I must attend to my beauty regimen. Farewell." "Farewell." No sooner had the Hydra matron departed than Wu Lu instructed Zhao Hailuan to inspect all instruments and data ports within the laboratory. She confirmed his suspicions. The facility was in a state of physical and digital isolation, with no suspicious devices detected. "That is reassuring." Wu Lu sighed in relief. Yet Mindy was already a weeping mess. Frank, Big Daddy entrusted you to care for me. How have you become a mere husk? How can you look after me now? Frank, speak to me." "Mindy, he is unharmed. He simply lacks a tongue and mouth to articulate words. Is that true? Of course. Do you doubt my medical expertise? Dad, then why don't you heal him? Why leave him lying there in such a state? That is simply because I admire him and have yet to determine the best course of treatment. I wish to make Frank as strong as Finrar. Do not entertain that thought. It is impossible. Zhao Hailuan, wafting in fragrant allure, approached Wu Lu. I believe you should at least help Frank with his mouth and ears first. That way, we can hear his thoughts. Very well. Wu Lu pondered and realized the truth. Having assisted Frank in the transplantation of cat eyes, cat ears, and a mouth, this individual could instantly articulate words. Mindy, did you just call for Dad? Your old man has already passed. Who are you addressing as father? Frank exclaimed. Mindy, overwhelmed with joy, dashed toward Frank, her movements exuberant. I'm speaking to you, respond. It's him. Mindy blushed, pointing at Wu Lu. This is our little secret. Greetings. I am the physician from the enigmatic land of Huaxia. It was I who rescued you when you were on the verge of becoming a roast, he said. Beast. Frank bellowed. She is still a child. How could you lay a hand on her? I will tear you apart with my own hands. The menacing aura of Frank, the Punisher, startled Wu Lu. This was no mere man, but a ferocious tiger. Even in such a wounded state, his presence remained formidable. Frank, it's not as you perceive. I initiated this, Mindy interjected. Attempting to clarify. Gradually, Frank began to accept. Mindy, I do not oppose your relationships. You are a young lady now. And I believe you should associate with boys of a similar age, not an old man nearly a decade your senior. Oh, Frank, I am your savior. And my relationship with Mindy is purely platonic. You must not misjudge me. Enough, Frank. I can make decisions for myself, Mindy protested loudly. You are merely a friend of my father S, not my father. Without Wu, you would be long gone. I will handle my own affairs. He was saving you. Do you understand? Very well. Frank's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. I just do not wish for you to be deceived, Mindy. Donna interjected with a smile, rest assured. Easterners take emotions far more seriously than Westerners. I can assure you that if he mistreats Mindy, he will face my wrath. And who are you? I am the Dr. S partner. Oh God. Very well. You young people handle your matters. What do you intend to do with me now? In my current state, I have no desire to continue living. Mindy, grant me a swift end. Wu Lu chuckled. Frank. Has the hero who recently saved the world now lost the courage to live? I am not a hero. Many righteous individuals look down upon me. This world belongs to the youth. You have vanquished the hand and subdued Madam Hydra. While I did not witness it, I have heard tales. The future ultimately belongs to your generation. It is time for an old fellow like me to return to where I belong. Frank, do not speak so, in my heart. You are the true superhero. Those who self-proclaim righteousness are but ethereal saints. The wicked must be eradicated. Doctor, your thoughts are perilous. This world cannot accommodate your extreme views. You must change, or else Mindy's future alongside you will be fraught with difficulty. Frank, thank you. I will reflect upon this. However, should you not be contemplating your own survival? Your injuries are trivial to me. You should consider whether to return to your former state or to evolve into an even mightier Punisher. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Frank paused for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Though I am a soldier, I am aware of the realms of technology and science fiction. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. does not possess such capabilities. Frank, what the doctor said is true. Mindy exclaimed, Finrar, come here. A whirlwind swept before them, and Finrar looked up with an ingratiating gaze, awaiting Mindy's affection. With a resigned smile, Mindy reached out to stroke Finrar's canine head. Frank, Finrar is a super creature engineered by the doctor. Behold, he is a formidable golden retriever humanoid hybrid. With the sturdy limbs of an ungulate, the agility of a feline, and even the ability to soar like a flying fish. Indeed, sir. All of this was made possible by my master. I was once a mere golden retriever, but my master has bestowed upon me a life of distinction. I cherish humanity and am eager to protect it. Frank finally conceded. All right, he is indeed a good dog. Doctor, do you intend to transform me into one of these peculiar creatures as well? I am the Punisher, not a freak, and certainly not a monster. If possessing such a form is the only pathway to immense power, I refuse. I am merely an ordinary human. Very well, Frank, you have persuaded me. Wu declared with admiration. I have decided to utilize my utmost capabilities to help you transcend the limits of humanity. Let us commence. Chapter 58. The superior Punisher emerges. Zhao Hailuan ushered Finrar and several ladies aside, swiftly beginning to calibrate the equipment. Excellent. The equipment here is comprehensive. Perhaps we can conduct experimental polarization akin to the development of Tanya's serum. No need, Wu replied with a smile. Frank is the optimal template. We simply need to empower him. His mastery over strength surpasses our understanding. It would be best to endow him with some extraordinary abilities. The Serpent Crown would be a commendable choice. Are you suggesting we integrate the power of the Venom Crown? Indeed, it is the only power of its kind available. Hey, Doctor, what are you planning to do to me? If you can truly cure me, it should be as it was before. Oh, I apologize. I forgot you weren't asleep yet. My apologies. Wu swiftly incapacitated Frank with a chop to the neck and reassured the anxious Mindy, he'll be fine. But if he keeps murmuring during the procedure, we might encounter issues. Let us begin. The surgical domain rapidly unfolded. A visible ripple enveloped the surrounding space. And within that realm, gazing at Wu felt akin to perceiving profound truths. Materials. Zhao Hailuan painfully produced all her nanobots, and a violet luminescence enveloped the laboratory. Special organs are beginning to guide the construction. Hailuan, monitor the instrument readings and assess the integrity of the components. Wu contemplated and resolved to construct feline musculature and organ systems for Frank. Agility and flexibility would greatly enhance his capabilities. Damn it. The human threshold for endurance is remarkably low. Once Wu Lu had integrated all feline capabilities into Frank, no further enhancements could be added. Feats such as flight were utterly unattainable. The rationale was profoundly flawed. Wu Lu recognized that the muscular structure of the flying fish clashed with the neurological responses of cats. Forcibly implanting additional functions would only lead to a catastrophic failure. Very well, let us proceed with the fundamental version of the super soldier serum. Zhao Hailuan injected the last remnants of the super soldier serum into Frank's muscular tissue. In an instant, the debilitating weakness that plagued Frank dissipated. His musculature, aesthetic appeal, physique, and longevity all improved dramatically. Oh my goodness, Frank's physical strength had surged to 20 times that of an average human. He had transformed into a superhuman. When Betty utilized the Tanya serum, despite the absence of instruments, the enhancement barely reached 6 times the ordinary human capabilities. Perhaps it was due to Frank already being at the pinnacle of human potential. Hailuan, utilize the serpent crown. Wu Lu commanded. Hailuan, bewildered, clutched the serpent crown and asked, apologies, but how does one use the serpent crown? Perhaps seeking the Hydra lady would be prudent. No, I do not trust her. Leave this to me. Hailuan, you should rest. Wu Lu bellowed, summoning every ounce of his superhuman strength, erupting with all his abilities. In that moment, he became a deity in the realm of surgery. Finally, he had discerned his weakness. As his formidable powers penetrated and compressed the serpent crown, the divine energy concealed within was finally awakened. Wu Lu glimpsed another dimension of the serpent crown. It revealed a small emerald serpent, teeming with vitality and lethal venom. The serpent crown itself was a nest of divine power, with 4 shimmering points emitting a green luminescence, serving as a magical bridge between the human form and mystical energy. It appeared that the serpent crown was not designed for humanity, unless one possessed 4 mental signal transmitters on their head, but this would not deter me. Wu Lu directly opened 4 apertures in Frank's skull. Without the protective measures of the surgical domain, such an act would have been fatal. However, now it was painless. Nanobots began their relentless repair process while Wu Lu continued his work. Through observation, the nanobots quickly learned how to mend without causing further damage. 10 minutes later, Frank emerged with 4 openings in his head. Wu Lu connected the magical bridge of the serpent crown to Frank's cranium. In an instant, the previously small emerald serpent morphed into a colossal serpent that devoured Frank in another dimension, merging with him completely moments later. Frank's eyes shot open. No longer possessing the monochrome pupils of humanity, but transformed into the vertical slit pupils of a cold-blooded creature. It worked. Wu Lu retracted the surgical domain as Frank slowly regained consciousness. Doctor, what have you done to me? I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. Rest assured, Frank, your body remains unchanged, identical to before. However, I have bestowed upon you the divine artifact, the serpent crown. You may discover some superhuman abilities, but their development is solely up to you. Thank you, Doctor, Frank exclaimed. Frank leaped lightly, soaring to a height of nearly 9 meters. In his astonishment, he quickly adjusted his landing posture, preparing to roll to dissipate the impact. However, at the moment of descent, his body instinctively contracted, allowing him to alight gracefully on the ground, making not a sound. How could this be, Doctor? Are you deceiving me? Frank, remain calm. Over there is a mirror. Take a look. Do you not see that you are as handsome as ever? Oh, for heaven's sake, what is this thing on my head? Why can't I remove it? Even moving it causes a throbbing pain. This is the crown of the Serpent King. It is now intricately linked to your brain. It would be wise not to disturb it, lest you risk flooding your mind. But what if someone else touches it? Have you ever seen anyone remove their own brain for play? Goodness, I must be out of my mind to trust a mere 20-year-old Oriental boy. Frank, it's not as dire as you imagine. Only you can handle it. You'll understand in due time. The crown of the Serpent King is an ancient artifact, endowed with extraordinary powers, safeguarding its bearer. Wu Lu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Frank, tomorrow morning, a merchant vessel will set sail for the Strait of Malacca. I need you to model for me. Why? I'm rather busy, especially here on Madrid Slope Island, where there is a plethora of evils that require my attention. Trust me, there are far greater evils there. and the cargo I intend to transport is the artifact serpent crown resting upon your head. If you're not aboard to supervise, I might find myself entangled in some curious escapades with your niece, Mindy. Very well, you scoundrel. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Fenrir, come and test this old man's strength. Right away, master. Fenrir's colossal form began to whirl like a tempest, his fists and claws striking with the ferocity of thunder, launching rapid assaults on every vulnerable point of Frank's body amidst a cacophony of explosive air bursts. Bring it on. Frank did not retreat, agile and seasoned. He engaged Fenrir with a fierce back-and-forth exchange. For a time, neither was able to gain the upper hand. Radiation wave. Fenrir roared, unleashing stored gamma rays from the mitochondria within his cells. The human body stands little chance against such radiation. Roar. Frank instinctively bellowed, a phantom of the serpent god enveloping him, nullifying all radiative energy. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Fenrir crashed through the phantom barrier. You reek of reptilian essence. Fenrir does not approve. I shall end you. As man and beast unleashed their true fire, explosions erupted from the underground laboratory. Ladies, let us depart. The battleground is theirs to claim. Will Fenrir truly kill Frank? Rest assured, Mindy, Frank is far stronger than you realize. The outcome remains uncertain. Fenrir possesses superior overall qualities. Yet he is merely a golden retriever. Frank, though slightly weaker, is human and among the elite of humanity, excelling in combat will and wisdom, far surpassing Fenrir. Wooloo believed that, in the end, victory might very well belong to Frank. Chapter 59. Fierce battle in the butterfly wing. Straight the sea breeze gently caressed the air as seabirds and dolphins frolicked playfully. The name of the merchant vessel, the Elegant Princess, was one of the assets left behind by the Queen of the Hydra. At the bow, a cool and aloof gentleman clad in a trench coat stood, reminiscent of the figurehead of medieval ships quietly embracing the sea wind. Upon his head rested the coveted artifact of the Serpent Gang, the Serpent Crown. The crew aboard consisted of individuals whom Wooloo had temporarily hired: sailor, captain, first mate, and second mate, each recruited just before their departure. Strangely enough, none were absent. Meanwhile, Wooloo indulged in leisure with his women, while Fenrir, as a pet, lounged lazily in the sun near Frank. Ah, ladies, what a splendid day it is. Why don't we head to the top deck and relish this beautiful moment together? Wooloo suggested, his hand mischievously roaming along Zhao Hailuan's graceful waist. Please, no? Zhao Hailuan protested, wriggling out of Wooloo's embrace and gazing at the narrow expanse of the butterfly wing straight ahead. Darling, there are Serpent Gang members all around. I feel uncomfortable. Very well, it is indeed time to deal with these repugnant pests. Wooloo declared. Mindy, Donna, ensure Wanda and Hailuan are safe while Uncle Frank and I take care of these vermin. He was determined not to allow his women to be ogled while wearing their casual shorts, and thus he descended from the deck. Captain. Huh? The captain, startled from his hushed conversation with the first mate, jumped. Wooloo smirked internally, regarding the fools who believed themselves clever. Captain, how long until we reach Malacca? I am quite hungry, Wooloo pressed. The captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow with an awkward smile. Mr. Woo, we shall arrive shortly. First mate, please fetch the chef to prepare lunch for our esteemed guests. Understood, Captain. Captain, are you concealing something from me? Why do you all seem so furtive? Haha, Mr. Woo. It is my fault. I had intended to go fishing but was startled by your sudden appearance. Oh, Wooloo turned abruptly, seizing the captain by the throat with a sinister grin. Captain, I too have suddenly developed a desire to fish, and as luck would have it, I find myself without bait. Thus, I must trouble you. With a thunderous roar, Wooloo unleashed his spatial power, blasting a hole the size of a man in the sealed chamber of the Elegant Princess, shoving the captain through the opening and into the sea. Let these fools feed the fish along with the Elegant Princess. Wooloo then shattered the other sealed chambers, causing the vessel to take on water rapidly. Help! Help! Having completed his task, Wooloo dashed back to the deck, where he encountered the first mate as if he were a long-lost relative. First mate, our Elegant Princess has run aground and is sinking. We must leave immediately. What? The ship is sinking? Indeed. Malacca is off the table. Everyone return to your homes and seek your mothers. Wooloo hastened to the bow, deploying the sole lifeboat into the sea. Frank and Fenrir, having anticipated this moment, swiftly assisted the four women into the lifeboat, beginning to row away into the distance. Boss, it's bad. The ship is sinking, and that brat is trying to escape. The first mate quickly dialed the rattlesnake. Hold them down. We're on our way. Water python, black mamba, rock python, water cobra, and inferno viper. Brothers, let's move out. Whoever can seize the serpent's crown will share the entire poisonous snake gang with me. A submerged reef in the butterfly wing strait slowly emerged from the depths, as a massive rock gradually split apart, revealing a modern, grotesque steel gate. Countless speedboats and seaplanes began to mobilize, culminating in a small, vigilant cruiser that flanked them from the opposite side of the butterfly wing strait, blocking Wuel and his companion's path. What a spectacle! Wuel exclaimed. It's no wonder the poisonous snake gang can stir up trouble worldwide. They must have at least 8,000 members, if not 10,000. And most of their leaders are superpowered. So, this is the headquarters of the poisonous snake gang? No wonder I couldn't find a clue after searching for years. Master, shall we make our move now? Fenrir was eager. Everyone here exuded a reptilian aura, and he was growing impatient. Let us wait a moment. If the villains come out and we don't give them a chance to speak, it would be quite rude. Ladies, let us start fishing. The elegant princess began to tilt gradually, yet the core members of the poisonous snake gang chose not to save anyone, instead accelerating towards them and soon surrounding Wu El and his lifeboat. Are you Mr. Wu? A cold-faced young man, with a serpent-like gaze, looked at Wu El, his quivering skin radiating aggression. How amusing. You don't recognize me, yet that flamboyant woman attacks me? Has she made me the target of scorn? This is all a misunderstanding. Water Python quickly apologized to the doctor. I'm sorry, doctor. I did this to persuade you to join the poisonous snake gang. Our boss values talent. What kind of twisted logic is that? If everyone thought that way, killing your lover would be an act of love, stealing your money would be for your own good, and breaking your limbs would be to help you grow through suffering? Well, that aside, why are you here now? Is it still to recruit me into your gang? Fine. I agree, but only if you let everyone else go. I am willing to join your gang and treat your lot. You seek death. Water Python was about to continue his tirade when Rattlesnake intervened. Doctor, if you truly wish to join our gang, we would certainly welcome you. The others can go. But we still want that man's serpent's crown. Oh, you mean the poisonous crown on Frank's head? Unfortunately, I have already given it to him. If you want it, go ask him for it. All right. Rock Python, you go. Frank appeared to be a tough guy, so Rattlesnake dispatched the strongest member of their faction, clad in armor, Rock Python. Rock Python approached Frank in a small boat, ready to snatch the crown from his head, only to be seized by a pair of powerful hands around his neck. Fenrir. Attack. Swish. The white blade of Fenrir swiftly severed the artery of the Rock Python, piercing it into the sea, where a vast expanse of silver and crimson quickly emerged, both solid and dissipating, enticing the surrounding sharks. You wretches, today marks your demise, Frank exclaimed, launching himself forward with a sudden leap. The vehicles of the poison snake gang were closely clustered, having completely obstructed the passage to corner Wu Lu. At its narrowest point, the butterfly wing strait spanned less than 10 meters, and now they were all congested here, forming a makeshift lake, with Wu Lu's small boat situated right in the center. With firearms in hand, Frank felt invigorated, his killing techniques and marksmanship transcending into artistry. With each movement, a villain from the poison snake gang fell lifeless. Fenrir, on the other hand, was far more brutal, leaving a trail of severed limbs and bloodshed in his wake, attracting no fewer than 100 various sharks, all poised for action. Once they plunged into the water, they would swiftly become fodder for the sharks, torn to shreds and consumed by the jaws of death. Chapter 60. The Extraordinary Battle, Annihilation of the Poison Snake Gangbang. The last ordinary member of the Poison Snake Gang was shot in the head, and the elegant princess sank completely into the water. Countless innocents struggled and cried out as their lives neared an end under the cold gaze of the gang's leader. Wu Lu, shielding the lifeboat with his surgical domain, remarked with a smile, Rattlesnake, have you ever pondered the consequences of provoking someone you ought not to? He laughed coldly. As long as we eliminate all of you, our poison snake gang will swiftly rise. We can recruit as many lackeys as we need, provided we have the money. Water Python, Water Viper, Water Moccasin, let this kid witness the true strength of our poison snake gang. Yes, boss. Splash. With 3 resounding splashes, 30-meter-high waves surged suddenly in the butterfly wing strait, revealing 3 colossal serpent heads amidst the tumultuous waters, fearsome and terrifying. Before Wu Lu and the others could react, they vanished again, and the sea boiled, the waves shifting ominously, with undercurrents surging violently, stirring up sediment and quickly transforming the waters into a murky soup. The sharks fled in panic as the 3 massive serpents, each measuring over 10 zhong, writhed and lunged, occasionally springing forth to attack Fenrir and Frank, while one suddenly leapt from beneath Wu Lu's lifeboat, capsizing it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as Frank fired repeatedly. Yet the bullets failed to penetrate even the eyelids of the giant serpents. The Rattlesnake and the other gang members retreated 1,000 meters, leaving the battlefield to their subordinates skilled in aquatic combat. Black Mamba, add some flair? Understood, boss. Another black woman, her body sleek and glistening, leaped into the air, transforming into a 2-zhong-long black mamba. As her mouth opened, a cloud of dense green venom instantly enveloped the butterfly wing strait, obscuring everyone's vision. Ha ha ha, doctor. Do you believe that your defensive superpower renders you invincible? You lack mobility, don't you? Today, this butterfly wing strait will be your grave. Fenrir and Frank. relying on their formidable musculature, were capable of agile leaps and even flight. However, Wu Lu and his companions found themselves in dire straits as their vessel was capsized, casting all five into the murky waters below. In the pitch-black depths, even the most proficient swimmer would find their skills rendered useless, for straying from his dominion meant certain demise. With every ounce of strength, Wu Lu upheld his surgical domain, gritting his teeth and shouting over the tumultuous roar of the water. Everyone, cling together tightly. Do not separate. Finner, eliminate that loquacious fiend. The five huddled closely, tossed about by the sea's tumult, sinking ever deeper. Wu Lu strained to manipulate the encroaching seawater from his domain while simultaneously extracting oxygen from the depths, an endeavor that drained nearly all his mental fortitude, leaving no energy to spare for other concerns. Suddenly, a submerged reef erupted with a thunderous blast, and into chaos. They were swallowed whole by a gigantic serpent. "This is bad. We've been consumed by the serpent," Frank exclaimed in alarm, hastily launching an attack to vanquish the beast that had devoured them. However, two more colossal serpents, one on either side, surged forth, violently churning the waters and colliding with Frank, shattering half of his body upon impact. How could this happen? The rattlesnake's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets. The adversary who should have perished suddenly radiated a pink luminescence, and countless stars coalesced, allowing Frank's severed form to regenerate under the influence of some unseen force. "Finner, entangle these three behemoths while I dispatch the trash. We must hasten, or your master shall surely perish." "Understood, Frank. No one shall harm my master," the hungry wolf roared. "Oh well." At that moment, Fenrir's fury ignited. The uncertainty of its master's fate was its greatest anguish. Without its master, it questioned the very essence of its existence. With a deafening howl, Fenrir sprouted wings, its form swelling exponentially. Originally a super-compressed monstrosity, it transformed into a towering wolf over 10 meters tall, its claws emanating an energy capable of annihilating all. With a splash, Fenrir plunged into the ocean, seizing the serpent's head and tearing at it viciously, soon staining the surrounding waters with crimson blood. "Now it is my turn." Frank, endowed with the qualities of a spirit cat, leapt with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly positioning himself near the rattlesnake and the remaining heads, poised to strike. This time, he eschewed firearms, opting instead to unleash his enhanced iron fists. With a resounding thud, he obliterated the head of a grotesque leader with a single blow, inciting the rattlesnake's ferocity. "Brothers, charge." Hypnotic rays, toxic auras, venomous bites. The colossal python constricted. All the leaders surged into action, unleashing a barrage of attacks that nearly sealed off the entire space. In times past, Frank would have sought a secure position, resigned to his fate. However, at this moment, the movements of those individuals appeared to Frank as if they were unfolding in slow motion. Aware that the nanobots within his body could mend his injuries, Frank's actions became increasingly audacious, transforming intermittently into blades, long swords, hammers, or tridents, showcasing his lethal skills to their utmost perfection. He was nothing short of 1,000 times the epitome of evolution. Oh, how maddening! It dawned on him that he was a machine. After Frank vanquished the Black Mamba and the Hell Viper, the rattlesnake finally succumbed to fear. A fountain of blood erupted from the sea, soaring several meters into the sky. Fenrir also achieved a victory, having severed the head of the water python. The Serpent King summoned his might. The rattlesnake produced his serpent crown, and suddenly, the sky darkened as countless storm clouds began to swirl, gradually forming a portal of clouds. Winds clashed, and thunder roared. A serpentine head, over 40 meters in diameter, flickered into view. "Serpent King, consume it." The serpent's eyes glowed like two ghostly lanterns, fixating on Frank with unwavering intensity. In a sudden turn, it let out a piercing roar at the rattlesnake, its gaping maw inhaling deeply, causing the very heavens to change hue, as a formidable suction drew the rattlesnake and its boat, along with the surrounding waters, towards its ravenous mouth. The serpent shaper and the python queen were likewise ensnared, swallowed within moments. The colossal serpent nodded at Frank before gradually vanishing, the storm clouds dissipating, ushering in a serene calm. The architect of the airport catastrophe, the water python, also met its end at the jaws of Fenrir. A thunderous explosion resounded from the ocean depths, scattering countless serpent carcasses in disarray. Wu Lu sensed the battle's conclusion and swiftly dispatched the water viper. Any creature daring to consume him must surely be deranged. "Master, are you unharmed?" Fenrir leaped into the depths to retrieve Wu Lu and his companions from the water's surface, while Frank, perched upon the rocks, leapt onto Fenrir's back. "I am well." "Fenrir, you and Frank performed splendidly. We have finally eradicated these wretched creatures. Now, let us venture to their base and seek any remaining foes or treasures." "Understood, Master." With arms outstretched, Fenrir leapt, gliding through the air like a colossal flying fish towards the underwater stronghold of the venomous serpent gang. Chapter 61. Return to New York. How could there be none? Wu Lu rummaged through the remnants with 4 women, having decimated the ranks of the venomous serpent gang, leaving only a few ordinary employees, whom Wu Lu swiftly expelled. Though these individuals served the nefarious gang, their threat was limited. Doctor, what are you searching for? The serpent crown. While I bestowed upon you one, there remains another within the gang. Are you referring to this? Frank extracted the remnants of the serpent crown from his pocket and presented them to Wu Lu. Oh, how could this happen? Frank, you have been exceedingly careless. This artifact possesses magical properties. Before I could study its potential, it was reduced to fragments. What do you expect me to research? The piece from your forehead. Doctor. Thank you. Frank said earnestly, this object is quite precious. If you wish to take it, please do so. Having witnessed the terrifying behemoth summoned by the rattlesnake, Frank was acutely aware of its value, rivaling that of a nuclear warhead. Harmless, portable, and immensely powerful, these attributes combined rendered it extraordinarily formidable. Well, if it shatters, so be it. It is merely a serpent's crown, and soon enough, something new will take its place. If you truly appreciate my efforts, I would hope you could procure some vibranium for me, as it is quite abundant in Wakanda. However, I may not have the time to acquire it myself. Doctor, leave it to me. I shall certainly obtain vibranium for you. Frank, what are your plans thereafter? Wu Lu inquired while transporting the riches scavenged from the Serpent Society. If you have nowhere to go, you can join us to form a team. I have even thought of a name, the Alliance of Creators. To protect the Earth and our families. A splendid plan. Frank exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Doctor, you possess the capability. I support you wholeheartedly. However, I am different from you. I tread the shadows, with few friends and a multitude of enemies. My joining you would only make you a target. I understand you are unconcerned, but my friend, while a straightforward threat is easily evaded, a hidden dagger is far more treacherous. I do not wish to bring further danger to you and Mindy. Very well, Wu Lu replied calmly. Frank, I admire you, but I cannot call you a friend. Your nonchalance and resolve are qualities I shall never possess. I am but an ordinary person. I wish you safe travels. Doctor, thank you. I look forward to our next encounter. A solitary boat drifted serenely. That was Frank, coming and going with ease, a lone wanderer. After Mindy had finally loaded the last chest of gold onto the vessel, the group found a moment to rest. Fenrir had returned to his normal size, now remarkable, having learned a new skill that allowed him to grow and rage, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. As for Frank, he has departed, entrusting you to me. Wu Lu held Mindy close, gazing at the crimson sun above, reflecting, having you all is my greatest fortune. Yet I lack absolute confidence in my ability to keep you safe. Donna, Zhao Hailuan, and Wanda huddled together beside Wu Lu, forming a tight-knit circle. When we were at sea, you never let go. We shall never let go for a lifetime. Dearest, the world is vast, accommodating all sorts of creatures. You shall become our Wolf King. I am willing, wholeheartedly. The 3 women expressed their sentiments candidly, abandoning the old traditions of their homeland. Love, when genuine, can foster care and mutual support. Why should there be any barriers? Mindy nestled her head into Wu Lu's embrace, affectionately rubbing against him, her body language conveying her fondness. Seeing the harmony between his master and mistress, Fenrir lay on the ground, tongue outstretched, yearning to join in. Only to be kicked away by Wu Lu. This is private time. Fenrir was dispatched by Wu Lu to catch fish. The 5 of them leaned against one another, feeling the rhythm of each other's heartbeats and breaths, as all worries and sorrows dissipated into the ether. I am an orphan. Although I have become a revered scientist, I have never truly felt warmth. My dear, it is you who has transformed my existence into something extraordinary. I love you. In the absence of outsiders, Zhao Hailuan, emboldened, whispered sweet nothings, entwining her arms around Wu El's neck and bestowing a kiss, thereafter holding him tightly. I am not an orphan. I have an elder brother. Yet I have lain in the hospital for 6 long years. My beloved, you are the light of my life. I shall forever remain by your side. 100 years. 200 years, 1,000 years, as long as you live, I shall never part from you. Donna, unwilling to yield, perched herself upon Wu El's lap, twisting and turning to claim her space. My brother and I are orphans. We have endured the suffering of war, our hearts shrouded in hatred. Wu has guided me toward the light, toward warmth, and I believe I share this sentiment with you all. You are equally significant to me. Dear sister, you too. The stars in the sky twinkled shyly, soon obscured by a cloud that dared not gaze back. Softly singing, the begonia slumbered in spring, until the horizon met the sea. Where a golden edge illuminated the sky, a few of us finally found solace in each other's company. Donna mischievously remarked, Sisters, did you know Wu has a legitimate girlfriend? Wu El retorted, Who? I am sincere only to you. The rest are mere trifles. Gwen, are you merely a fleeting fancy as well? Wu El's expression stiffened, unsure of how to respond. Jealous Zhao Hailuan playfully began to tease, grabbing onto him. My dear, you are rather greedy, thinking of other women while we are here. Tell me, is what Donna said true? Is Gwen your official girlfriend? Well, not exactly, Wu El pondered. We have mutual feelings, but through a series of misunderstandings and chaos. You enchanting ladies have gotten ahead of me. Henceforth, I doubt there will be any emotional entanglements with Gwen. Really? Donna smirked. I heard there is another spicy girl named Hill, the one who cornered us at the airport that day. Goodness, dear, can you truly not distinguish? A woman like that? Wu El quickly covered Donna's mouth with his hands and kissed her fervently. That is all in the past. From now on, no one is to mention it again. Whoever does, I shall bring them close. I have already told you, these are mere trifles from before I met you. Such occurrences will not repeat. Gwen and I exist in entirely different realms now. Get up. Otherwise, that foolish dog Fenrir will barge in shortly. The group laughed as they hastily dressed. And after a moment of springtime chaos, they emerged from the bedroom to find Fenrir had prepared breakfast. Where to next? Back to New York. By boat? But no one knows how to row. Of course not. These treasures cannot clear customs even on a small boat. Everyone, gather your things. We will take a plane shortly. Chapter 62. I am Iron Man. Hey, buddy, where did you find such a splendid place? And how did you manage to gather so many beauties and treasures? Tony Stark received a transoceanic call from Wu Lu and promptly flew his private jet to the Butterfly Wing Strait. Upon arrival, he observed Wu Lu loading box after box of treasures onto the aircraft, feeling a twinge of envy. Haha, Tony, for you, this is but a trifling matter. Yet it still stirs your jealousy. This is Donna, my beloved. This is Zhao Hailuan, whom you surely recognize, also my beloved. And this is Wanda, the sister of Pietro, yet another of my beloveds. Lastly, this is Mindy. Well, your romantic life is indeed quite rich. Doctor, I must remind you that the aircraft's weight limit has been reached. Any further loading would result in disaster. Very well. Wu Lu reluctantly tossed 2 boxes of cash into the sea before boarding with the others. Mr. Tony, how is my brother? I am truly sorry to hear about your parents. As for your brother, he is doing remarkably well. Presently earning 2 salaries as both my secretary and a level 1 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you. I heard you plan to shut down the weapons production department. Is that true? Wanda inquired hopefully. Indeed, although I have been rather busy lately. And the board has been quite vocal in their objections. My uncle has consistently opposed this decision. However, within a fortnight, I shall ensure it is accomplished. Miss Wanda, I apologize once more for my past mistakes. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. I have long since let go of that hatred. Had my parents been alive, they would undoubtedly wish for Pietro and me to live free from animosity. Miss Wanda, you and your brother are both exceptional. If you would not mind returning to New York, you could join us at Stark Industries. I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. would also offer you a commendable position. Wanda smiled gently. If Mr. Wu agrees, I shall consider it. Oh, Wu, you are quite the libertine. How have they managed to coexist so harmoniously? What magic have you employed? Magic? Nonsense. I have simply been sincere, Wu Lu retorted. We treat each other with genuine hearts. Of course, my own abilities are formidable, both in and out of bed. Should you wish to make a change, I would be delighted to assist. I could provide you with an alternative. Ha ha, I have no plans in that regard just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are headed home. With a whoosh, the plasma engine erupted with powerful energy, soaring almost vertically into the clouds without the need for a gradual ascent. Wu Lu envied such a vessel. Tony, is this aircraft for sale? How does it compare to the Quinjet? Indeed, it is for sale. This represents a substantial deal. If you are willing to part with $1 billion and construct your own airport, I would gladly sell it to you. J.A.R.V.I.S. Initiate directed cruising. I wish to converse with an old friend. Several women donned eye masks and settled in for a nap. Tony moved from the cockpit to Wu Lu's side. Wu, I am poisoned. Could you devise a remedy for me? This contraption on your chest? Tony patted the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Indeed, palladium poisoning. Thanks to the green-haired mess you caused. I can manage for a while longer. But the radiation remains particularly potent. You are the finest physician in the world. If even you cannot assist, then I shall resign myself to fate. Ha! Wu Lu chuckled. Tony, do you comprehend the limits of technology? Allow me to enlighten you. The pinnacle of technology transcends all, where life and death are but a fleeting thought. And every rule can be governed. You are a scientist, yet you utter the words of resignation. That jest is hardly amusing. Your humor is quite frosty as well. Can you indeed provide a remedy? Offer me a word, and I may contemplate gifting you this aircraft. First, I must inquire why you do not dismantle it. By doing so, and with your brilliant mind, it is nearly certain you could gradually restore your health. No, Tony Stark's gaze was steeped in the weight of experience. Wu, I have committed numerous errors in the past, and many innocent lives have suffered both mentally and physically due to the weapons of Stark Industries. Such individuals exist in your circle and mine. The thought of them brings a profound sense of condemnation to my heart, which is why I have vowed to transform myself and dedicate my entire being to the peace and safety of humanity during my lifetime. What does this have to do with it? I possess a suit of mechanical armor, which is continually being upgraded, and this device serves as an energy source. Do you understand? With it, I can accomplish all that I desire. It grants me the power to protect. I am Iron Man, Iron Man? What a splendid name! Wu Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Regrettably, I cannot assist you, for this is not a medical issue. It resides within the realm of science. Tony, this is a matter you must resolve yourself. Of course, if you are willing to offer some compensation, perhaps an aircraft, I could assist you with maintenance 3 times. Beyond that, medical means will be unable to alleviate the palladium toxicity. Very well, Wu, that is a fair proposition. You truly are a mercenary at heart. Should you desire it, I might consider granting it to you. No, Tony, I do not want it. I wish for you to fabricate a superior device for me. You know I cannot afford an airport. Would you prefer a smaller contraption? How many passengers should it accommodate? Tony Stark gestured to indicate a size comparable to a sofa. As small as this, though the power and payload would be exceedingly limited. Provide me with the specifications, and I shall devise a plan. Trust me, my friend, you shall be astonished. The resolution of Tony Stark's palladium poisoning entailed a multitude of events. Wu Lu was determined not to disrupt the timeline's chaotic fabric. Ultimately, the pivotal moment came when Tony Stark succeeded. After 3 hours of flight, the aircraft descended steadily upon the rooftop of Stark Tower. Miss Pepper Potts, clad in a sharp business attire and accompanied by a team of attorneys, awaited on the terrace. Upon the aircraft's landing, she swiftly entered the cabin to urge them onward. Tony, do you have any notion of the time? And you, Mr. Wu, could you possibly schedule an appointment in advance for future matters? Haha, Wu. I cannot linger any longer. I have a soiree at the capital tonight, and I hope I am not too late. Happy, you shall escort Mr. Wu and these lovely ladies home. There is no need to fetch me. Splendid, boss. You are exceedingly gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, where shall you be headed? Happy, take us to Director George's home in Manhattan, and I require a van as well. No problem. Wu Lu led the ladies out of the cabin, instructing, Finral, don your cloak. This is not Madrid's Po Island. Let's not frighten the children. Chapter 63. Gwen's new romance, beep, beep, beep. A cacophony of car horns erupted in front of old George's door, causing the elderly man, who was utilizing the television to lull himself to sleep, to crash to the floor with a thud. Oh, damn it. Which scoundrel dares to cause a ruckus at my doorstep? I shall smash his head. Gripping his handgun, old George stormed outside in a fit of rage. Bang! The blinding glare of the car's headlights nearly incapacitated him, prompting George to fire indiscriminately at the ground. Who dares to disrupt the peace at my door? George, it's me. Wu Lu exclaimed, startled. Old George had never been this volatile before. What has happened to you, George? Upon their reunion, Wu Lu was taken aback by George's transformation. Though he had been affectionately dubbed Old George, he had never truly appeared aged. Sporting bright golden hair and a robust belly that seemed to defy the passage of time. However, now his complexion was dull, his eyes sunken, one devoid of a pupil, and his once proud belly sagged like a deflated sack. Wu, is that you? Director George suddenly burst into laughter. Good lad, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. I have heard about your troubles. Fear not, those villains will eventually face justice. Wu, you shall reside here from now on. If those ruffians return, I will shatter their skulls. Wu Lu felt a pang of emotion. George remained as altruistic as ever. George, that won't be necessary. Tony Stark has eradicated their stronghold. They can no longer harm you. George embraced Wu Lu, patting him on the back. Good lad, you have suffered. Who are they? At last, George noticed the 4 women behind Wu Lu, a blend of Eastern and Western styles, both mature and youthful, and his eyes almost popped out in astonishment. Haha, George. These are homeless girls I picked up along the way. Our home is spacious. It should be no trouble for them to stay for a while. I will pay you a handsome rent. Finral, bring forth a chest of treasures to dazzle our Director George. Yes, master. Finral hoisted a large chest of treasures, opening it before George's eyes, revealing a dazzling array of gold and jewels. Oh my, Wu, have you become a pirate king? This treasure resembles that of the knights from medieval tales. Could this be Odin's tear? What is this, a legendary key to finding the sword in the stone? Wu Lu chuckled as he presented George with the items he had longed for from the chest. Take this, it is all yours. May you discover the fabled sword in the stone and become the new Arthur. And do not forget to return those artifacts to the British Museum. Is this truly for me? Of course. We, the people of Huaxia, are steadfast in our promises. We shall never break our word. Wu, you are truly exceptional. I have encountered many from Huaxia, yet none embody the qualities you possess. Instead, they often display cunning, akin to the Jewish people. Wu Lu laughed heartily. That is simply because the honest and trustworthy ones rarely come forth. Amassing wealth is indeed a matter that requires audacity and expertise. I am but an exception among exceptions. Old George fondled his treasures. Woo. I am now advanced in years. These possessions should be yours, for they hold no value to me anymore. Young lady, parties, have you lost your fondness for them? Take this, it will prove useful in due time. Trust me, I am indeed the finest physician in the world. Woo. I find myself at a loss for words. Come quickly, and you, the young black lad, join us as well. Tonight, I shall unveil my cherished collection. Happy, with a face full of reluctance, replied, Oh, I apologize. You know how hard it is for me to secure a free evening. I have a date. After unloading the treasures, Happy departed in haste. Ladies, come inside. George is the finest sheriff I have ever known. When I first arrived in New York, I was a guest in his home. Without Sheriff George's guidance, I would not have had the pleasure of meeting you. George warmly welcomed everyone and served coffee, beer, fried chicken, and burgers. Woo. I was unaware you would arrive so late. Please enjoy a little something. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to a grand meal, inviting Bob and Norman, those old fellows. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, George. The ladies quickly immersed themselves in the warm atmosphere. Thanks to you, Woo, without your presence, my home would feel desolate and lacking in joy. Where's Gwen? Wu-Lu inquired curiously. Is she not home yet? Sheriff George's expression shifted slightly, and he sighed softly. That wretched girl has taken a boyfriend and moved out. It's absurd that she would rather care for her boyfriend's aunt than tend to her own father. Would you not agree she is acting against her nature? Wu-Lu felt a twinge of discomfort. Old George clasped Wu-Lu's shoulder. Wu, I know you are a good man. I should not meddle in the affairs of youth. Yet I apologize for Gwen's actions. Wu-Lu tousled his hair and smiled brightly. Oh, George, everyone has their own circumstances. Just as I now have the company of these lovely ladies. Initially, we did not establish a relationship, which is a bit regrettable. Young man, it is the regrets that lead to fulfillment. Come, let us have a drink. Old George laboriously dragged his collection of craft beer cans from the basement and filled a large glass for himself and Wu-Lu. Ladies, consider this your home. Feel free to indulge. My brother and I will reminisce. Sheriff George, you need not concern yourself with us. Zhao Helen ushered everyone into the house to enjoy themselves, leaving George and Wu-Lu to share drinks and conversation. Wu-Lu downed 3 glasses and, feeling pleasantly tipsy, became more talkative. George, who is he? Do I know him? Yes, you do. George sighed helplessly. He is the one I caught back then, Peter Parker. I was kidnapped by the mob, and although these brutes eventually released me, my physical condition deteriorated significantly. Later, I was hospitalized at the People's Hospital, and during that time, Gwen faced considerable challenges. That boy's aunt was also admitted there. And as time passed, they became quite familiar with each other, ultimately becoming entangled. Wu, take it easy. I believe it won't be long before they part ways. That boy seems like an idealistic fool. You still have a chance. George. Wu laughed heartily. I currently have a woman, in fact several. You truly are a man. I raise my glass to you. And what of it? Do not forget, I am the chief of police in New York City. I have seen it all. Humans and animals are indistinguishable in many respects. All rules are merely compromises between desire and reality. The strong naturally possess more. You are someone worthy of trust. Thank you. George, you are the first to regard me so highly. However, you are correct about one thing. That boy is no easy task. And Gwen will not have peace with him. Nevertheless, it matters not. I will assist her. Ensuring that Gwen does not perish amidst the conflict between Spider-Man and his adversaries is the best blessing I can offer their relationship. Chapter 64. A drop of kindness repays a fountain of gratitude. George was intoxicated. After consuming half a barrel of craft beer, he was inebriated and on the verge of unconsciousness, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, appearing as if he were about to depart this world. Wu's mental energy dispersed, enveloping George within a surgical domain. Upon first seeing George, Wu realized the gravity of his condition, yet witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. He extracted all of George's internal organs, which floated within the domain, meticulously examining them. The lungs were extensively affected by fiberglass, 1 kidney was missing, and his ribs had all been replaced with alloys. The originals had long since shattered. The area where his eye should have been scorched by high temperatures, and the nerves were entirely obliterated. His lower limbs were severely thrombosed, various interventional devices performing their functions, and the liver exhibited abnormal coloration, resembling a decrepit vehicle on the brink of collapse. It appeared that Chief George had suffered considerable abuse at the hands of the Serpent Gang. Helen, Wu called out, and Zhao Helen emerged from the room. Dear, this is Chief George. Why have you dismantled him as well? Helen, Chief George's condition is dire. He just drank some alcohol and began to bleed. Oh, a perforated stomach. The bleeding point is here. Just suture this area, and it will suffice. I am aware of that, but I wanted to ask if you have any super soldier serum left? Are you attempting to transform Chief George? To make him a superhuman? Zhao Helen cautioned. Dear, I believe you should consult Chief George himself regarding this matter. Sometimes, becoming stronger means facing greater dangers. Not everyone desires a life filled with tumultuous highs and lows. Such as yourself? Wu gently embraced Zhao Hailuan, apologizing, I am sorry for bringing you onto this treacherous vessel. Now, let us inquire about George's own opinion. In his concern to avoid alarming George, Wu skillfully managed to mitigate the bleeding and returned the liquid mixture stored in the bladder back into his wine jar. Subsequently, he employed a method of microcurrent stimulation to gently rouse George from his stupor. Wu, what has happened to me? Why have you stopped drinking? Is there no wine left? George inquired, confusion etched on his face. No, George, you are intoxicated. I just conducted a check on your physical condition. It is rather poor. Even I can propose 2 treatment options for you, albeit temporarily. Wow, Wu, you Chinese are always so modest. My health has been deemed critical by the hospital. And even the police department has forced my early retirement. 2 options are already quite generous. I wouldn't dare complain to the heavens even if there were none. George, please. Stay calm, Wu reassured him with a smile. Soon, you shall become healthier than ever before. Choose your treatment option. The first involves a serum akin to a super soldier concoction I have developed. It may draw the attention of some shadowy figures in the world, not the likes of the Serpent Gang, but rather entities of Hydra's caliber. This will pose certain risks for you and Gwen, but the benefits are quite apparent. The second option entails a botanical essence of my creation, allowing you to adopt characteristics akin to those of plants. As you know, the healing abilities and longevity of plants are remarkable. At your current age among humans, you are nearing the end of life, yet in the realm of plants, you would barely be in the embryonic stage. Oh, embryonic stage? That sounds promising. Can I choose both options? George exclaimed. Wu, you are truly an extraordinary individual. Of course, you may, Wu chuckled. Just a jest. I have grown weary over the years. I have seen and experienced enough. A tranquil life, sipping wine, chatting, and flirting with lovely ladies is all I desire now. Adventuring is the domain of the youth, Wu. I am no longer the chief of police. Understood. George, do take a nap for now. After administering anesthesia to George, Wu began the procedure to implant a device akin to that of Tony Stark. 2 hours later, the surgery was complete. He then proceeded to insert some nanomedical robots into George before returning him to his own room. Finally, Wu could lay down on the sofa and rest for the night. With a click, Gwen, as usual, turned the doorknob, bringing breakfast she had purchased from Chinatown. As she changed into her slippers, she called out, George, George, are you awake? We have a hospital appointment today. When no response came, panic surged within her. Given George's poor health, she feared something might have gone awry. George, Gwen quickly turned around. And from the corner of her eye, she thought she saw that man. In disbelief, she turned her head, and indeed, there stood the man who had vanished without a word. Wu, still in a haze, heard someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a bright sight. Gwen, you look more beautiful than ever. Indeed, she is a woman who has been nurtured. You scoundrel! Gwen exclaimed as she flung off her high heels and rushed towards Wu Lu, their long-awaited reunion igniting a fervent kiss that expressed the overwhelming emotions within. Gwen not only engaged her tongue, but also bit down. Blood trickled forth. You bastard! Tears streamed down Gwen's cheeks. You deserve this. Where have you been? Well, that is a long story. Why don't you check on George? I heard you're supposed to visit the hospital today. It's best to go early as I've heard it can be troublesome if you miss your appointment. Wu, you are truly a mix of contradictions. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Stop. Not like this. Old George is still at home. At that moment, in the house where Donna and the others resided, 4 women had awakened, clad in alluring nightwear, pressing their ears against the door, eager to gossip about the unfolding drama. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. What girl wouldn't T want to do this in the living room? Donna remarked with a curious expression. Goodness, doesn't T she have a boyfriend? How can she act like this? Can girls really behave this way? Wanda said, incredulously. Zhao Hailuan chuckled, of course. One can behave this way. You all should, and then Mr. Wu would belong solely to me. Don't be ridiculous. Mindy scoffed. Now I understand why Dad never ended up with her. She is utterly unbearable. Come on, Mindy, don't push. Donna protested. I'm not pushing. It was Zhao Hailuan who did. Get up. I can't hold on much longer. Wanda exerted all her strength, yet could not withstand the unseen force. Someone was definitely pushing. With a loud crash, the locked iron door was forcefully pushed open by the 4 women, causing them to tumble into George's living room. A delightful chaos of curves and beauty. Wu Lu, exasperated, turned to Gwen, who was nearly undressed. See, I told you this place isn't suitable. If you truly mean it, let us find another venue to discuss this another time. Gwen, incredulous, gazed at the stunning women around her and stammered, who are they? If I told you they were all George's women, would you believe me? With a swift motion, Gwen picked up her discarded thong and slapped Wu Lu sharply before weeping as she retreated to her room. Chapter 65, The Creators Group. The sun shone brightly. and time seemed perfect. After wishing Wu Lu's ancestors well, Gwen declined the prospect of becoming his fifth concubine, choosing instead to part ways amicably and without longing. Wu Lu and his women were, with George's resigned expression, promptly shown the door. To fulfill his promise, he spent the morning assisting Aunt May in restoring her health. However, that was the extent of their relationship. Perhaps enemies would be a more fitting description, given that Peter Parker had once faced him, leaving Wu Lu perplexed by the boy's thoughts. In the afternoon, he helped the two old fellows, Norman Osborn and Bob, regain their bodies. Surprisingly, it was Norman who appeared more content with this transformation. Wu, you have no idea how dull it is to be the president of a large corporation. Endless meetings, unceasing paperwork, and a constant stream of people to meet. The sensation is utterly dreadful. I am finally able to return to the police station as my sheriff, and I am a formidable candidate for the next chief. Bob, striding like a general indifferent to kinship, boarded the bus provided by Norman Osborn and exclaimed, "Buddy, I'm off to serve as my own police officer. Best of luck to you." Wu Lu glanced at Norman and remarked, "Mr. Osborn seems somewhat reluctant, I see." A rare experience. Norman appeared somewhat despondent, but after a moment, his gaze sharpened. "Now, Mr. Wu, let us discuss our collaboration. It is remarkable that Mr. Osborn still recalls my proposal for partnership. However, I had been far too young and naive to suggest a staggering sum of $300 billion. Such a vast amount of money, I surmise, Mr. Osborn cannot readily procure." "Not at all." Norman chuckled. "You are mistaken. The Osborn Group indeed lacks such funds. But I have recently liquidated a substantial portion of assets. Young man, you possess the potential to create miracles. Currently, I have $170 billion in liquid assets, and I hope to engage in a seamless collaboration with you." "Whoa," Wu Lu gasped, realizing that Norman Osborn was going all in. "There's no need for astonishment. Upon meeting you, upon witnessing the serum you developed for General Ross's daughter and the treatment for old George, I recognized that the research direction of the Osborn Group had become outdated. Pharmaceutical patents, enhancement serums, prosthetics, these concepts have yet to mature and are already being discarded. How about it, young man? If you are willing to collaborate with me, we shall each possess 50% of the shares, and neither of us shall be beholden to the other." "Very well, Norman, I underestimated you. Your audacity commands my respect, but what are the other shareholders?" "Haha, Wu. Do you think I sold my shares and assets to anyone else? Of course, I sold them to those antiquated relics. I am quite eager to see the expressions on their faces when our new products hit the market. All right, Norman, it's a deal. Let us name our new company. The Osborn Group name can no longer be used unless those old-timers choose to sell the brand back to us. Creators. Let us call it Creators. A fine name for the birth of innovation." By afternoon, the legal agreement for the collaboration between Wu Lu and Norman Osborn was drafted. Wu Lu contributed all his technological expertise as equity, while Norman Osborn invested with cash. Across from Stark Tower, the original buildings were instantaneously demolished, and a skyscraper even taller than Stark Tower rose rapidly. In this extraordinary realm, logic cannot be applied. What would typically require 7 to 8 years, or even a decade, to construct was completed in a week. The world's most advanced scientific instruments were continuously transported into the building, and the largest gene bank began global collection. Wu Lu called Dr. Connors, who had been languishing in New Mexico for over a month, only to be abruptly summoned back to New York, nearly cursing in frustration. A week later, the grand opening ceremony of the Creators Group made headlines across global media. Alongside it, Wu Lu, as a proud member of the Chinese community, gained widespread recognition. "Oh my, the bagpipes are live streaming again on social media. Sister, last time you remarked that the man from Huaxia had a shifty appearance and was a scoundrel, and now he stands shoulder to shoulder with Norman Osborn. Goodness. That is Tony Stark, the super-rich benefactor of our World Cup. Sister, come quickly to witness this scoundrel." "Bah, what scoundrel? He is your brother-in-law. Just wait. I shall purchase a plane ticket at once." Many fans merely seek entertainment, yet one individual is truly envious. Ling, who would have thought that man has become one of the wealthiest individuals in the world? It is simply unbelievable. Indeed, I have even struck him. My hand cannot touch water for a month. I must promote this and create a mold. It is the sin of fortune. This is astounding. Xiaoling gazed at Mindy in the live stream, radiant and full of life, and then at Wu Lu, composed and handsome. Just 2 months ago, the sister she comforted on the rooftop turned out to be the real winner of life. "I must drop out of school." "Ling, why would you drop out?" "I wish to immerse myself in the capitalist world and erode my noble character. I want to experience the capitalist world's sweet temptations and see if they can truly captivate me. My father will agree. He always tells me to withstand temptation. A place devoid of temptation is not conducive to personal growth. Ling, if you leave, what will we do? Wait until you graduate, and then come find me. I will certainly bring you all in." Xiaoling dared not mention this to her father, who was exceedingly stern and held traditional values. She boarded a flight in the dead of night, traveling far away. By the time she arrived, most of the guests had already departed, and Norman Osborn found an excuse to leave. Only Tony Stark lingered behind to converse with Wu Lu. I never imagined Norman would have such high regard for you. Indeed, I did not foresee this either. I had intended to continue running my clinic, but it seems all that is now in vain. As long as you are willing to contribute to society, it is all the same wherever you are, and here you may even assist more people. You are right. Tony, I must learn from you. I hear the old geezers in Congress have confiscated your armor? Yes, they fell for Hammer's nonsense, but it is inconsequential, without energy. That thing is merely scrap metal. I can create a new one soon. I have many designs yet to be realized. What are your plans? Wu Lu chuckled. I plan to continue developing treatments for diseases, both physical and psychological, to save humanity from ailments. Stark pointed at the Stark Tower across from them with a smile. If you do not wish to share, that is fine. I shall keep watch through my telescope. Do as you please, but do not be too frequent, or I shall report you for harassment. Chapter 66. The first step in protecting the Earth. Regarding the creation of clones. What? You intend to create clones? In the conference room of the creator group, Norman Osborn and Wu Lu sat at opposite ends of a long table, passionately exchanging opinions. Wrong. Wu calmly remarked, what I refer to are life-size figurines. Perhaps they may possess a degree of flexibility, but they are certainly not the clones you envision. Your eloquent rhetoric, Wu, will not pass through the scrutiny of the hearing. You are merely disrupting the social order. Norman, many in this world, like you, have lost their partners at a young age. In our homeland of Huaxia, numerous individuals are solitary for various reasons. I seek to extend warmth to them. As society progresses and times evolve, people aspire for prosperity, which inevitably leads to the existence of those left behind. We should embrace a spirit of great compassion, and moreover, these life-size figurines could become our unparalleled platform. Consider this. Once users form a close bond with our products, they might even directly request users to purchase them, akin to the current capitalist indoctrination of women. No, such a societal impact would be too profound. Humanity could become fragmented, leading to a decline in birth rates and serious social issues. It is through this lens that humanity will come to appreciate the grandeur of love and the warmth of familial bonds. No matter how perfect these figurines may be, they cannot replicate human emotions. Trust me, they will only provide fleeting solace to a select few, ultimately honing the human spirit toward a new pinnacle. Furthermore, Norman, only such disruptive products can create a siphoning advertising effect on a global scale. You sold the Osborn Group precisely to reach the pinnacle of the world, did you not? Now, the opportunity has arrived. All right, Wu, share your specific thoughts. Norman Osborn is aging, and thus, he is more pressed for time than anyone else. Wu is correct. His primary aim is to ascend to the zenith of the world, rather than merely to amass wealth. He is already exceedingly affluent. My plan involves creating standard life-sized figurines using Hammer Industries robotic skeletons, filled with silicone and linked to a cloud database. Once users activate them, they will be bound and connected to our company's cloud network, facilitating daily life. For premium products, we will commission Stark Industries to customize ultra-strong memory metal skeletons, filled with nanobots and embedded with standalone adaptability. Upon activation, they will exhibit complete loyalty to the user. For bespoke items, we will tailor various exclusive figurines according to client specifications. What do you think, Norman? This way, we will garner the support of 2 major conglomerates and potentially secure military contracts. Indeed, this represents a substantial business opportunity. The costs for these lower-end products are already beyond the reach of the average person. Just the robotic skeleton from Hammer Industries alone would start at around 100,000. Adding their profit margins, the pre-sale price may hover around 1 million Huaxia dollars. Rest assured, Norman, this venture will yield far more than residential properties. Just wait and see. The user base will exceed your expectations. Additionally, please procure the likeness rights of attractive individuals worldwide. These can be recorded in our database. We should also include some celebrities, providing options for our high-end and elite clientele. I am confident they will be quite willing. A splendid idea. I shall reach out to our congressional representatives for a hearing. While you connect with Stark and Hammer, their presence would undoubtedly lend greater credence to our cause. Very well, my friend. May our collaboration be fruitful. Once these projects come to fruition, I shall rectify the shortcomings afflicting both you and your son. Thank you. Norman Osborn hurriedly departed with his legal counsel and secretary. Wu Lu rose and made his way to the creator group's laboratory. Upon entering, he observed Zhao Hailuan meticulously cultivating a substantial number of nanobots. The mere act of developing these nanobots sufficiently attests to her status as a foremost scientist. Have you reached an agreement? Zhao Hailuan inquired, handing off her tasks to other researchers and wiping the sweat from her brow as she noticed Wu Lu's arrival. Yes, nearly. The remainder hinges on old Norman's energy. How is the production of the super soldier serum progressing? We have completed 3 million units, dear. Are you certain they will be useful in due course? Absolutely. Hyluan, you are the greatest benefactor in the endeavor to save the world. However, crafting the life-size figurines is not as straightforward as Wu Lu had conveyed to Norman Osborn. He intends to incorporate a slight element of intrigue. Of course, this does not pertain to human emotions or reality. Although Zhao Hyluan might eventually develop something akin to Jarvis, it is evident that such an achievement would require considerable time. Therefore, Wu Lu plans to construct a simulated emotional module for all the life-sized figurines. Through his formidable surgical expertise, he intends to extract the souls of numerous newborn pets, encapsulating them within the figurines alongside the supergene serum. The streamlined emotional sensing conduit will activate the biological brain and enhance the body with the super soldier serum at the moment of peril. Indeed, these creations are not entirely mechanical. They possess a blend of biological characteristics. Provided the user behaves like a human, the newborn pets will undoubtedly refrain from turning against their masters. Should a perverse individual emerge, they could be dispatched with ease. Wu Lu embraced Zhao Hyluan gently, advising Hyluan, "Do take care to rest and not overexert yourself." Zhao Hyluan replied playfully, "Resting pales in comparison to saving the world with you. If such beings were ubiquitous, conflicts would surely cease. This endeavor does not pertain to the mundane affairs of Earth. They are designed to confront extraterrestrial threats." Before long, Hammer Industries and Stark Industries received substantial orders from the creator group. Without any hesitation, these industrial giants acquiesced to the demands of this newcomer in the biological realm. As their operations bore no overlap, with the influx of funds, Hammer temporarily set aside his grievances with Stark, refraining from seeking retribution from the distant whiplash in Russia. Meanwhile, the creator group unexpectedly secured its first premier client, Tony Stark. "Woo, ensure that the first unit is reserved for me." "Of course, Tony. Your wealth entitles you to the first bespoke product." "Well, I merely desire a high-end standard model. Customizations would be challenging given the lack of quality materials at hand." "Simple enough. You may collect a unit tomorrow. Whose likeness would you prefer? Pepper Potts?" "My friend, this joke lacks any semblance of humor. I am eager to behold the visage of that old rascal, Hammer. Your taste is indeed quite unique." Tony chuckled. "So it is settled then. My chauffeur, Happy, shall arrive at your doorstep first thing in the morning." "No problem." Tony was not genuinely intrigued by such life-sized figurines. He could fabricate them himself, even surpassing their quality and perfection. Moreover, in matters of companionship, he had no need for such trinkets. However, the subject was undeniably sensitive, with an abundance of tales to tell, which piqued his curiosity about what schemes his dear friend was concocting. Thus, he chose a high-end manufactured product, intending to dissect it. Chapter 67. The perfect product. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Norman Osborn finally made the call. The old fogies in Congress had ultimately acquiesced. "Wanda, have you coordinated with the major media outlets?" "Yes, darling. Reporters from around the globe are already in the reception area, ready for the press conference." "Mindy, please ensure the staff conducts a final equipment check and promote the press release on your social media. This time, your fanbase could surge exponentially." "Thank you, Father. This is my forte." Wu Lu's expression darkened. The child was starved for affection, and it seemed that this form of address would not be easily altered. "Donna, have the voluptuous vixens I asked for been prepared? The ambience must be electric, and our product must be firmly anchored in daily life." Donna teased with a playful grin. "Rest assured, darling, the ladies I found are all beauty queens from around the world. If you wish to compete, I can arrange something for tonight. With you all, I am already immensely satisfied. Should you utter such things again, I shall spank you. Come now, let us do this." With a sway of her curvaceous figure, Donna left with an air of pride. "Tandell, ensure everything is coordinated. The press conference shall commence promptly at 9. This time, our creator group must succeed. Fear not, boss. All resources are in place. Tonight, the eyes of the world will be upon us." On social media, Mindy had just posted an announcement, which was swiftly pinned and highlighted. Wow, could it be that Father has acquired this social media platform? That has never happened before. A series of meticulously prepared scripts were uploaded by Mindy, accompanied by stunning photos of the life-sized figurines and engaging video clips, instantly causing a frenzy online. "Piper? Who is this Piper? The idol I have practiced for 2.5 years has never received such prominence. What gives this little minx the right? Attention upstairs. Her boyfriend is the world's richest man, and he holds grudges. The world's richest man means nothing. Even the wealthiest in the Milky Way would not warrant a glance from me. Wow, what is this? Hey, everyone, come take a look. Why are we even squabbling with those obnoxious girls? Life-sized figurines? Aren't they just dolls? TSK, such specifications, such materials. Surely, this cannot come cheaply. Indeed, behold that elasticity and the subtle allure. Truly, it is a testament to the extraordinary talent emerging from our great nation, adept at discerning the inclinations of the masses. With a deft stroke of the scythe, it precisely targets us, the reclusive enthusiasts. Yet, what of it? It is far preferable to being disregarded. To be compared to a dog in terms of consumption power is a grave insult. I declare, as long as this contraption does not exceed 500 yuan, I shall procure one. 500? Which fool has the audacity to propose such a sum? Wake him from his stupor. We must not indulge this imbecile with any sweetness. An ordinary figurine commands a price in the thousands. This marvel must certainly fetch at least 10,000. Provided it does not surpass 100,000, I shall acquire one. Alas, customization of appearance is not an option. It is akin to unboxing a mystery box. This expectation resonates with almost every introverted male, a price beneath 100,000. Coupled with the ability to tailor appearances. Wu Lu, of course, would not acquiesce to their whims. He is not genuinely intent on eradicating humanity from a biological standpoint. Thus, such a misalignment ensures that there exists an irreconcilable disparity between the life-sized figurines and their users. Moreover, upon purchase, one cannot acquire another within 20 years. As the typical lifespan of a pet is approximately 2 decades, a wave of excitement began to sweep across various domains. As the parameters of the Creator Group's products gradually came to light, culminating in a celebration for the common folk. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, Tandel, the spokesperson for the Creator Group, stepped into the limelight. Behind him, 3 exquisite curtains of beaded fabric shimmered, with 3 sets of handsome and beautiful figurines partially revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our inaugural product launch at the Creator Group. As you know, our organization was founded by Mr. Norman, the former president of the Osborne Group. In partnership with the world's most formidable physician, Wu Lu, the collision of old and new ideas has birthed astonishing miracles. Behold, this is our company's first product, a home care life-sized figurine. As the first curtain was drawn, a pair of above-average life-sized figurines emerged, of medium height and dressed modestly. Apart from the colorful heart-shaped anti-counterfeiting mark on their foreheads, it was nearly impossible to discern any differences from real individuals. They lay in serene slumber, reminiscent of a prince and princess indulging in a brief respite after reading, suffused with the scent of books. This is the basic version. They can attend to the majority of mundane tasks in life, responding to most inquiries from users through their own capabilities. Moreover, they are equipped with the biological brain technology developed by Dr. Zhao Hailuan, enabling these figurines to exhibit faint emotional responses to users. Tandel spoke eloquently, while the eager audience could hardly contain their desire to pose questions. How does your company ensure that these so-called life-sized figurines do not pose a threat to users? In what way do they differ from the mechanical armor created by Tony Stark a few months prior? A pertinent query from our esteemed journalist. Firstly, their filling material is the softest known silicone product, both pliable and elastic. Secondly, they operate on a low power supply of 36 volts. This power can only gently propel an individual weighing up to 200 pounds. Caring for a patient of this weight represents the limits of our design. Hence, I advise all those who find themselves in the realm of excess weight to manage their physique. For exceeding 200 pounds would render our product incapable of providing effective care. Can low power and soft materials truly ensure safety? Certainly not. Thus, Tandel refrained from delving deeply into this matter, merely guiding everyone to ponder in that direction. As for safeguarding user privacy, the question posed by this reporter strikes me as amusing. If such an endearing life-size figurine makes you feel your privacy is at stake, I would suggest that perhaps a straw hut in Africa would be more suitable for you. Mobile phones, televisions, toilets, and lights, what does not encroach upon your privacy? This does not imply that our Creator Group is indifferent to privacy protection. On the contrary, we have thoughtfully designed a customizable module for each life-sized figurine. By collecting and analyzing 7,000 distinct human personality traits and habits, one can personalize its character. As for the response core, it remains a standalone product. They possess no signal transmission or reception devices. Should anyone doubt this, they are welcome to purchase and test it. If proven otherwise, we are prepared to compensate with $1 billion. The audience was stunned and exhilarated. This assured that upon purchasing this item, it would become a personal creation. Who would reject a servant that prioritizes them above all else? Even if it were merely a figurine. The prospect of $1 billion in compensation for any privacy violation is indeed enticing. Chapter 68, Unboxing Livestream. Next, please observe the application scenarios of our caregiving life-sized figurines. In the center of the venue, 3 projections materialized. One depicted a nursing home where several life-sized figurines, each adorned with heart-shaped marks on their foreheads, tirelessly attended to each elderly resident with unwavering smiles. Another showed a disabled individual, beaming with joy as he lay in bed. while a life-size figurine tended to his household chores in a state of poverty. A third scene revealed a man laboring in the fields, caring for his elderly parents in the depths of the mountains, as a radiant figure approached him with a lunchbox, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. A throng of women erupted in excited screams, surrounding their idol. Even those with petite frames could not catch a glimpse of their beloved's extraordinary visage, rolling on the ground in tears. A speeding truck raced by, momentarily blinding them with the dazzling presence of their idol. With a crash, all videos vanished, and 2 lines of romantically charged artistic lettering floated into the air, soaring beyond the building. In life, be your own prince. Little fairy, you are the true princess. Ah, marvelous. I must buy it. I must. Ah, invincible. The atmosphere, both on-site and online, became fervently interconnected. Soon, a blushing gamer stood up, boldly inquiring, "Sir, what are the differences among the various versions?" This is an excellent question. The basic version features random appearances, body types, and skin tones. However, we at Creator Company assure that all figurines are of above-average aesthetic appeal within the realm of human standards. The high-end version showcases some celebrity likenesses, perfectly matched with their corresponding skin tones. For those who adore chocolate, now is the time to indulge. As for the customized edition, Tandell has tantalizingly unveiled the most luxurious curtains. Behold, they can fulfill all your fantasies of beauty. This aligns with the ethos of our esteemed director Wu's enigmatic clinic. If you possess wealth and resources, all of this can be yours. Oh my goodness, it's Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn. And look, it's Conan. So adorable. I can't contain my excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the most exhilarating segment, the revelation of prices. The base model for women is priced at 100 huaxia coins, while the men's version is 200 huaxia coins. The high-end model for women costs 1,000 huaxia coins, and the men's version is set at 2,000 huaxia coins. For the customized edition, pricing is negotiable. Please contact our group directly via email for quotes tailored to your specific customization needs. Clients with a net worth below $100 million are prohibited from inquiring. Violations will result in being blacklisted, barring future purchases from the Creator Group. What are you waiting for, friends? Money cannot accompany or care for you, but our life-sized figurines can. Begin your orders now. The Creator Group's official website has begun to receive a deluge of orders. Selling hundreds of thousands within a mere hour, this represents a colossal business worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Congratulations, Norman and Mr. Wu, on your resounding success. Norman, you found a splendid partner. Hammer feels somewhat disheartened. His mechanized soldier initiative now appears utterly lackluster in comparison. Thank you. Norman Osborn did not anticipate such smooth sailing. True success will only be realized upon receiving feedback after the first batch of products is launched. Mr. Wu chuckled. Mr. Hammer, our triumph is also yours. I will later arrange for our secretaries to consolidate our orders. Hammer Industries must ensure product quality. As long as we receive no negative reviews, we will continue to utilize your alloy frameworks. Oh, Mr. Wu, you are exceedingly generous. Allow me to kiss your hand. No, the Creator Group belongs to Mr. Norman. You should bestow your affections upon him. Tony Stark also came to extend his congratulations, along with familiar faces like Hill, George, and Bob. As for the other industry magnates, only a few with ties to Norman were present. The Creator Group is currently a traffic-driven enterprise. Only when these products are concretely realized and receive positive feedback will they truly astonish the world. The following day, Stark Industries and Hammer Industries experienced a significant surge in electricity consumption as trainloads of metal were continuously delivered, with countless frames dispatched to the assembly line of the Creator Group. A week later, the first batch of 100,000 care-oriented life-sized figurines rolled off the production line, eagerly claimed by enthusiasts, gossipers, the curious, and connoisseurs worldwide. In Huaxia's Yangqing, blogger Wang Dongdong, a trendsetter and tech enthusiast, boasts a steady following of 500,000. The Creator Group's overwhelming promotion, coupled with headlines from global news media, propelled the topic of life-size figurines to trending status. What could possibly captivate him more than a silicone doll? Certainly, it would be a life-size technological marvel. The moment he received the package, he eagerly opened his live stream. Brothers, have you heard about the life-sized figurines from the Creator Group? Of course we have, but the price is truly exorbitant. Indeed. Wu Lu has become quite shrewd since arriving in America. Who knows what the market is like here? This is a disconnect from the common people. Who can argue with that? I only have a monthly allowance of 100,000. It would take me a year to save enough. Rich folks, step aside. Dong Ge, did you really manage to snag one? If so, you're bound to become popular. Haha. Dear friends, for the sake of everyone's happiness, I truly managed to get one. Behold what I have. A technologically advanced behemoth stood in Dong Ge's living room, resembling a refrigerator. Wow, Dong Ge, you're really living large. How sophisticated. Did you purchase the male or female version? Donggu, not one to favor the male counterpart, certainly opted for the female model. Wang Dongdong saw the viewership of his live stream soar to 2 million, his excitement palpable. Alright everyone, today I will present an unboxing review. Naturally, I purchased the basic female model. The high-end and custom versions are far too extravagant for my modest means. Let us get started. Wang Dongdong approached the refrigerator-like device. According to the official manual, this heart-shaped button in the center is the identity recognition activation system. Once activated, it will gradually guide us through the setup. Now, let me give it a try. With a hint of trepidation, Wang Dongdong pressed his fingerprint against the heart-shaped button, and the appliance abruptly illuminated, its internal bioelectric currents commencing a gradual stimulation of the biological consciousness and self-diagnostic system. It should be conducting a self-check now, expected to complete in about a minute. Next, we will use a Faraday cage to isolate its signals and determine whether it will compromise our privacy. Wow, Donggu has certainly done his homework. Chapter 69. Pandora with a soft chime. The lid of the refrigerator slowly opened, releasing a thin mist reminiscent of dry ice, presumably to maintain low temperatures. Wang Dongdong reached out to gauge the temperature. As the mist dissipated, the true form of the life-sized figurine was revealed. Brothers, I'm so fortunate. It's not chocolate. Goodness, it's an oriental beauty. Her figure and physique somewhat resembled those from the land of the rising sun. Though not from our locale, it was still quite splendid. The girl possessed long eyelashes, a warm visage, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail, akin to a sleeping beauty. The creator group had been exceedingly generous. The figurine came adorned in a high-end outfit, a handmade floral dress from Italy, in collaboration with the creator. I sense a hint of conspiracy here. Donggu, if she has to wear such attire in the future, will you be able to afford it? If she desires to shop in Italy, will you accompany her? Brothers, she is merely a figurine, at best an intelligent toy. How could I possibly acquiesce to any of her requests? Wang Dongdong was engaged in conversation with his friends. The girl's eyelashes fluttered as her eyes slowly opened, revealing gem-like irises that were pure and flawless, reflecting the somewhat disheveled appearance of Wang Dongdong in his tank top and shorts. At that moment, Wang Dongdong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Are you my master? Yes, I am the life-sized maid model number 00079. Please set my personality traits, master. A projection emanated from the girl's eyes, but Wang Dongdong chuckled. No rush. Could you come over here first? He gestured towards a nearby lead-lined container with glass windows. Of course, master. The girl gently emerged from her stasis pod, and, following Wang Dongdong's instructions, stepped into a specially designed Faraday cage that blocked signals. Brothers, it is now completely shielded from signals, and I have a signal detector here which has found no anomalous fluctuations. Now, let us test whether it can still obey commands. Model 00079, can you perform a dance? Certainly, master. Inside the lead shell, the life-sized model began to dance gracefully, performing a piece that transported the viewers back to a fervent era. Model 00079, why did you choose this particular dance? Master. This selection was derived from an automatic analysis based on the decor of your home, the country you belong to, and current trends. After selecting personality traits and behavioral styles, it aligns closely with your expectations. Brothers, it appears to be quite intelligent. Next, we shall broach a provocative topic. Model 00079, can you warm a bed? Wow, Donggu, you understand what the brothers want to hear. You guys, such ineffectualness. If you're not satisfied, you can buy one too. The live chat erupted into banter, with countless eager ears perked up, for this was indeed what they cherished most. Master, upon activation of the life-sized model, we will have a biological brain activated along with a slight emotional module. Only when emotions reach a certain level can I fulfill some of your more intimate requests. I apologize, but Model 00079 cannot currently provide such services. Fantastic. Donggu, you must feel it. How does it feel? Good. Wang Dongdong's heart raced as he was about to touch the girl, who made no resistance, her eyes gradually becoming misty with tears. Don't cry. I won't touch you anymore, okay? Thank you, master. The girl smiled through her tears, shattering the hearts of countless otaku in that moment. Brothers, it's quite worth it, but it seems more akin to a relationship-building type of intelligence. More functions will need to be developed on your own. For those affluent or troubled by love, this is a worthy investment. Once the skills are honed, galloping freely will no longer be a problem. The live chat erupted into laughter. Master, I'm hungry. Heavens, it can eat too? Can you cook for yourself? Of course, I can prepare Chinese, Western, French, and Italian cuisines, but the ingredients will require preparation by you, master. Goodness, I can't take it anymore. I want to order immediately. I want a deluxe version. You rascal. I'm waiting for you on Xinyu for a second-hand one. Warmth unfurls within the words, and the expression of number 00079 becomes increasingly animated. Wang Dongdong suddenly yearns to transform his disheveled habits, as he is tenderly gazed upon by an adorable figurine, instantly warming his heart. Brothers, I've just acquired it. I must cultivate a bond. We shall converse later. Wang Dongdong's unboxing livestream has swept across the internet, inspiring others to share their life-sized figurines. Those fortunate enough may encounter figures of various ethnicities, some fair, while others are of a brown or mixed descent, and the less fortunate might receive chocolate-toned figures. Countless individuals have experienced an unprecedented revelry in this technological feast. The caregiver-type life-sized figurines have garnered unanimous acclaim from all users. At this moment, Wu Lu is in Tony Stark's laboratory, observing as Stark dismantles the hammer he sent him. Strange, my friend, it seems your device lacks a signal transmitter. Yet, you are currently utilizing Jarvis to process this vast amount of data. How do you manage that? Tony, you truly are a genius. While they cannot emit signals, they can utilize tools. As for receiving signals, it is even simpler. Akin to humans, they can scan data with their eyes and receive sound through their cochlea. You are exceedingly crafty, remarks Stark. Suddenly, from the high-end figurines, Tony retrieves a small box. What is this? A biological brain construct along with the super soldier serum. Are you insane? What do you intend to do with this? Do you not comprehend the peril it poses? What would happen if it fell into the hands of dark forces? Relax, Tony. This little item has a self-destruct mechanism. To activate the super soldier serum, it must undergo intense emotional turmoil and a desire to protect its owner, which will allow it to break free and gain enhancement. These substances will rapidly deteriorate upon exposure to air. Very well, Wu, but why proceed in this manner? If you cannot persuade me, I shall expose you. These items are no different from weapons. Our intentions align to safeguard humanity and elevate living standards. Tony, do you have any idea how many disabled individuals require care? How many lonely souls seek solace? How many left-behind children need nurturing? We are not politicians. Our focus should be on the true vulnerable populations, not on laughable averages. Moreover, I have a premonition that this world is on the brink of becoming exceedingly perilous. If my instincts are incorrect, then these are merely expensive toys. All right, Wu, I grasp your perspective, but I do not wish for you to tread the same path I have. They are a true Pandora's box, and I shall ensure Jarvis monitors them. The moment there is any risk of losing control, I will obliterate the entirety of your creator group system. Rest assured, Tony, that day will never come. Chapter 70. Obadiah's Unrest. His schooling begins. The stocks of the creator group soar, while those of Stark Industries begin to waver, ominously hinting at a potential downfall. Mr. Obadiah, a surge of selling has emerged, and the latest whispers circulating in the market suggest that Mr. Tony Stark intends to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. Where did this information originate? It is nothing but a rumor. Allegedly. It was divulged by a courtesan from a nightclub frequented by Tony, with whom he shared a brief romantic liaison. How dare a mere dancer meddle in the operations of Stark Industries? She is committing a crime. I demand she be prosecuted. I want her imprisoned for life. Very well, Mr. Obadiah, but it would be prudent to advise Tony to hold a press conference. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to repurchase the shares sold by investors. With short sellers lurking, our financial strain is considerable. Understood. Obadiah's countenance darkened as he attempted to contact the leader of the Ten Rings, but there was no response. Damn terrorists. They can't even manage this simple task, leaving such a nuisance behind to trouble me. After some contemplation, Obadiah discreetly reached out to a mercenary. He had already learned where Tony Stark had discarded that suit of armor in the Middle East, and he needed to retrieve it. After conveying his instructions, he stormed into Tony Stark's office, demanding, Tony, I hear you plan to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing business? Yes, uncle. Ever since I returned from the Middle East, I have been contemplating this matter, and I have finally made up my mind. Tony, do you realize that Stark Industries is your father's legacy? He exerted immense effort to expand the weapons manufacturing division globally. Do you have any idea what percentage of Stark Industries' revenue it represents? You cannot act unilaterally. Uncle Obadiah, rest assured, I have a new direction. I have acquired numerous patents in clean energy, and I have substantial orders from the Innovators Group. Investors may initially waver in their confidence, but over time, with substantial profits, everything will return to normal. You need not worry, it is not as dire as you imagine. Tony, Obadiah seethed with rage. Do we lack energy tycoons in America? As for the orders from the Innovators Group, that only signifies that our industry has sunk to a lower level. The arms trade is not merely business, it represents immense influence. You must hold a press conference today to clarify that the weapons manufacturing division will not be closed. There is still time. Obadiah sought to persuade Tony Stark to reconsider when a young boy suddenly burst into the room, colliding with him and knocking Obadiah to the ground. Who is this little brat? Obadiah glared at the boy, filled with indignation. Security. Security. Get this child out of here at once. All right, uncle, he is my assistant, Pietro. It's fine, you can step outside for now. Okay, sir. Pietro glared at Obadiah, saying, if this old fool dares to yell at you again, I will surely give him a piece of my mind. Tony, your impulsiveness is truly reckless. How could you hire such an uncouth young scamp? He has intentionally caused harm. And I could have him incarcerated to teach him a lesson. Enough, Uncle Obadiah. He is an orphan. A child of Sokovia, the very missiles produced by our group turned Sokovia into ruins. If he is uncultured, it is a consequence of our own making. The weapons manufacturing division must be shut down. I shall announce this next Monday. Uncle Obadiah, I still hold the majority of shares in Stark Industries. Very well. Obadiah's expression darkened. Tony, this is your company. I merely mourn my late brother, Howard. Since you have made up your mind, so be it. Obadiah's demeanor was as cold as ice when he encountered Pepper Potts, ignoring her entirely. Tony, what is wrong with him? Nothing. He is simply trying to prevent me from closing the weapons manufacturing division, but I have made my decision. Tony, ever since you returned from the Middle East, he has been acting rather strangely. In what way? It's hard to say, but Tony, that is not important. I heard you purchased a life-sized figure of a nanny from that scoundrel? Oh, Pepper, your information is far too accurate. If you think I might do something with it, you are overly concerned. Tony chuckled as he pulled out the remnants of the hammer from under the desk. Look. This old thing is not only ugly, but also exceedingly greasy. Oh, Tony, I heard that the male version of this is double the price of the female version. Why would you buy an old man? Isn't Schwarzenegger a better choice? Then I would be jealous. Pepper, I am holding a press conference next week to announce the closure of the Weapons Development Department. Please make the arrangements. I will go across to seek help from Wu to support me. The stock market has indeed been rather dismal lately. Good idea. That scoundrel is currently riding high and has many admirers. After exchanging a kiss with Pepper, Tony headed to the creator's tower. Fenrir, where's your master? Wu's office was empty, save for Fenrir, who sat in the boss's chair wearing a broad-brimmed hat and smoking a cigar. Hello, Mr. Stark. My master said he had to attend a class. Goodness, such an intelligent person as my master should be teaching rather than attending classes. I wonder what kind of professor could instruct him. Wait. Tony suddenly remembered that this fellow was still not yet 20 years old. All right. Thank you, Fenrir. Please contact your master and inform him that I am seeking him. Of course, Mr. Stark. My master is still waiting for you to create an aircraft for him. You are indeed his esteemed guest. Fenrir picked up the phone, dialed a series of numbers, and upon hearing a response, transformed into the most devoted sycophant. Master. Oh dear master, I truly did not mean to interrupt your class. If you do not wish to hear from me, I shall hang up now. Fenrir stared apologetically at Stark. Mr. Stark, would you like to come back tomorrow, or perhaps tonight? Master will certainly be back by then. Fenrir, you truly are a loyal and good dog. Thank you for the compliment. Tony, in a state of resignation, said, happy. Let us make our way to the State University of New York. It appears our only option is to confront him at the campus. Chapter 71, An Encounter with Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Doom. The academic year has commenced. The board members of the State University of New York could hardly fathom that Mr. Wu would indeed arrive at the institution punctually. Mr. Wu, your expertise in medicine and biology has surpassed that of most of our faculty members. If you are willing, we would be honored to appoint you as a visiting professor at our university. Esteemed President Draven, I appreciate your kind words. However, I do not believe your institution can offer me a sufficient salary. I would prefer to remain a carefree student. My purpose in seeking you is to request your assistance in enrolling 4 young women alongside me. Dr. Draven smiled warmly. Certainly, I shall arrange your enrollment immediately. Wu and Zhao Hailuan attended lectures in subjects of their choosing: biology, medicine, chemistry, physics, information technology, and philosophy, while Donna and the others engaged in various extracurricular activities, venturing wherever the excitement led them. Unlike universities in India, the State University of New York is intertwined with numerous research institutions, and some residents even inhabit its premises. Before long, Wu discovered something intriguing. Hey, senior, what is the purpose of this apparatus? In a spacious physics laboratory, 2 young men were fervently exchanging opinions about a peculiar experimental device. Wu, holding Zhao Hailuan's delicate hand, approached and was about to reach out to touch it. Stop. What are you doing? A tall, blond man, visibly agitated, intervened. Hey, newcomer, you cannot act impulsively with this. It could blow you to smithereens. Another man mercilessly mocked. Reed Richards. I must reiterate, there is absolutely nothing wrong with my apparatus. Do not obstruct me any further. Doom, if you are willing to remove this fellow, I assure you I will not disturb you. However, as it stands, you evidently lack the financial means to do so. This is the heart of the campus. And if an explosion were to occur, it would yield unpredictable consequences and lead to disaster. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes lit up. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a pivotal moment in this unfolding drama, the final exchange between the leader of the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. Doom, I am Wu, the sacrifice. Surely, you have heard of me. Doom shook his head, for all his thoughts were devoted to rescuing his mother's soul from Mephisto. Spending his days either in the laboratory or in the library, or practicing magic in secluded corners. He had little time to concern himself with trivial matters. Woo. You are a board member of the creator group? Oh my god, you actually attend school? What are the affluent among you thinking? Reed Richards swiftly diverted the conversation from his quarrel with Doom, enthusiastically introducing himself. Mr. Wu, I am Reed Richards, the most brilliant genius at the State University of New York. I have received credible information that there are extraterrestrial relics on the far side of the moon. And I am planning to embark on an adventure with a few companions. Do you have any investment ideas? Should we uncover alien technology, you and Mr. Norman from the creator group would possess the right of first refusal. What do you think? Excellent. I am willing to support you. What? Reed Richards cannot believe such an extravagant and costly project has already secured funding. Oh dear, you are exceedingly generous. We must raise a toast tonight regardless. If you are willing to provide a spacecraft and launch vehicle, I propose we set off in 3 days. How does that sound? Certainly. Tomorrow. I will prepare all the necessary resources and equipment for you. Wonderful. Woo, could you share your contact information with me? I will arrange this evening's party. How many lovely ladies would you like? Any number will do. Reed Richards joyfully danced, blowing kisses to Wu as he slipped out of sight. Wu's generosity left Doom astounded, gazing at his instruments, hesitating to speak. Senior Doom, I am Wu, a person from Huaxia. We Huaxia people are known for our hospitality, generosity, and love for peace, which is universally acknowledged. Moreover, I am also one of the wealthiest individuals globally. Your instruments are remarkable, infused with incredible power. However, I must candidly say, the materials and energy sources selected are of substandard quality. If you permit, I would like to offer you a substantial sum to present this masterpiece in its most perfect form. Why do you wish to assist me? Wu. I have encountered Huaxia people and understand human nature well. Very well, this is my wife, Zhao Helen, who is also a leading scientist. And I am the strongest doctor in the world, as well as a mage. Wu showcased his abilities alongside Helen. Senior Doom, it is precisely because we are among the brightest minds in the world that we believe you are also a genius. A genius should be unbound by the constraints of reality, freely unleashing their wisdom. Effortless mastery is wisdom, while meticulous pursuit of perfection is also wisdom. Senior Doom, you should not allow a lack of funding to render your inventions imperfect. I know you are a person of greater genius than Reed Richards. Here's my address. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me at any time. After speaking, Wu took Zhao Helen's hand and leisurely returned to campus. Sitting on a nearby bamboo chair beneath the shade, listening to the chirping of insects and the singing of birds, Zhao Helen nestled her head in Wu's embrace. Secretly delighted, I never imagined I could still experience campus romance. Did you not date in college? Surely not. Are the boys from the land of the morning calm blind? Zhao Helen shot Wu a playful glare. How would you know if I dated or not? Wu chuckled awkwardly. Is platonic love not valid? You, my little vixen, are becoming increasingly suggestive. Oh, how I wish time could stand still. My college years were so busy. I was either immersed in the laboratory or discussing research topics with my advisor, rarely spending more than 10 minutes on restroom breaks or meals. Those were truly arduous times. Until later, I became the mentor's mentor. Did you ever seek revenge on those old fellows? Forget it. Zhao Hailuan stifled a laugh. They couldn't possibly intervene in my research. By the way, darling, I feel you were overly enthusiastic towards those two seniors. Really? Certainly. Mr. Reed possesses an extroverted, sunny disposition, brimming with adventurous spirit. Hence, after your sponsorship, he readily agreed. However, Mr. Doom, with his profound thoughts, likely a Scorpio, might perceive your excessive intent as a cause for wariness. Darling, this isn't like you. I am fully aware he is a pitiable soul. The crux is, if I don't apply some drastic measures, I may not see Senior Doom tomorrow. He needs me. And I harbor no ill will. So, you are seated here to observe whether he will continue that obscure experiment? Clever. Chapter 72. The discovery of Little Pepper. As the sun set, its echoes lingered. Witnessing Doom's dejected departure, Wu El wore a smile. Finally, a temporary halt to this tragedy. He retrieved his phone and dialed Fenrir. Fenrir, what are you doing? Master, I am watching television in your office. Turn off the television at once and prepare to welcome a distinguished guest. The photographs have been transmitted to you. If he visits the Creator's Tower, guide him through our latest assembly line and laboratories. Ensure he is accommodated in the finest hotel. Do you understand? Understood, Master. I will see to it. Do you need to prepare dinner for you and the 4 mistresses tonight? There is a welcome party this evening. No time to discuss it further. I'm hanging up. Wu El ended the call and said to Zhao Hailuan, let us go, darling, it's getting late. We should find Donna and those wild girls. Indeed. Upon arriving at the fighting arena, Wu El and Zhao Hailuan finally located Donna and the others. On the platform, Mindy was engaged in a fierce bout with a 200-pound behemoth. As she caught sight of Wu and Zhao Hailuan from the corner of her eye, her expression brightened. She charged forward, executing a naked choke, locking her legs around the giant's neck and flipping him over, sending him crashing to the mat below. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she leaped down and bounced over to Wu, Donna, and Wanda, having collected a substantial sum of prize money, joyfully joined them. "Oh, buddy, I finally found you." Before Wu could take Mindy's hand, he was suddenly embraced by a man, the rich scent of cologne nearly suffocating him. "Tony, you colossal jerk. What are you doing here instead of your laboratory?" "Buddy, I've run into trouble." Tony Stark draped an arm over Wu's shoulder. Apologizing to Donna and the others. "My apologies, ladies, but I need to borrow your gentlemen for a moment. However, you have all night to spend together." Wu helplessly called out. "Mindy, Wanda, Donna, Hailuan, I promised a senior I would attend a party. Let us head out together." "Of course, and you too, Tony. If you don't mind, join us as we walk and talk." "Certainly, I do not mind. You know me, I revel in festivities. Is there any chance of encountering some alluring companions?" Wu, unwilling to engage with this overly eager individual, pushed him aside, creating a distance of 2 steps, and proceeded ahead, departing first. "If you seek not to resolve your own troubles, I would be more than willing to procure some enticing company for you. How about 10? Well, our company's stock has been plummeting recently, as you are aware. I am preparing to shut down the weapons development department, and the decision has been finalized for next Monday. So what? I hope you can support me at the press conference." "Not a problem, it's a trivial matter. Our 2 companies have always maintained a close relationship. I will bring our company's core sales data and our projected orders for Stark Industries. However, I have 2 conditions." "Oh my Wu, you are more outrageous than Scrooge. We are friends, and you are a billionaire now. Could you refrain from speaking in such a mercenary manner? As for matters pertaining to finances, I shall handle those myself. For instance, I have already acquired over 3% of your Stark Industries stock at a low price. My conditions are unrelated to money." Tony Stark pondered for a moment. "Speak, though I cannot promise I will acquiesce. It is quite simple for you. First, I require a substantial quantity of anti-aircraft weaponry, the most advanced available, preferably with a complete smart fire control system. I need to arm the Creator building. There are many designs I have that address this. It is not an issue. Secondly, I need you to customize a super aircraft for me. Once I procure the materials, I will come to you. As mentioned previously, let us finalize this." "Of course, my friend, but what materials do you require?" "My laboratory contains nearly every high-strength material known to man. Even if I were to commence work now, I could produce enough to traverse the solar system with ease. I require vibranium. I wish to construct a super aircraft from it, or at the very least, the inner and outer shells must be crafted from vibranium. Additionally, I need Hank Pym's Pym particle technology." However, Wu did not intend to disclose this to Tony Stark. Hank Pym harbored deep-seated grievances with Howard Stark, and for years he has remained reclusive to protect the Pym particle from being discovered. Should this extraordinary particle come to the attention of SHIELD, Hydra, or even extraterrestrial forces, the trajectory of Wu-Lu's foresight would be irrevocably altered. As for Wakanda, there was no such concern. No matter how astute Shuri may be or how valiant Chala is, they are merely insular tribesmen, irrelevant to the grand scheme. Wu-Lu's next target shall be them. "Well, my friend, are you constructing such an aircraft to combat a supernova explosion? Vibranium is exceedingly rare, classified as a precious commodity within the known universe, and the current supply on Earth is scant, insufficient to fabricate a spacecraft, let alone its hull." Wu smiled enigmatically. "Tony, there are many intriguing and unknown places in this world. Perhaps there exist locations that produce such materials." As the group exchanged banter and laughter, they arrived at the Rose Bar. As Wu arrived, Reed stepped out with his 3 companions. "Hello, Junior. Allow me to introduce you. This is Susan, my fiancée. This fine young man is Johnny, Susan's brother, and this is Ben, a friend from our childhood. Reed, good to see you again. Where are all the lovely ladies?" I remarked, gesturing toward the fellow beside me who had come for that very purpose. "Tony Stark, the provider of your equipment in 2 days." "Wu, what equipment? You never mentioned it to me." "A spacecraft," Reed exclaimed, expressing his desire to explore the far side of the moon or study solar storms, though I barely understood it. Nevertheless, it was an extraordinary dream, and I intended to sponsor them. "Rest assured, Tony, I will place an order with you." "That is splendid. You know our company's stock has been struggling lately. Haha. 2 of the world's wealthiest tycoons flaunting their riches in front of us poor souls isn't very kind. Let us head inside for a drink. Johnny, those are Mr. Wu's wives. You best not entertain any mischievous thoughts. Susan, take them out for a good time. I'll cover all expenses tonight." Just as Tony was about to speak, Wu halted him. Even the less affluent have their dignity. If Tony charged the expenses to his account, it would surely provoke discontent among others. "Fine, I merely wanted to invite 4 princesses," Tony shrugged nonchalantly, eliciting laughter from the group. The camaraderie between Wu, Tony, and Reed deepened, and soon Zhao Hailuan joined in. In no time, Tony grasped why Wu held Reed in such high regard. The fellow was a genius, truly exceptional, even before graduating. The four connected instantly, their conversation brimming with inspiration and ideas colliding fervently. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts, having wrapped up her day, turned off the lights and was about to leave when she suddenly heard faint sounds coming from Tony Stark's office. Quickly slipping off her high heels, she pressed her ear against the wall, startled by the rustling sounds. After more than 2 hours, she caught a glimpse of Obadiah hastily departing through a crack in the door, her mind swirling with suspicion. Chapter 73. The Iron Tyrant charges forward. Oh my goodness. Pepper confirmed that Obadiah had indeed left, and upon entering his office, she was astounded by the shocking materials displayed on the computer. It revealed a conspiracy involving Tony's kidnapping, implicating his own uncle. Furthermore, the armory data contained an alarming array of weaponry. The proposal showed no intention of shutting down the weapons development department. What was he planning? Pepper quickly realized she had uncovered a monumental conspiracy. This was evidence, and she needed to copy it. Grabbing a disk, she began duplicating the data while instructing Jarvis, help me disable all Stark security. Of course, Miss Potts. It is my pleasure to assist you. I have already notified Happy and Mr. Pietro to come pick you up shortly. Thank you, Jarvis. You are far more considerate than Tony. Obadiah's dossier was extensive, containing not only incriminating evidence of his connections to criminal syndicates, but also blueprints for the development of formidable armored suits. After some contemplation, Pepper decided to call Coulson. Hello. Coulson? I have uncovered the truth behind Tony's kidnapping. It was Obadiah. Yes, him. You must come quickly, bring backup. To Stark Tower. His armor is located in an abandoned factory. We must stop him. Understood. As the saying goes, Murphy's Law dictates that what one fears most is often what befalls them. Just as the data transfer reached 80%. Jarvis interjected with a warning. Miss Potts, I regret to inform you that Mr. Obadiah has utilized his privileges to lift the lockdown. He will arrive at his office in no more than 3 minutes. Please respond swiftly. Oh damn. Pepper glanced at the sluggish progress bar, hastily disconnected the drive, and returned to her office to prepare herself. She quickly dampened her hair, creating the illusion of having just emerged from the shower, and sauntered out with feigned nonchalance. Miss Potts, you haven't left yet? Indeed, Mr. Obadiah. After completing my work, I fell asleep and was just about to take a shower. Which is why I requested Jarvis to lock down the tower temporarily. What a surprise. Haha, Miss Potts, Tony is truly fortunate to have your assistance. I cannot boast of such luck, so I must handle everything myself. I intend to review the documentation regarding the closure of the weapons development department. You know, terminating their employment incurs substantial costs, and we cannot afford any errors. Mr. Obadiah, you are truly diligent. May I assist you in organizing? As Pepper spoke, she began to tie her hair back, preparing to dive into Obadiah's office for a thorough search. Obadiah, taken aback, quickly interjected, No, Miss Potts. You have worked hard enough. You should return to rest, otherwise, Tony will be worried. My nephew genuinely cares for you. This minor issue, I can resolve swiftly. Then I wish you a pleasant day. After watching Obadiah enter his office, Pepper swiftly took off at a run, inwardly cursing the old man, a master of deception. His intention to eliminate Tony while feigning concern for his nephew was clear. She needed to escape this place urgently. Once inside his office, Obadiah promptly locked the door. Today, having acquired the arc reactor from the Middle East, he indulged in admiring his creation. However, upon noticing the lack of evidence of tampering, he rushed back to rectify the situation. As he returned to the storage computer, Obadiah beheld a half-full cup of coffee still steaming, as if struck by lightning. Touching the mainframe revealed a warm temperature, indicating that this top-tier machine had recently been operating beyond capacity. Considering Pepper's earlier behavior, Obadiah's fury ignited. You insolent child. You seek your own demise. With that, he yanked open the office door only to see Pepper at the entrance, too far to pursue. He hurriedly took the private elevator down to the garage, speeding off towards his secret factory, within the confines of the Rose Bar. A handful of revelers indulged in exuberant song and dance. The alluring charm of Helen Zhao, the captivating allure of Donna, the innocent desire of Wanda, the fiery spirit of Mindy, and the uninhibited nature of Susan created an atmosphere of sheer delight. The onlooking gentlemen of the night were left in awe. Soon enough, an unsuspecting fool attempted to take advantage, only to have Mindy swiftly incapacitate several of the ruffians. Thereafter, no one dared to provoke these thorny roses again. Woo, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Without you, my dreams would remain unattainable for an indefinite period, she said. You see, we currently reside in the slums of Manhattan. We once believed that the wealthy were nothing but callous miscreants. But meeting you has shown us that some affluent individuals are indeed quite commendable. Do you really wish to thank me? Wu, slightly inebriated, inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Could you perhaps persuade Susan to grant me a kiss? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply hold her in high regard. Certainly, why not? If she is willing to marry you, I would have no objections. Susan, Wu is calling for you. Come here quickly. Susan sauntered over with her serpentine grace, accompanied by her brother Johnny. What is it? She asked. Would you kindly kiss me? I wish to capture this moment in a photograph. How about a nude photo? You've presented my sister's husband with such a generous gift. A nude photo could certainly be arranged. Johnny, go to hell. Wu, I would be more than willing. I have never had a kiss worth this much. Reed, you should understand the immense advantage you have gained. A single kiss is worth a fortune. With that, Susan nestled herself into Wu's embrace, passionately planting a kiss upon him. Wu intended to suggest a more modest kiss on the cheek. Yet this bold young woman demonstrated no shyness whatsoever, boldly pressing her lips against his, causing him to retreat in surprise. Click. Mindy expertly captured this unique moment. It was not until Wu was nearly breathless that Susan finally released him. Reed laughed heartily, patting Tony on the back. So, my friend, I am quite grateful for your sponsorship. Would you care to try it as well? Oh, Reed, I am not fond of this tone. This fellow only ever takes advantage without offering anything in return. Anyone who dares to approach his woman will be in for a world of trouble. Does this mean, Tony, that your girlfriend has kissed Wu as well? How does that make you feel? Just as Tony found himself at a loss for words. Lamenting how swiftly the world was changing, an urgent message blared on his phone. Boss, Obadiah has orchestrated your kidnapping plot. He has now created a formidable battle suit. Dubbed the Ironmonger. He is currently pursuing Miss Pepper. You must come quickly. Boom. Just after the call ended, a massive explosion erupted in the city. Approximately 3 kilometers away, Tony was stunned to witness a grotesque robot, heavily armed, leaping from a derelict factory. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed as a heavy Gatling gun unleashed its fury, and the woman sprinting for her life beneath its fire was none other than Pepper Potts. Chapter 74. The Iron Fist of Justice Jarvis. Deploy my armor at once. Hurry. Understood, sir. Tony Stark dashed forward with fervor, heading towards the direction of the robots. Gentlemen. Ladies, it seems the festivities must come to an abrupt halt. Let us lend a hand. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. Reed, we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. Can we assist in any way? Not at the moment. Wu patted the eager Johnny on the back and followed closely behind Tony Stark. Donna, you safeguard Helen and Wanda. Mindy, accompany me. Understood. Mindy, swift as a leopard, quickly retrieved 2 desert eagles from the clothing of Wu and Tony, bounding down the street until she reached Pepper Potts, forcefully pushing her aside. Bang, bang, bang. The twin guns in her hands fired relentlessly, yet the opposing robots remained unscathed. Hurry, you stand no chance against it. Pepper shouted, having lost her high heels in her frantic escape. As she spotted Tony rushing towards her, she warned loudly, Tony, it's Obadiah. He has stolen your arc reactor. You must flee. He is coming to kill you. The colossal robot utterly disregarded Mindy, its legs propelling it forward with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath it. It leapt high, aiming its massive foot at Tony, intent on crushing him. Ha ha ha, Tony Stark, behold my masterpiece, Ironmonger. Utterly hideous, resembling a pile of scrap metal, but metal capable of ending your life. With a thundering crash, Ironmonger's foot descended, creating a gaping hole in the pavement, with Tony Stark pinned beneath the wreckage. How is this possible? Obadiah relentlessly increased Ironmonger's output, yet the foot felt as though it was hovering above a mound of sugar, making it impossible to apply full weight. This cannot be. Wu extracted Tony from the debris, exclaiming, Tony, how long until your suit arrives? My force field lacks offensive capabilities. Haha, Wu, with you here, there is no cause for alarm. It will be here shortly. Ironmonger unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to missiles, bombarding Wu and Tony Stark, yet to no avail. Wu, this is a personal vendetta between Tony and me. It does not concern you. Leave immediately. And I might pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre. I'm afraid not. Tony is my dear friend. If you wish to challenge him, it must be under relatively fair conditions, not through your current brutality. Indeed, Wu, Tony added, Obadiah, I fail to comprehend your motives. Is your wealth insufficient? Is your status not elevated enough? You are my only uncle, my sole remaining family. Why do you treat me thus? Ha! Tony, you are a worthless fool, possessing nothing but a somewhat clever mind. Stark Industries is the culmination of blood, sweat, and tears from both your father and me, building a global weapons empire. Do you have any idea how much effort that required? And you, a wastrel, overly compassionate, believing you can simply shut it down? If so, our lives would become a mere joke. I want you dead. Obadiah, consumed by rage, manipulated the Ironmonger with reckless abandon, delivering a devastating punch that crushed a moving car, hoisting it high above before hurling it towards Tony Stark and Wu. Inside the vehicle, a soul wept in despair. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, an individual emerged from the wreckage, rescuing the bewildered female driver and landing gracefully on the ground. The vibrant heart-shaped mark on their forehead was strikingly prominent. This was a strikingly handsome life-sized figure, boasting a physique reminiscent of Schwarzenegger and the prowess of Rambo. Vonnie, you're safe now. Hurry, run. With a resounding crack, the life-sized figure succumbed to the immense force and was rendered inoperative. Romeo, what's wrong? Hurry, little girl. It's beyond repair. To save you, it's been its entire lifespan. Quickly leave, or its sacrifice will be in vain. Romeo, please don't die. I'll take you to the hospital. No, to the Creator's Tower. I will ensure they save you. Romeo, please don't leave me. The girl, heartbroken, dragged the damaged figure forward with great difficulty. This is infuriating. You all deserve to perish. Obadiah, plagued by misfortune and humiliation, found himself in a public assault gone awry. Grappling with the absurdity of the situation, failing to extinguish the life of a mere girl ignited his fury. Cruise missile barrage. The Ironmonger, a hulking behemoth, was equipped with an astonishing array of weaponry. Its shoulder armor opened, unleashing a swarm of missiles that indiscriminately targeted the previously fortunate girl. Dragon Fist. A spirited girl clad in a traditional Tang suit leapt from the sky, her hands clawing through the air, her energy swirling like a hidden azure dragon, darting towards the missiles launched by Obadiah. With a resounding explosion, countless missiles were obliterated, and as the smoke cleared, a familiar visage emerged before the crowd. Su Shaoling. Wow. You know her. This girl is so cool. If you knew her father, you wouldn't say that. Tony, are you ready yet? Of course. With a supersonic boom, a crimson suit of armor finally arrived, and in the interim, Su Shaoling had executed several martial arts techniques. Tiger Strike. With a roar, Su Shaoling concentrated the essence of a vibrant tiger into her fist, delivering a resounding blow to the Ironmonger's helmet. Obadiah staggered, feeling as though the world was spinning, nearly succumbing to a concussion. Initiate high-temperature radiation mode. The arc reactor of the Ironmonger surged to maximum output to withstand high-energy lasers. Obadiah had enhanced the Ironmonger with a superheat-resistant module. Now, the entire Ironmonger glowed a fiery red, its surface temperature exceeding 5,000 degrees, creating a scorching wave in its wake. Su Shaoling, attempting several times to approach, finally executed a backflip, landing beside Mindy. Little girl, leave this hunk of scrap to Uncle Tony. Fully armed, Tony Stark pays no heed to the Ironmonger, relentlessly unleashing his laser cannons as if they were mere toys. To his dismay, he finds that his attacks cannot breach the Ironmonger's formidable defenses. How extraordinary. This counterfeit is proving to be even more formidable than my authentic creation. It's simply unbelievable. Ha ha, Tony. Today let me show you what it means for size to equate to power and for bulk to signify strength. Death Ray Cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 75. The fall of Ironmonger. The battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger rages fiercely, sparks flying and fists colliding with resounding force. The entire neighborhood is in ruins, transportation completely shattered, as the two titans find that conventional weaponry is of little use in their clash. With Ironmonger's exceptional defenses and Iron Man's agility, they find themselves resorting to cautious close combat. Each strike and maneuver from these steel behemoths wreaks havoc. While Obadiah's sole focus is on Tony, if he can eliminate Tony, everything can still be salvaged. Wu Lu rushes to Pepper Potts, establishing a protective field around Mindy. Su Shaoling and Pepper pulling out a sunflower seed to enjoy the spectacle. Wow, I must say, witnessing it live is far more exhilarating than in a cinema. What a rogue. How can you do this? Tony is your good friend. You must hurry to assist him. I am helping him right now, Miss Potts. Meanwhile, Koss and a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally arrive, yet they find themselves unable to intervene in the battle of the two robots, forced instead to evacuate the surrounding civilians. The conflict between Iron Man and Ironmonger escalates to a fever pitch, and Tony senses impending doom. The Mark armor is gradually being overwhelmed by Ironmonger. Incredible, the discarded scrap I cast aside is overpowering my latest armor design. Sir, you always prioritize aesthetics and style. Yet such factors do not enhance combat capability. Well, J-A-R-V-I-S. Would you prefer your master to be an eyesore, serving as the control intelligence for an unsightly being? Sir, you know I am indifferent to such matters. This cannot continue. J-A-R-V-I-S. How much energy do we have left? 30%, sir. Very well, I have a plan. Let's break free and ascend into the sky. Iron Man abruptly alters the tempo of his struggle against Ironmonger, catching him off guard, as the Mark armor suddenly breaks free from its constraints, soaring into the heavens. Tony, don't even think about escaping. Behold the true power of Ironmonger. With a thunderous roar, the rocket boosters beneath Ironmonger erupt with brilliant blue flames. propelling him skyward in pursuit. Warning, sir, energy reserves are at 10%. Not sufficient, J. A. R. V. I. S. Keep climbing. The Mark armor ascends into the stratosphere, piercing through the troposphere, with Ironmonger closely in tow. Tony, there's no escape for you. Ha! The capabilities of Ironmonger far exceed your pathetic armor. Even if you flee to the moon, I shall shatter your skull. I certainly hope so, but first, let us hope you don't meet your demise from the fall. Ah, what is happening? My engines have stalled. Obadiah, when I originally conceived the Mark I did not account for defenses against low temperatures, and it seems you have brazenly appropriated my inspiration. Fool, be wiser in your next life. I shall return. The Ironmonger has lost its power, and Obadiah is rendered immobile by the frost, the massive mechanized suit plummeting towards the earth under the force of gravity, ever faster. Ever faster. Truly, a testament to Tony. Wooloo raised his head and chuckled. Miss Pepper, it appears Tony has triumphed. We need only await the return of our hero. He retracted the surgical domain and approached Obadiah's landing site, poised to conclude this farce. According to the narrative, Obadiah would feign death only to meet his end by electrocution. But with Wooloo present, such theatrics were unnecessary. Obadiah's Ironmonger, unlike Tony's Mark suits, was constructed from rather crude materials, while it boasted formidable physical and energy defenses. It was merely a metal coffin against mystical attacks. Coincidentally, Wooloo's capabilities aligned perfectly with the mystic arts. The reason he had refrained from direct confrontation was that, despite Obadiah's villainy, he remained Tony Stark's uncle, and it would be inappropriate for an outsider to kill his blood relative. Humanity is a complex creature, and Wooloo wished to avoid sowing uncertainty for the future, especially for poor Tony, who would, in time, face conflict with family and friends. Another reason was that it was after this battle that Tony would truly become Iron Man. Crash. The Ironmonger crashed heavily to the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the crater it created, splitting the earth beneath and causing fire hydrants to burst forth with water. Quite the tough head. After Wooloo enveloped Obadiah in his surgical domain and sensed his condition, he was astonished by the man's resilience. Quietly adjusting the pressure, he crushed Obadiah's skull, then returned to Pepper and the others, awaiting the triumphant return of Tony Stark. Whoosh! A beam of red light descended. Hey folks, how do you like this? Tony. Pepper rushed forward, embracing him, and he hastily removed his armor to protect her. Tony, are you all right? I was so worried. Of course, Pepper, you should trust me. If not, perhaps we should check your health in bed later. Ugh, you never change. Pepper stepped on Tony's foot, leaving everyone with a view of her back as she declared, I'm utterly exhausted. Tony, I must go home and rest. The mess here is yours to handle. With the battle subsiding, Coulson quickly surrounded Tony. Mr. Stark, I am compiling the specifics of the damages. You know, both you and Mr. Obadiah are executives of Stark Industries. So this bill will need your attention. Not an issue. Send it to my email, and my legal team will address any reasonable claims. Now, please, do not hinder our celebration. Understood, sir. Farewell. Coulson nodded with a smile at Wooloo before swiftly departing with his team. Tony, how do you feel? Absolutely fantastic. Woo. This feeling is exhilarating, the sensation of mastering one's fate. Indeed, this lady is Su Shaoling, and I am Su Shaoling, hailing from the east. Woo, you are truly charming. Come, let us share a drink. This time, you have misjudged the situation. I am barely acquainted with this lady, for she is a good friend of Mindy. Su Shaoling, what brings you to New York? Have your parents consented? Aren't you currently attending school? I came as I wished, Mr. Wu. I am studying paleontology, and I hope to enroll in the same school as you tomorrow. Wow, Miss Su Shaoling, you seem to be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary individual, not an admissions officer. If you wish to study abroad, you can certainly follow the proper procedures. Mindy. Su Shaoling tugged at Mindy's hand, shaking it, while Mindy looked at Wu with a troubled expression. Very well, I must admit, I am somewhat intimidated. However, let it be known that I will not cover any additional expenses. After all, you did give me quite the beating last time, and I have yet to recover from it. Haha. Wu, you two are quite the jovial pair. Let us go, for tonight we shall not return until we are merry. Chapter 76. Only Mother is Good in This World. The Obsession of the Destroyer Doctor. Tony and Wu did not fully indulge in their revelry by midnight. Both parties were escorted home by their families. Shaoling temporarily resided with Mindy in her former Brooklyn home, while Wu and the other three returned to the Creator's Tower. Upon entering, Finra rushed towards them, eyes brimming with tears. Master, I just saw on television that you were attacked. I could not protect you, and it fills me with sorrow. Will you promise not to abandon me in the future? Finra, you are rather theatrical. I have kept you here to safeguard the Creator's Tower. This is our foundation. By the way, has the person I instructed you to welcome arrived? I am here. Doom emerged from the shadows, initially unnoticed by Wu, who suddenly called out, prompting everyone to see him standing there. Master, he is rather peculiar and easily overlooked. It is nothing, merely a trick of invisibility. Mr. Wu, may we converse? Of course. Dana, you, Helen, and Wanda should return to rest. I shall discuss some scientific matters with Senior Doom. Dana nodded obediently, offering an apologetic smile to Helen and Wanda before gracefully departing. Fenrir, prepare some craft beer. Senior Doom is of German descent and will certainly enjoy it. No. Doom smiled unusually. I'm not German, I am Latvian. From a feudal kingdom that possesses all the aspects of modern society but remains rigidly hierarchical. Nevertheless, I do not dislike beer. The two sat beneath the oak, sipping beer and savoring roasted meat, engaging in heartfelt conversation. My mother was a gypsy witch, and during one of her magical endeavors, her soul was captured by Mephisto. I must rescue her. You must think me mad. Senior Doom, in truth, I have encountered Mephisto, and I have even seized a soul from him. What? Is that true? Indeed. Wu recalled, Mephisto, a manifestation of rules imbued with hatred and suffering, once took the form of a benevolent elder, waiting for a tormented soul for a full 6 years. In the final moment, I vanquished its avatar and salvaged that soul. Yet, I remain persistently anxious about its inevitable return to snatch her away from me. Is it that girl named Donna? Indeed. No wonder. Her essence is saturated with the scent of hell. Doom nodded thoughtfully. Senior Doom, I truly empathize with your plight and sincerely wish for your success. However, Mephisto is a multi-dimensional demon, and no one can ascertain its whereabouts at this very moment. I recognize you as one of the most brilliant minds in existence, surpassing even Tony Stark and Reed. Yet, without a tangible adversary to study, it becomes exceedingly difficult to transcend and rescue your mother. Senior Doom, should you be amenable, I would gladly assist you in confronting Mephisto, fulfilling your destiny while also safeguarding my beloved. Wu. You must understand that I am not one to easily trust others or accept their kindness. This stems from the psychological scars inflicted by my past experiences and environment. Thus, I may require some time, and I hope you can comprehend that. Wu silently admired Doom's rationality, as formidable as it was terrifying. Of course, Senior Doom, I am more than willing to invest time in alleviating your former solitude, and I trust you have heard of the esteemed reputation we Chinese people hold internationally. Be it great powers or minuscule nations, we have always treated others with respect. And I, too, am a person filled with warmth. Wu. Do you employ such rhetoric when courting women? Doom finally chuckled. Rest assured, Wu, should Mephisto trouble you, I will not stand idly by. You are the first person to invite me for beer and barbecue. Those shallow, ignorant individuals mock me, branding me as a wicked oddity. I must thank you, Senior Doom. I raise my glass to you. After sharing drinks for a while, their tongues finally loosened. Wu spoke up, Senior Doom. The apparatus you used yesterday seemed to possess the essence of spatial magic, albeit highly unstable. Indeed, Doom lamented, tears streaming down his face. All I sought was to reclaim my mother. What wrong have I committed? Why must this demon seize her soul? Wu remained silent. For this torrent of genuine emotion resonated as the unattainable purest essence within his heart. He, too, had lost his mother, forever unreachable in another realm, with no means to reunite with her. As Doom's cries of sorrow echoed, Wu, bowing his head, found his own tears cascading down, until he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, a wave of intoxicating breath washing over his face. It was Doom, having steadied his emotions, clasping Wu's shoulder and offering heartfelt comfort. Wu, I sense the purity of your heart. You are a true confidant. At long last, I comprehend why you captivate the hearts of young women. Were I a girl, I too might find myself irresistibly drawn to you, unhesitatingly claiming you for my own. Thank you. Baji Du-mu bestowed a kiss upon Wu Lv, leaving him momentarily bewildered, pondering his identity and surroundings, questioning what had transpired. Had he just been flirted with? Wu, rest assured, my past actions were born of desperation, lacking alternative paths or assistance, which compelled me to take reckless risks. That fool Reed presumed the instrument malfunctioned? I am well aware of the potential for explosion, with an alarming probability of 87.6%. Yet what could I do? Posing questions is easy, but resolving them is a daunting challenge. He merely raises inquiries, which serves little purpose. Without allies, I remain steadfast. However, now Wu, you have inspired me, imparting strength and revealing another avenue to seek my mother's spirit. I promise you, I will temporarily cease that perilous experiment, and should I resume, I shall certainly inform you. Thank you. Through a twist of fate, Wu Lv garnered a modicum of trust from Du-mu, and he vowed to cherish this hard-won friendship, determined to rescue a pure-hearted genius teetering on the brink of folly. In the sky, a soothing melody gracefully resonated. Before the bright, pristine floor-to-ceiling windows, Fenrir grinned widely, laughing at Wu Lv, while Du-mu had succumbed to a deep slumber, lost in the enchanting notes and harmonies. Wu LV gave Finra a thumbs up, silently praising him. What a splendid dog. Chapter 77. Brothers in Adversity. The following morning, as Wu LV was still in the clutches of slumber, a canine head bobbed before him. Shaking insistently, "Master, trouble brews, a multitude of individuals in black attire have arrived, claiming to be from the Congress. You must awaken and see for yourself. What time is it? 10 o'clock. Is it already so late?" Wu LV rose from his bed, inquiring, "Where is Dumu?" "Mr. Dumu left early this morning." "Then I must head to school. Finnerer, please call old Norman. Such matters are best handled by him. I have no time to engage with those sordid politicians." Indeed. In Wu LV's perception, the politicians of this world were akin to filthy creatures, much like maggots in a latrine, bloated and full of excrement. "I apologize, sir, but this matter necessitates your personal explanation." The men in black clearly exhibited little patience, barging in without hesitation. The leader presented Wu LV with an inquiry warrant. "Hey, mate. I am a legitimate businessman, an erudite scholar, and a student. All external affairs of the Creator Group are managed by Mr. Norman. I fail to see what questions pertain to me. Might you enlighten me?" "It pertains to last night's events. Your company's life-sized figurine lost control. Although it has been damaged, our congressional members discerned a threat and hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, you shall face charges of endangering national security. Mr. Norman is already on site." "Very well, I shall accompany you." At the Capitol, over 20 aged individuals occupied the inquiry panel, both men and women, while hundreds of spectators gathered below, all esteemed individuals from various fields. Last night, the fortunate little girl, saved by a life-sized figurine, sat beside a certain congressman named Marshall. "Tony, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "Haha, do they think my prosthetics are weapons? And you? Did something happen with your silicone doll?" "I'm not quite sure," came the reply. Suddenly, the presiding chairman struck his gavel. Silence. "Mr. Wu, please stand beside Mr. Norman. Mr. Tony Stark, kindly continue elucidating the military's allegations against you." Mr. Wu approached Norman, inquiring about the old man's peculiar behavior. "Look, this is the footage from last night," Norman Osborn said, preparing to share a video with Mr. Wu, depicting the scene where the life-sized figurine had performed the rescue. "Indeed, because of this, Mr. Tony Stark, you have long asserted that the armors you created are mere prosthetics. How do you explain the events that transpired in Manhattan last night? As we understand, both the mechanical armor used by Mr. Obadiah and the one you employ originate from Stark Industries, and this is irrefutable." "Mr. Chairman," Tony interjected, "next Monday, I shall announce the closure of the Weapons Development Division. Therefore, these should only be regarded as personal collectibles and hobbies of mine. I deeply regret this catastrophe and have provided ample compensation. These minor inventions are merely adult toys and will not enter the market to pose any threats." "Is that so, Mr. Pierce?" the chairman inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Chairman. According to our investigations, Stark Industries is indeed preparing to hold a press conference to announce the closure of the Weapons Development Division. And this is occurring prior to last night's tragedy. So it seems Mr. Tony Stark's inventions will not proliferate, and he possesses sufficient funds for compensation." "Mr. Chairman, Tony Stark's creations are excessively powerful, even if they do not circulate. Merely his possession of them poses a significant threat to our national defense and law enforcement agencies. 2 months ago, he ascended into the atmosphere in his Mark armor, and our aircraft could not track him. Thus, I still recommend the confiscation of his armor." The debate raged for over 2 hours, with Tony standing alone against more than 20 seasoned individuals, each an expert in their respective fields. Yet the impact of last night's events was undeniably severe. Silence. "Tony Stark, your defense is quite compelling, but the time for evasion is over. Congress must now consider all aspects of this incident and proceed to vote." "I concur, Stark is quite dashing. I also agree, his mustache is as alluring as my own." "I oppose. His armor is not painted black, which indicates his arrogance. I do not believe such a person can responsibly wield armor." "I oppose. His armor exhibits distinctly masculine traits, which is an affront to us women." Amidst a cacophony of peculiar objections, James ordered the confiscation of Tony Stark's armor. "Mr. Stark, do you have any objections?" "None, James. Use it wisely." "Mr. Chairman, I abide by the vote of Congress." The chairman exhaled with relief, instructing that Tony be taken to the audience. Let us now commence the second topic concerning the issue of the caretaker-type life-sized figurines produced by the Creator Group. Mr. Norman and Mr. Wu, please approach the inquiry platform. Upon their arrival at the main assembly, we shall first view a segment of video footage. The chairman proceeded to play a recording from last night, showcasing the peculiar movements of the life-sized figurine. "Mr. Norman, Mr. Wu, can we tentatively consider the entity in this video to be a product of your esteemed company?" "Indeed, it is a standard caretaker-type life-sized figurine." "Ulna, please rise." "Very well." "Chairman." The girl who had been rescued stood from her seat. Kindly recount the events involving this life-size figurine from last night. I understand your desire to save him. And his creators are present here. This is your final opportunity. The girl looked at Mr. Wu and Mr. Norman with fervor, exclaiming, "Uncles, you must save Romeo. It was Romeo who rescued me, and I am determined to revive him. Speak, my child." The chairman's voice resonated with a steady and magnetic quality, as if imbued with a soothing charm. "Last night, I brought Romeo to a friend's house, and on our return, I suddenly encountered two terrifying robots engaged in combat. They were frightful. One massive robot seized my car, crushing its frame, and I became trapped. Then, I felt myself spinning uncontrollably, being hurled towards another crimson robot. I thought I was doomed, destined to be thrown away. At that critical moment, Romeo suddenly sprang into action, like a knight, rescuing me. Stop, Ulna, for now please pause. Mr. Wu, Mr. Norman, do you find Ulna's testimony credible? Mr. Wu nodded, affirming, indeed, this is precisely the characteristic of our caretaker-type life-sized figurines. They can unleash their potential to protect their owners in times of crisis. Yet, such a capability is not listed among the specifications of your product. According to Ulna's account, the life-sized figurine acted independently at the crucial moment, without her control. Independently. Ladies and gentlemen, do you comprehend the implications of this term? It indicates that your group's products possess the potential for malfunction. They are substandard and unfit for purpose. Chapter 78. A double blessing, a dreamlike ensemble. Your Excellency, do you imply that the airbags and seatbelts in the vehicle are also substandard and inferior because they can autonomously protect their occupants from danger? Are automatic fire extinguishers deemed hazardous and inferior because they extinguish flames without the owner's consent? Certainly not. Please refrain from misrepresenting the argument. Mr. Wu chuckled. Is it merely because my figurine resembles a human that you subconsciously perceive it as such? In reality, it is no different from a teacup, a trash bin, or a fishing rod. It simply conforms to the aesthetic and spiritual needs of humanity during its creation. Your Excellency, is it truly so shallow of you and the esteemed members present? No, it is neither a trash bin nor a fishing rod. It possesses its own emotions. The girl, Anna, vociferously rebuked Wu Lu, her agitation so intense that she could hardly restrain herself from taking a bite out of this East Wind individual who insulted Romeo. Silence. The speaker persistently rapped his wooden gavel. Mr. Wu, Mr. Norman, regardless of your attempts to obfuscate, you cannot alter the undeniable fact that this situation has spiraled out of control. You must first submit all data and parameters of this product truthfully, and only after congressional approval and assessment can production continue. Otherwise, you will have to cease production and sales. Do you have any objections? No objections, Wu Lu replied nonchalantly. Our creator group has currently placed orders exceeding $100 billion with Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. If Congress prohibits us from continuing production, they must bear the responsibility for the losses incurred by these two companies. My apologies, Mr. Speaker, but I must attend school. Farewell. Wu Lu smiled and waved to the crowd, displaying no intention of compromise. These American devils were quite amusing. If they were envious, they could just be envious. Yet they attempted such petty maneuvers against him. Undoubtedly, he was now restricted from leaving the country, yet he cared not a whit. Tony, would you like to join me? Of course. Mr. Speaker, feel free to take my armor, but if Stark Industries loses this batch of orders, there will be no surplus political donations for you all after this year. Goodbye. Wu, wait for me. Tony Stark climbed into Wu Lu's vehicle. Wu, you were absolutely splendid today, but having offended those old geezers, your days may not be so pleasant. They excel at such tactics. Doesn't he matter? My life-size figurines have already shipped 300,000 units, with over 100,000 in New York alone. The profits from these will suffice for the creator group to indulge for quite some time. If I am truly pushed to the edge, I could also launch the plant genetic modification serum. Haha, Wu, then those fellows would go absolutely mad. With that in hand, they can no longer exploit others. And at that point, you might just become the world's public enemy. I am aware, hence I merely indulge in idle talk. Tony, I trouble you to apply pressure on those old geezers. I will contact Hammer to coordinate with you. As for Norman, I find it hard to believe that you lack any form of support. Buddy, I was busy protecting Pepper last night. You cannot keep secrets from me. Rest assured, it will not impact your creator company's products. Please drop me off. I need to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. as I have joined that Superboy organization and must make an appearance shortly. That's cool, Tony. Research indicates that remaining in the laboratory can lead to sudden death. Don't forget about tomorrow's spacecraft. Rest assured. Bidding farewell to Tony, Wu Lu hurried back to school. Upon encountering Doom again, he was unexpectedly greeted with a smile. However, Reed was nowhere to be seen. During lunch, Wu Lu, accompanied by Zhao Hailuan, invited Doom to Chinatown. Senior Doom, why didn't TIC Reed? That fellow came this morning to apply for early graduation. Since you promised him sufficient sponsorship, He no longer needs to attend the school's projects. Ah, what a remarkably decisive individual you are. Scientists sought to embody such determination, unyielding to the sway of funding. Senior Dumb, I too can extend my sponsorship to you. Wu replied, thank you for your kindness, but I have conceived a new idea. If possible, I wish to join your Genesis group. Senior Dumb, are you truly serious? Indeed. Private equipment, regardless, will always exhibit a considerable disparity compared to that of large corporations. If feasible, I hope that Ms. Donna can serve as my assistant. Wu fell silent for a moment. Senior Dumb, I cannot accommodate that request. Why not? Dumb was taken aback, then chuckled. Wu, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am aware that Ms. Donna is one of your companions. I harbor no such thoughts, or rather, I am not inclined to think about it at present. I can regulate my hormonal secretions, even to the extent of severing them. No, Senior Dumb, you have misunderstood me. Wu poured Dumb a glass of beer. Donna is my partner, and I love her dearly. However, I would not obstruct other men from pursuing her. I hope that everyone's choices are the best for them, rather than a matter of concession or compromise. Senior Dumb, my reluctance for her to be your assistant stems from my concern that your judgment may falter due to the influence of her inherent strength at an inopportune moment. Confronting Mephisto is a profoundly serious matter, allowing no room for impulsiveness or hatred. With her by your side, your thoughts will remain perpetually unsettled, and both of you may suffer as a result. Wu, you truly are an emotional individual. I am uncertain if joining you is the right choice. Nevertheless, it is indeed the best choice, Senior Dumb. You should trust your judgment. May our collaboration be fruitful. Wu extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Dumb resolutely shook it. Wu, I trust you. May our collaboration be enjoyable. After their meal, Dumb returned to school to apply for early graduation, while Wu received a call from Dr. Connors, who had come to pick him up. This little old man had truly encountered misfortune in his attempts to keep pace with Wu's captivating strides. Upon their reunion, Wu could scarcely recognize Dr. Connors. Oh, dear doctor. Have you been sunbathing on the beach? What has become of you? Haha, Wu, you would never believe what I discovered in New Mexico. I found a lizard extract which, after my modifications, possesses the ability for partial limb regeneration. The inertia of history indeed proves formidable. Wu tightened his grip as Dr. Connors took a significant step towards becoming a lizard man. So, do you intend to resolve your issues independently? Of course not. Connors whispered. Wu, your previous inspiration struck me. Perhaps the same substance behaves differently across taxa. Thus, I experimented with primates, specifically chimpanzees. The results were far from ideal. It seemed to impose a considerable burden on their psyche. I heard you and Norman have established a colossal biotechnology company named Genesis. I wonder if I might secure a position for research. Certainly. Welcome aboard, Dr. Connors. Chapter 79. The Villain Camp, Genesis Research Group. Wow. Wu, how did you manage that? Norman Osborn is certainly not a generous man. He has invested significantly. The magnificent and opulent creator's tower may evoke a sense of grandeur in the ordinary observer. Yet it is only the true scholars and researchers who can truly appreciate the allure of this edifice. Our company, our esteemed company, is primarily engaged in biological research and development. So why do we have laboratories for physics and chemistry, and even a nuclear computer lab? Are we aiming for the stars? Dr. Connors, when did you become so superficial? With your extensive experience, do you not realize that the path of science ultimately leads us all together? Wu, you speak of an idealized state. In reality, many researchers in each discipline may spend their entire lives without ever discovering the path you describe. Dr. Connors, feel free to use these instruments as you please. Of course, accessing these large-scale devices is typically quite challenging, often requiring a minimum wait of 2 months just to apply. What harm could there be in having more comprehensive equipment? Although the Creator Group has its origins in the Osborn Group, it is certainly not merely a biopharmaceutical entity. Its purpose is to liberate the wings of imagination for the betterment of all humanity. Wu led Dr. Connors to a lavish office. Doctor, this will be your office from now on. What do you think? Is there anything you require? Situated on the 13th floor, it offers a panoramic view of New York's bustling streets. The specialized glass by the window can adjust its transparency over time and can also display any programs of your choosing. In the private kitchenette, for chefs are always ready to prepare exquisite dishes. By the coffee machine stands a stunningly attractive woman, her smile warm and inviting, always prepared to attend to Dr. Connors' needs. They excel at crafting Italian and French cuisine, though, of course, if you prefer, we can also provide Indian or Vietnamese flavors. This lady will serve as your dedicated coffee maid, in every sense of the term. Wu, is this truly my office? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? I cannot afford the maintenance costs. Rest assured, Dr. Connors, this is the standard provision for top-tier scientists like yourself at our Creator Group. In the future, you will also be assigned a personal doctor and driver. All expenses will be covered by the company, even if you were to have a child here. It would be at no cost to you. The expansive 50-square-meter office left Dr. Connors in awe. It was larger than his previous laboratory, adorned with luxurious decor and exquisite furniture. As he listened to Wu's description, his heart raced with excitement. I could even have a child? With her? Dr. Connors incredulously pointed at the coffee made beside the coffee machine, drooling at the thought. Indeed, however, I would advise you to pursue a suitable partner. A child is the fruit of love, not merely a product of desire. Dr. Connors chuckled, akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand estate, unsure of where to place his hands. Moreover, my medical skills have undergone a remarkable leap. I can now fully heal your arm, and we can commence tomorrow. There is no longer a need for your letter. Wu El has revealed a significant piece of news, leaving Connors utterly astonished. His continued investigation into the lizard serum stemmed from his skepticism regarding Wu El's earlier claims about spiritual acupuncture, which he suspected might be a form of mind control. It was only when Wu El assured him that he would be healed by tomorrow that Connors felt a twinge of guilt for doubting him. Wu, I apologize. I should not have questioned you. Goodness, this old fellow is indeed sharper than a monkey. Initially, Wu El intended to keep Connors by his side. Yet that notion has since dissipated due to the involvement of Doom and Zhao Hailuan, which has diminished Connors' significance compared to the past. Dr. Connors, you need not blame yourself. After all, it is quite normal for you Westerners to be unfamiliar with the mysterious techniques of the East. If I were to ask you to believe in your God, I would find it impossible, let alone expect a distinguished scientist like you to place faith in an ordinary person like myself. Wu El's understanding deeply moved Connors, who immediately expressed his willingness to share the data on the lizard serum within the creator group's intranet. Doctor, shortly, I will instruct my secretary to assemble a team of 20 researchers for you. Here, you may pursue any research you desire. That is splendid. Dr. Connors laughed heartily. So tomorrow, I can resume my research? Indeed, Doctor. However, regarding your previous work, being a university professor is not a job for the faint of heart. After over a decade in academia, I still cannot afford a decent house in New York. I have decided that this will be my residence from now on. As long as you do not send me away, I shall remain here. Wu El chuckled. That will not do. There is a mandatory 15-day travel requirement each month. Of course, you may work for 6 months and then take 6 months off, with all travel expenses covered by the group. Should you need anything, you may call upon the coffee maids. They are professionally trained and possess a wealth of knowledge about global leisure and entertainment, ready to whisk you away on spontaneous adventures. Connors beamed with delight. Oh, I cannot possibly withstand such indulgences. Wu, this will surely undermine my research ambitions. At the very least, I must achieve some results before enjoying such a delightful position. I do not wish to be cast aside. By the way, Wu, I have a friend named Otto, a nuclear physicist researching robotic arms, who is currently in dire straits. Is there any possibility? Of course. As long as he can prove his capabilities, he shall receive the recognition he deserves. Haha, that is certainly not a problem. This fellow is a genius, far surpassing my own talents. I shall call him shortly. Wu, trust me, you will gain an exceptional physics expert. Wu El had complete faith in Connor's words, for Otto was none other than Dr. Octopus. It was unexpected that these erstwhile adversaries had become allies. No wonder they would eventually unite. However, Otto was likely not yet at his full potential, still not entirely transformed. Nonetheless, that mattered little. While the concept of robotic arms was intriguing, it was evidently insufficient for the impending conflict. The invention of the artificial sun was truly groundbreaking. Thus, is Otto truly at his full potential? It seems his influence is negligible. When it comes to combat, likely only Banner, Tony, and Doom are capable. Connors and Otto are merely liabilities. Chapter 80. The Fantastic Four in space. After bidding farewell to Dr. Connors, it was already afternoon. I drove back to the school to fetch Donna and the others, with Mindy insisting on joining us. Reluctantly, Wu Yu allowed Su Xiaoling to accompany us as well. With her presence, the prospects of an enjoyable evening seemed dashed. Upon exiting the school, we were intercepted by Reed and his companions. My dear Wu, how are matters progressing? We are now fully prepared. Ladies, please make some room for Susan. Reed opened the car door, ushering Susan into Wu Yu's vehicle, apprehensive that Wu might leave without acknowledgement. Rest assured, Senior Reed, I have arranged everything. There is no need for such concern. Simply follow me. With no plans for the evening, Wu Yu decided to take them directly to seek out Tony Stark. Upon arriving at Stark Tower, we were met by Pepper Potts. Though this time she refrained from chastising Wu Yu and instead greeted him with a smile. Wu, you rascal, back to see Tony again? Allow me to guide you. Oh, splendid. Pepper, your demeanor today is rather unusual. Do reveal your ulterior motives. Pepper furrowed her brow, regretting her earlier enthusiasm. I just remembered I have a beauty appointment, so I shall not entertain you any longer. Jarvis, I leave the rest to you. Certainly, Miss Potts, with a sway of her hips. Pepper departed, and an ethereal figure of a man materialized in the air. Greetings, everyone. I am J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Wu, Mr. Tony is in the laboratory. Please follow me. Wow, is this the intelligent assistant of Mr. Tony Stark? How utterly fascinating. Thank you for your kind words. J.A.R.V.I.S. glided ahead as we followed closely behind, soon arriving at Tony Stark's laboratory. Despite having visited numerous times, Wu Yu remained awestruck by the technological marvels surrounding him. Reed's eyes widened in wonder. Wow, Mr. Tony, your laboratory must be the most advanced private facility in the world. May I work here? Haha, kid, you have an eye for talent. However, that cannot be. This is my exclusive laboratory, and every piece of equipment and component is distinct from the commonplace goods you encounter in school labs. J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected, Mr. Tony, though Mr. Reed has just graduated from the State University of New York. He has already been ranked as the 89th most promising scientist worldwide, while you stand at third. Oh, for heaven's sake, there is such a ranking? Which disreputable media outlet published that assessment? How can one possibly quantify the differences between scientists? Mr. Tony, it was you who initiated this. Have you forgotten? 6 months ago, you instructed me to compile a list of promising young individuals worldwide, ranking them based on their impact on human society and their age personality curves, and you mentioned establishing a genius index, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony quickly interjected, Mr. Reed, if you are willing, I could arrange a respectable position for you at Stark Industries. What do you think? With me by your side, you could also utilize the equipment here. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Stark, Reed replied, but at present, I have my own dreams to pursue. Should I seek employment in the future, I will certainly submit my resume to Stark Industries, and I hope you won't dismiss me. Reed spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he was not contemplating employment at the moment. All right, Tony. I brought them here to show them the spacecraft you've prepared. If they don't get a glimpse today, they will certainly be uneasy. Easy enough. Follow me, Jarvis. Activate the elevator to the top floor. Certainly, sir. The beeping of the elevator began, and Tony Stark swiftly manipulated the controls, soon revealing a glass elevator. Come along, gentlemen. Let me show you my true repository. As they stepped into the glass elevator, an intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and a brilliant light obscured their vision. Tony, didn't you say the rooftop? Why do I feel like I'm falling? My friend, this is my sensory inversion system. Without Jarvis, anyone or anything that reaches this point would lose their sense of direction and sensory perception. Relax, we've arrived. Wow, you've created so many suits. If those old senators found out, they'd be furious. Wooloo exclaimed, gazing in awe at the impressive array of armors in Tony Stark's arsenal. These are the earlier Mark suits. While they are still functional, they would certainly be criticized by those antiquarians. I am already preparing to develop a new generation of suits, this time with stealth capabilities in mind. Woo, here is your bill. Sign it, and this child is yours. On the helipad, a 10-meter-long aircraft with an 8-meter wingspan, characterized by its sleek, elongated wings and streamlined structure, appeared before them. The only distinguishing feature was the absence of a glass cockpit. The entire craft was seamlessly integrated. Don't underestimate it. This albatross is powered by my latest generation of arc reactors. Not only can it reach the moon, but it could also journey to Jupiter, or even venture beyond the solar system, provided you can endure such prolonged hunger. The technology in the Marvel Universe is quite peculiar. The Hulk can pilot a Quinjet to Sakaar, and Iron Man and the bank security team can traverse the solar system with ease. Thus, it is no surprise that Tony Stark can create such marvels. There is no need to ponder how this design can surpass the second cosmic velocity. If Tony Stark claims it can, then it undoubtedly can. Not an issue, but $1 billion. I can manage that. Wooloo took the bill and swiftly signed his name. Mr. Reed, Miss Susan, along with Johnny and Ben, I am gifting you this cosmic spacecraft today, and I hope you will remember my number in the future. Of course. Woo. Your generosity is truly unmatched. I shall remember you for a lifetime. Had I not met Reed earlier, I would undoubtedly have joined your harem. Susan, with a playful smile, leaped into Wooloo's embrace, requesting a kiss. Reed chuckled foolishly, while Johnny and Ben, in disbelief, caressed the aircraft, their eyes incapable of accommodating any distraction. All right, Susan, I believe your primary concern should now be how to pilot this little marvel. Fear not, Woo. I have specifically developed a foolproof autopilot system for this albatross, requiring no specialized knowledge whatsoever. Shall we grab a drink? Certainly. They are now utterly engrossed. Woo led Donna and the others, along with Tony, to the true upper level, where a self-service bar offered an array of intelligent beverages and gourmet snacks. It was evident that Tony Stark held immense trust in the tools at his disposal. Mr. Stark, where is Pietro? Wanda inquired, having searched for him with growing perplexity. He has recently been coming and going, seemingly entangled with a bohemian-style vixen. He won't arrive until 8. Oh dear, he is merely 17. Moreover, he possesses no savings. Tony Stark replied with a grin, "My dear lady, love does not wait until you are fully prepared." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the hangar as the albatross's tail wing unleashed a powerful gust of air. The immense pressure toppled Tony Stark from his reclined position onto the ground. Goodness, those rascals. Weren't they supposed to depart tomorrow? There's a solar storm this evening. Do they wish to court disaster? Chapter 81. Strange Dilemma. Wu Lu gazed upward at the spacecraft ascending ever higher, sensing the inexorable turn of fate's wheel. Tony, this is destiny. Let us proceed. As the evening unfolded and drinks were exchanged, Wanda finally encountered her brother. Yet, they had scarcely exchanged words when Donna received a phone call and hurriedly rushed to Wu's side. "Darling, my brother has been in an accident. He is at the People's Hospital, and I must go. I shall accompany you. Helen, please take care of Wanda and Mindy. Tony, I must leave now. Go, Wu." Ms. Donna, there is no need for excessive worry. You are well aware of Wu's medical prowess. As long as there is breath in his body, your brother will be fine. Donna managed a strained smile. "Thank you for your comfort, Mr. Stark. I apologize, but we must take our leave, dear. Tony, would you not escort us?" Tony Stark replied irritably, "I knew you would ask. Jarvis, suit up Mr. Wu and Ms. Donna in the Mark armor and send them to the People's Hospital. Afterwards, guide them to Rhodey. He knows how to handle this mess." "Understood, sir." With a series of mechanical sounds, the Mark IV and Mark V armors adorned Wu Lu and Donna, propelling them skyward towards the hospital. "Master, how is my condition? My hands are completely numb. Have you administered an anesthetic? Yet my mind remains acutely aware." "Strange. Relax. There is nothing to worry about. You are in a secure environment. We have informed your sister and your dear friend, Mr. Wu, who will be arriving shortly. However, my esteemed mentor, you are aware of the elegance of my surgical skills, capable of mastering any procedure, rivaling even Mr. Wu in this regard. My bodily awareness is exceptionally acute, yet I find myself unable to sense them. Strange's head is encased in plaster, rendering him incapable of movement, and he can only gaze at the ceiling while murmuring incessantly, reminiscent of the relentless chatter of Xianglin's wife. "How foolish I am. Truly, nurse, administer a shot to quiet him, for he is far too verbose." "Very well, Professor." "Mentor, you mustn't be so dismissive." Strange's mentor gazes at him with compassion, his hands severed at the wrists, utterly empty. The palms, reduced to a mere pulp in the accident, could be replaced with perfect prosthetics given current technology. Yet, alas, he may never practice medicine again. "Brother, Strange, where are you?" "Madam, this is a hospital. Please refrain from raising your voice. I am searching for my brother, Strange. He has been in an accident, and I must see him immediately. You are a family member. He is in room 0807. "Thank you." Wu and Donna rushed into the ward, and at a glance, they saw Strange lying peacefully asleep in his bed, while a bald, elderly man was changing into casual clothes, preparing to depart. "You must be Strange's sister, Donna?" "Yes, and who are you?" "How is my brother?" "I am Strange's mentor. I happened to be consulting on a patient at the People's Hospital when the accident occurred, so I came to check on him. Your brother is in good condition and is not in any immediate danger." "Really? Thank you, sir. I am truly grateful." Donna exclaimed with joy, leaping onto Wu's neck. "Darling, my brother is fine. What wonderful news." "But," Wu inquired, "what is it?" "Miss Donna, your brother specializes in neurosurgery, as you are aware." "Yes. My brother excels in this field. He could dissect frogs since childhood. His studies, however, must come to an end." "Why?" Donna asked incredulously. "Has my brother lost his memory or been feigning ignorance? What about the perpetrator? Who is responsible?" "Calm down, madam. Your brother has neither lost his memory nor is he pretending. The perpetrator died at the scene. However, your brother's hands have been amputated. They were crushed into a pulp during the accident and subsequently charred, leaving him with no choice but to undergo the procedure I performed. Is that all?" Donna's expression brightened suddenly. "Thank you, doctor. It is of no consequence as long as he is alive, which is paramount." "Very well, please keep him company." His incessant murmuring necessitated a small dose of anesthesia from the nurse. "He will awaken in an hour." After bidding farewell to Strange's mentor, Wu and Donna returned to the ward. Donna grasped Strange's empty arms, turning back with a nervous inquiry. "Darling, treating such minor injuries should be a mere trifle for you. Should it not?" "Of course, as long as one's mind remains active, anything is possible." Wu Lu comforted Donna, cradling her in his arms. "Have you forgotten how I once treated you? These are trivial matters. I believe we should prepare a little dessert for Strange. If he were to visit, not only would he see his sensible sister, but he would also partake in the delicacies crafted by her own hands. Surely, that would be sweeter than honey. My dear, why not remedy this now? It would surely delight Strange even more upon awakening. Come on." It would take no more effort than a sip of water for you. Nonsense. Wu Lu retorted cleverly. Donna, we are in a hospital. Every action we take is under the scrutiny of others. Although this is a ward, many keen observers about. If we behave too oddly, we might be treated as curiosities. Calm down, Donna. As long as we can take your brother away promptly, the rest will pose no issue. At 9:10 in the evening, Strange slowly regained consciousness. And upon seeing his long-absent sister, he burst into joyous laughter. Sister, what brings you here? And Wu, I heard you two are together. How does that feel? My sister is both an adult and a child. Wu, do not bully her. Brother-in-law, you should first consider your own health. Your hands are incapacitated. You must be discharged. Discharged? Incapacitated? How could that be? It's merely that my mentor administered an anesthetic. I will be fine in a moment. Nana, help me remove the bandages. Aside from my hands, your brother is perfectly intact. Sure. The two wasted no time, swiftly unwrapping Strange's bandages. He lifted his hands, gazing in horror at the dark void of his sleeves. My hands. Where are my hands? Hurry, bring them back to me. Strange, who knows where your hands are? For now, return with me to the Creator Tower. Perhaps our research specialists will have a solution. We must leave quickly. I have a world-class surgery to perform. I must become the strongest neurosurgeon in the world. Hey, Strange, no one surpasses me in strength. You possess superpowers. It is entirely different. Amidst the obstruction of medical staff, Wu Lu and Donna hurriedly whisked Strange away. Chapter 82. Uncurable quick, this way. On the road, Wu Lu had already contacted Tandel, the chief secretary of the Creator Group. As soon as the trio alighted from the vehicle, Wu Lu called out loudly. Soon, four coffee-clad nurses arrived, pushing a medical stretcher to transfer Strange onto it, connecting various instruments as they pushed him toward the medical room in the tower. Strange gazed at the tumultuous scenery, and despite never having paid heed to such matters, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Wu, does the Creator Group's recruitment of so many women not affect efficiency? These are not recruits, they are our products. Have you not noticed their extraordinary uniformity? They enhance the creativity of our researchers. It's a fundamental truth. It has been proven that beauty indeed can enhance efficiency, quickening one's heartbeat, promoting blood circulation, and rendering both mind and body more agile and vivacious. As long as one possesses sufficient self-discipline, it can lead to remarkable results with minimal effort. Certainly, without self-discipline, it becomes a gentle blade that can harm. Upon reaching the medical room, after the departure of the steadfast coffee maid, 7 or 8 biomedical experts entered. Boss, this gentleman's injuries are severe. Currently, with the technology our group possesses, we can create a prosthetic limb that is a perfect one-to-one match, achieving a level of flexibility that surpasses that of an ordinary person, ensuring he can navigate daily life without issue. Strange, what are your thoughts? Strange inquired. Will I still be able to practice neurosurgery, the finest kind? Sir, if you are willing to study orthopedics, that should be feasible. And you would possess a level of stability and efficiency that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of. However, neurosurgery may be out of reach. Neurosurgical procedures are among the most challenging, involving the brain, where even the slightest error is intolerable. No, I cannot accept such a prosthetic. There is another method, which involves cultivating a pair of hands from this gentleman's bone marrow stem cells. With our group's current technology, we could achieve 70% of the original functionality. And through gradual adaptation, we could ultimately reach 85% efficiency without any doubt. This is akin to rebirth. Please, you may leave now. I appreciate your efforts. Kindly extend my regards to Dr. Connors. Very well, boss, we shall take our leave. You certainly would not accept a mere 85% efficacy, would you? Indeed not. Strange lamented. Doctor, you cannot fathom the arduous journey I have undertaken to arrive at this point. To suggest 85% efficacy is unacceptable. Even 95% would not suffice. A slight deviation can lead to a catastrophic outcome. I cannot employ imperfect hands to heal others. You are aware of my medical prowess, are you not? Indeed. Then let me speak plainly. I can flawlessly reconstruct all known biological components in the world and separate them with equal precision. However, at present, I lack the ability to conjure something from nothing. Therefore, if you seek hands identical to those I once possessed, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot fulfill that request. Yet, if you require hands that possess different skills, such as the ability to play the piano or have trained in martial arts, I can procure those for you. Alternatively, you could suggest a neurosurgeon even more accomplished than I. For Donna's sake, I would not hesitate to act as the villain and reclaim his hands for you. Strange chuckled bitterly. Indeed, there exists a neurosurgeon of greater renown, Mr. Simstavinci from Italy, currently the most formidable neurosurgeon in the world. However, I cannot condone your desire to take his hands. They have saved the lives of countless individuals, both commoners and the elite. Anyone who dares to harm him would be at odds with the world. Strange recounted softly, it was because of him that I embarked on the path of neurosurgery. My initial motivation was to save Donna, which gradually evolved into a personal obsession. Perhaps I am simply not destined to be a neurosurgeon. As Strange's voice grew increasingly despondent, his brother encouraged him, do not lose heart. The doctor will find a solution. Donna, unable to bear seeing Strange in despair, turned to Wu Lu and said, my dear, if such hands do not exist in this world, what of hell? No, Donna, I cannot agree. Wu Lu firmly shook his head. Hell has no profession for neurosurgeons, and it is perilous. What hell? Strange, do not be anxious. This is our code, referring to Madrid Island. By the way, I could also consult Finrer. Perhaps his woman might have some solutions. Donna, stay with your brother for now. At least at this moment, we are merely discussing Strange's career, not his safety. If you wish for something to eat, you may instruct the coffee maid. Wu Lu quickly signaled to Donna with his eyes, and she understood, refraining from further mention of hell. My dear, you may go. Wu Lu reluctantly walked outside, making his way to his office, where Finrer sat impeccably in the boss's chair, grooming his meticulously styled blonde hair. Finrer, have you been in contact with Madame Hydra recently? Not at all. Finrer replied nonchalantly. Master, I do not appreciate the sin of that woman, though she has been somewhat altered to suit my tastes. I still prefer humans, master. Contact her now. Strange's hand has grown accustomed to the situation. Inquire if she possesses any means to restore it to its original state. Remember, the original state. Master, I do not wish to contact her. Finrer, this is an order. Fine. Finrer reluctantly dialed the number. Woman, do you possess the technology to restore limbs? What? You will only know if I have it after you come to see me? Well, now tell me what I might graciously allow you to come for. Nothing. If you dare to come, I shall devour you. Insect. Fuming, Finrer slammed the phone down and turned to Wu Lu, ingratiatingly saying, Master, that wretched woman does not have such technology. Wu Lu was well aware there was none, and even if there were, he would not dare to utilize it. The bald man had previously warned him that no matter what he did, he must not alter Strange's fate. The tone of his voice indicated that he was prepared for martyrdom, merely awaiting his successor to take over. Returning to the treatment room, Wu Lu lowered his head in silence. Strange's face was filled with sorrow. Donna was at a loss for words. Perhaps there truly was no way. In truth, it was not entirely hopeless. What? Strange looked at Wu Lu with a mix of surprise, excitement, and a hint of fear, dreading yet another disappointment. My dear, if there is a way, please speak of it. Legend has it that within the sacred abode in Nepal resides a supreme sorceress, well versed in the principles of heaven and earth, possessing the eye of Agamotto, which can reverse time. After much contemplation, I believe she is the only one capable of restoring your hand to its previous perfect state. If you are willing to try, I can arrange for you to visit her. I am willing to try. I do not wish to abandon my dreams. Excellent. Truly, my dear brother-in-law, with genuine intent. You shall undoubtedly encounter the esteemed sorcerer. Please hold on. I shall promptly call Tony to escort you. Tomorrow, perhaps? My brother remains quite frail at present, and my dear, it would be prudent for us to first equip him with a prosthetic limb as a transitional measure, would it not? Silly girl. How then could Strange convey his struggles and tribulations? How could he move the supreme sorcerer? After exchanging a few words, Zhao Hailuan returned with Mindy, Wanda, and Su Shaoling. Very well, Strange, you must rest well. Donna, he is currently devoid of any responsibilities. Will you stay while Highway Temple and I depart? Donna approached Strange and whispered, Brother, Wu and I shall take our leave. Should you require anything, the coffee maid shall attend to your needs, but you are not permitted to drive. Strange's face flushed crimson, sinking into his pillow in utter embarrassment. Nana, your brother is merely an ordinary man. It is best to temper your demeanor learned from the devil in his presence, lest he be overwhelmed. My dear, what about you? Will you be driving tonight? Joining Zhao Hailuan and the others, Wu Lu arrived at his office, sending Finrer to the doorstep to sleep on the ground. Su Shaoling, might you stay in my office? Wu Lu's workspace was infinitely more opulent than Connor's. Every detail meticulously curated. Entertainment and indulgence were readily available, all comprising the finest offerings the world could provide. And Mindy? May I share a bed with Mindy? Mindy, with reluctance, turned to Wu Lu and inquired, Is that permissible? Her eyes, filled with a longing for rescue, nearly melted Wu Lu's heart. Of course, Mindy. You may share this space with Su Shaoling. And what about you? Mindy asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Naturally, we shall return home. Wu Lu revealed a concealed door at the back of the office using his iris, reminiscent of Stark's secret vault, leading to a wholly private sanctuary. Unlike Stark, however, Wu Lu held no peculiar obsession with armor. This abode spanned the size of 2 football fields, adorned with every flower and tree, each hand-selected and planted by him and his beloved companions. The superlatively comfortable bed and bath held pleasures beyond description, enveloped in sheer elegance. with enchanting beauties and soft melodies lingering throughout the night. Su Shaoling and Mindy lay in the grand bed, engrossed in a drama, yet occasionally blushing at the enticing sounds wafting through the air, an intentional touch left during the design phase. Little did Wu Lu know that he had yet to partake in the pleasures, as others had already seized the opportunity. Sisterling, how many days do you intend to stay here? Will you truly not return? Mindy, are you discontent? Rest assured, I have no interest in your boyfriend. Aside from his wealth, slight handsomeness, and some talent, he is lacking in every other regard. I hail from a martial arts family, and my word is my bond. I understand. In your culture, monogamy prevails, yet he already has 4 partners. Should you choose to join, I shall have no objections. Who would dare? I certainly will not. As the two engaged in playful banter, Su Shaoling pleaded, Good sister, cease your antics. I yield. I confess. I came merely to broaden my horizons and observe the differences between this place and the portrayals I've encountered in promotions. So what have you discerned? I've realized that everywhere is much the same, populated by both virtuous and nefarious individuals. The common folk share similar aspirations, desiring to lead fulfilling lives. No one is inherently malevolent or benevolent. However, the underlying rules differ somewhat. Do you prefer this place or your hometown? Undoubtedly my hometown. I am here solely to earn a little extra and return home, eliciting envy from my classmates. I understand. Mindy eagerly raised her hand. I heard this is called showing off, right? You. Su Shaoling was at a loss for words. Mindy's bluntness left her speechless, and before long, they were lost in laughter, ultimately drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke, Tony had yet to rise when the phone rang. Wu, what has been troubling you lately? Heaven knows how long it has been since I enjoyed a good night's sleep. Tony, you are my sole affluent friend. I urgently need your assistance in sending someone to Nepal. Only you can facilitate this. All right, I appreciate your trust. Wu, you'd best hasten to submit your flight plan to me. I will fabricate it for you post-haste. You know I'm not a taxi driver. This is the last time. Fine, the last time. Wu readily acquiesced, believing that next time, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could utilize the portal. Even while reaping benefits from technology, he could later exploit magical resources once Dr. Strange completed his studies. 20 minutes later, Tony Stark called to inform them to board on the rooftop. Wu, I believe we should connect the rooftops of our buildings for greater convenience. Excellent idea, but not feasible at present. Tony's gaze was fixated as he observed the coffee made escorting Strange into the craft. Wu, this is your true premium merchandise, is it not? They resemble real humans perfectly. Can you manufacture hundreds of them? Wu chuckled. Tony, are you truly aware of your own capabilities? I certainly do not wish to encounter Pepper being caught in a crossfire next time. The aircraft was modest, akin to the Albatross model, accommodating only Donna alongside, while the others resumed their studies. Notably, Tandell had informed Wu that Doom and Otto had been hired, enjoying the same benefits as Connors, complete with their own independent offices and research teams. Ladies and gentlemen, may we depart? Yes, Jarvis. Let us set forth now, destination Nepal. The aircraft ascended swiftly through the clouds into high-altitude orbit, evading national airspace. After an hour, Wu sensed a slight weightlessness, his coffee still unfinished. The hatch opened once more. Gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. Come along, Strange, Donna. Tony, will you join us for some exploration? Having come this far, it would not be in my nature to refrain from a little adventure. In a realm filled with exotic allure, I have arrived. Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, boasts picturesque landscapes, yet it lacks the vibrant charm of spicy maidens. For coffee maids, carrying Strange, tread the bustling streets, drawing curious glances, engaging in a transformative mode. The style shifts to a more conservative aesthetic. Indeed, at Wu Lu's command, the coffee maids' lace skirts, which barely grazed their thighs, metamorphosed into coarse fabric long skirts, while the subtly revealing low dresses transformed into modest floral robes. Oh heavens, how is this possible? Nanorobots combined with memory metal, their attire is, in fact, a form of equipment. Wu, dear brother, upon our return, you must share this technology with me. It is simply astounding. Chapter 84. Farewell to Ancient One. The warning of Ancient One. Beneath azure skies and crystalline waters, Wu Lu stands alongside Strange and Tony, gazing into the vast expanse, with the local sacred mountain, the Himalayas. In the distance. Here we are, indeed. Strange, the legendary Sorcerer Supreme, is said to reside nearby. She possesses boundless knowledge and power. Thus, the journey ahead is yours to navigate. Fear not, Doctor, I am resolute in my conviction. Donna, do you have any parting words for your brother? This farewell may stretch indefinitely. Donna suppresses her inner sorrow, smiling as she shakes her head. Farewells are often the hardest to articulate, and Wu Lu comprehends her sentiments well. Let us prepare to depart. Upon Wu Lu's utterance, he suddenly finds himself alone, engulfed by an inky black world, shrouded in swirling darkness that looms ominously. Beneath his feet, a thin membrane appears to safeguard a patch of purity. Where am I? Wu-Lu activates his surgical domain to shield himself. Sorceress, I mean you no harm. Kindly release me. Ah, young one, do not be so hasty. A bald woman emerges like a mirrored reflection in the ether, both real and illusory. Do you know where you are? I do not, nor do I wish to know. Did we not agree to coexist peacefully, to avoid one another? Are you now intent on breaking that pact? If I were to break my word, what would you do? The bald woman chuckles. I know not where you hail from, nor your destination. Even within your own domain, I cannot harm you. Yet, you are merely a mortal, subject to hunger and loneliness, with a fragile soul. If I were to seal you away for 1,000 years, do you think you could endure the infinite solitude or the eternal confinement? What say you? Ha ha, I jest. You wouldn't take that seriously, would you? Ancient One, such jesting is hardly amusing. Wu-Lu wipes the cold sweat from his brow, genuinely apprehensive of this capricious woman. This is the world's womb, and beyond lies the dark dimension of Dormammu. Mr. Wu-Lu, you have performed admirably. I shall not violate our original agreement. I merely wish to illuminate your vulnerabilities. In the future, you shall encounter calamities far more immense than those you have previously contemplated. Wu-Lu's expression shifts dramatically. The arts of mind magic and prophecy come effortlessly to me. You are an anomaly, and I hope you can comprehend this. For millennia, the weight of safeguarding the world has been suffocating, and thus, I have resolved to take a respite. In truth, Strange has diminished in significance. Yet you have brought him here. During this timeline, I shall comply with your wishes, Mr. Wu. Remember my words, the world shall be protected by you. I am off duty now. Farewell. As Ancient One concluded her words, the space shattered like a broken mirror, offering Mr. Wu no opportunity to utter another word. And along with her disappearance, Strange vanished as well. What does this mean? What is her true intent? Ancient One's parting words left Mr. Wu in a state of unease. Everything appeared as it once was, yet it seemed the world had undergone some unpredictable transformation. Strange was nowhere to be found. Let us depart. He must have been taken by the Supreme Sorcerer. Is it truly so? Tony Stark found it hard to believe that magic genuinely existed in this world. Tony, perhaps you could view it as science yet to be unraveled, which might make it easier to accept. Let us go back. I am quite anxious. At Greyborn Academy, Banner and Betty, after enduring great hardships, finally located Mr. Blue. At this moment, the three were conducting a pivotal experiment for Banner's life, now reaching its final phase. Doctor, Banner, are you ready? I am about to administer the devolution serum to halt the awakening of these peculiar cells. Let us proceed. Mr. Blue held a syringe, inserting it into Banner's vein, while Betty, armed with dual pistols, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, Banner's face turned green, and he let out a cry of anguish. As if the Hulk within him resisted disappearing, struggling violently inside. Banner, stay strong. You can overcome this green monster. Betty, filled with concern for Banner, turned to gently stroke his now green head, softly reassuring him. The power of love is profound. Whether it be Banner or Hulk, their emotions are intertwined. And through the repeated gestures of comfort from his beloved, they gradually accepted the reality. It has faded. Miss Betty, Banner is fading. We have succeeded. Betty released her tight embrace around Banner's broad chest and looked up at his head, where indeed, the green hue was swiftly dissipating. Dark green, light green, pale green, and finally flesh-toned. We have triumphed. We can finally be a married couple, living an ordinary life. How do you feel now? Betty, overwhelmed with joy, wept. After a tumultuous escape, despair had nearly consumed her. Splendid. Betty, I feel absolutely wonderful. I can now express my anger without that primal awakening sensation. I am healed. My dear, I am healed. Banner lifted Betty above his head, spinning joyfully, releasing his inner emotions. Betty, I love you. And I hope you will never disdain me for being an ordinary man. Ordinary? That is magnificent, Banner. My greatest desire is to lead the life of an ordinary person. The two embraced tightly, while Mr. Blue prepared to refrigerate the remaining green blood for preservation. What are you doing? Banner exclaimed, urgently halting Mr. Blue's actions. Mr. Blue, these substances are perilous. We must eradicate them. No, Dr. Banner, I can control it. Mr. Blue struck Banner across the face, momentarily disorienting him. What are you doing? Why? I'm dealing with you. A thunderous crash reverberated as a strong man clad in camouflage smashed through the laboratory wall. Mr. Blue, you have done splendidly. With Banner out of the picture, our union shall become the most formidable force in existence. I will transform into the Hulk, and you will become Mr. Green. Ah, how fragrant. I can scent the essence of power. Bang, bang. Langnuski, it's you. With us here, your nefarious plot shall never come to fruition. I will end you right now. Betty was no longer a delicate damsel, but a bona fide warrior, her dual pistols firing with unerring precision, each shot striking Langnuski's vital points. The sound of bullets ricocheting startled Betty. In that moment of distraction, she felt a needle pierce her thigh. I forgot to mention, I customized the highest-end robots from the creator group, identical to me and devoid of anti-counterfeit marks. This is a potent anesthetic capable of tranquilizing a whale, my dear lady. Sleep now. With that, Langnuski spoke, and Betty collapsed to the ground. Langnuski effortlessly scooped her into his arms, declaring, "Banner, you are nothing but a waste now. Leave. For to kill someone like you would sully my hands. If you wish to be an ordinary man, then be one, and cease your covetousness over General Ross's daughter. Lady Betty, she belongs to me." Chapter 85. Tony's luxurious support squad. Wu-Lu and Tony returned to New York, where Wu-Lu readily instructed Zhao Hailuan to share the nanobot and memory metal technologies with Tony. In return, they received the secret of the arc reactor. Naturally, neither Wu-Lu nor Tony intended to disseminate this technology. They tacitly agreed to utilize it solely for themselves. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Pepper Potts approached Wu-Lu. "Mr. Wu, Tony is already at the press conference site. We have arranged for a car. Please head over now." "Of course, I shall go at once." "Pepper, you are quite charming when you refrain from cursing. Would you care for some pampering while you're here? Get lost." Pepper gave Wu-Lu no chance, turning away. "Don't be late. Tony is under immense pressure. Rest assured, I will be there with my team to support him." Wu-Lu watched Pepper depart with a knowing smile. Reflecting on Tony's unexpected fortune in finding a woman so devoted to him, he dialed a number. "Tandell, inform our research team to halt all activities today. We are heading to Tony Stark's press conference to support him. Depart in 30 minutes. "Understood, boss." After careful consideration, Wu-Lu made a personal call to the venerable Norman Osborn. Norman is not only a significant shareholder in the creator's venture, but also an exceptionally distinguished genetic scientist, renowned for his formidable reputation and academic prowess. There was no reason not to invite him. "Norman, how have you been lately?" "Quite well, thank you. What brings you to call?" "There's an event at the company, a collaboration with Stark Industries, and we require some exceptional scientists. I sincerely hope you can attend. Moreover, I have prepared the materials necessary for treating your ailment. We can commence today, with a success rate of 100%. Haha. Wu, you truly are a remarkable fellow. Bob wagered that you would never provide treatment, anticipating I would perish and he would seize all my enterprises. It seems he has lost, and you have triumphed." "I have triumphed? Let us discuss this further in person. Please send me the address." After sending the location, Wu-Lu evaluated the prominent scientists he could recruit: Dr. Connors, Dr. Otto, Dr. Doom, and Dr. Zhao Hailuan. While the numbers were somewhat limited, the quality was undeniably high. That fool SMYS was far too unattractive, otherwise he could have been summoned to bolster the appearance. Connors and Otto, though not particularly flamboyant, were well-respected figures in the scientific community. Doom, despite recently graduating, displayed remarkable intellectual brilliance and was a frequent contributor to various scientific journals. Anyone who has attended university has likely heard of this legendary figure. Zhao Hailuan, currently the leading researcher in the creator's team, is a global sensation. The mere presence of such a team is destined to dazzle all who behold it. Rising from his seat, Wu-Lu entered through a concealed door and roused the young ladies to prepare themselves for the day, as they were to accompany him in honoring Tony. Zhao Hailuan donned an ethereal sea blue gown, appearing almost celestial, but Wu-Lu interjected, "Hailuan, I regret to inform you that today you must assume the role of the lead scientist. Could you possibly change into your uniform? In that case, after tonight." "I shall change," Zhao Hailuan responded with a charming smile that could render the world dim, enticing, and captivating. Donna, with a huff, protested, "Hailuan, do not go too far. Our sisters are still present. You cannot simply use your charms. We shall not consent." Wanda curled up on the sofa, clutching her belly with laughter. Seizing the opportunity, Wu-Lu slipped away to meet with his three scientists. "Dr. Doom, how are you finding your time here?" "Excellent. Wu. The environment and equipment here are of the highest caliber. Just yesterday, I experimented with a new device that produced a pair of gloves capable of nullifying magical powers. Perhaps the day is not far off." Wu-Lu understood that Doom was singularly focused on vanquishing Mephisto. "Indeed, Dr. Doom, as long as you continue your research, you will undoubtedly prevail." "Excuse me, but what exactly do you mean by magical powers?" inquired a portly, rosy-nosed man, confusion etched across his face. He then introduced himself, "Boss, I am Dr. Otto. You may call me Otto or Old Otto. Could you enlighten me on what magical powers are?" "Dear Dumb, they are all eminent scholars of the highest caliber, the most genuine kind of intellectuals. You can place your trust in them." "Thank you." Dumb began to expound on dimensions, space, time, magic, and the realm of quantum physics, leaving Otto and Connors utterly astounded. Initially, they managed to interject a few remarks, but as the discourse continued, they could only gaze in bewilderment like elementary school students, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, which they considered a profound gain. "Very well, everyone. Let us gather at another time for an earnest exchange. For now, we must set off. At the press conference, Stark, unable to wait any longer for Wu Lu to arrive and support him, reluctantly commenced the event. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have heard through the grapevine, I am preparing to shut down Stark Industries' weapons research and manufacturing department. From this moment forth, Stark Industries will no longer engage in this sector. You may now pose your questions. With a thunderous reaction, although each journalist present had an inkling of what was to come, the stark reality laid before them still felt surreal. Mr. Stark, greetings. I am a reporter from Apple Daily. I have heard that this situation pertains to an Eastern gentleman with whom you allegedly share a close relationship. Could this be a conspiracy from a major Eastern nation aimed at undermining our military-industrial progress? Forgive me, but your assertions are inaccurate. The truth is that after my abduction in the Middle East, I witnessed the brutal and tragic lives of refugees, a plight exacerbated by increasingly efficient weaponry. This has no connection to anyone else. If there must be a connection, it is with God, who has guided me to take this path. Mr. Tony Stark, good day. I am a reporter from Yomiuri Shimbun. Are you aware of the proportion the military-industrial sector occupies within Stark Industries? We have heard from Mr. Obadiah that you are merely a playboy, preoccupied with women and indifferent to the survival of the company and its employees. Have you considered the lives of over 5,000 weapons development engineers? Regardless of your decision to halt operations, their research will persist, for they too require sustenance. That is an astute question, yet I must assert that your perspective is rather superficial. The weapons research department at Stark Industries is not merely a financial drain. Rather, it possesses the capacity to pivot towards other industries at any moment, much like Mitsubishi and Toyota, which, beyond automotive manufacturing, also engage in missile and aircraft production. This principle applies here as well. Mr. Stark, I'm a journalist from Time magazine. It is well known that Stark Industries currently holds the highest market value in America, and the 21st century is often referred to as the Stark Industrial Era. However, the situation has now shifted. Investors' confidence in Stark Industries has wavered. The company's market value is now only slightly above that of the second-ranked Genesis Group by a mere $100 billion. Does your recent action signify a complete abandonment of your father Howard Stark's legacy and a renunciation of the Stark era? That reporter, your thoughts are perilous. Or rather, your thoughts are perilous. This world is not a zero-sum game, but rather one of collaboration. I share a close rapport with Mr. Wu, the owner of the Creator Group. In both technology and business, we work in close partnership. Regardless of whether the Creator Group or Stark Industries emerges first or second, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger than before. However, no representatives from the Creator Group attended your press conference. Not a single soul, not even Mr. Wu, nor any executives, made an appearance. A sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air from outside as a luxurious, extended Cadillac came to a halt. The first to emerge was Mr. Wu, clad in a black trench coat, who claims that no one from the Creator Group has come to support Mr. Tony Stark. Here I am, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Dr. Doom, Dr. Connors, Dr. Otto, please step down. With each name Wu uttered, gasps of astonishment echoed. These reporters, though lacking in ethics, were well versed in their field. To see even one of these figures usually required a lengthy appointment, yet here they were, all at once, leaving everyone in awe. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. Chapter 86, The Defenders Alliance in Action. The crisis for Tony Stark had been averted, and Stark Industries stocks ceased their decline. Yet, another crisis loomed. A hungover Banner suddenly felt as though he might truly be a failure. Without the Hulk, he had become an ordinary man. Attempting to employ his hacking skills to locate Betty, he was brutally beaten by agents sent by General Ross. In that moment, he longed for the terrifying beast within him to emerge and exact revenge. But it was futile. He was knocked unconscious, and still, it proved in vain. Come out. Why won't you come out? I am being bullied. Despair consumed Banner. His intellect faltered in the face of violence. Years of evasion had left him friendless in the vastness of New York, receiving only the scorn and derision of others. A torrential downpour descended from the heavens. As the westerly winds scattered a newspaper, Stark Industries Titan joins forces with a mysterious Eastern doctor. Is this a technological feast or the gateway to hell? Let us await the outcome. Yes, Doctor. Indeed, Doctor. A spark of hope ignited in Banner's eyes. The doctor had become his last lifeline. Unsteadily, he approached the entrance of the Creator Group, where several figures caught his attention. Parker, someone is here. Who? Before Banner could react, he felt himself lifted effortlessly, a tremendous force propelling him into a tree. Perched upon the branches were 6 individuals, 4 men and 3 women, dressed in peculiar attire. Who are you? And who might you be? I am Bruce Banner, a doctoral candidate majoring in nuclear energy and artificial intelligence. Another doctor, what do you intend to do? You wish to enter the Creator Group building, do you not? Are you complicit in their wickedness? Peter Parker retorted angrily, Mr. Banner. Wu from the Eastern Realm is not a good person. I advise you against serving him, otherwise. We may have to confine you to prevent you from aiding those with ill intentions. Banner gazed apprehensively at the figure before him, entirely clad in a spider suit. Realizing that this individual was undoubtedly a true villain. No, I am merely here to admire the scenery. It is a rainy day, and the view is quite pleasant. What a lie! Jessica exclaimed, shattering Banner's deception. I distinctly saw you inquiring with the staff about that Eastern individual. Should you continue to be dishonest? I shall rend you into 8 pieces. Very well. I am indeed searching for Mr. Wu, yet I do not believe him to be a villain. Perhaps there exists some misunderstanding between you. Indeed, Peter, Gwen softly interjected. He has resided in our home for quite some time and does not resemble the accusations you have investigated. Gwen, I am aware of your past with him, and I shall not compel you to choose righteousness, but in light of the irrefutable evidence, I implore you to remain dispassionate. Gwen, you may return. I do not mind. All right, Gwen, Parker speaks truthfully. I too have shared moments with Mr. Wu, and I am well acquainted with both of you. You are like a glass of clear water, while he resembles a cup of murky sludge. My master does not err. Justice and malevolence? Merely a matter of perspective. An elderly man with a stick spoke in a somber tone. Recently, I received word that the Hand's 5 fingers were orchestrating a grand conspiracy on the island of Madrid. After much difficulty, I arrived there and learned that the rootless fingers of the Hand were all decapitated by a man named Wu Lu from the east. This was initially a fortunate event, but I heard that he has since entangled himself with Madame Hydra, ultimately departing aboard Hydra's elegant vessel. Now, the 5 fingers of the Hand have astonishingly resurrected. Aside from the life-size figurines of the creators group, I cannot fathom any other possibility. Moreover, they evoke the very same essence as the coffee made within the creator's edifice. This is an immense conspiracy. Do you hear me, Gwen? This Eastern man from the East is an ambitious schemer, and I shudder to think how many have been replaced by him. If we do not imprison him or divert everyone's attention here, the future of our world will be devoid of hope. Humanity, machines, and trust will be severed, with the world entirely manipulated by him. How terrifying this is. Gwen fell silent. The gravity of the situation was undeniable, though she could not believe that the playful, cheerful boy she knew could transform into a tyrant intent on world domination. She pondered, perhaps we should confront him. Gwen, our greatest advantage lies in the fact that he is unaware of our presence. Once exposed, we may find ourselves wholly outmatched. Creepy. Gwen slid down the tree. I have classes tomorrow and will not partake in your plans. This is far from luminous. Watching Gwen depart. Matt also made an excuse about having clients at the law firm, a pair of poor orphans in dire need of assistance. Thus he too had to leave. Banner stood in disbelief. Had these odd characters disbanded? Ladies and gentlemen, hear me. Speak. Since you harbor reservations and dare not inquire directly, I am willing to assist you in this matter. What do you think, my friend? Could you provide me with a listening device to carry on my person? When the time comes, I shall confront him face to face. If he truly is a madman bent on world destruction, I shall undoubtedly join your ranks to eliminate him. However, if it is merely a misunderstanding, we can preserve our friendship. What do you say? Peter, perhaps you should let him try. A PhD may be restrained, but you cannot contain the multitude of other doctors. We must unveil his schemes if we are to completely overthrow him. Very well, Dr. Banner. Here is a bionic listening device, devoid of any electronic components. Once you emerge, you shall hand it to me, and I will decipher the recordings contained within. Peter Parker handed Banner a small wooden button. Unlike in the past, he had matured significantly, and his technological prowess had seemingly surged, evolving day by day. According to Spectral Man, this knowledge had been synchronized from another universe through the mechanism of dream quantum entanglement. It's in my care. Banner cautiously tucked the listening device into his jacket pocket. Am I free to leave now? Certainly. Dr. Banner, I believe you are a good person. You will stand on the side of justice, won't you? Peter Parker inquired earnestly. Of course, young man. Rest assured. I am a true American and would never betray my country for the sake of a person from Huaxia. Everything will be fine. Farewell. What shall we do now? Jessica innocently asked. I mean, what if he betrays us? Let us go, we must leave. The group retreated, leaving only the timer of the bomb that Peter Parker had set in the office of a research supervisor, silently counting down. Chapter 87. The crisis brought by Custom Figurines Boss. There's a madman outside looking for you. A madman? How does he know me? Wu Lu pondered. He had few acquaintances in New York. Could it be a former patient? As Tandell accompanied Wu Lu to his office, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Dr. Banner? Doctor. It is I. Tandell, you may leave. He is indeed my acquaintance. Understood, boss. Wu Lu looked at Bruce Banner, disheveled, with torn pants and leaves stuck in his hair. Perplexed. Dr. Banner, have you been rummaging through trash and been robbed? Betty has been captured, and I have no choice but to wait. Banner produced the wooden listening device from his pocket and placed it on Wu Lu's desk. You are being targeted. A group of peculiar individuals is plotting against you. Wu Lu's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with such devices. Is it a certain individual clad in a red and blue spider costume, or is there someone else? In addition to him, there are 3 women and 4 men, 2 wielding clubs, a handsome young Caucasian, a man of color, and among the women, one is of East Asian descent, another is a robust Western woman, and the last appears quite ordinary. Wu Lu chuckled. It seems you are the hired muscle they brought in to assist them. Why would you inform me? Wu reached out to grasp the listening device. This item is composed entirely of wood. Had you not revealed it, I would have remained oblivious. These individuals are not malevolent, yet they are likely to perpetrate mischief. What do they wish to inquire? They seek to ascertain whether you harbor a conspiracy to control the world using androids. Oh, heavens. Banner, if it were you, would you desire to dominate the world and manage the myriad affairs of 7 billion souls, mediating the trivial disputes of everyday life? I apologize, but I lack the leisure for such pursuits. My aspirations lie among the stars and the vast oceans. Moreover, my androids bear heart-shaped marks upon their foreheads, distinguishing them significantly from actual humans. What of the custom models? Are there substantial differences as well? Custom models? What do you mean by that? It is inconceivable. Their prices are exorbitant, and the cost required for acquisition is beyond the means of ordinary individuals, let alone an entire nation. Wu exuded confidence, believing that to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him, he would require vibranium or Edmund alloy, and other such fantastical metals that Earth currently lacks. No, Banner fumed, advancing to grasp Wu by the collar. Doctor, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you comprehend how Betty was taken from me? The adversary possessed a custom figurine resembling Langnuski, which lured Betty into an attack, causing a fleeting moment of hesitation. Langnuski? Very well, your matters take precedence. I shall seek out some excitement for those idle rascals. Wu dialed Jean Bing's number. Jean Bing, your subordinate Erica has betrayed you. She is currently with Matt. By the way, has your theme zoo been completed? Tomorrow, I will bring others to discuss our continued collaboration. After hanging up, Banner inquired with his gaze, who is Jean Bing? He is the individual you envision, the head of the underworld in New York and indeed the entire world. I must stir some trouble for those who remain oblivious to the truth of this world. Doctor, how can you associate with such individuals? Is there truth to their claims? Banner did not eavesdrop in accordance with Peter Parker's intentions, not because he trusted Wu, but because he had faith in himself, his own eyes, his own ears, and his own judgment. Banner, do you perceive General Ross as a good man or a villain? Banner's expression twisted. To him, General Ross was undoubtedly a scoundrel, having not only disrupted his relationship with Betty, but also pursued him relentlessly for 3 years. Yet, is he truly a villain? To the Empire and ordinary citizens, General Ross is a benefactor. He is a responsible general. Thus, aside from the deranged and paranoid, there exist no purely good or evil individuals in this world. Banner, humanity is but another species of animal. Each person's position dictates their sense of right and wrong. An immutable reality. In my view, Jean Bing holds intrinsic value. Now, let us return to Langnuski and your tale. I find that far more intriguing. Doctor, regardless of what you say, I will only judge you by your actions. Trust me, I am not easily deceived, and I will keep a vigilant eye on you. Very well, yet another person has taken to watching me. I hope you refrain from doing so at night, lest it disrupt my intimate life, for I can be quite unyielding. Wu Lu instructed the coffee maid to assist Banner in taking a warm bath and changing into fresh attire. Only then did Banner take a seat on the sofa opposite Wu Lu, ready to recount his tale. The betrayal by Mr. Blue, the assault by Lankovsky, the demise of Hulk, the abduction of Betty. These tumultuous changes left Wu Lu somewhat perturbed. Indeed, the world has transformed. Dr. Banner, you need not be overly anxious. If you are willing to serve our creator group, I can assist you in confronting Lankovsky and reclaiming your woman. What do you think? No, I cannot assist you at this moment. I am uncertain of your intentions. What better way to gain first-hand intelligence than to observe from within? Dr. Banner, I believe you should contemplate this. Wu Lu called upon Tandel through the internal network. Tandel, do we have recent orders for our custom life-sized figurines? Indeed, boss. Not only do we have orders, but they are increasing. Is the price too low? How could that be? Wu Lu exclaimed, nearly toppling from his chair. Tandel, what about the leftover materials after processing? Boss, everything is stored in our top-secret warehouse, as per your instructions. Banner, there has been an unforeseen complication. I must depart immediately. If you have nowhere to go, Tandel will arrange for you to stay in the most luxurious hotel. Farewell. Doctor, good luck. Mr. Tandel, I require a 5-star hotel. Is that agreeable? Of course. Wu Lu hurried towards the secret warehouse, descending in the elevator until it halted at the 80th underground floor. This was the hidden repository of the Creator Tower, filled with countless advanced devices and instruments, far surpassing those on the surface, alongside a plethora of contraband. Wu, what brings you here? Senior Dumb, I heard that several custom figurines have been sold, so I came to investigate. Have those individuals made payments? Are you referring to those? Dumb gestured towards a vessel containing a high-temperature solution, where the bubbling liquid metal resembled magma in its ferocity, its sheer quantity leaving Wu Lu aghast. Senior Dumb. The custom figurines originate from here. Do you know how many have been sold? Approximately 130, with another 200 still on the assembly line. Why do you ask? Oh dear God. No one understands the power of 130 custom dolls better than he does. Especially considering that only one individual possesses so much vibranium and wields it in this manner. He is Ulysses Clow, the man who killed Black Panther and Suri's father in Wakanda, forcing Black Panther to call him grandfather. Chapter 88. The Catastrophe of Wakanda. What? Shipping cannot continue temporarily due to a shortage of critical components? Mr. Tandell, I have paid in full. We have a contract. 2 months from now. In 2 months. I may not even know where I will be. On a mysterious cape in Africa, a vast mountainous stronghold harbors tens of thousands of desperate rogues, all amassed by Ulysses Claw through the illicit acquisition of vibranium from Wakanda. Brothers, the wealth of Wakanda is renowned worldwide. Should we conquer them, we shall become the richest people on Earth. Now, with 120 formidable robotic soldiers at our disposal, the moment for action has arrived. Let us advance. A cacophony of excited howls erupted as warriors of diverse origins poured forth from the mountains, armed and ready. With over 100 strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals at the forefront, marching in perfect synchrony, a stark contrast to the ragtag group behind them. Heaven's Wrath Brigade, disperse. Do not cluster together. At Ulysses's command, the soldiers spread out, marching for over an hour until they arrived at a clearing. There, Ulysses produced a mysterious device. After a series of adjustments, ripples resembling water waves shimmered in the air, revealing a magnificent metropolis before their eyes. This was Wakanda, the wealthiest place on Earth. Possessing advanced technology and countless riches, yet refusing to share with the people of the African continent. Such scoundrels deserve annihilation. Charge! A thunderous cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted, shaking the very ground, as several Wakandans on lookout duty were instantly riddled with bullets. Intruders, return fire. Armed with laser weapons, the Wakandans fought valiantly, their beams cutting through several assailants with ease. Another one approaches. The exhilarated Wakandans, seeing yet another foe rushing to their doom, naturally fired again. The laser struck the intruder but failed to pierce his body, instead deflecting upwards into the sky. Master, you shall perish. All of you shall die. With a sickening crack, the unfortunate Wakandan had his head twisted off, sent flying into the air. With the arrival of custom figures, the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Ulysses. No matter how many rogues fell, these 120 custom figures, like gods of war, methodically decimated the Wakandans. Quick, report to the king. We face a formidable enemy. The captain of the guard urged one of the swiftest warriors, who was subsequently struck down with a single blow. That young soldier, agile as a leopard, adeptly maneuvered away from the battlefield and hurried toward the palace. Trouble. Your Majesty, Wakanda is under invasion. What? The king, Chaka, stood in disbelief from his dining table. With the shield device crafted by our princess, what formidable enemy could breach Wakanda? Your Majesty, it is Ulysses. He has returned with an army. So it is him. This traitor must be utterly eradicated. Warriors, don your battle armor and march with me to eliminate the traitor Ulysses and protect our Wakanda. Protect Wakanda. Protect Wakanda. Annihilate the traitor. Annihilate the traitor. Goddess Guard, advance. A battalion of over 100 women clad in vibranium armor, led by King Chaka, emerged from the palace, mounting their steeds and charging toward the border. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the palace. What was occurring? Su Rue, engrossed in her research, was jolted awake by the violent tremors and inquired of the maid beside her about the commotion. It's an invasion. Our Wakanda is under attack. An invasion? Su Rue manipulated a satellite disguised as a meteor, swiftly projecting the scene onto the palace walls. What are those? Robots? No, that is incorrect. They possess emotions. And their bodies are coated in vibranium. Customized figurines from the creator group? Indeed, that is correct. Su Rue glanced at her bespoke canine companion and sighed. I knew it would be employed for nefarious purposes. I just didn't anticipate it would be against our Wakanda. With that, she retrieved the contact number for the creator group and placed a call. Hello, this is the creator group. Esteemed custom client, I am Tandell. How may I assist you? Greetings, I am Su Rue. My nation is under attack from your company's customized figurines, and we require your assistance. Surely, you would not want your products to be associated with criminal activity. I possess all the evidence, which may prove detrimental to you. Madam, I must inform my superior. I will return your call shortly. Thank you. After hanging up, Su Rue hurried to find her brother Chala, urging him to summon their father back. She was acutely aware of the formidable power of the customized figurines created with vibranium coating. They were not only nearly human in their capabilities, but also remarkably agile and capable of transformation. Xiao Huang, you must cover my father's retreat. What woof? The customized canine figurine barked and transformed into a small flying saucer, zipping away with a whoosh. In the laboratory on the 80th floor of the Creator Building, Wu Lu felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to the details of Doom's figurine production process. What? Senior Doom, are you suggesting that those customized figurines can transform? Indeed, it is quite feasible through the integration of science and magic. With Dr. Zhao Hailuan's biological brain, I can incorporate biological computing technology, significantly enhancing their intelligence. Senior Doom, you didn't install that, did you? Of course not. Doom chuckled. I am not that foolish. And the cost they paid is insufficient. As the two conversed, Tandell rushed in. Boss, we have a situation. What is it? The batch of sold customized figurines is currently attacking a nation called Wakanda, which also has our company's custom clients. She is quite furious, claiming that if we do not intervene, she will expose this matter. Boss, we are not an arms company. If this becomes public, our business must cease. This is a dire situation. Tell her that someone will be sent to assist her nation within a day. We are currently devising a plan. Certainly, boss. I shall respond forthwith. The inevitable has finally arrived. From the moment Wakanda was attacked, Wu-El realized that everything has indeed changed, becoming inscrutable and shrouded in ambiguity. Senior Dumb, I have conceived a plan. Chapter 89. The Arrival of the Goddess of Victory, Athena. What plan? To harness these vibranium, memory metals, nanobots, and the arc reactor alongside biotechnologies. To create an all-encompassing, flawless warrior, capable of confronting threats on Earth, as well as facing Mephisto with formidable strength. At the very least, this endeavor is a necessary undertaking. I have named it the Goddess of Victory, Athena. Athena, the Goddess of Victory. To confront Mephisto, you say? Woo, I am willing to try. But I fear that accomplishing this alone may prove exceedingly difficult. Fear not, I shall rally assistance immediately. In a mere 10 minutes. Zhao Hailuan and Tony Stark materialized within Wu-El's clandestine warehouse. Wow, what are these? Continuously boiling at high temperatures. Could this be the legendary metal that, once cooled, cannot be reshaped, vibranium? Indeed. Tony, do you recall the promise you made to me? I now require you to fulfill that vow. Naturally, I could forge for you a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos using this vibranium, and I could do it single-handedly. No, Tony. It is not as simple as you envision. Allow me to elaborate on my concept. Wu-El interrupted Tony. Here's the thing. Dr. Doom is not only proficient in all contemporary advanced technologies, but he is also a formidable sorcerer. He possesses the ability to imbue mechanical creations with transformative capabilities through magic. So, you intend to construct a shape-shifting vibranium spacecraft? Precisely. At ordinary times it would function like a bespoke high-end figurine, possessing basic autonomous mobility. While the true control system would be executed by a biological brain capable of telepathic exchanges with humans. In simpler terms, it would resemble a living Mark suit, capable of transforming into a spacecraft endowed with the devastating firepower of a goddess of destruction. Oh my goodness, this is a devilish notion. What do you require of me? Tony, I need your expertise in designing both the spacecraft and the energy core. The design need not be overly compact, allowing ample internal space for our creativity. The remainder shall be entrusted to Dr. Doom and Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Very well, you may also contemplate employing artificial intelligence as the central control core, negating the need for human operation. Why not use J-A-R-V-I-S as the core for the Mark suit? Moreover, I currently lack J-A-R-V-I-S. I certainly aspire to utilize artificial intelligence, but at present, I do not possess a suitable advanced AI. As for the rudimentary ones, I have no desire to provide Ultron with free labor. Well, never mind your absence. Dr. Doom, greetings. I am Tony Stark. Would you be interested in joining us at Stark Industries? A genius like you could easily become our vice president. What say you? Thank you for your kind offer. Dr. Doom replied nonchalantly, stepping aside to continue his work, seemingly indifferent to Tony Stark's presence. Goodness, where did you find so many oddities? Mind your language, Tony. Doom. Don't stoop to his level. He's just a chatterbox. Well, shall we commence? I must first acclimate to your laboratory. Tony, I possess a far superior laboratory environment. Wu Lu initiated the surgical procedure, meticulously demonstrating molecular-level splicing, cutting, and casting to Tony Stark, each movement flowing seamlessly. Wow, I finally comprehend why Dr. Zhao Hailuan was able to cultivate nanobots in abundance. It turns out you were assisting, you rascal. All right, let us begin. Show me your limits. Tony Stark stepped into Wu Lu's surgical domain, where the molten vibranium flowed like magic, taking shape in Stark's vision. The seamlessly cast body was flawless, and as the temperature decreased, a sleek, dark golden spacecraft with wings reminiscent of an eagle gradually emerged. As Wu Lu elevated Tony Stark's permissions to second only to his own, the interior began to etch out an array of structures and components that far exceeded the era. 3 hours later, the spacecraft, named after the goddess of victory, Athena, was nearly complete, and Pepper brought 3 arc reactors. Phew, I've done all I can. It's now 100 times stronger than my Mark armor. Incredible. Tony, thank you. Doom, the next steps are yours. Upon entering the surgical area, Dr. Doom felt the force of dimensional suppression. Wu Lu, release the elemental channel. I am unable to use magic. What should I do? Well, allow me to handle this. Elevate my permissions. Stark's eyes widened with curiosity regarding magic. All right. After Wu Lu elevated Doom's permissions, he quickly sensed the presence of tiny entities permeating his domain, resembling a substance between molecules and atoms, very active yet devoid of life. Doom, are these little things magical energy? Indeed. If you can perceive them and make them fond of you, you too can become a sorcerer. Doom began to manipulate the molten vibranium, causing it to dance through the air, applying mysterious runes upon the hull of the Athena. An enigmatic aura gradually enveloped this technological creation. The construction of 4 biological computers made the colossal machine seem almost alive. Finally, Doom employed the latest anti-magic technology, affixing a layer of anti-magic shell to its interior, thus enabling it to withstand nearly all forms of supernatural harm. For instance, Wu Lu suddenly realized that if the Athena's hatch was closed, he could not perceive the internal situation. Doom, what have you done to it? Can it open the hatch? My domain cannot penetrate inside. It's the anti-magic material. Even in hell, it can reign supreme. Doom emerged from the realm of surgery, proclaiming, all that I could accomplish has been achieved. It now possesses the ability to banish magic and bestows certain magical blessings. The wings of wind accelerate its flight. The shield of light defends against most dark sorcery. The luck spell significantly mitigates damage from probabilistic sources, and the transformation spell allows it to assume the human form of Athena. Doom, can you enable its transformation now? No, I cannot. However, Dr. Zhao Hailuan can. The goddess of victory must be a product of her research, especially as the world grows increasingly tumultuous. I can sense a formidable dark energy stirring. Doom, you truly are like a worm in my belly. Hailuan, let us commence the final procedure. Biowarfare armor activation. Mr. Doom, how should I control it? With a sudden clang, the goddess of victory transformed into a metallic woman, towering approximately 2 meters tall. Her features bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Hailuan, with eyes that sparkled brilliantly. Doom elucidated, this is the thought quantum mode. It will respond to your desires. Hailuan, let us begin. Zhao Hailuan similarly employed vibranium, this time nurturing nanobots and memory metal. The biological brain was also simulated using vibranium, and although labeled as biological, it had almost no connection to organic life. Once the goddess of victory was fully activated, a multitude of nanobots enveloped her like liquid skin, adjusting in hue to become indistinguishable from a real human. Greetings, Miss Hailuan. I look forward to our collaboration. After a brief adjustment period, she was finally able to produce a voice akin to that of a real woman. Goddess of victory, Athena, at your service. Chapter 90, The Winter Soldier. My goodness. You can speak. Indeed, dear sister Zhao Hailuan. Deep within your heart, you yearned for an elder sister, and thus, I have come into being. I shall protect you. Wu Lu, should you ever bully Hailuan, I shall not let you off easily. Wu Lu stood aghast, bewildered by the situation. Had he truly conjured a formidable sister-in-law for himself? Doom, this. Ah, Wu, this is the epitome of perfection. The most perfect state is one of imperfection. A void. If a creation is entirely controlled and fully data-driven, it becomes obsolete from the very moment of its inception. However, Athena is different. She harbors infinite possibilities. Learns through belief. Rest assured, Dr. Zhao Hailuan and she are like 2 facets of the same entity. Upon hearing Doom's words, Wu Lu finally felt reassured. Hailuan, our custom figurines have been targeted in a terror attack in Wakanda. You must go there and eliminate them all to save the people of Wakanda. The coordinates have been transmitted to you. Let us see how capable your sister truly is. Sister, will you join me? Of course. Indeed, entangled with Zhao Hailuan's thoughts. Athena appeared to have knowledge of the codes here. Wu Lu's expression darkened. He feared this iron figure was acutely aware of the current dynamics between him and Zhao Hailuan. The group followed Zhao Hailuan and Athena to the upper levels. What should I do? Zhao Hailuan asked, slightly anxious. Hailuan, simply declare loudly that you are the goddess of victory. Zhao Hailuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. I am the goddess of victory. Louder, sister. You are a warrior now. Speak with confidence. Wu Lu encouraged her. Go, Hailuan. The world has become perilous. Perhaps in the future, I shall need your protection. Press on. Doom and Stark huddled in a corner, observing with an air of boredom. The power of love is indeed formidable. Under Wu Lu's relentless encouragement, Zhao Hailuan finally mustered the courage to shout. I am the goddess of victory." In a dazzling flash of light, a sleek spacecraft materialized before everyone, swirling magical energies enveloping Zhao Hailuan as she was drawn into the vessel's belly. The spacecraft instantaneously accelerated from tranquility to a frenetic pace, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the heavens, quickly vanishing from sight. This nearly sent Wu Lu into a panic. "Tony, Doom, can Hailuan withstand such acceleration? The human body is exceptionally fragile. Enduring a gravitational force of 69 G is the absolute limit. Beyond that, the heart and all vital organs would burst." "Fear not, Wu. From the moment Dr. Zhao Hailuan connected with the essence of the goddess of victory, she has become extraordinary." "Very well, that reassures me. Brother, could you sell me some of your vibranium? I wish to craft a more formidable mark suit." "Of course, but my supply is quite limited. I can only offer you a thin layer." "Oh my god, I've never encountered an Easterner as miserly as you. I can pay, do you understand? Tony, it's not that I am unwilling to part with the vibranium, but rather that it is exceedingly rare. Here's the deal. I can reserve enough vibranium for an entire set of mark armor, if you believe your skills are flawless. You may take it now. All right, I shall return to study it meticulously. This material is indeed a rarity. So what is it that you desire?" "I wish for a powerful artificial intelligence. Is that feasible? If it were possible, I would have crafted one for myself long ago." "Well, we shall discuss it further upon delivery." The battle in Wakanda grew increasingly fierce. Chaka and his Dora Milaje were being driven back by the custom figurines, suffering significant losses. From over 100 members, only 30 remained, barely holding their ground. Shields forged from vibranium defended against bullets raining from above. "Ha ha ha, Chaka, surrender. You Wakandans always presume yourselves the most intelligent in the world. Foolish creatures, taste the ammunition of the civilized world. Attack, attack, eliminate them all." The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-tat-tat, boom. The custom figurines transformed into life-sized combat machines, armed with the weaponry prepared by Ulysses Clow, incessantly raining fire from the skies. Not far away, a destroyed dog-like custom figurine lay on the ground, belonging to Su Rue. "Your Majesty, retreat at once. Return to the castle. There lies the defensive shield set by Princess Su Rue, which can surely withstand these machines." "Polly, enough. Depart at once. I am King Black Panther, and this is my realm. Throughout history, no Black Panther has ever fled before an invasion. Tell T'Challa that if I should fall, he shall inherit the throne. Go quickly. Leave. None of you can escape." Ulysses Claw shouted frantically for reinforcements, his phone nearly overheating. "General Alexander, I need backup. I have breached Wakanda, and I require assistance immediately." "Yes, their past is now less than 2 kilometers before me, guarded by 30 armed women wielding laser weapons. The arms you provided are woefully inadequate. They are mere civilian products and capable of supporting heavy weaponry. If the king is slain, all of Wakanda's vibranium and technology will belong to your Hydra. Hurry." "All right." The Winter Soldier is on his way. The battle raged on, with waves of Wakandan reinforcements arriving, yet they were unable to disperse the airborne custom figurines, while their king remained resolute. Boom, boom. In the distance, 2 helicopters approached, dropping 4 large crates before the watchful eyes of the crowd. As the crates burst open, 4 towering, fully armed super soldiers began to awaken. "What is this? Perry, we must leave. These are the Winter Soldiers, the most fearsome warriors in the world. Hurry." Chaka urged his guards to flee, but if he did not move, how could anyone else? Bang. The Winter Soldier, stiffly turning his armored head, moved with startling speed, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle as effortlessly as a pistol. With a single shot, he executed a member of the Dora Milaje. Bang. The deafening gunfire claimed another victim. As these Winter Soldiers, trained assassins, found the untested Wakandan warriors, armed only with powerful laser weapons, easy prey, akin to adults overpowering children. Bang. The bullet ricocheted back, striking Chaka's forehead. There was no dramatic cascade of blood. Instead, his skull was obliterated by the sniper's might, leaving only a vibranium forehead ornament and crown rolling on the ground, stained with crimson. Chapter 91. White Wolf Hunter. The king is dead. The sole survivor of Chaka's Dora Milaje fled in panic. The remaining Wakandan warriors fought desperately to retrieve their king's body from the clutches of 4 Winter Soldiers. Over 100 custom figurines and thousands of riders, finally transporting Chaka's lifeless form to the castle. "Your Highness, the king has sacrificed himself." "I know. Lay him down." Shuri gazed into the distance, towards the direction of the invaders. "Our battle has only just begun." Her expression was one of sorrow, yet she remained undaunted. Shuri lifted her gown and turned towards a dust-laden palace within the royal compound. This was the royal secret prison, its ancient stone steps and moss-covered walls telling tales of a long-forgotten history. At the end of the cell, a dim oil lamp flickered, revealing a white figure huddled in a corner. "Brother." With a soft huff, Surue called out, yet received no response. Resolutely, she opened the door to the cell. "Surue, since I am confined here by Chaka, I shall not leave. You should go," she stated. "Brother, father has passed away. Slain by the invaders." "What?" The young white man sprang to his feet, startled. "Surue, what transpired? How could Chaka be dead? Who invaded our Wakanda?" It was Ulysses Claw. He procured a batch of customized figurines, colluding with Hydra. The one who killed father was the Winter Soldier, secretly developed by Hydra. "Brother, Wakanda needs you. Regardless of the misunderstandings between you and father, he is gone now." "What of Chala?" "Brother, he is still studying abroad and cannot return. Only you can protect our nation and our people. Chaka is truly dead. I shall make them pay." With a clang, the shackles on the young man's body snapped apart. White Wolf. A whirlwind swept through, enveloping him in a suit of silver vibranium armor. "Surue, summon Chala back. Our country cannot be without the Black Panther. Wakanda cannot be without a leader. Leave the invaders to me. I shall slay them." A flash of white lightning burst forth from the Wakandan palace towards the battlefield. Everyone knew that the mightiest warrior of Wakanda, White Wolf Hunter, had returned. On the battlefield, the overconfident mob reveled in their victory, relishing the fruits of their triumph. Almost every elite Wakandan warrior possessed one or several vibranium-crafted weapons, treasures of immeasurable worth. Suddenly, the head of one bandit vanished, followed by a gruesome spectacle as more were slaughtered, arms and legs severed, innards spilling, heads exploding. Such horror left all in shock. "What on earth is happening? Quickly, find cover. It is the White Wolf." Ulysses Claw shouted, attempting to calm the chaos. "Do not panic, everyone. It is the White Wolf. This lad is Wakanda's most formidable warrior, clad in vibranium exoskeleton. Fear not. He is human, and even humans have their limits. Claw, it is indeed you, and you shall die." Claw's voice betrayed his location. White Wolf Hunter dashed forth, leaving a blur in his wake, his right hand manifesting a shadowy wolf claw. The howling wolf aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Claw in vengeance for Chaka. "Transforming figurines, help!" Claw cried desperately. In response, the transforming figurines swiftly regrouped, reshaping into human form and encircling him. "Claw, do you truly believe these robots can save you? Dream on. Today, you shall witness the true essence of power. You ignorant fool, do you understand what technology is? A mere frog at the bottom of a well. Behold the might of the civilized world's technology. Eliminate the threat." With a thunderous crash, White Wolf's powerful fist collided with one of the male figurines, sending it flying several meters away. Strangely, it emerged unscathed. Vibranium? Indeed. These precious minerals ought to belong to all of humanity, rather than being monopolized by you, a band of ignorant chocolate-skinned individuals. My act of thievery is, in fact, a righteous endeavor. How shameless. Hunter, incensed, retorted, "Clow, all mineral assets in the world should be developed by the country in which they are found. How dare you present your thievery so brazenly? Today, I shall surely end your life." "Humph. White Wolf, you are a Slav, not one of those chocolate-skinned folk. The rules of the civilized world naturally pertain to the civilized world itself. Is Wakanda even a nation? Why is it shrouded in obscurity? Human civilization should be a boon to all, yet you, the wealthiest in all of Africa, hoard rare resources and refuse to aid your brethren. You are nothing but a grotesque anomaly, unrecognized by the world. Kill him." Over 100 customized life-sized figurines instantly transformed into martial arts masters, launching an assault on White Wolf with a flurry of limbs. Though their power was modest, they were no different from ordinary humans. With their indomitable bodies, they quickly encircled White Wolf in a confined space. Despite his formidable strength, White Wolf found himself unable to inflict significant harm upon these life-sized figurines. Although they were merely coated in a thin layer of vibranium, they retained the ability to absorb kinetic energy, rendering them impervious to substantial damage from any force. "Brother, their weakness lies in the green hair atop their heads. It is the source of their energy." Surue's voice echoed through the speakers on the battlefield, instantly invigorating White Wolf. The shadow of white lightning surged like a whirlwind towards the customized figurines, and soon their warning lights began to flash, plunging into a state of severe energy depletion. Ulysses Claw was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wakanda had individuals purchasing customized figurines. These primitives were engaging in online shopping. "Brothers, fear not. Charge forth. These figurines can function for 2 days even without external energy. If we breach Wakanda, all its wealth shall be ours." With that final proclamation, Ulysses Claw began to stealthily retreat to the periphery. Upon hearing this, White Wolf was startled. Seeing that these figurines could indeed still move, his heart tightened. Trapped within the encirclement, he felt the resurgence of several thousand terrorists, who, under the guidance of 4 Winter Soldiers, launched a frenzied assault. 20 minutes later, after a bout of intense movement, the life-sized figurines began to collapse onto the ground. Gazing at the strewn figurines, Hunter realized he had been outsmarted, outmaneuvered by that despicable Clow. With a ferocious howl, he plunged back into the fray, unleashing the wolf's roar once more. His flying claws, twisted by rage, transformed into blades of slaughter, wreaking havoc until he felled one of the winter soldiers, collapsing to the ground in the process. Chapter 92. The Might of the Goddess of Victory. Wow. It seems we have arrived late. A golden light streaked across the sky as the Goddess of Victory, taking on human form, soared majestically in the sunlight, resembling an angel surveying the devastation below. Helen, we have located 126 creator figurines. The count is accurate. Should we destroy them? Destroy them. With a swift whoosh, the Goddess of Victory unfurled her wings in the sky, sending forth hundreds of golden rays that penetrated the very crowns of these figurines, navigating through fissures that even a microscope would struggle to detect. Vibranium nanobots. This is one of the Goddess's exclusive weapons, capable of swiftly dismantling the cores of these life-sized custom figurines. Henceforth, they would merely exist as hollow shells. Athena, shall we descend? They appear to have suffered significant losses. Helen, our duty is solely to secure victory, not to manage the aftermath. Let us depart. These troubles are best left to the men. The Goddess of Victory arrived swiftly and departed even more urgently, spiraling away until she vanished from sight. In her wake, a colossal and ferocious tornado descended from the heavens, annihilating the terrorists in an instant. The 3 winter soldiers vanished without a trace. What is that? In the Wakandan palace, the White Wolf Hunter lay bedridden on the floor, weak and ill. Suri, what is that? Do you know? It must be the Creator Group's figurine soldiers. I called their company yesterday. They must have sent them to handle these invading figurines. They even assisted us in dealing with the terrorists. Quite commendable, indeed. Indeed, very commendable. The White Wolf Hunter's gaze turned cold. The Creator Group. I shall remember that. Less than a day later, Helen returned, and Wu Lu promptly inquired about her well-being. Very well. I feel absolutely marvelous. It's like being an angel, dear. The sensation of flight is simply exquisite. Athena scoffed. I can hardly endure you. Within mere hours. You're already entwined together. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Athena transformed into a golden streak, soaring into the orbital expanse. Wu Lu stood in astonishment, pointing at the departing Athena. Zhao Helen chuckled. Sister said she can respond to me conveniently from low Earth orbit. She can answer my summons in just 10 minutes, conserving energy and monitoring the world more efficiently. Because we share a mental connection. Sister's intelligence surpasses that of an average individual, owing to my own cleverness. Very well, let us return and discuss what transpired in Wakanda. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded as Wu Lu grasped Zhao Helen's hand, originating from a laboratory within the Creator Building. Moments later, Tandel rushed in to report that Dr. Otto had been blown away by the bomb, unconscious and connected to several mechanical arms, urging Wu Lu to check on him immediately. The scene revealed Otto charred and the entire office in disarray, with 7 or 8 researchers unaccounted for. What is the situation? Dr. Otto is in critical condition. The mechanical arms he was studying have penetrated his heart, kidneys, and spine, posing a severe risk. However, curiously, his body seems to have undergone some transformation, maintaining a peculiar balance that currently poses no immediate threat to his life. Yet, if these attachments are removed, the outcome is uncertain. Wu Lu furrowed his brow, pondering. Is history truly repeating itself? The emergence of Dr. Octopus appears to be an irreversible phenomenon. He possesses the power to halt it all, yet he remains inactive. Who could be responsible for this calamity? Our satellite systems indicate that a masked individual clad in a spider suit stealthily placed it here, exhibiting a remarkably intricate design that eluded our security personnel. Undetected, Wu Lu scoffed, dismissed the entire security team at once. Tandel, informed Dr. Doom to manufacture 1,000 combat coffee maids, utilizing the arc reactor. He knows what to do. Very well, boss, but this will require a substantial investment. Rest assured, these concerns are trivial. Soon, we shall receive a significant order. Wu Lu returned to his office and instructed his secretary to summon Donna and the others back from school. What is the matter, dear? Donna inquired as she settled onto Wu Lu's lap, playfully teasing. Aren't you satisfied yet? It's still daytime. Donna, Mindy, Wanda. There has been an explosion at the Creator's Tower today, and Dr. Otto has sustained severe injuries, which is why I am worried about you. What happened? Who did it? Mindy seethed. If I catch them, I will blow their head off. The perpetrator is still unknown, but I have dispatched Fenrir to track them down. Results should emerge soon. For the time being, you should refrain from attending school and remain at the Creator's Tower until the crisis is resolved. After that, everything will return to normal. All right, Dad. But can we bring Ling back too? Not advisable. Having her with us would only heighten the danger. In fact, Xiaoling has already attracted the attention of Peter Parker and his companions due to her stunning performance during the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger. Thus, After Donna and Mindy departed, Peter Parker took the seat previously occupied by Mindy and slipped a note to Xiaoling confused. She unfolded the paper to find the words, "Do you wish to become a hero? Don't leave after school. Meet me in the grove." Xiaoling regarded the boy before her with curiosity, thinking to herself that this was indeed a rather direct approach from a Western boy, devoid of any subtlety or intermediary steps. Peter Parker, noticing her captivating gaze, responded with a smile. As school ended and the professor exited, Peter Parker swiftly grabbed Xiaoling's hand, rushing towards the door where Gwen had been waiting in her car. Seeing Xiaoling, jealousy surged within her. "Who is she?" "Gwen. This is Xiaoling, our new transfer student. My relationship with her is not what you might think. She is about to fall into the clutches of that demon, and we must save her. Let us hurry." Peter Parker and Xiaoling hopped into the car, and Gwen hit the gas, heading straight for Hell's Kitchen. Matt's law firm had now become the stronghold for their band of defenders, comprising Peter Parker, Jessica, Luke Cage, Danny Rand, Stick, Matt, Erica, and the auxiliary member Gwen, with plans to recruit Xiaoling today. Finally, Wee arrived. Peter Parker sighed in relief, having navigated without incident. He guided Xiaoling out of the car towards the law office. "Xiaoling, do you know who Mindy is? Are you aware of the power that Wu Lu wields behind her? You are in grave danger, exceedingly perilous." Chapter 93. The Devil's Loyal Hound. Peter. "Who is she?" "Matt. She is Su Xiaoling from the East, a classmate of ours. She has caught the attention of that demon, Wu Lu." "What do you mean by that?" "Peter Parker, please refrain from speaking in riddles. Who are you? If you continue to act suspiciously, I shall take my leave." Su Xiaoling surveyed the room. Sensing the atmosphere akin to a clandestine gathering, her instincts heightened. This was evidently not a simple classmates' party. It was likely a trap set for her. "I remember now," Luke Cage exclaimed, smacking his forehead, revealing his bright white teeth. "She is the dragon and tiger girl reported in the news." "Hello, I am Luke Cage, and we are the Defenders Alliance." "The Defenders Alliance? What does that mean?" "Child," the elder spoke gravely. "The Defenders Alliance signifies a collective of like-minded individuals united to uphold world peace. The world now faces an apocalyptic threat. Are you willing to contribute your strength?" "What apocalyptic threat?" "It is Wu Lu, that demon, and his creators group." "How can that be? He appears to be nothing more than a lazy rogue, fiddling with those dolls. How could he possibly be a harbinger of doom?" Su Xiaoling remained unconvinced. She firmly believed that individuals exude distinct energies, and Wu Lu's aura was that of a somewhat selfish yet fundamentally loving ordinary person. "Young lady," as the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. We assert this only because we possess ample evidence. "Peter, please show Miss Su the evidence we have collected." Peter Parker retrieved a video recorder and began to play footage acquired from the dark web, revealing the latest criminal evidence against the creators group. "Eliminate them. Conquer Wakanda, and all its wealth shall be ours. Kill." The video commenced with Ulysses Clow leading over 100 custom dolls in a massacre of Wakandan civilians and soldiers. Each act of violence depicted in gruesome detail. The slaughter and suffering of the innocent were vividly portrayed. Miss Su initially, "We merely investigated the ordinary and high-end dolls of the creators group, discovering that while they could inflict harm, overall, their benefits outweighed the detriments. However, later, I traveled to Madrid Island." The elder recounted his shocking experiences on Madrid Island. "So, he secretly replaced human leaders in various organizations with custom dolls, influencing humanity through these entities to ultimately achieve world domination?" Su Xiaoling struggled to believe it. Words can be persuasive, and reputations can be tarnished. "I believe it would be best to confront him directly." The others exchanged glances. Just yesterday, a doctor had entered to inquire and had since become a guest of the creators group. Now, this young lady wished to proceed, and they could hardly agree. The Defenders Alliance, whether in wealth or power, fell woefully short in comparison to Wu Lu. Through extensive investigation and the revelations provided by Gwen, it became apparent that Wu Lu's verbal prowess surpassed that of the members of the Defender Alliance. This departure could very well lead to his seduction by the enemy. "Surely, you do not shy away from confrontation, do you?" Su Xiaoling scrutinized the group with a glint of mischief in her eyes. "If that is the case, I have no desire to engage in your absurdities. I shall take my leave." "Certainly not." Before Peter Parker could complete his statement, a frenzied howl erupted from outside. A whoa, roar. "At last, I have discovered the wretched lair of you vile insects." With a thunderous crash, the door of Matt's law office shattered into splinters. Before them stood a towering figure, a beast standing at nearly 8 feet tall, with the head of a dog and the body of a wolf. Brandishing a Gatling gun with disdain, "You pathetic beings dare to confront my master? Finrer, what is the meaning of this? Did Wu Lu send you?" "Miss Su Xiaoling, you are a distinguished Eastern individual, unfamiliar with the rules of the West. Here, might reign supreme. However, this matter does not concern you. I kindly ask you to vacate the premises." "Finrer, these individuals are mere mortals. I will not permit you to be so unreasonable and indiscriminate. Mindy is present, and she would not condone such behavior. Heh. Fenrir cackled, his canine jaws splitting into a wide grin. If Mindy were here, I would certainly refrain from such insolence. Alas, Miss Su Shaoling, you are not Mindy. These individuals are terrorists, far from the ordinary folk you claim them to be. After a 10-second countdown, should you refuse to leave, I shall interpret it as a provocation against my master. 10, 9. What have you done to Wu Lu? He has never been this unreasonable in my recollection. Nothing. Oh no, the bomb. Peter Parker suddenly recalled that the bomb they had planted was initially intended merely to frighten. Thus the timer was set exceedingly long. However, now it seemed that these wretches, daring to confront my master, could not be allowed to escape unscathed. 3, 2, 1. Miss Su Shaoling, I shall ask you one final time. Are you certain you will not depart? Fenrir, there has been a misunderstanding. We must see Wu Lu to clarify all matters and restore the truth. Only then can we dispel this misunderstanding. They are a threat, and thus cannot meet the master. And now, you two pose a threat. A Wu. Fenrir howled to the heavens, his form expanding further, reaching an imposing height of 5 meters. His once comical golden mane morphed into the visage of a post-apocalyptic North American gray wolf, exuding an aura of malevolence. With a cacophony of gunfire, the Gatling gun erupted in a blaze of blue light. Run, it's gone mad. Su Shaoling leaped aside, carrying Gwen with her, while Peter Parker shot a web line to a towering building. Erica, the old man, and Matt swiftly evacuated the bulky heroes Jessica, Iron Fist Danny, and Luke Cage, each taking one to safety. Like a lazy donkey rolling over, they dodged Fenrir's onslaught of gunfire. Crack. After 10 minutes, the 2 Gatling guns fell silent. Fenrir tossed them aside, crushing one beneath his massive foot, before launching himself skyward with a powerful leap. Erica brandished the cursed sword Muramesa and leaped into the heavens. Facing the sun, a lone warrior and a wolf clashed violently. Crimson and emerald blood splattered upon the ground as Erica's ferocious swordsmanship advanced undeterred. Fenrir, with formidable strength, exchanged blows recklessly. After 10 seconds, a deafening crash resounded as Erica was overpowered, sent hurtling to the earth by a powerful kick from Fenrir. Be careful. Peter, quickly assist. Matt urgently called for Peter to rescue his former girlfriend. Whoosh. A slender web shot forth from a nearby building, ensnaring Erica and drawing her inside. Crawl, you bold creature. Mad dog, I merely allowed you a moment's respite. Do not become complacent. Catch her, Matt. Peter Parker flung a web, guiding Erica through an astonishing arc from the sky into Matt's embrace. Die. With his teammates saved, Peter ensnared 2 parked cars and hurled them at Fenrir's head. Chapter 94. The Fierce Battle of the Defenders Alliance Crash. Fenrir blocked with great force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the 2 cars, scattering debris that triggered countless alarms. Gwen, witnessing the fierce battle, hastily took out her phone to dial 911 and then sought refuge nearby. The stick and Matt wielded alloy staffs, executing a coordinated dance of strikes that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Spider-Man Peter Parker swung through the air, occasionally launching surprise attacks. Danny, Jessica, and Luke Cage confronted Fenrir directly, uniting their efforts to momentarily pin Fenrir in place. Damn it, its regenerative abilities are astonishing. The stick struck Fenrir's paw, crippling it. But the beast quickly recovered and retaliated with a powerful slap. Be cautious. Its claws emit severe radiation. Do not let it strike you. Danny ran warned while unleashing a punch of light. My company studied this creature before. I am well aware. The luminous fist struck Fenrir, but caused no harm whatsoever. By the way, Su Shaoling, do you now believe? They dare to kill openly. How could Wu Lu be a good person, after spending so long with them? Do you know if this creature has any weaknesses? Fool. Fenrir bellowed, I am merely the master's pet. My violence does not reflect on my master's character. It could merely be a case of rabies. Moreover, you wretches are the terrorists who planted the bombs. My killing you is an act of saving the people. Silence, you foolish beast. Jessica leaped high and struck Fenrir on the head, stunning him, while the others rushed forward to unleash further attacks. Alas, his defenses were impenetrable. I don't know. I know nothing of its weaknesses. Fenrir, cease this at once, or I shall take action. Impossible, Miss Su Shaoling. They are utterly ungrateful, and I must impart a lesson upon them. Currently, I find myself adapting. However, once I discern their tactics, I shall render them utterly defeated. Fools, exert yourselves a little more. Old Fenrir is nearly dozing off. In the face of sheer power, technique is of no consequence. Although Fenrir's physical composition remains organic, it has surpassed most alloys found on Earth. It is a true compression entity, possessing an abundance of restorative nanobots. These attributes render it a formidable warrior endowed with immense resistance and recuperative capabilities, unless one can obliterate it entirely in an instant. Inflicting even the slightest damage is utterly futile. Boom. Peter Parker lifted a gasoline barrel and brought it crashing down onto Fenrir, igniting flames in an instant. No matter how powerful you are still merely a creature. If you possess skill, then do not fear the fire. Let us see if you can survive this. Peter Parker gleefully swung in the air, preparing to seek out another gasoline barrel to further fuel Fenrir's plight. A roar erupted from Fenrir as it kicked the nearby Luke Cage against the wall of a building, which quickly cracked like a spider's web, leaving Luke unconscious on the ground. "Luke!" Jessica shouted, launching a few punches, only to be restrained by Fenrir's claws upon her chest, followed by a heavy uppercut that sent her flying. Remaining was Danny Rand, as Fenrir's eyes glowed red and its wolf head howled, sending powerful sound waves that left everyone dizzy. Dragon Fist. Susia, sensing the beast's ferocity, recognized that it was no longer as manageable as it had been at the outset. A spectral azure dragon materialized between Susia's fists, swirling and undulating as she danced gracefully in the air, its formidable presence significantly slowing Fenrir's movements. Tiger Fist. Susia leaped high, resembling a ballet dancer in the sky, as a fierce tiger descended, pouncing upon Fenrir. Boom! Her delicate fist struck Fenrir, yet it was not so easily withstood, as its pectorals exploded upon impact. Fenrir yielded. "You are no match for me." A deafening roar erupted from Fenrir in response, growing increasingly furious, as it leapt into the air, engulfed in flames. "This is not good." Susia turned to intercept, only to realize her utter helplessness. As Fenrir soared into the sky, it transformed into a flaming fish, hurtling toward Peter Parker. "Oh damn! That fiend is targeting me." Peter Parker narrowly evaded Fenrir's charge through his spider sense, though his legs were still violently struck, while Fenrir fled without looking back. Damn! That monster got away. Just as Peter Parker landed, an eccentric-looking white agent, accompanied by a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, surrounded them. "Greetings. I am Coulson. Your recent battle was quite spectacular. I am aware that the creature is a product of the Creator Group, and as this pertains to national security, I require your cooperation for an investigation." "Who are you?" "I am Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Peter Parker. I am aware of your existence. If you wish to spare your uncle and aunt from any trouble, I strongly advise you to take a trip." Just as Matt and Stick were about to resist, an arrow struck Stick's weapon with force, while Matt's staff was deflected by a bullet. "Gentlemen, it would be prudent not to make any sudden movements. We are a violence department sanctioned by the United Nations, and your cooperation is essential. The situation is dire. With all the defenders present, and Gwen has been taken as well. Among them, Erica, Luke Cage, and Jessica have all succumbed to unconsciousness, and Peter Parker is limping, severely injured. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was intently watching the time on his wrist. Ding! The elevator chimed crisply, causing the expressionless face to slightly crease. "Gentlemen, this is our director, Nick Fury." With a smile, Nick Fury addressed Peter Parker. "I know you. A good neighbor to the citizens of New York, a selfless vigilante, and you all are exemplary youths. Coulson, arrange for our most advanced medical system to attend to their wounds." 30 minutes later, everyone had regained their health and was escorted by Nick Fury into a vast conference room. The projection in the room displayed a young Asian man, Wu Lu. Coulson informed Tony. "As an important member, he must attend." "Understood, Director." 20 minutes later, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Falcon entered the venue, prompting Nick Fury to commence the meeting. "Peter, I am aware that you and these young individuals are undertaking a significant task, one that pertains to the security of our world. The individual you must confront is none other than him, Wu Lu. Am I correct?" "Indeed." "Then do you know him?" Chapter 95. The plan against Wu Lu. "No, I don't know him well. In fact, aside from Gwen and Matt, we hardly know him at all." "Peter, I too am unfamiliar with him, having only met him on a few occasions." "Ms. Gwen, do you believe you know him?" "I am aware he resided in your home for a considerable period before founding the Genesis Group, and he shared a close friendship with your father. Your relationship is rather ambiguous. Even so, I now ask you, do you truly know him?" "I know him." Gwen, unable to tolerate the directness of the inquiry, retorted loudly. "Of course, I know him. He is a compassionate doctor with exceptional medical skills. In our neighborhood, no one is unaware of Wu Lu. He has healed countless individuals, even treating the impoverished without charge." "I can attest to that." Matt interjected. "He attempted to restore my sight, but during that time, I had to practice certain things. So I declined. I believe that even if I sought him out now, he would undoubtedly assist me. What about you, Tony? What is your opinion of him? Did he not engage you in pleasant conversation and even give you green hair to mitigate the effects of palladium poisoning?" "Nick, I believe you're overreacting. I have known him for quite some time, and aside from his remarkable medical expertise, he is merely an ordinary man. He can be somewhat stingy and avaricious. Yet he is also loyal and possesses aspirations." "What aspirations does he pursue?" "World peace. Thus, he created those peculiar dolls, and even now, Millions continue to be dispatched across the globe. Consequently, he procured a substantial arsenal of weapons and an arc reactor from you, Tony. You once vowed not to weaponize that contraption. Let us not forget that you are a member of the Avengers. Nick Fury, growing increasingly agitated, remarked, well, I recognize that I cannot persuade you. However, let us examine the assessment provided by the world's foremost medical team regarding Wu Lu, and take a closer look at his clandestine activities. Delusions of grandeur? What does that entail? It signifies that an individual, endowed with extraordinary abilities, succumbs to delusions, fantasizing about an impending apocalypse and believing that everyone is out to harm him. You claim he possesses a kind heart. Now, I implore you to observe our video footage. The video began to play, showcasing Wu Lu's arrival in New York, clad in a cowboy shirt, his gaze filled with confusion and fear. At that moment, a man of African descent deliberately bumped into him. In an instant, Wu Lu was seen wielding a pair of vivid red kidneys. This boy, known as Xiao Shuang, was mourning the loss of his mother that day, and upon encountering Mr. Wu from the east, inadvertently collided with him, a mere minor altercation. However, what transpired next was alarming. That man stumbled 10 steps, suddenly clutching his abdomen, his expression contorted with extreme agony, ultimately meeting his demise beneath the wheels of a speeding truck. There was also a girl who, merely in jest, uttered the phrase yellow-skinned monkey and spat upon his face. As a consequence, he shattered her limbs, leaving her in a hospital bed, unable to heal due to some inexplicable force. Yet, this is truly excessive. Indeed, it is quite outrageous. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, but then inquired, why did he not report this? Is the punishment meted out proportional to the harm inflicted? The other party caused him no injury, yet he inflicted irreparable damage upon them. This is a crime. The African-American director countered, I hold a different perspective. Su Shaoling argued, in our Eastern culture, this is a grave insult. She ought to apologize to Wu Lu, and if he accepts, it would surely heal her. If such behavior can be somewhat justified, the emergence of the figurines signifies an extraordinary conspiracy. May, present the recent findings we have uncovered for their examination. These are indeed remarkable young individuals. Very well. Melinda May, ensure each of them receives a copy of the prepared materials. Oh my, are these authentic? Su Shaoling exclaimed in disbelief as she perused the documents, which revealed numerous incidents involving figurines causing harm. Although the victims declined to provide surveillance footage from the scenes, they all suffered severe injuries, with 2 men even transformed into eunuchs. As you can see, these figurines are not merely objects as the creator group claims, they possess consciousness. Through our investigation and first-hand experimentation, we conclude that these figurines are, in fact, humanoid beasts endowed with formidable powers. They possess their own thoughts. And should their master fail to meet their satisfaction, they will take matters into their own hands. Tony Stark chuckled quietly, having long been enlightened by Wu Lu regarding this matter. In his view, those victims truly deserved their fate. Yet, with the Lu Dan planning to challenge Wu Lu, he found no reason not to revel in the unfolding drama. The creator group was currently flourishing, brimming with talent and successfully merging science with magic, while Stark Industries was left with him as the sole pillar, inevitably appearing somewhat fragile and desolate. It was heard that a recent addition to the creator group, a certain Dr. Bruce Banner, had irked Tony immensely. Nick, your analysis is spot on. I concur with your assessment. That fellow undoubtedly has significant issues. We must apprehend him for thorough interrogation. However, herein lies the dilemma. My Stark Industries has shuttered its weapons development department, and both Hammer Industries and our substantial orders are reliant on the creator group's provisions. Furthermore, the substantial equipment supplied to SHIELD has been funded by this income, so I implore you to exercise discretion in your approach. The experts and scholars within are not only innocent, but also exceptionally gifted. Of course, Nick Fury replied with a satisfied smile, appreciating the understanding from the most obstinate of colleagues. Peter Parker immediately chimed in, I am willing to follow Mr. Stark's directives. Mr. Stark, I am Peter Parker, and I have admired you for quite some time. This spider suit is my own creation. May I work alongside you? Certainly. After we deal with this nefarious individual, I shall present you with an entrance examination. Tony, I understand your concerns. The creator group has become a favored entity of the New York Tax Bureau, contributing 35% of the city's tax revenue. Our objective is to curtail this Eastern figure's ambitions, ideally obtaining the secret directives to control those life-sized figurines. The creator group has metamorphosed into a behemoth, not only possessing the formidable Fenrir, but also an indeterminate number of coffee maids, all of whom represent substantial combat power. Yet fortune has favored us this time. Tony, we have detected traces of Captain America in the Arctic Circle. He is likely still alive. Chapter 96, The Opponent, Right and Wrong. Oh, you mean Captain America, Steve? Who is from an era even before my father's? Precisely. Nick Fury exclaimed with a grin. in his quest to thwart Red Skull's nefarious plot. He plunged into the glacier with the super soldier serum, and our detection instruments still indicate signs of life. We must investigate. Tony, can you undertake this mission? The captain's retrieval must be executed flawlessly, and I hope you can join forces with Barton and Natasha to bring him back. Not a problem. I am eager to see if this former legend possesses the legendary physique as rumored. And what about us? Peter Parker inquired. You have an even more pressing task, Peter. Your father's former mentor has a friend named Hank Pym, who is well-versed in biology, quantum mechanics, artificial intelligence, and other disciplines. I would like you to summon him. Peter. The capabilities of the Creator Group far exceed what you currently perceive. Without a sufficient number of geniuses to contend with them, victory would be unattainable. Will he accompany me? God knows. Very well, I am willing. Director Nick, I am eager to undertake this mission. May I join your Avengers? Certainly. All of you are welcome to join. Nick Fury beamed with delight. Although among these individuals, only Peter and Sue Xiaoling possessed considerable strength, while the others merely boasted the abilities of street vigilantes. Nonetheless, this is a bundled promotion. They are vastly superior to ordinary individuals. Excuse me, may I also participate? I am just an ordinary person. Gwen, do not underestimate yourself. May, Natasha, Coulson, and Hill are all ordinary individuals as well. I am aware of your impressive academic prowess. You can serve in a clerical capacity here. Very well. But I cannot commit just yet. I must consult my father first. Of course, that is a commendable habit. It is wise to be cautious. George is a discerning and just man. I trust he will provide you with the guidance you need. Thank you. Are there any other questions? I have taken a life. Erica hesitated. I assisted Jean and was involved in some dealings, clashing with gangs, and taking the lives of innocent people. Does that qualify? Certainly, madam. As long as you decide against further indiscriminate killing, you are indeed a good person. A good person? Thank you. I am willing to join. We are already aware of the situation on Madrid Island. Once Tony returns with the captain, Madrid Island will be your first training ground. And the second? Wakanda. A nascent anti-Wu alliance is gradually taking shape, although the Wu are still oblivious to this. Master, please save me. Finner, ablaze with urgency, sat on the rooftop. Visibly distressed. Finner, what troubles you? Master, I sought out the group of bandits planting explosives, and guess what I saw? Sue Xiaoling. Master, that woman was with them. Leading them was a freak clad in a spider suit, who attempted to set me ablaze. Set you ablaze? Wu chuckled. What is the essence of flame? Merely the energy of gaseous plasma. How dense is your body? As long as the density of the material is sufficient, such a small flame would not inflict any harm upon you. It seems so. Finner suddenly composed himself. Of course, to inflict harm upon you, the temperature would need to exceed 5,000 degrees. Have you forgotten what you have endured? You are a king risen from radiation. Oh. Finner carefully assessed the flames, exclaiming with delight, Master, they are indeed burning at my surface. I have conceived a brilliant idea. Henceforth, I can ignite myself in battle, amplifying my power exponentially. You possess a unique kind of ingenuity. How did the battle with those individuals fare? Master, it was my inadequacy that prevented me from eliminating them. Whether or not they were eliminated is of little consequence. They are merely a group of ignorant children. A lesson is all they need. What of Sue Xiaoling? Is she not returning? Indeed, my master, it appears that Miss Sue Xiaoling has been ensnared by their indoctrination. How intriguing. Wu Lu chuckled with delight. This indeed serves as an excellent means to challenge these young ones. Finner, please summon Mindy and Wanda to my office. Certainly, master. Upon returning to his office, Wu Lu placed a call to Mr. Jean Bing. Mr. Jean, I have a proposal that I wish to discuss with you. Are you amenable? What sort of proposal? I would like to send a few individuals to intern at your establishment for a brief period. My building was recently assaulted by adversaries, and these individuals are notably formidable and reputable. I cannot take direct action against them. In return, we can initiate our previous plan promptly. I shall bring the team over shortly. Splendid, Wu. I have awaited this day for far too long. I feared that after your success, you might forget your old friend. You have my loyalty, Wu. After concluding the call, Mindy and Wanda arrived together at Wu Lu's office. Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me and Wanda? It concerns Finner, who has identified the assailants of our building and has engaged them in combat. Regrettably, they are not malevolent individuals. How can that be? If they are not malevolent, why would they plant explosives in our building? Father, are you being overly kind? Who are they? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. Lawyer Matt, Peter Parker, Sue Xiaoling, Gwen, and even Erica, along with a few like-minded individuals. What a twist. Is Gwen not your ex-girlfriend? Is she truly willing to confront her former partner for her current boyfriend? Has she lost her senses? And Sister Ling, she must have been deceived. I must find her. Mindy, listen to me. Someone has replaced the 5 fingers of the Hand Association with custom figurines, effectively taking control of the organization. These bespoke items are of the highest quality and security, rendering them untraceable. Thus, as of now, we remain oblivious to the identity of the puppeteer. They assume I would use these figurines to usurp global power, embarking on an evil quest for dominance, which is why they have united against me. Mindy, do you truly believe you can eliminate them? Father, even so, if they intend to harm you, I will still act. Wu Lu embraced Mindy and Wanda. That is not how we shall proceed. Our priority is to unearth the mastermind behind this plot. Our conflict with the Defenders Alliance is likely a deliberate scheme orchestrated by them. Therefore, until the truth is unveiled, maintaining a facade of enmity with them is crucial to keeping the true villain complacent. My dear, do you suggest we feign conflict with them? No. We shall engage in genuine combat. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are bestowed by the heavens. When the false becomes true, the true may also become false. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. I intend to send you both to intern with Jean Bing. He is quite the expert in these matters. Chapter 97. Ancient Amber, my dear, what purpose do I serve in this endeavor? I possess no skills. Wanda lamented. I do not even possess the strength of an ordinary individual. You should venture into the depths of human nature and relax, my dear. This is merely a trivial exercise. A little skirmish at best. I also wish to assist you. Trust me, opportunities will arise soon. Mindy curiously inquired. Father, do Donna and Helen not need to accompany us? Helen's research tasks have been scheduled for 2 months hence, and Donna is ill-suited for such an environment. It is indeed the two of you who are most appropriate for this undertaking. I will dispatch Finmer and Otto to accompany you. Rest assured, all will be well. Is Dr. Otto ready? Wu Lu chuckled. Let us go and see. The trio, along with a dog, made their way to the medical department within the creator's building, where they encountered Otto, who was engaged in rehabilitation training. How are you, Dr. Otto? Boss. Otto exclaimed with surprise. I feel completely recovered now. Even more agile and astute than before, though I must admit it feels somewhat strange. Boss, is it truly impossible to remove these mechanical arms? I'm afraid not, Doctor. They have become intricately connected to you, and their removal would result in immeasurable harm to your body. You are aware, of course, that you have employed a vibranium coating, which can withstand all current medical devices, even those made of the same vibranium material. Fortunately, they do not adversely affect you. However, I do bring you some good news. Good news? What is it? We have identified the individual responsible for installing the time bomb. Who? Who could it be? Otto lamented. I have always been averse to conflict. Who would wish to harm a little-known professor like myself? It is truly terrifying. The Defenders Alliance, a group of self-proclaimed guardians of world peace. They eliminate anyone they perceive as a threat. Oh heavens! A bunch of fools forming a foolish alliance. That is the beginning of extremism. Boss, I want to sue them. I fear that would be futile. They have lawyers, students, and even the daughter of the New York police chief, not to mention assassins and corporate heirs. According to our intelligence, they have now affiliated themselves with a special agency of the United Nations. Legal recourse is utterly ineffective. Then what am I to do? Indeed, they must have learned of my development of the fusion equation. They intend to seize my work. That is certainly the case. Otto's expression turned fervent. Boss, in addition to my mechanical talents, I have derived the static and dynamic fusion equations capable of creating an artificial sun. This invention rivals Tony Stark's arc reactor. With it, the entire world would bask in sunlight, granting humanity an inexhaustible energy source. Then why do you not construct it? Otto grimaced. Boss, I dare not. The Earth is far too fragile. If a suitable confinement field cannot be developed, it would ignite everything. Otto felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that his Eastern employer might demand the fusion equation from him. Alas, his concerns were unwarranted. Wu Lu, even if he desired it, would never voice such a demand. The researchers are rather obstinate. If they are unwilling to part with something and you lack their vulnerabilities, they will not yield at all. Dr. Otto, that is of little consequence now. I have a question for you. What is it? Dr. Otto, are you willing to seek justice for yourself? Even if it means temporarily stepping away from the camp of law and order? I am willing. There is not a single scientist who has turned to villainy who is a paragon of virtue. Otto readily agreed. Since justice can no longer be upheld, it is utterly meaningless. We ourselves shall embody justice. Excellent. Wu Li nodded in satisfaction. Follow me. I shall take you to a certain place. At the entrance to the Jinbing Zoo, Wu Li's convoy was momentarily taken aback by the enormous billboard outside, proclaiming the acquisition of all manner of peculiar creatures. The rarer the more valuable. Upon seeing the convoy's arrival, the guards hurriedly unfurled a red carpet, setting off firecrackers and gunfire. As Wu Li alighted from the vehicle, he was greeted by Jean Bing, who had adorned himself in an outlandish manner. Jean Bing, what is the meaning of this? Wu, this is the highest form of etiquette I have discerned from your Huaxia culture. Please allow me to express my respect. Haha, thank you, esteemed Jean Bing. But this is merely a contrived custom created by superficial individuals. True etiquette is the fellowship between gentlemen of shared aspirations. Let us dispense with such frivolities. Dr. Otto, Fenrir, Mindy, Wanda, please disembark. Following them were two dark golden coffee maids. Upon entering the zoo, they were greeted by an astonishing array of animals from around the globe. Spotting a pangolin, Wooly was somewhat taken aback. Where did you acquire this creature? Haha, I procured it from the Memphis Zoo, at great expense. It was on the verge of being mistreated by those fools, but I was fortunate enough to intervene and bring it here. Otherwise, it might have been impossible to obtain. Jinbing, you have performed a noble deed, and I shall reward you handsomely for it. It requires fresh bamboo. I suggest you personally negotiate with Huaxia, as this will prove beneficial for your future. Wooly wisely advised Jinbing, for Huaxia, though not yet prosperous, is in need of adventurous and greedy individuals like him. I will. They are very interested in technology and semiconductors. I shall smuggle a batch over. Come, I will show you the treasures I have acquired. Oh, I am eager to behold them. Jinbing ushered everyone into his opulent living room, exclaiming, Simace, bring forth my collection. Certainly, boss. Wu Laoda, prepare to be amazed. After a brief moment, Simace arrived, dragging a heavy cart adorned with a Persian rug. Wu, behold. Jinbing dramatically pulled back the Persian rug, revealing the true nature of the object. It was a massive amber, approximately 3 cubic meters in size, containing an assortment of dragon eggs in various shapes. One young dragon had already poked its head out, and by the looks of it, it was no ordinary creature. Wow, this is... Despite having witnessed grand spectacles countless times, Wuel found himself utterly astonished by the events unfolding before him. Jinbing, are you certain this is genuine? Of course. Haha. Smiles has already conducted a 14-year verification on it. This is indeed an authentic relic from antiquity. I paid a hefty sum for it. So what do you think? Is it of any use? It is immensely useful. Jinbing, what is it that you desire? Ha ha ha, I seek nothing at all. Frankly, it is merely a collector's item in my possession. It can only reach its full potential in your hands. All I ask for is your friendship. Chapter 98, The Vision of the Dinosaur Kingdom. A pleasant collaboration. Wuel clasped Jinbing's hand firmly. Dr. Otto, Fenrir, Mindy, Wanda, for the time being. You shall accompany Mr. Jinbing, who will make suitable arrangements for you. Mr. Jinbing, both Wanda and Mindy are of utmost importance to me. Mindy is a warrior, as formidable as Erica, while Wanda is an ordinary person. I hope you can assist her in understanding humanity. Dr. Otto and Fenrir are powerful warriors. Very well, Wu. Thank you. I will look after them and deal with those little rodents. Jinbing, I hope you grasp my intent. Wuel cast a look at Jinbing that conveyed a depth of understanding beyond words. He needed to ensure the safety of those he had brought along. Yet he could not articulate this explicitly. If they learned that Jinbing would protect them, the entire arrangement would lose its significance, transforming from real combat into mere training. Rest assured, my friend, I understand you. Jinbing was no fool. On the contrary, he was a seasoned individual well-versed in the complexities of human nature, and it was impossible for him not to comprehend Wuel's thoughts. However, this knowledge posed no detriment to him. Thank you. Wuel then inquired. Have you heard about the Hand Association? I hear the Five Fingers have begun to stir again. Has Lady Gao reached out to you? Not directly, but many of my business dealings have been disrupted by them. While they were once quite the rascals, they typically refrained from complete annihilation. Now, however, they leave no survivors. I have heard that Lady Gao has become rather unapproachable. They are now under someone's control. I'm not joking. You must exercise caution when dealing with them. Wuel stated solemnly, Jinbing, please keep an eye on their movements and the individuals they associate with. The Five Fingers of the Hand Association are currently quite perilous. This matter is exceedingly delicate. You may find it completely unmanageable. We need to uncover the puppeteer behind this. No problem, leave it to me. I will inform you immediately upon learning anything. If they dare to trouble me, I shall ensure they regret it. I have the latest information. They are now preparing to seek out a scientist named Hank Pym. I hope you can thwart their plans and, ideally, win Hank Pym over to our side. Until your final enhancement plan is confirmed, I will craft a suit of armor for you using vibranium, as a gesture of my sincerity. Vibranium? The kind that costs $10,000 per gram? Ha ha ha, then I must thank you in advance. Wu instructed Fenrir to take care of Mindy and Wanda, before steering the massive ancient amber back to the creator company. My goodness, dear, where did this come from? Helen exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the enormous amber. Is it an artifact? If it were merely an artifact, would I have gone to such lengths to bring it back? Quick, Helen, summon Connors and Doom. I need to call Tony Stark and show him this remarkable treasure I've discovered. As she spoke, Zhao Helen had already begun using instruments to assess the age of the amber. Tears of excitement streamed down her face as she observed the readings. Oh my goodness, dear. This is truly priceless. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It signifies a kingdom of dinosaurs. Look, This is a vast communal nest of oviraptorids, containing no fewer than 40 different stolen eggs, which implies that this ancient amber conceals the genetic material of at least hundreds of dinosaur species. It is, in essence, a realm of dinosaurs. How can there be so many? Helen pondered. 40 different primordial genes, through the processes of cloning and hybridization, will reveal their dominant and recessive traits in subsequent generations. Due to the ambiguity of reproductive isolation, their offspring will exhibit 3 paternal genes and 3 maternal genes, totaling 6. So one can transform into 6? Are we nearing 300 species? One could argue that, but 6 of those belong to a single lineage, akin to the relationship seen in macaques, golden monkeys, and the 6-eared macaque. Well, hurry, summon them to witness this. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The usually stoic Doom and Connors, engrossed in their studies of lizard-man potions, were equally astonished upon their first glance at the amber, mirroring Zhao Helen's initial reaction. Boss, which artisan produced this piece? It is utterly unprofessional. Whether in the Cretaceous or Triassic-Jurassic periods, there has never been any indication that oviraptorids were social dinosaurs. Especially not at such a scale. What do they intend to do? Host an egg-hatching convention? Connors quipped as he walked away. Boss, my research is at a critical juncture. I cannot afford to stray even for a moment. I must return now. No, they are not artifacts. They are alive. Doom gently inhaled the air infused with the essence of the ancient amber, which contained phenomenal information from a bygone era. What? Dr. Doom, are you serious? Indeed, Dr. Connors. Helen has already conducted tests. It is unequivocally a piece of amber from the ancient times. The precise period is uncertain, but it is undeniably genuine. How can this be? It is so vivid. Dr. Connors, incredulous, rushed forward to scrape a sample for analysis. Oh my goodness, this is simply astounding. Boss, you are about to strike it rich. Forget those lizardmen. I want to study dinosaurs. Boss, Mr. Tony has arrived. Tandell led Tony into the laboratory before discreetly excusing himself. Hey, buddy. What incredible find have you made that has you so exhilarated? Ha ha ha. Tony, take a look. What is this? Wu Lu proudly showcased to Tony. This is a piece of ancient amber. Goodness, where did you acquire such a treasure? If you were willing to sell it to me, I would gladly offer a handsome price. Tony exclaimed with a laugh. Wu Lu, brimming with pride, replied, Tony, there are many things that cannot be measured by money. I understand that biology may not be your forte, but the value of this artifact far exceeds your imagination. It represents a kingdom of dinosaurs. All right, it seems you have come solely to flaunt this. However, I must remind you that I am well aware of the scientific prowess of your Genesis group. Cloning these magnificent creatures back to life is a relatively simple task. Yet, the environment has changed. The climate and oxygen levels on Earth now differ greatly from those in ancient times. A significant amount of oxygen has been sequestered in other materials, making it difficult to fathom how these giants could adequately oxygenate themselves through their lungs. Jealousy. This is blatant jealousy, Wu Lu nonchalantly remarked. I can modify their lung structure and capacity. Even if it deviates slightly from their original state, it will undeniably retain the highest degree of authenticity. Tony spread his hands, conceding, all right, I am indeed envious. I must take my leave. The head of SHIELD has summoned me for a task. Just a friendly warning. He has certainly taken notice of you and is currently amassing strength for a fierce confrontation. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that you did not heed his nonsense and consider me a lunatic. Chapter 99. The game that changes the world. Tony Stark departed, leaving the group engulfed in silence, as the ominous news he brought weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Dumb inquired, Wu, what do you intend to do? Connors expressed his concerns. SHIELD is a violent organization under the United Nations monitoring significant threats worldwide. They appear to be targeting us, and their intentions do not seem benign. Cease the production and sale of figurines, except for our specially crafted coffee maidens. All other production lines must halt. Produce new products. New products? Indeed. Did you notice the green hair atop Tony Stark's head? That substance is my creation, a botanical serum that integrates the components of photosynthesis with human biology, ensuring that no one will perish from hunger and that humanity will no longer live in desperation for food. Everyone will have the opportunity to choose the life they truly desire, propelling a monumental leap in human civilization. Boss, the common populace cannot contend with the upper echelon, even if they all rally behind you. In America, that strategy will not succeed. Moreover, if people are no longer shackled by the need for food, the necessity for governments across the globe will diminish significantly, and you will become a prime target. They will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you at the first opportunity. Indeed, the paradox of civilization. What confines civilization is often civilization itself, or rather, humanity. Humans are inherently hierarchical, much like ants. If one attempts to strip away all levels of hierarchy to achieve complete equality, those who once held power will be the first to rebel. However, it matters not. We merely relinquish the keys into the hands of the majority. If civilization is indeed founded on equality, it shall endure. If it is but fade, it will inevitably fade away. As for the potion we possess, it shall not be inherited. The absence of inheritance signifies that the demand for this elixir is perpetual, an eternal commodity that shall never become obsolete. To eradicate Wu-Lu is to extinguish the future of humanity. Of course, I am aware that some may not hesitate to eliminate me in order to preserve the status quo, and I remain uncertain whether my actions will yield a beneficial or detrimental impact on this world. Thus, I intend to grant the world an opportunity. Senior Doom, Dr. Connors. Dr. Helen, I plan to establish 3 repositories for our elixirs, one in Europe, one in Asia, and one in the Americas. You 3 shall each oversee one. All potions produced will be released uniformly after a month. Should one repository be destroyed, the release shall be postponed by a week. And if all 3 repositories are ultimately obliterated, this plan shall be annulled. Boss, do you mean for us to become targets for S-H-I-E-L-D? Precisely. Then why not consolidate our efforts? Aside from Ms. Helen, both Dr. Doom and I are merely ordinary individuals. Incorrect. Aside from you, Senior Doom is a formidable sorcerer. Senior Doom, what are your thoughts? An intriguing game. I am amenable. Recently, I have conceived a daring idea. Perhaps I should commence the creation of my destruction armor. Very well. Senior Doom, you shall oversee the Asian repository. Helen, you shall manage the European repository. And Dr. Connors, you will supervise the American repository. Henceforth, we, the Creators Group, shall focus on the production of combat-ready coffee maids. Senior Doom, please ensure that a suitable suit of armor is also crafted for Dr. Connors. Certainly, once everything is arranged. Wu-Lu instructed Tandel to establish repositories across the continents, while simultaneously slowing the production pace of the life-sized figurines. The production lines have fully transitioned to manufacture a substantial quantity of botanical elixirs. Meanwhile, at S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson and Peter Parker each departed. Pierce is engaged in discussions with Nick Fury regarding the latest developments concerning the Creators Group. Nick, I have heard from our agents that Wu-Lu met with Jean Bing and subsequently returned to the Creators Group with a truckload of goods. Now, their chief secretary has flown to Asia to prepare for the establishment of a new repository. What is your perspective on this matter? There must be a conspiracy at play. Shall we simply wait? Pierce expressed his dissatisfaction. Nick, you know the immense pressure I face to elevate you to the position of director. The situation with the Creators Group is escalating. Many households among the senators possess those life-sized figurines. These damned items even encourage consumerism. Good grief. I cannot fathom how that Eastern fellow devised such a brilliant concept. If we could integrate him into our ranks, funding would no longer be an issue. Pierce, I understand we cannot remain passive. However, we currently lack personnel. If you believe that ordinary agents can contend with the Creators Group, you are welcome to try. Those accursed custom dolls, each possessing the prowess of a martial arts master. Nick, I have heard you have recently recruited a new batch of Avengers. Why not dispatch them? Yes, among them is even Su Shaoling. Pierce, they are young, lacking our resolve, vision, and comprehensive perspective, rendering them unsuitable for this task. I do not wish for them to repeatedly falter before witnessing the harsh realities of society. What we are currently undertaking is an unjust act against the creators, a concern held by a few, while the majority remain unconcerned. The experimental results are in. Nearly all the figures lack external signal sources, proving they are not susceptible to manipulation by the creator group. Why nearly? Nick Fury's expression darkened further. Those custom figures can operate computers, phones, and even telegraphs. Oh, for heaven's sake, I truly cannot fathom how that fellow designed such contraptions. They exhibit both biological emotions and robotic characteristics. Pierce, unwilling to relent, stated, Nick, the council members are deeply concerned about this issue. Of course, I understand your current predicament, but we cannot remain idle. Do you comprehend? Perhaps Wakanda could be utilized. Whether through legal channels or inciting hatred, it presents an excellent opportunity. Don't these savages consider their technology too challenging to conquer? It would be quite fitting to test it out. Nick Fury's countenance was grim as he pondered for a moment. Very well. This should not result in any detriment to them. Pierce, you will oversee S-H-I-E-L-D for the time being. I shall personally venture forth to safeguard those young individuals. Rest assured, Nick, do not forget that I have been in this position longer than you. After conveying his directives, Nick Fury proceeded to the hangar, piloting a Quinjet into the skies, bound for Wakanda to seek the assistance of the Black Panther. Chapter 100. Nick Fury's Strategic Manipulation. Wakanda. Within the palace, an atmosphere of mourning enveloped the air. The somber notes of lamentation echoed, and white sails hung high. The Wakandans were conducting their unique rituals to honor the deceased former king. Surue, Hunter, and a young black man stood at the heart of the crowd, reciting lengthy eulogies. A series of piercing shrieks shattered Wakanda's tranquility from the sky. Surue exclaimed, "Another intruder approaches. I shall obliterate him. Brother, this is not an invader. It is A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, a connection my father had during his lifetime." White Wolf Hunter replied coldly, "Surue, I harbor no fondness for these outsiders. I will avenge our father. This individual is to be entrusted to you and Chala. Once today's affairs are concluded, I shall take my leave. Should any urgent matters arise, contact me. Hunter, I shall accompany you." Chala's eyes brimmed with tears. "I too wish to join you in avenging our father." "You?" Hunter scoffed. "You should remain as the king of Wakanda. I have no desire for anyone to hinder my path." With that, White Wolf Hunter donned his battle armor and departed silently. Chaka has passed away. All rituals seem superfluous to him now, as he is merely here to pay his final respects. Gazing at Hunter's departing figure, Shuri sighed. "Go on, brother. Hunter is right. You are far too weak at present, even unworthy of being the king of Wakanda." With a soft whoosh, the Quinjet descended before the watchful eyes of the Wakandans. And a collective sigh of relief escaped them when a one-eyed black man emerged from the aircraft. His complexion brought them comfort. Nick Fury approached the soon-to-be cremated Chaka, stumbling a few steps forward, his eyes reddening with tears. As the king of spies, such a display of emotion was trivial for him. "Old friend, how could you leave us like this? Our oath to uphold world peace together. Are you abandoning it?" He lamented, recalling the Howling Commandos, where they had been life and death partners, only to see Chaka fall victim to treachery. As he spoke, he quickly reached Shuri and Chala's side. "Princess Shuri, the last time I saw you, you were merely a 2-year-old child, and now you have grown so much," Nick remarked. "Director Fury, the last time you saw me was when I was a child." Chala interjected, interrupting Nick's emotional appeal. "My father died defending against invasion. He bore no shame in our oath as Black Panthers." Director Fury, "You have come here, unfazed by being called out." Nick continued, "Yesterday, I witnessed Wakanda's plight online and immediately applied for humanitarian aid from the United Nations. Once approved, I rushed here to pay my respects to my dear brother. Director Fury, you know that we in Wakanda do not require such assistance. We are quite affluent. If possible, I would like your help in avenging my father, to obliterate the Creator Group, and those Winter Soldiers. Surely you know where they are, correct?" Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could even begin his persuasion, Chala's bluntness left him reeling. "Director Fury, can we discuss this later? My father is still awaiting his departure," Shuri interjected, having perceived Nick's ulterior motives and interrupting their conversation. "Let us continue the ceremony." As the sun dipped in the west, Chaka was reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Noticing that Nick Fury showed no intention of leaving, Shuri reluctantly guided him into the palace. After the evening banquet concluded, Nick Fury finally revealed his true intentions. "Prince Chala, Princess Shuri, I too wish to avenge King Chaka. However, the Creator Group is not so simple. Its current taxes are indispensable to the New York government. Thus, openly confronting it is out of the question. My purpose here is to request that you prosecute them for illegal warfare, revealing their true nature." Director Fury, will that truly be effective? "I believe it is no different from your arms companies. Would those senators take action against the Creator Group for our losses?" "Rest assured, Princess Shuri. If it were anyone else filing the suit, those senators might ignore it. However, Wakanda is distinct. You possess wealth and advanced technology, rendering you a more trustworthy ally than the Creator Group, who have never been worthy of trust. You understand my sentiment. Very well. I am willing to give it a try. Let us convene in New York to establish a major corporation, and within Wakanda, we must also determine the rightful heir to the throne. Director Nick, would you grant us some time?" "Of course, Princess Shuri. Your wisdom commands my respect. King Chaka has indeed raised a pair of remarkable children. Thank you." With his objective achieved, Nick Fury took his leave. Meanwhile, the Goddess of Victory transmitted the video of Nick Fury's meeting with Shuri back to the Creator Building. In the underground laboratory, Dr. Doom was meticulously crafting an intelligent battle armor tailored for Connors, while Wooloo was thoughtfully preparing a Tanya version of the super soldier serum for him. In mere moments, Dr. Connors transformed from an unassuming researcher into a bona fide superhero. The vibranium-coated armor, coupled with various technological and mystical weaponry alongside his innate prowess, rendered him a match even for the current Tony Stark. "Dr. Connors, now you shall produce 4 Alpha-class coffee mates." "Only 4? Boss, wouldn't that be a tad insufficient?" The Alpha-class coffee made is a standard model, employing a conventional super titanium alloy shell. While formidable, it merely reaches the level of an 80% Winter Soldier. There exists a Beta-class coffee made, clad in vibranium armor with a memory metal skin, These powerful maids possess combat abilities surpassing typical superheroes, nearly stepping into the realm of surface-level existence. As for an even more powerful model, that would be the Gamma class, of which there are none currently. Though the goddess of victory could be considered one. Connors, any more would be excessive, Wooloo remarked, preparing for the impending interstellar conflict. Not with the intent to take lives, but rather to maintain a balanced approach, only resorting to lethal force against true adversaries. Senior Doom, shall we commence production of your destruction armor now? No need. It will take 2 more days to yield results. This morning, I created 6 blueprints corresponding to 6 design directions: primary defense, primary offense, primary technology, primary magic, techno-magic integration, and magic tech integration. I performed a divination on these blueprints. In 2 days, I will discern which armor will be the optimal choice for me in the future. Wooloo intended to add more, but was interrupted by a beep as a video was synchronized to the underground laboratory. Prince Chala, I too am enraged, yet the creator group is not to be underestimated. Nick Fury's vivid expressions and manipulative rhetoric appeared before all present. Doom, Connors, and Zhao Hailuan exchanged significant glances, realizing their intent to take action against the creator group. We cannot remain passive. We must swiftly augment our strength and expand our influence. Chapter 101. A Vital Heart Cross Technologies is now firmly under the control of Lawrence Cross. He has cunningly conspired with Hank Pym's daughter, Hope Van Dyne, to expel the old man from the company, deceiving her into believing they would marry. Tonight marks the moment for a definitive negotiation. He has grown weary of her body odor, incessant chatter, and her insufferable arrogance. From this day forth, he yearns to embrace the life he has long desired. Of course, this hinges on the final act tonight. It must not falter. Sandheim, are you certain my heart will pose no issues this evening? Yes, Mr. Lawrence Cross. It has at least another week before its decline. Has the latest donor modification been completed, Sandheim? You know I cannot abide waiting. It is still in progress. By tomorrow morning, I expect good news. Do not let me down. Understood. Dr. Sandheim, drenched in sweat, is one of the foremost surgical experts in the field, boasting a success rate exceeding 80% for heart transplants. Yet, he now serves as Darren Cross's personal physician. Go ahead, bring the instruments to the rehearsal. Can you deceive that woman and secure all the shares of Cross Enterprises? Your performance will determine the outcome. Yes, Mr. Lawrence Cross, there will be no issues. My team is highly professional. Be gone. Lawrence Cross suffers from congenital heart disease, but he fortuitously encountered Dr. Sandheim during his quest for medical help. This esteemed surgeon ranks among the best in the world, nearly on par with a fully capable Dr. Strange when considering specialized fields. He successfully transplanted a heart into Lawrence Cross. However, a nightmare unfolded. The donor was a patient with a latent supermale condition, and after receiving the heart, Lawrence underwent a transformation, evolving into a frenzied schemer. What was once a routine heart replacement every so often has devolved into a demonic procedure every 3 months, regardless of whether he possesses a heart or not. Now, he must convey this news to Hope. In an elegant restaurant, Lawrence has summoned a band, their orchestral melodies weaving tales of endless regret. Darling, what is the matter? You seem rather glum. How do you find the wedding dress I selected? Hope, sensing the music's somber tone, pushes her phone toward Lawrence Cross. Look, there's this one, and also a blue and a red one that I adore. My dear, I understand that weddings can evoke premarital anxiety in many, but we are different. We share a foundation of love, common interests, and mutual understanding. Marriage will bring us greater happiness. Hope beams with anticipation, already dreaming of her enchanting life post-wedding. Suddenly, Lawrence Cross bursts into tears. Hope, I cannot marry you. Why? Lawrence, what are you saying? Our plans are set. I have been diagnosed with heart disease. Here is the report. Sandheim has informed me that I have but a few days left to live. How could this be possible? Hope expressed her disbelief. Lauren, don't deceive me. Isn't heart disease always chronic? How could one die so swiftly? Lauren Cross offered a bitter smile. Perhaps it's best if Sandheim explains it to you. He possesses the most comprehensive insights. Pretending to make a phone call, Lauren soon saw Sandheim weaving through the locker room and entering through the outer door. Mrs. Hope, has Mr. Lawrence spoken to you? He inquired. Yes, but everything feels exceedingly strange. He seemed fine before, and now this. Doesn't it seem a bit too sudden? Sandheim replied. Previously, it was because Mr. Lawrence's heart had not crossed the critical threshold. Much like a man, when one has not surpassed the threshold before 60, they appear eternally youthful. However, once that threshold is crossed, aging occurs almost instantaneously. And now, Lawrence's heart has crossed that threshold. Each day brings a different condition, and based on current projections, he has at most 5 or 6 days left. No, I refuse to believe it. Lauren, come with me. We must go to the People's Hospital. They possess the strongest medical resources in the nation, and they can surely help you. Lauren Cross, however, was unafraid of Hope taking him for an examination. In fact, The hospital's results aligned entirely with those provided by Dr. Sandheim, if not more pessimistic. Ma'am, will he be hospitalized? If so, we must issue a critical condition notice for your beloved, as no one can ascertain how much longer he has to live. No, that's unnecessary. Lauren Cross led Hope out of the hospital and back to Cross Industries, where he retrieved a document and handed it to her. This is a testament regarding my legacy after my passing, having been validated by the strongest legal team in the nation. Upon my death, everything belonging to Cross Technologies will be bestowed upon you. Hope, you will be my only enduring concern. No, I refuse. Hope's voice quivered, her shoulders shaking. I do not want the company, Lauren. I want you. I only want you. It's merely a heart. There must be a way. Surely we can find a suitable heart. That is futile, Hope. Do you propose to harm others for your own sake? I cannot do that. Allow me to pass quietly. Having you by my side is more than enough. Hope, a kind-hearted woman, understood that Lauren Cross spoke the truth. In the end, companionship was indeed the best choice. Oh, heavens, why must fate be so cruel to me? Hope, listen to me. My final wish is to possess 100% ownership of Cross Industries. You know this has been my dream, correct? Even if it is but a few days, even if it is difficult to articulate, I understand. I comprehend you. Lauren, you need not say another word. Tomorrow, I shall transfer my 30% shares entirely to you. Lauren, these hold no value for me. I only desire you. How wonderful it would be if you were not afflicted with heart disease. We could jointly explore PIM particles and elevate Cross Industries to greater heights. PIM particles? Would Professor Pym truly grant us access for our research? I have declared my intention to wed, and he has already provided me with the formula. Alas, the Pym particle represents Hank Pym's ultimate creation, and although Lawrence Cross had previously conducted research on it, differing philosophies and incompatibilities led Pym to sever his ties with him. He had intended to strategize after acquiring the company, but happiness has unexpectedly arrived with such swiftness. Hope, perhaps I can still salvage the situation. Chapter 102. The Ant-Man's heartache at the People's Hospital, upon learning that her boyfriend did not wish to depart from this world just yet. Hope returned once more. Doctor, is there truly no way? I regret to inform you, madam, that there are currently no available hearts. Even if one were to become available, there would be a waiting period of at least 6 months, and your boyfriend's condition cannot endure such a delay. He will surely perish. Do you understand? While Hope was conversing with the specialist, a disheveled man burst into the room, cradling a small girl in his arms. Doctor, please save my daughter. She is gravely ill. The man's grip was tight, causing Hope considerable pain, and it was evident that he had mistaken her for someone else. Mr. Lang, your daughter's condition is quite complex. Her heart has significant issues. At present, you must ensure she receives adequate nutrition to strengthen her body, which will alleviate her tachycardia. In the hospital, the only option is bloodletting, but this will lead to gradual deterioration. Do you comprehend? The more blood is drawn, the weaker she becomes, and the weaker she is, the less control she has. I understand, doctor, but what can we do now? My girl cannot endure this. She fainted again today. You must save her. If Dr. Sandheim were still here, perhaps there would be a solution, but regrettably, he has not been in for 6 months. Sandheim, Hope exclaimed in surprise. Would he have a way? Do you know where this doctor is? Madam, please save my daughter. I am willing to do anything you ask, as long as you will save her. Very well. Follow me. Scott, holding his daughter, trailed behind Hope as she led him to her vehicle. Only after they began speeding away did he start to relax. In truth, I know I should not be anxious, for the doctor mentioned that worrying would not help. What is wrong with her? She has a heart condition. Her mother's new boyfriend, upon learning of this, finally brought her to me. She is my angel. The doctor has stated she possesses a large heart. The girl's body, with the heart of an adult, is pumping blood at a volume she currently cannot endure. Her health is in dire straits. A large heart. A demon raced through Hope's mind. Is this a disease? Could it be caused by some pathological change? No, Cassie is quite healthy. She is healthier than anyone else. If only she could age 5 years, she could heal herself. Scott Lang found himself in a dire predicament, having become a solitary drifter after his divorce. Once his ex-wife abandoned Cassie with him, he returned to his former profession as a mechanical engineer. However, the stability of that field forced him into a life of petty theft to cover his daughter's medical expenses. Madam, what is your name? Thank you for helping me today. Hop found himself pondering the divine orchestration of events, asking silently, how much farther? Upon arrival, he brought the vehicle to a halt and made his way into the company. As he entered, he encountered Lawrence Cross. My dear, has there been any news from the People's Hospital? Lawrence Cross had already devised a plan. He had reconsidered his initial intentions and would refrain from confronting Hop for the time being. Once he secured the Pym particle equation, he would take decisive action. Regarding the heart condition, he would inform her in a couple of days that there was a donor overseas, and he would resolve the matter himself. Hop cast a complex glance at Scott Lang and his daughter. No, that is all right, Hop. Everything is destined. You need not blame yourself. By the way, may I ask who this is? Hello, sir. Please don't misunderstand. My daughter is suffering from a heart condition, and the doctors at the People's Hospital informed me that only Mr. Sandheim can provide treatment, which is why this lady brought me here. Huh, you needn't worry. Hop has always been such a warm-hearted and enthusiastic young woman. I have complete faith in her. Indeed, heart disease is notoriously difficult to treat. I, too, suffer from it, which is why I've engaged Dr. Sandheim at our company. I owe you an apology, Hop. Please take this gentleman with you. Very well, Lawrence. Please wait for me. I will join you shortly. Take care of yourself. Lawrence and Hop exchanged tender glances, yet Scott observed something amiss. It appeared that the man held no genuine affection for the woman. However, at this moment, such matters were trivial. The health of his daughter was of paramount importance. Ms. Hop, may I ask? Dr. Sandheim was startled, as he was in the midst of modifying a donor heart when he was suddenly interrupted, nearly causing a catastrophic accident. What is the matter, doctor? Did I disturb you? No, not at all. Dr. Sandheim quickly exited his specialized medical chamber, washed his hands, spritzed on some cologne, and changed his attire. Of course not, Miss Hop. I was merely taken aback. Well, Dr. Sandheim, I encountered a patient at the hospital whose daughter is critically ill. The specialist stated that only you could assist her, so I brought him along. I hope I haven't interrupted your work? Not at all. Where's the patient? Here, I'm right here. Scott hurriedly brought his daughter forward. Lay her on the examination table. I need to conduct an assessment. Please, doctor, I beg you. You must save my daughter. Dr. Sandheim, renowned for his expertise, swiftly diagnosed the condition using only a stethoscope and his specialized medical techniques. She suffers from cardiomyopathy. Her heart is disproportionately large for her body. Setting aside his medical instruments, Dr. Sandheim turned to Scott. This ailment is quite troublesome and necessitates a significant sum to procure the necessary equipment. How much can you provide at present? Scott's smile faltered. Money. Once again, it all comes down to money. I can manage 20,000. No, I could sell my house. Up to 80,000. That's the maximum I can gather. Is that sufficient, doctor? No, it is insufficient. Then how much is required? Dr. Sandheim slowly raised 3 fingers. $300,000? Scott was nearly at a loss for words. 300,000. Unless he was willing to take a gamble and embark on a major undertaking. No, $3 million. 3 million. Scott collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. What? Facing difficulties? Then perhaps you should take your daughter back. Life and death are fated, and wealth is bestowed by the heavens. Maybe she will pull through. No. Doctor, could you kindly look after her? I shall go and arrange the funds. Very well, but you must be swift. If you delay, you may not have the chance to see her again. Without a backward glance, Scott departed from Cross Technologies, recalling the rumors he had heard about the custom dolls from the creator company, which required a double payment of vibranium, a substance that could fetch $30,000 per gram on the black market. However, before that, he needed to procure some items to arm himself. Ms. Hope, are you not inclined to support him? I sense a certain connection between you two. Dr. Sandheim, why do you not provide the funds? No need for an answer. My reasons mirror yours. I simply wish to inquire about one matter. What matter? The young girl's heart. It's a perfect match. Ms. Hope, I assure you, her heart is an impeccable match. If you wish, I could engineer an accident right now. No. Let me think. Realizing the implications, Hope fled in a panic from Sandheim's medical room. Little girl, stop pretending. I know you're awake. Kathy awoke with a cheerful smile, resembling an angel. Grandpa, what do you mean by a perfect match? It's nothing. You will be safe. Come, let me take you for a meal. Sandheim understood that if he concealed the truth, Hope's inquisitive nature would compel her to dig deeper. He decided to be forthright, presenting the choice to her. This secret was one they needed to keep together, and the young girl before him represented an opportunity for his escape from Lawrence Cross. Chapter 103. The adventure in the Ant-Man Creator Tower. Scott did not return home. Instead, he set his sights on Hank Pym's invisibility suit. In dire need of money, he had to steal this suit and then procure some vibranium from the Creator Group. He hurriedly made his way to the nursing home where Hank Pym resided. Utilizing his exceptional skills, Scott stealthily arrived at Hank Pym's room. The elderly man was sound asleep, and the simple furnishings were laid bare. Scott tiptoed around, rummaging through drawers until he had poked every square inch of the floor with a probe, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, where could it be? Could it be this?" His gaze fell upon a palm-sized suit, which he picked up for a closer inspection. How does one wear this? As Scott fidgeted with it, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism. With a loud bang, the suit suddenly expanded. Hank Pym jolted awake from his slumber, and Scott quickly tucked the suit under his arm and made a hasty escape through the window. Oh, damn you, Lawrence. I told you that once you married my daughter, I would give you everything you desired, yet you dare to steal from me, you shameless thief. The furious shouts of Dr. Pym echoed behind him. But Scott could hardly contain his joy. He had obtained the Ant-Man suit. The small gadget in his hand was undoubtedly the legendary Ant-Man suit. Otherwise, old Pym would not have been in such a state of hysteria. With this, he could access any location of his desire. This must be how it works, right? Scott donned the Ant-Man suit and pressed an embedded button, and with a whoosh, he shrank rapidly. The world around him transformed entirely. Wow, humans are so enormous. What is that? Goodness, it's a terrifying toad. Scott was startled to see a creature looming before him, more fearsome than a skyscraper. He regretted shrinking at that moment, yearning to revert to his original size, but unable to do so. Hey, buddy, I'm not an insect. Do try not to swallow me whole with those crossed eyes, or I shall make you regret it, he warned. The toad remained motionless, its bulging eyes scanning Scott. It was no foolish frog with mere dynamic vision. For the toad, even stationary objects could be accurately targeted. With a swift flick, its long tongue darted towards Scott, prompting him to cry out and hastily evade. Smack! The tongue did not miss its mark, ensnaring a mantis hidden behind Scott, pulling it into its maw, and Scott seized the opportunity to flee. A flying ant landed before him, its compound eye seemingly assessing him for pheromones. To his astonishment, Scott soon realized that these ants could comprehend his intentions. He finally understood why this extraordinary armor was called the Ant-Man suit. It could communicate with ants. Hey, big guy, take me to the Creator's Tower. Yes, I'm heading to the mines to save my daughter. With a buzz, the flying ant lifted Scott, soaring upward, gaining altitude swiftly. Nearly unnoticed, he entered the Creator's Tower. Wow, this place is enormous. Scott was overwhelmed. The Creator's Tower was astonishingly vast. Typically, company production areas and offices are separated, especially in larger corporations. However, the Creator's Tower was different. Within its 50-plus stories, it encompassed production, research, and transportation. Upon witnessing countless green vials being sealed and stored, Scott was astounded. He felt as if he had uncovered a hidden secret. Wow, these figurines must be the epitome of high-end goods. They are utilizing vibranium in such a manner. In the workshop for producing combat-themed coffee maids, he finally laid eyes on the coveted vibranium, yet he felt no joy. Why was it all melted? Was there no original product? Scott maneuvered the flying ant to trace the source, almost stumbling upon an underground secret base before uncovering the truth. 2 workers were transferring vibranium solution, and one operating a vehicle nearly lost control, almost spilling the precious liquid. Be careful, mate. This stuff is worth a fortune. If even a drop spills, you'll be in debt for a lifetime. The boss should really consider solidifying it for transport. The current risk is simply too great. Hey, Charlie, you're not faking your credentials, are you? This is vibranium. Don't you understand vibranium? This is its most primitive form. Once it condenses into shape, it will no longer be affected by temperature changes, and its physical properties will undergo a profound transformation. If you are guilty of academic fraud, I advise you to resign promptly. The creations of the Genesis Group are exceedingly precious. Should anything go awry, you might find yourself indebted to your employer for a lifetime. I understand. I shall exercise utmost caution. So this is the original state of vibranium. Scott finally grasped why this substance holds such immense value. Firstly, the extraction and trading of it must be exceedingly challenging, and its transportation and preservation require considerable technical expertise to accomplish. However, the pressing question remains, what shall he do now? The raw liquid he desires to acquire, but it is certainly unattainable. Unless he crafts an item himself using a mold. A weapon would be the optimal choice. If that is the case, he must remain in the Genesis Tower to seek opportunities. Perhaps the night will present a chance. Nevertheless, before that, he should procure some green potion. It may yield favorable results. With this thought, Scott turned back to the potion production workshop. It must be some advantageous health supplement, he mused. Upon witnessing the source, he saw countless plants being pressed, extracted, and purified, ultimately converging into a vast pool. All within an automated production process devoid of any workers. After confirming the absence of surveillance equipment, Scott filled a reagent bottle with 20 10-milliliter samples of the substance and stealthily transported them to a corner of the rooftop. He knew that this potion might also possess significant value, yet the exact worth remained uncertain, so his objective remained unchanged: vibranium. Thus, having completed this task, he returned to the workshop where the combat coffee maids were produced, patiently awaiting an opportunity. He also overheard a conversation between Wu and Doom regarding how to confront S-H-I-E-L-D. Wow, to enable everyone to no longer rely on food? Goodness, is Wu an angel from above? This is truly a blessing for us impoverished souls. Oh damn, those S-H-I-E-L-D agents are attempting to sabotage this plan. And those repugnant politicians. The parasites that feed off the laborers would dare to obstruct this initiative unimaginable. No, I must assist them. Scott felt fortunate to possess such valuable resources. If he could revive his daughter, he could joyfully focus on his research without worrying about her daily meals. With this in mind, Scott decided to align himself with Wu, seeking a suitable opportunity to lend a hand, perhaps to negotiate for his daughter's medical expenses. If all else fails, he could offer his Ant-Man suit. The technology embedded within it is precisely what the Genesis Group requires. Chapter 104, The Novice. After several days of intensive training under S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all members of the Defenders Alliance were finally ready for action. How does it feel, buddy? Danny Rand appeared considerably sturdier than before, his pallid complexion now adorned with a rosy hue. Luke Cage burst into laughter. I feel as though I could knock a bull dead with a single punch. Is that truly the case? Jessica rolled her eyes, remarking, last night in bed, you were not as formidable as you claim. Luke Cage's face flushed crimson. Jessica, you must understand my plight. You possess greater strength than I, and I endured an arduous training session with Peter yesterday. All right, everyone gather around. It is time to receive the standard equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill announced, accompanied by several agents who brought forth 4 large crates. Within these boxes lies our latest innovation, the Spider Suit, fireproof, cold-resistant, and corrosion-resistant, crafted from superior polymer materials, unmatched in the market. This is yours. Thank you. I am at a loss for words. This is what I ought to do, Agent Hill. I believe I shall strive to excel in the future. Keep it up. I look forward to your forthcoming performances, as do the citizens of New York. Additionally, here are 2 alloy batons, constructed using the most advanced technology available globally. They will gradually become electrified during use, possessing the ability to deliver electric shocks, and the materials are aerospace-grade alloys, capable of withstanding temperatures of up to 6,000 degrees Celsius. They are lighter than lithium, yet boast a strength that ranks among the hardest metals on Earth. Wow. Matt, give it a try. You will be a magical warrior as well. Matt chuckled and politely declined Hill's generous offer. While I am eager to wield such a weapon, I find that arms require a certain tactile familiarity. Thank you, Agent Hill. Very well, perhaps we could modify your cane. Would you mind? Of course. The elderly stickman also declined the new weapon for similar reasons, yet he was quite willing to enhance his old companion. Moreover, Jessica, Luke, and Su Shaoling. Your exclusive gear is here, along with standard equipment for other agents, firearms and ammunition. Take what you desire. As you are all aware, there will be no backup for this mission. Therefore, arm yourselves as thoroughly as possible and consider all potential contingencies. Complete preparation is essential for mission success. Understood. As the group joined the Avengers and witnessed the advanced technology present, the significance of their existence dawned upon each individual, instilling a profound sense of mission. Particularly for Su Shaoling, she felt welcomed by these blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, and the friendly encounters with people of color created an illusion of a world united in peace. The director, a man of African descent, further solidified this vision of global harmony. She dedicated herself wholeheartedly to both learning and training. Now, let us proceed to allocate the tasks. Danny Rand, present. You, along with Luke Cage and Jessica, will take the forefront. Stickman, Matt, and Su Shaoling. You will accompany me via helicopter, providing covert protection. Hank Pym is a luminary in academia, and his research is highly sensitive. Although the director has not disclosed details, it is certain that many eyes are upon him. Our grand approach to invite him to join us will undoubtedly attract those watchful gazes. A major confrontation seems inevitable. Do you possess confidence? Yes. Excellent. In 30 minutes, ensure that all equipment is checked and ready for departure. At the same time, Tony Stark, accompanied by Black Widow, Hawkeye Barton, Coulson, and May, venture to the Arctic to safely retrieve Steve, marking it as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most critical missions. Captain America, the emblem of superheroes and a symbol of justice, signifies a perfect opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. upon his return. Meanwhile, in a zoo, a mysterious phone call reached Kingpin. He gazed affectionately at Mindy and Finra during their training, particularly cherishing the sight of his 13-year-old son, Richard, playing joyfully with them, which elicited a proud smile from the doting father. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the game time is over. The latest news indicates that S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives have set off, their target being Dr. Hank Pym, who is currently residing in a nursing home. According to your superior's instructions, we must intercept them. Richard, summon Smythe and Dr. Otto. Yes, father. Richard, a bright and mischievous boy, clearly adored by Kingpin, dashed away but paused after 3 steps, turning back to plead, Father, I also wish to accompany Sister Mindy to confront the villains. May I? Haha. Richard, I would love for you to join, but you are still too young. If your sister Mindy has to tend to you, she won't be able to stop the evildoers, and the world will be at risk. Mindy and Wanda exchanged eye rolls. having heard from Wu that Kingpin was quite a character, raising his son in such an innocent manner. Shortly thereafter, Smythe and Otto arrived. Kingpin summoned a larger group of subordinates to convene. Richard had seemingly departed. According to the latest intelligence, SHIELD had dispatched personnel. Smythe. Estimate how long it will take them to reach here. Certainly, boss. Our team has tracked their movements, and the opposing convoy is currently on 3rd Avenue. Approximately 20 minutes away from the nursing home. They will pass by our location in 8 minutes. 8 minutes. That is sufficient. Intelligence indicates that they have split into 2 paths, one comprised of 3 newcomers, likely a decoy, while the other is led by a seasoned agent named Maria Hill. Rumored to include Spider-Man and the enigmatic Eastern Master, Su Shaoling. This latter group is undoubtedly the true task force. Thus, we not only need to intercept them, but also must arrive at the nursing home ahead of them. Mr. Kingpin, why can't we head there in advance? Wanda inquired, voicing her concern. Excellent question. To avoid alarming them, and given that Hank Pym's whereabouts are quite elusive, they serve as our compass. This is a common tactic in our underworld dealings. When confronted with challenges, do not act hastily. Thoroughly analyze the pros and cons. Any further questions? The group shook their heads, and Kingpin solemnly continued. They are not ordinary thugs but the elite among the elite, including superhumans like Spider-Man and Su Shaoling. Thus, we must conduct our plans with utmost precision. Miss Wanda, 8 minutes after the opposing party passes our zoo, we will dispatch a container truck to obstruct their path. Simultaneously, we will arrange for a similar vehicle to escort you and your 2 bodyguards, allowing you to proceed at the original speed towards the nursing home. In doing so, we may successfully navigate this treacherous situation, eliminating the troubles posed by their covert strength. As for those 3 novices, Dr. Otto, you shall be responsible for intercepting them. According to our intelligence, their common trait is immense physical strength. Do you foresee any issues? None. Wanda admired the astuteness of Kim's strategy. It was exceedingly well thought out. And in subtly observing the opponent's behavioral patterns, she unwittingly grew wiser. Rest assured, Boss Kim, my mechanical arms each possess a formidable strength of 20 tons. Any foe of great might before me would appear as nothing but a jest. I shall ensure they are thoroughly subdued, avenging my grievances. Excellent. Mindy, Fenrir, Smiles, and Kent. You are tasked with intercepting any personnel attempting to pass covertly. Be cautious. Per your employer's instructions, strive to avoid any lethal force. Merely obstructing their advance will suffice. Understood. Very well. I have witnessed your training and progress over these days, and I must say, your skills now far surpass what they were before. Therefore, gentlemen and ladies, you must possess sufficient confidence in yourselves. A true warrior must harbor the heart of a champion. Miss Wanda, should you fail to persuade Dr. Pym within half an hour, vacate the premises immediately and return here for our next course of action. Remember, preserving your own safety is paramount. Understood. Mindy nodded, gaining valuable insights. Now, let us synchronize our timing. We shall depart in 5 minutes. Tick-tock, time passes second by second, and as the 5 minutes elapsed, Kim abruptly stood from his office. Let us commence. Everyone promptly acted according to the established plan. A stretched container truck, carrying 2 elephants, began to slowly maneuver into the center of the road, turning around and forming a barrier that would completely block the street. Situated at the base of a tunnel, once vehicles approached, they would find themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Changing routes would be impossible. Meanwhile, Wanda and her 2 combat-ready coffee maids boarded a business vehicle, identical in model and appearance to Danny's. Wanda and Mindy waved farewell, wishing each other good fortune. Mindy, I'm off now. Take care and don't be reckless. P.S. Waiting for your return. Wanda looked at Mindy, whose smoky makeup made her both anxious and amused. Fenrir grinned widely, declaring, Do not worry, Mistress Wanda. I will protect Mistress Mindy. Those foes are no match for us. I shall reduce them to mere fragments. Mindy smiled, replying, Sister Wanda, I will, and you too. Travel safely. And with that, they set off. Mindy donned a tactical vest, while Caliph put on a bulletproof suit. Meticulously inspected all firearms and ammunition before departing with a sense of nonchalance. Fenrir, heed my commands, and allow not a single enemy to escape. Chapter 105. The Dr. Octopus strikes with great might on 5th Avenue. Danny Land relished the moment, rocking out to music as he pressed the accelerator. The days of intensive training had instilled in him an unshakable confidence, filling him with a sense of superiority over all heroes. The explosive rhythm of the music exhilarated him, and his heart pulsated like the thrilling drumbeats of the Roman Colosseum. He felt he had grasped the very essence of the Iron Fist. Jessica and Luke Cage's relationship blossomed rapidly, having reached a point of inseparable intimacy. They sat in the back, exchanging tender kisses and playful sounds of affection, which occasionally caused Danny to furrow his brow. Hey, Luke, Jessica, could you please focus? We are on a mission, our very first. Surely, you wouldn't want to fail, would you? While indulging in your bliss, perhaps consider the feelings of a single person like myself. With a flirtatious glance, Jessica leaned over from the back seat and planted a fervent kiss on Danny's cheek. Danny, if you could see me as more than a friend, I'd promptly cast aside this black rogue and engage in a duel with you. Oh, Jessica, I never anticipated you to be such a wild spirit. Luke, aren't you going to intervene? I couldn't care less. Luke Cage chuckled heartily. Danny, you're my good brother, and although Jessica is my woman, she is also my dear friend. I have no right to restrain her. She is free to act as she wishes. I think it's a splendid idea, Danny. You will come to adore this sensation. She is truly invigorating. All right then, you two scoundrels have triumphed. Do as you please. I, however, am destined to become a true powerhouse of the Iron Fist, a guardian of peace in this world. Danny Land fell silent. Luke Cage smirked. Isn't Tony Stark, that little mustached fellow, also an Avenger? He developed his suit and became a pivotal force while still engaging in romantic escapades. Danny, if you don't indulge while you're young, you'll find yourself powerless as you age. I am a human, not a beast. Be quiet, Luke. If you utter another word, I shall toss you out. Danny Land ceased his words, focusing intently on driving. Unbeknownst to them, the vehicle had entered a long descent near the entrance of the Kimping Zoo. Oh damn. Danny, brake now. I swear this is my last frivolous remark. Danny was truly preparing to act, but they were engulfed by shadows. Upon turning back, they discovered a towering container truck, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, obstructing their path. A collision was imminent. Oh hell, there's no time. Jump out, Danny shouted, smashing the car door with a punch, and with a mighty effort, he leaped from the vehicle, rolling several times to dissipate the momentum. Jessica soared through the air, clutching Luke Cage, as the three watched helplessly as their car crashed into the massive container truck, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Fortunately, my speed was not excessive. How are you all faring? There are no significant issues, but we currently find ourselves without transportation. What shall we do? Jessica descended to the ground, placing Luke down with a furrowed brow. A resonant trumpet-like sound erupted from the cargo truck. The expressions of Danny and the others shifted dramatically. This was dire. There was an elephant inside. I shall rescue it. Jessica soared toward the vehicle, exerting all her strength to pry open the door. Just as she was about to ascend, a metallic whip lashed out, propelling her back at an astonishing velocity. Wham! Jessica crashed against the wall, a sharp sound resonating through the air. Supersonic. That whip had exceeded the speed of sound. Jessica, are you all right? Danny, if you were struck with such force, would you remain unscathed? I presently feel as though my very organs are about to be dislocated. Ha ha ha. At present, it is merely dislocation. Who knows, you might perish shortly. A creature, adorned with 6 mechanical tentacles, emerged before them, prompting Danny and the others to adopt a vigilant stance. Are you human or machine? What manner of monstrosity are you? Humph. Otto's face darkened, his anger intensifying. Do I appear peculiar? Do you think I desire to become this way? This is all you're doing. Today, I shall settle the score with you. Hey, Octopus Man, you may be mistaken. We have never encountered you before. Perhaps you should seek trouble with those street-dwelling Huaxiao individuals. They delight in bombarding giant squids. We, as black individuals, do not indulge in such fare. Danny raised his hand. I certainly do not, I swear. Otto's fury flared further. I am Otto, a PhD in high-energy physics, nuclear energy, and mechanical dynamics. Wow, what an impressive sum. What relevance does that hold for us? A week ago, I was in my office, working on enhancing my mechanical arm, when suddenly a bomb exploded beneath me, embedding these mechanical limbs into my body. I nearly met my demise. How fortunate you are. It appears that, despite your misfortune, you have found a silver lining. You can continue your research. Otto scoffed coldly. The crux of the matter is that bomb was planted by you self-proclaimed defenders, and I heard there's a spider creature behind it all. Where is he? Why has he not appeared? Since he is absent, I shall take my vengeance upon you. He is affiliated with the Creator Group. Danny, Land, Luke, and Jessica's expressions hardened, their alertness heightened. Our plan has been uncovered by the creators. It seems they are the adversaries of our current endeavor. Crash. A mechanical arm suddenly lashed out with tremendous force. As Dr. Otto swung his mechanical appendages in a comprehensive assault, he raged. I am merely a researcher, seeking to explore fields that intrigue me. What is wrong with that? Why must you fools detonate a bomb, transforming me into this grotesque hybrid? I am yet to marry. My life is over, and I demand retribution. Crash. The heavy mechanical arms not only moved swiftly, but each one, much like a true octopus, possessed its own specialized processor, capable of executing diverse movements. Danny Land faced the onslaught head-on, relying on the strength of his iron fists to withstand this unreasonable barrage. With a thunderous crash, He was sent flying, having overestimated his own abilities while underestimating the power of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. A pallor washed over Danny's face as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The tremendous force churned within him, though he managed to block the mechanical limb. The energy continued to wreak havoc within his body. Dr. Otto showed no mercy, controlling his mechanical appendages for another sweeping attack. Be careful. Jessica seized the moment, rushing over to pull Danny out of Otto's range. Next time, exercise caution. Thank you. Luke, we need to charge together. Danny cannot face this monster alone. All right. Watch me charge. Luke Cage, with his formidable physique, served as the tank for the Defender Alliance, always leading the charge to shield his teammates from harm. Now, he resumed this very role. Danny and Jessica quickly coordinated their assault. Luke and Jessica flanked Otto, their training shining through as the trio worked in perfect harmony, exchanging strikes to keep Otto at bay. Unfortunately, it was not long before Otto broke free from their grasp. His mechanical limbs unleashed a devastating flurry, their lethality doubled, making him more than capable of taking on 3 opponents. Each of them faced 2 mechanical arms, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. Oh God, Danny, let us retreat. This guy is an unyielding robot with countless appendages. We stand no chance. Freak, you deceive us with your pretenses of being a doctor. You are merely a mechanical abomination. Undoubtedly a new product of the creator group, and you dare call yourself an employee? I believe you are delusional. Luke Cage's taunts thoroughly enraged Dr. Otto. If you seek death, do not blame me for showing no mercy. He pulled an automatic rifle from his trousers, wielding it with his free hands to unleash a torrent of gunfire, bullets raining down upon the trio like a storm. Freak, madman, all thanks to you. Die, damn it. Luke, can you control your tongue? Jessica, quickly hide behind Luke. You've been hit. It's just a surface wound. I'm fine. Jessica pressed her hand against her chest, using her powerful muscles to expel the bullet. Dr. Otto, it may have been wrong of us to injure you, but as a member of the creator group, you must understand that we are the ones on the side of justice. They are not good people. You should strive to walk the righteous path. Danny declared with righteous fervor. We are merely protecting the earth and humanity. You stand on the wrong side, and your suffering is a consequence of those evildoers. You must recognize the essence of this situation. Dr. Otto, do not remain obstinate. Bullshit. You are merely a bunch of impulsive nuisances. What do you know of right and wrong? Let me tell you. There is no such thing as absolute right or wrong in this world, only differing positions. My current allegiance lies with the creator group. Anyone who threatens it stands against me. Without further ado, I stand here today, and you shall not pass. Oh my God, has that Eastern individual brainwashed him? Is this fellow truly a doctor? Suddenly, Danny came to a realization. This is bad. They must have sent someone to find Dr. Hank Pym as well. Thinking of that Eastern person's terrifying brainwashing abilities, a chill ran down Danny's spine, and he shouted to those around him. Peter, cease your covert protection and hurry to the sanatorium. They have targeted Pym Doctor 2. Luke, Jessica, we will hold off this octopus creature. With that, Danny shrugged his shoulders and crouched low like a lion, charging forward with remarkable speed, ready to confront the swinging mechanical arms and Otto's barrage with his glowing iron fists, intent on inflicting significant damage upon Otto at the cost of his own injury. Otto snorted disdainfully, abruptly redirecting his 4 mechanical arms aimed at Luke Cage and Jessica, swinging them towards Danny, compressing the space that Danny had relied on to evade. Boom. The tremendous force sent Danny flying against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Otto employed the same tactic again, now targeting Luke Cage. You lowly beings are like rats in a sewer. When it comes to actual combat, you are utterly feeble. Die. Luke Cage, filled with dread, exclaimed, Oh, damn, you octopus creature. Can I not just surrender? Otto dismissed his taunts, as 6 tentacles whirled like a windmill, while he continued to suppress Jessica with his weaponry. With a resounding crash, Luke Cage was also sent sprawling, clearly demonstrating that his physical resilience paled in comparison to Danny's. The folds and knots on the mechanical arms left him bleeding profusely, exposing several ribs. Alas, how can I escape now? He sighed softly, when suddenly a white web shot towards him midair, and a red figure swiftly landed, gently placing Luke Cage down. Luke, how are you? I've broken several ribs and am at risk of internal punctures. Hurry, take me to the hospital, Luke Cage uttered before losing consciousness. Jessica, come quickly and take him to the hospital. I'll handle this octopus fellow. I will make him understand the grave consequences of standing on the side of evil. Chapter 106. Dr. Octopus vs. Spider-Man. Arrogant. Otto sneered, narrowing his eyes at the spider creature before him, a deep-seated loathing stirring within him, a sense of destined enmity rising in his heart. You are the mastermind behind this conspiracy, aren't you? Indeed, I planted the bomb. You are my target. Working for the villains, you must be prepared for punishment at any time. For this world is populated by many heroes like me who cherish justice. Bah. Otto spat a thick phlegm onto the ground. Only a fool like you would believe you are perpetually right, due to your deluded judgment. You have reduced me to this state. Even if I am at fault, that is for the law to decide. Are you named law? In the end, you are merely a clown abusing vigilante justice, no different from the criminals. As Peter Parker felt a sharp pain in his head, he reluctantly acknowledged that Otto's words bore a semblance of truth. His inherently virtuous nature would typically deter him from such thoughts. Yet ever since his encounter with the spectral man, an incessant anxiety had gripped his heart, fearing that compassion might jeopardize the world. Each individual treads their own path. Having made my choice, I shall persevere. Come forth, Octopus, let us engage in battle. Very well, as you wish. Otto's expression twisted into a sinister grimace. Your blind sense of justice has obliterated my life. Thus, I shall dismantle yours, and you shall witness the absurdity of the principles you cling to. Rat-a-tat-tat. Otto unleashed his finest ammunition towards Jessica, though it merely sliced through the air. Peter, I will take them away first. Do be careful. Rest assured. The thoroughfare was entirely obstructed, and Jessica, disregarding any notions of discretion, slowly ascended with Danny and Luke Cage amidst the glaring eyes of the public. My goodness. That woman can fly. Quick, capture this on camera. Is this a covert government experiment? Why do such monstrosities exist? What future do we ordinary people have? What if they commit crimes? No wonder so many cases remain unsolved. Understanding them through the lens of these aberrations makes it all too clear. As Jessica soared away, the questions she left behind erupted into a maelstrom online, and under the influence of those with ulterior motives, it swiftly resonated in a mysterious realm. Within a clandestine base, a frenzied middle-aged man observed the rampant information online and cackled madly. Kawashiro Yuriko, quickly, mobilize our followers to escalate this situation. These accursed abominations must perish. When the time is ripe, I shall ensure their annihilation. His chilling voice resonated with boundless malice, sending a shiver down the spine of any who heard it. The clash between Otto and Peter raged on, their verbal exchanges having reached an impasse, as their fundamentally divergent worldviews rendered meaningful communication impossible. Much like nations at odds. When language fails, resorting to forceful discourse becomes a viable alternative. Death King Storm. Otto whirled his 6 appendages with fierce velocity, hurling them towards Peter. The agile limbs, akin to scythes of death, shattered vehicles and structures into a shower of debris. A fitting name, yet your speed is lacking. Peter Parker, nimble as a monkey, leapt and twisted with grace, evading the flailing mechanical limbs that could not graze his attire. Occasionally, he would ensnare cars with his webbing and hurl them back. Ah, the elephant from the container has finally emerged. Peter's eyes sparkled with delight. Surely, this creature serves as your accomplice. Allow me to teach you a lesson. With a deft flick of his web, he ensnared the 5-ton elephant and propelled it skyward towards Otto. Damn it, you executioner. What right do you have to play the hero? Otto halted, straining to catch the elephant with his 6 mechanical arms. Seizing this moment, Peter shot a strand of webbing that adhered to Otto's body, attempting to fling him away. In a critical moment, Otto swiftly ensnared Peter Parker with his tentacles. As the webbing bound them together, Peter's spider sense failed to sever their connection, ensnaring him in Otto's trap. At this moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind Danny and his companions' defeat. The strength of this single tentacle was a staggering 20 tons, and despite Peter Parker's vigorous attempts to pull it, he remained utterly immovable. Although Peter would later possess the ability to bear an aircraft carrier, at this juncture, he had yet to fully develop. Standing on equal footing with Dr. Octopus, with neither able to gain an advantage, both being forced to retreat. With a swift motion, Peter launched a web from one hand, aiming to ensnare a car and hurl it at Otto's head. Regrettably, these attacks failed to penetrate the defense of Otto's mechanical arms before they could reach him. They were rendered ineffective. Futile. Spider creature, your end is nigh? Who's to say who will perish first? Your flesh pales in comparison to the might of these mechanical appendages. Does it not? Grasping the vibranium blade provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. from his waist, Peter suddenly released his grip, propelled by inertia towards Dr. Octopus. With long-range tactics proving ineffective, he was compelled to take the risk of engaging in close combat, relying on his quick reflexes and danger perception. Perhaps this was the only means to completely vanquish this octopus fiend. Dr. Octopus's expression shifted. The spider creature was correct. His original form was not particularly powerful and bore little difference from an ordinary human, which meant he could not utilize many techniques that would trigger severe chain reactions. For instance, his high-speed techniques like supersonic slashes and scythe-like spins, which relied on the principles of his mechanical arms, were unfeasible due to his body's inability to withstand such impacts. However, he had practiced. Bloom, Flower of Death. 6 powerful and agile mechanical arms swiftly retracted into his body, and then erupted from his chest like a blooming chrysanthemum, spinning erratically and rapidly to strike at his adversary without mercy. Peter's expression darkened slightly. As he drew closer to Otto, the available space to evade grew increasingly limited. Given the inertia, altering his trajectory became exceedingly challenging, now bordering on the reckless. "I'll fight you." In a youthful display of bravado, Peter directed both hands toward Otto's chest, unleashing a barrage of high-intensity webbing, targeting the crucial point where the 6 mechanical arms converged. At this moment, he found himself with no retreat. He had to take a gamble. With a resounding crack, both Peter and Otto paused in astonishment. The mechanical arms did not cease their motion, but their speed had significantly diminished. Peter tightened his grip on the webbing, sensing a dynamic equilibrium between his strength and that of his opponent. If he released his hold first, he would be instantly ensnared in the mechanical arm's deadly embrace and meet a gruesome end. Conversely, if Otto relinquished his grip, he would be flung into the sky, potentially hundreds of meters high, and given Otto's physical condition, he could easily lose consciousness and fail to control the mechanical arms, resulting in a fatal fall. Both were locked in a stalemate, neither daring to relax their hold even slightly. "Release. Young man, the situation is perilous. We must simultaneously let go to avert disaster. I have much research to pursue, and suddenly, I find your insights on justice to be rather compelling. I too wish to explore this concept and ascertain its merits." "Very well, I concur with your perspective. Everyone deserves the right to express themselves. I am willing to reconcile, Dr. Otto. On the count of 3, let us release our grip." Otto's eyes darted around, while Peter Parker smiled faintly, his eyelids lowered. "All right, 1, 2, 3. Kid, why haven't you let go? You exhibit no sense of integrity. And you, Dr. Otto, are not any better. Not only do you refuse to relinquish your hold, but you also increase your strength. If it weren't for my danger sense, you could have truly harmed me." The two were locked in a stalemate, exchanging verbal barbs. But a physical confrontation was unlikely to ensue at that moment. Chapter 107. The Spider Slayer takes a bow. Meanwhile, Hill piloted the helicopter, carrying Su Shaoling, the stickman, and Matt as they traversed the skies above the city. After soaring past a cluster of towering buildings, a vivid red reflection in her visor sent a shiver down her spine. "Quick jump. We're locked on," Hill exclaimed, swiftly unbuckling her seatbelt and leaping into the air. Su Shaoling followed suit, employing her falling technique to land on a rooftop ahead of Hill. With a powerful leap, she caught Hill mid-air, rescuing her from the perilous descent. The stickman and Matt hurriedly leaped, narrowly landing on the edge of a nearby skyscraper as the helicopter exploded into a shower of debris. "Stop right there." Mindy soared majestically through the air atop Fenrir, with Smythe piloting his Spider Slayer armor closely behind for protection. "This path is blocked. Turn back. I have no desire to engage with you." "Mindy, Fenrir, why are you doing this?" Su Shaoling gazed at Mindy in astonishment, struggling to accept the reality that she and Wu Lu might not be the heroes she thought. "Why am I doing this?" Mindy's expression hardened. "What about you? Everything you eat, wear, and use is provided by Wu Lu. Why would you betray us?" Her anger was palpable, while she remained indifferent to the actions of her enemies. Su Shaoling, having forged a connection with her, was a different matter entirely. "Miss Kilgrave, I am aware of your active presence on social media," Hill interjected. "Your father, Big Daddy, and your guardian, Frank, are friends of our director, and you are a warrior born of this beautiful land. Why would you ally with the nefarious faction of the Chinese? Who do you think you are to question others? You are still young, and like Miss Su Shaoling, you should return to the right path." Hill's words flushed Su Shaoling's cheeks as she considered her actions, which indeed resembled a form of flattery towards the United States. "Fenrir, silence this woman." "As you wish, my master." With a gleaming flash, Fenrir's claws glimmered as several beams of gamma radiation were unleashed toward Hill. "Be careful." Su Shaoling, unable to see the rays, sensed the energy flow and instinctively pulled Hill aside to evade the gamma barrage. "You truly are quite dedicated." Mindy mocked. "Hill, do not attempt to persuade me. I am a free individual, possessing my own discernment of right and wrong. Do not presume that everyone shares your privilege of elite parents and a prosperous upbringing. You are the beneficiaries of society. Thus your allegiance to your nation is merely your obligation, whereas every morsel of bread I consume has been rightfully earned by my own efforts. If you expect me to toil for your cause, you are sorely mistaken." Hill countered. "Is order not significant? Within the framework of order, each individual encounters distinct fortunes. This is an incidental phenomenon, not a fault of the system. I empathize with your plight, and we are willing to embrace you, to offer you warmth." Mindy, applying a stroke of paint to her face, appeared even more formidable. "Are you finished? You will never comprehend." Su Shaoling, are you certain you wish to oppose us today? Should you choose the opposing camp, I shall no longer regard you as my friend. A pang of discomfort settled in Su Shaoling's heart. Her initial intent in coming to this beautiful land was to share joyous days with Wu Lu and Mindy, to savor the diverse customs and cultures. There was even a hint of ulterior motive, as she subconsciously believed Wu Lu to be a trustworthy man. Yet, she found herself bewildered at how they had arrived at this juncture. Mindy had evidently chosen love over justice, but who could deem that choice erroneous? Mindy, do you truly know Wu Lu? Su Shaoling endeavored for one final appeal, desperate to retain her friend. What have you heard? He is not a good man. He has done many things in secret. Enough. Mindy interrupted Su Shaoling's incessant chatter. I know he is not a good man, but he treats me well. And that suffices. Su Shaoling, you understand nothing. You believe yourself a lofty paragon of virtue, discerning all truths and falsehoods. I tell you, you are mistaken. You are nothing. Fight or leave. Mindy stood triumphantly upon Finrer, guns in hand, exuding an air of defiance. In this world, she cared not for right or wrong. She sought only to remain true to herself. Su Shaoling had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Wu Lu. To rescue her, they must separate her from him. Indeed, let us fight. We have witnessed the devil's deeds with clarity. What kind of good man dissects the hearts of others at will? The elder nodded in agreement with Hill's words. Mindy, I act for your sake. I know you will despise me now, but in time you will come to understand my intentions. Let us battle. The dragon's roar echoes through the world. Su Shaoling leapt high, a surge of power swirling in her hands, the ethereal image of the azure dragon sprouting wings, a majestic aura that thickened the air around her. Finner, eliminate her. Mindy, gritting her teeth, coldly pointed at Su Shaoling, her heart heavy with despair at that moment. She cast aside all remnants of trust in others. Her life, apart from Wu Lu, should not have afforded her trust in anyone else. Very well, Mistress Mindy. Let me tear this indecisive woman to shreds. Howl. Finner, transformed into a shadow, roared furiously, stirring a tempest as he charged towards Su Shaoling. Mindy leapt into a nearby building and shouted, Samaisai, instruct your men to fire. And you, show no mercy. Very well, Miss Mindy, as you wish. Everyone, listen closely. Take aim at them. Boom. A thunderous crack from a sniper rifle erupted, shattering the concrete beneath Hill's feet, sending fragments cascading downwards, propelling Hill towards the depths of the 30-story building. In a graceful maneuver, Su Shaoling executed a flip, nimbly extending her foot to pull Hill back onto the platform. Hill's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated becoming a burden. You needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. In a matter of moments. Finrer had reached Su Shaoling, his claws slicing through the air with ferocity. Due to his unique anatomy, the towering structure that posed a challenge to humans felt like a mere stroll for Finrer. His diverse combat tactics, the fierce instincts of a beast, and his formidable physique completely overwhelmed Su Shaoling. Ha ha ha, Mr. Finrer, you are truly remarkable. Allow me to seize that woman. Samaisai, witnessing Finrer's ferocity, burst into laughter. Finally comprehending why Jean held such esteem for Wu Qian, even the recruits dispatched for training were exceptionally formidable. Was their true combat power not boundless? You vile wench. Do not think you can escape. I intend to savor your essence tonight. Samaisai maneuvered numerous spider-like robots, scaling the high-rise buildings, their sensors relaying real-time images to his augmented vision. Hill, that stunning woman, seemed frozen in fear, cowering in a corner. Ha ha ha, Big Brother is here. Observing his adversary paralyzed with terror, Samaisai swiftly directed his armor to land on the platform. Darling, as long as you do not resist, I can be exceedingly gentle. Do you see? Those who stand here are extraordinary superhumans. I, Samaisai, am fortunate to be among them. This is not a place for ordinary people like you. I shall escort you away. Were it not for his corpulent physique, lecherous demeanor, and lascivious gaze, Hill might have entertained a different thought. She tugged at her uniform, tearing the strap with a rip, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin. Stay away, monster. If you come closer, I would rather leap from this height. Ha ha. With my Spider Slayer armor, even if you jump, I can rescue you. Come now, beautiful. It must be said. Hill's fiery red lips and commanding presence possessed an innate allure that captivated Samaisai, a tech-savvy individual, completely ensnared by hormones. Unbeknownst to him, he drew ever closer, like a lovesick fool, cautious not to offend the lady. As he approached, 3 meters, 2 meters, half a meter, his mind faltered. He removed his helmet, inhaling deeply, yearning to immerse himself in her presence amidst the wintry peaks. With a frigid glare, Hill found the notion of employing seduction on such a revolting individual utterly repugnant. Fortunately, the moment had arrived. She swiftly executed a somersault, delivering a powerful kick to SMYS's head. Before he could recover from his daze, she promptly fired a shot. Bang! SMYS's skull was shattered, marking him as the first casualty. I am a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 108. Finrer and Mindy captured together. Hill's impressive counterattack left everyone astounded, invigorating both the old man and Matt. who joined forces with Su Shaoling to subdue Fenrir. United, they unleashed a flurry of punches and strikes upon the beast, only to discover that their efforts inflicted no harm whatsoever. Futile. You mere insects could never hope to wound Lord Fenrir. Allow me to demonstrate some true power. Having realized that ordinary flames posed no threat to him, Fenrir had developed a fiery form, essentially persuading Doom to create a low-temperature, long-burning accelerant for him. He poured this substance over himself and ignited it with a lighter, resulting in a fierce blue-orange blaze engulfing him. Behold Lord Fenrir's fiery form. You primitive creatures wielding rudimentary weapons can never grasp the allure of technology. Come now, let us battle. As Fenrir became increasingly frenzied, he charged about like an unstoppable fireball. Matt and the old man attempted to close the distance, to no avail. Only Su Shaoling possessed the ability to attack from a distance using her energy, yet, as the situation escalated, their defeat became merely a matter of time. Impervious to blades and radiating danger, Fenrir was akin to a rolling ball of flesh. Quickly, seize that small one. We cannot contend with this monster. Capturing its master will allow us to threaten it. Hill shouted, prompting Fenrir to become immediately alarmed. With a fierce howl, he sought to regroup with Mindy. Su Shaoling recognized that this was their sole opportunity and resolutely intercepted him. The dance of dragons and tigers. The ethereal forms of dragons and tigers surged forth, staunchly resisting Fenrir's advance. Matt and the old man exchanged glances and charged forward to capture Mindy. Two martial arts masters against a mere girl. Surely, it would be an effortless endeavor. You vile wretch, I will annihilate you. Bang, bang, bang. Enraged, Mindy drew her handgun and unleashed a barrage of shots at Hill. To her surprise, Hill exhibited remarkable marksmanship, evading her attacks with precision while retaliating effectively, rendering Mindy unable to gain the upper hand. Both their magazines were soon exhausted. Little sister, a sharp tongue will not win a man's affection. I have been with your man, and I know what he desires. You have yet to experience it. Have you? Hill's words struck a nerve with Mindy. Although she had grown quite intimate with Wu Lu, they had never crossed that final threshold. She longed to explain that Western and Eastern girls develop differently, yet under the influence of love, she had acquiesced to Wu Lu's tender care. For an outsider to bring this matter to light was truly unsettling for her. Mindy was acutely aware of her own limitations. She was certainly no match for Matt and the staff elder. Thus, she had resolved to retreat, but not before dispatching that vile woman, seeking her demise. Mindy stomped her combat boot, propelling herself into the air like a majestic eagle, soaring towards Hill. With a flick of her wrist, a butterfly knife materialized in her grasp. And with a fierce roar, she lunged at Hill like a leopard. Master, Matt shouted. The staff elder understood the cue. Matt crossed the staffs. The two shifted their positions. And as Mindy approached, the elder calmly assumed a peculiar stance, ready to intercept her with a swift upward strike. Mindy deftly flipped her butterfly knife, preparing to strike at her opponent's vulnerable spot, when a sudden pain shot through her side. A metallic staff had jabbed into her waist, sapping her strength. It was Matt. This was a coordinated attack, a technique derived from ancient manuscripts the elder had studied. The movements were deceptive, alternating between slow and fast, creating a disorienting effect that led to her misjudgment. Clearly, Mindy had fallen victim, with the staff elder holding his weapon vertically and Matt positioning his horizontally. They expertly locked Mindy in place, though she was stronger than the average person and even more formidable with the right weaponry. She remained trapped within the confines of her mortal form, unable to break free from the metallic grip of the elder and Matt. Electric shock. Simultaneously, the elder and Matt activated a new feature, and a crackling surge coursed through Mindy, rendering her dazed and disoriented. Wu Lu had yet to discover the perfect enhancement method for Mindy, which is why he had refrained from intervening. He also felt concern for her youth, never wishing to thrust her into such fierce combat, unaware that calamity would strike at this moment. Beasts, how dare you treat my master Mindy this way? I shall shatter you into pieces, roared Fenrir. Countless fire wolves erupted from his form, thrashing about wildly, devoid of reason, turning into ruthless beasts that tore apart everything in their vicinity. Fenrir, stop! Do you seek a massacre? Su Shaoling shouted, but what approached was indeed Fenrir, his eyes ablaze with fury. Get away! The elder swatted Su Shaoling aside, declaring, this creature is devoid of humanity. Fenrir, you wretched beast! Your master has been captured by us. Cease this madness. The elder bellowed, though as an elder of the martial world, he found it difficult to utter further threats. Forget about me. Kill that woman from S-H-I-E-L-D. We are warriors, and warriors never surrender. Fenrir howled, engaged in battle with Su Shaoling, his form expanding dramatically, his eyes glowing red with flames, akin to a demon soaring through the sky. A powerful radiating force surged from his mounting anger, distorting the air around him. Even from several meters away, onlookers felt the searing heat of his flames. Release my master, and I may allow you to pass. Otherwise, you shall all perish." Hill smirked, skillfully rolling into position beside the elder and Matt, brandishing a dagger pressed against Mindy's throat. "The dog-headed monster. It is time for you to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, your master's life will be gravely endangered." Hill struck with ferocity, the dagger having already pierced Mindy's dermis. Blood droplets the size of beans slowly seeping forth. "Hill," Su Shaoling called out, yet Hill remained unmoved. "Step back. I possess more experience in such matters than you. To achieve our ultimate goal, self-sacrifice is a viable option, and I am fully prepared to make that choice." The old man blushed, his expression complex as he distanced himself from Hill. "Agent Hill, this deviates significantly from our prior agreement." Matt frowned, finding the S-H-I-E-L-D approach excessively domineering, which left him somewhat displeased. "Matt, let the professionals handle this. It is merely strategy. Dog-headed monster, will you surrender or not?" "I grant you 3 seconds to contemplate." "Finnerer, do not heed her. This woman seeks to intimidate you." Mindy shouted. "Finnerer, act. They cannot do anything to you. If you truly surrender, it will spell the end for both of us." With a swift thrust, Hill plunged the dagger into Mindy's thigh, a horrific gash appearing on her long, fair leg, blood flowing profusely. The suddenness of the strike left everyone in stunned silence. "You," Su Shaoling, enraged, prepared to retaliate. The old man restrained her, shaking his head to indicate it was not a vital wound. Having invested so heavily, it would be a true pitfall without any return. "Dog-headed monster, you refer to Finnerer, yes? Your master's life now lies in your hands. You may test my resolve to see if I dare to kill her." With a mighty roar, Finnerer howled towards the heavens, the difficult choice clouding its already limited intellect. I surrender." At that moment, 2 support helicopters arrived, deploying powerful tranquilizer guns to incapacitate Finnerer. "Package it up and take it away. And tend to this young lady well. She will be of great use in the future." Chapter 109. Hank Pym's troubles. Wanda was unaware of Mindy and Finnerer's capture. Following her original plan, she arrived at the entrance of the sanatorium where Hank Pym resided, accompanied by 2 combat-ready coffee maids. "May I ask whom you seek?" The staff at the entrance, noticing Wanda's elegant attire and striking beauty, approached her with eager assistance. Sensing her urgency, "Hello, may I inquire if Mr. Hank Pym is present? I have matters to discuss with him." "He is here. However, that old fellow has a rather peculiar temperament and seldom mingles with others. Though he has not been here long, the older residents do not take a liking to him." "Are you certain he is the person you wish to see?" "Absolutely," Wanda replied, smiling as she produced a substantial amount of cash from her wallet to hand to the staff member. "This is a little tip. Could you kindly escort me to him?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly." The staff member accepted the tip, their demeanor growing even more enthusiastic as they opened up. "Beautiful lady, you have indeed come to the right person in seeking Mr. Hank Pym. Mr. Pym is quite the celebrity in our vicinity. He is an extraordinary scientist, though his fame does not stem from that alone. Rather, it is due to the betrayal of his daughter, who conspired with others to usurp Dr. Pym's company, ultimately forcing this unfortunate old man out. Left with nowhere to go, he now resides here. How could his daughter treat her own father in such a manner? It is utterly incomprehensible. Wanda has always yearned for parental love, and she cannot fathom that anyone could behave so cruelly towards their own flesh and blood. This daughter is truly dreadful. Dear lady, if I may interject, I believe the old man bears a significant portion of the blame. In his relentless pursuit of research concerning the Pym particles, he neglected to manage his daughter's upbringing. In the end, his wife vanished due to his experiments, and his daughter, lacking guidance, became entangled in society's vices, having never experienced paternal affection, which has rendered her quite unruly." At that moment, Wanda spotted the elder beneath a tree, engrossed in a book. His silver hair and sturdy, robust frame suggested he was still quite vigorous. Yet a cloud of frustration lingered in his eyes, hinting at troubling matters. Wanda approached Dr. Pym, followed closely by the battle-hardened maid. "Dr. Pym, greetings. Who might you be?" Hank Pym replied, his eyelids drooping as he surveyed Wanda. "Beautiful young lady, I have never seen you before. What business do you have with this old man? Speak plainly." "Dr. Pym, I have heard there are some misunderstandings between you and your daughter." "Ah, the entire populace of Fantasies is aware of that tale. It is hardly a secret. Are you here to meddle in my family affairs? If you intend to be evasive, then I suggest you take your leave, for I have no patience for those who waver." Hank Pym was quite irked. Initially, he suspected that his daughter had aided that scoundrel Lauren in stealing his Ant-Man suit, only to realize that was not the case at all, though he had no desire to don the Ant-Man persona again. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers should that suit fall into the wrong hands. This matter had caused him sleepless nights for 2 consecutive days. Sitting in the sun, feeling the breeze, was his sole respite. Wanda, ever the tactful one, refrained from any frivolous chatter and said softly, "Dr. Pym, I am one of the leaders of the creator group. I have come to invite you to join us in realizing our dreams together. Huh, the Creator Group, the company that manufactures novelty dolls. Surely, they cannot genuinely wish to enlist an old man like me, otherwise. They would not have sent a novice like you to persuade me. Do you know what field I hold a doctorate in? No, I do not, Wanda admitted. A bit bashful. Having grown up as an orphan amidst the turmoil of Sokovia, she knew little of science. Dr. Pym, while I may not be well versed, I recognize that scientists are remarkable individuals capable of achieving what mere mortals cannot. I may lack understanding, but I come bearing the most sincere intentions. What intentions? Dr. Pym, should you choose to join the Creator Group, I am prepared to offer you a 5% stake. 5%, this constitutes Wanda's entire share. Do not be deceived into thinking it is insignificant. Each of the women, including Zhao Hailuan, possesses only 5%, while Wu Lu himself holds a mere 30%. Although Norman transferred his equity to Wu Lu, the latter did not shamelessly accept it all. He merely acquired the shares, leaving the dividend rights with Norman. Furthermore, Doom, Connors, Otto, and several exceptionally skilled individuals also possess varying shares. Upon meticulous calculation, his own share of dividends would certainly not exceed 10%. 5% signifies revenues in the realm of hundreds of billions of dollars. Pym gestured towards the chair beside him. Please, take a seat. It is evident that you have a profound sense of belonging to the Creator Group. 5% is indeed everything for you, isn't it? Silly child. Negotiations do not unfold in such a manner. You are just like I once was, wholeheartedly devoted to the company. Yet now, money and career have become mere illusions to me. I once founded a company, Cross Technologies. Have you heard of it? Wanda shook her head earnestly. I previously resided in Sokovia and have only recently arrived in New York. I have not heard of Cross Technologies. Sokovia? Pym expressed mild astonishment. That is a region plagued by perpetual conflict. How did you manage to come here? He was intrigued. While it was not surprising for someone from Sokovia to reach New York, the rapid transformation into a woman of immense wealth at such a young age piqued his curiosity. Madam, may I inquire about your age? 18. 18, the bloom of youth, and 8 years younger than Hope. You have not attended school. Yet you have risen to an executive position in the Creator Group. May I ask how this came to be? Because the owner of the Creator Group is my husband. Chapter 110, The Astonished Pym. Wanda's cheeks flushed. He brought me and my brother from Sokovia to New York, providing us with warmth and care. No wonder, no wonder. Hank Pym chuckled. Only love can bring about such a profound transformation. You are indeed fortunate. He must love you dearly. I am familiar with the Creator Group. Our rehabilitation center utilizes many of your company's products, which are exceptional. Your husband's company is quite affluent. If it were someone ordinary, they would be indulging in the glamorous lifestyle of stars and socialites. Given your affection for him, he must not be a philanderer. A philanderer? Not at all. Wanda had previously regarded Wu Lu as quite the womanizer, yet after conversing with this elder for a brief moment, she unexpectedly discovered he was indeed a romantic at heart. However, aside from Donna, Zhao Hailuan, Mindy, and herself, it seemed he had not pursued anyone else. As for fleeting romances, Wanda was utterly unconcerned. Indeed, he is not a philanderer, and moreover, he is the most accomplished doctor in the world. Dr. Pym, do you truly have no desire to return to your former profession? I too am quite curious. Pym rambled on. Many years ago, there was a fellow named Howard, a genius much like myself. However, I did not acknowledge him. Wishing to ascertain the extent of his abilities, it has become evident that he falls short in many aspects compared to me, particularly in terms of longevity and the minutiae of existence. In times past, I might have been inclined to accompany you to witness this creator company and assess its merit. Yet now I find myself devoid of such enthusiasm. I have aged and possess no desire to venture anywhere. Pym's voice, imbued with a sense of profound weariness, resonated with a multitude of emotions and helplessness. Wanda gazed at Pym, who lived a life of comfort, and found him far more pessimistic than she. A child merely surviving amidst conflict. A surge of indignation ignited within her. If her parents were still alive, they would likely surpass this elderly gentleman in spirit. They had aspirations aplenty, yet devoid of life. This old man merely exists, doing nothing of consequence. Mr. Pym, I believe you are mistaken. Although you are advanced in age, you are still alive. Some desire to live yet cannot, and since you are among the living, you ought not to squander your existence. With a soft chuckle, Pym set aside his book, rose, and retrieved a coffee pot from behind a tree, pouring a cup for Wanda. You are a good child, far superior to my daughter. This is authentic Kopi Luwak. Do give it a try. Wanda's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Mr. Pym, please do not change the subject. And could we possibly have something without the Kopi Luwak? As soon as the words left her lips, a battle-ready coffee mate approached. Snatching the coffee pot from Pym's hands and discarding the Kopi Luwak onto the ground, she pointed her finger at the empty pot, and a viscous, Dark liquid flowed into it, filling the air with a rich aroma. Special Blue Mountain. This is the essence of Special Blue Mountain. Miss Wanda, may I replace your coffee? The coffee maid took Wanda's mug and filled it with the exquisite brew. Miss Wanda, please enjoy. If it does not meet your satisfaction, you may select from other varieties. The world's top 10 coffees are available for your choosing at any time. Having completed her task, the battle-ready coffee maid retreated to stand behind them. Pym exclaimed in astonishment. This is a coffee maid produced for our internal personnel. Every researcher is equipped with one. Dr. Pym, would you like to give it a try? Wanda spoke with double entendre, and Dr. Pym smiled faintly. Very well, I shall indulge. He took the coffee pot and poured himself a cup of Special Blue Mountain, savoring it leisurely. Truly, Miss Wanda, you surpass my daughter. Pym reflected with a hint of melancholy. If only I had a daughter like you, I could die in peace. How could that be? I have heard your daughter is an exceptionally ambitious woman. Yes, she indeed is a formidable woman. As Pym's words trailed off, a somber air enveloped him, his voice heavy with sorrow. My daughter, Hope, conspired with her fiancé to expel me from the company. I do not grieve for the company. My sorrow lies with her, for she is my daughter. My wife tragically passed away due to my experiments, leaving me a solitary figure. Tell me, what meaning does my existence hold now? I have come to terms with everything. It is all merely ephemeral. I have no desire to undertake anything further. This world ultimately belongs to you young people. Please, take your leave. Mr. Pym, Wanda exclaimed loudly. You are mistaken, Mr. Pym. Your neglect of Ms. Hope, due to your preoccupation with your career, has led to a dereliction in her upbringing. Does this justify your resignation to despair? You ought to summon your strength, correct her, and exemplify what is right through your actions, rather than remaining idle. I believe I can somewhat understand your daughter. If you attribute all your misfortunes to external factors and never contemplate making a change, it is entirely reasonable for Ms. Hope to distance herself from you. You resemble a stone, incapable of engaging in any transformative chemistry, leading her to harbor no emotional expectations from you. If this is indeed the case, it is all the more imperative for you to rise above it. As long as you persist on the righteous path, she will undoubtedly come to recognize her errors in due time. Mr. Pym, I implore you to reconsider. Pym's expression shifted dramatically, deeply affected by Wanda's words. Chapter 111. The world comes to an end. Leave now. My mind is made up. Hank Pym lowered his head, fearful of revealing his thoughts. Wanda wished to say more, eager to persuade Pym to join the creators group. However, Agent Hill and her entourage approached with an imposing demeanor. Upon glancing at the time, Wanda realized with dismay that they had exceeded their previously agreed half-hour limit. Two combat maids watched the newcomers with vigilance, their empty hands now wielding crescent blades. Ms. Wanda, if Mr. Pym refuses, you ought to depart swiftly. Your creators group is in disarray. Do not linger here to sow discord. Agent Hill, what do you imply? What is the meaning of this? Mindy is part of your group, is she not? She assaulted our S.H.I.E.L.D. members with a bioengineered beast, obstructing our operations. This constitutes a serious crime in America. The peculiar creature, Fenrir, contained the genetic material of no fewer than 600 North American gray wolves, indicating that your group has clandestinely engaged in the preservation of a wild animal population. Rest assured, the animal rights organization will soon descend upon your group to protest, and you will become the target of public disdain. What have you done with Mindy and Fenrir? Naturally, they have been apprehended. Young lady, should you wish, I would not mind taking you into custody as well. Hill's gaze was laced with a cruel amusement, unperturbed by the prospect of further transgressions. Miss Sue, are you also in league with them? Wanda's serene visage radiated skepticism. Are you an accomplice in Mindy's capture? Fearing that Wanda might breach Sue's defenses, Hill stepped forward, shielding Sue from view. We are merely administering justice. Matt, since we've encountered her, why not seize this girl as well? Stop. Is it now the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who act with such tyranny? I shall contact Nick Fury to lodge a protest. Hank Pym interjected, stepping between the factions to rebuke Hill loudly. Look at what you are doing. This is utterly disgraceful. Kidnapping and threats? Is this the conduct befitting you? Had Peggy Carter foreseen S.H.I.E.L.D. devolving into such a state, she would never have established this organization. Madam Wanda is my guest. If you are aggressive, I shall not acquiesce to any of your demands. Very well, old man, Matt, release her. Dr. Pym, the situation is intricate. The creators group has become a malignant entity, dispersing perilous products across the globe, with grandiose conspiracies and ambitions. Kidnapping and intimidation are the most effective and expedient methods. Hank Pym scoffed. These agents have always acted without scruple. And he was not genuinely concerned, merely enjoying a conversation with Wanda. If you possess evidence, you should apprehend their leader directly. Dealing with a young girl, do you understand? Miss Wanda, you must leave at once. Su Xiaoling, I am deeply disappointed in you. I feel for Mindy. Agent Hill, I offer you a piece of advice. It would be prudent to release Mindy and Finra, or you shall inevitably regret it. Regret? Excellent. I await that day. The less knowledgeable one is, the more they believe individual power can surpass that of a nation. We shall see. Wanda departed, with 2 combat maids closely trailing her, vigilantly observing Agent Hill and her entourage. However, before Pym, Hill had no intention of breaking her word. She merely sought to engage Pym in conversation. Having already captured a hostage, she was indifferent to the number, as long as she had one. In a certain sanatorium, Wanda hastily instructed the combat robots to contact Wooloo. Darling, Mindy has been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as the communication connected, Wanda anxiously declared, Finra has also been captured, and I overheard Agent Hill mention that they seem to have done something dreadful to Finra. Wanda, are you all right? Where did you encounter Hill? Did she trouble you? In the sanatorium, their target is Dr. Pym. It was only because of his protection that I was able to escape unscathed. What shall we do now? I am currently at the periphery of the sanatorium. Wanda, you must return to the Creator's building immediately. I am already aware of Mindy's abduction. Jean Bing has informed me. Do not allow yourself to be further endangered. Return at once while they have not changed their minds. Yes, I shall return immediately. Wanda ended the communication and hurried back. By the time Wanda, accompanied by 2 coffee maids, arrived at the Creator's building, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Wooloo had received news from Jean Bing that the interception had failed. Dr. Otto and Spider-Man had both been gravely injured, and Mindy and Finra had also been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. As Wanda rushed through the door, she found Wooloo seated on the sofa, smoking incessantly. He inhaled deeply, coughing. He had never smoked before. Zhao Hailuan, Dr. Doom, Connors, and Donna were all gathered together. Wanda, you have finally returned. I was terribly worried. Wooloo's face finally revealed a hint of relief. Darling, Mindy has been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Wooloo forced a smile. Darling, I know, do not fret. This incident is my fault. I underestimated the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otto has also suffered severe injuries. His body is not as formidable as those mechanical arms, and he cannot be enhanced by the super soldier serum. However, these concerns are trivial. As long as you can return, our victory is assured. What should I do now? Wanda, though mentally exhausted, is unwilling to remain idle. Your primary task at the moment is to rest properly. Do you understand? Leave the rest to me, and by tomorrow morning, you will surely see Mindy, I swear. Yet, Wanda is reluctant to leave. Mindy is like a sister to her, and with her fate uncertain, how can she find peace? Rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a band of brigands. As long as I communicate effectively with them, there will be no issues. After much persuasion, Wanda finally agreed to rest. How do you plan to communicate with them? Of course, with my fists. But before that, I must have a word with that fool, if he is sensible. We may avoid unnecessary trouble. Wooloo called Tony Stark. Hey, Woo, it's quite rare for you to call me. What is the matter? Of course. Mindy and Finra have been captured, and I need your assistance. What? Who is audacious enough to capture your people? It's Nick Fury, from S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh damn that fool. What does he intend to do? For heaven's sake, Woo, you must remain calm. I will persuade him to release Mindy. That fool is truly a simpleton. Wait a moment. I will bring him in. Wooloo did not have Nick Fury's contact information, so he intended to use J.A.R.V.I.S. to relay his message. Now that Tony Stark was willing to mediate, he welcomed the opportunity. Soon, Nick Fury joined the group chat. Nick, why did you capture Mindy? Wooloo emphasized, and Finra. Tony, you brought me in just to help this Eastern individual convince me? Tony, you have fallen. Your sense of justice has faded in the face of their power. What nonsense are you spouting? I ask you, why did you capture Mindy? She is still a child. Tony was somewhat irate. While others may not grasp Wooloo's prowess, as a leading scientist, he understood all too well. Just considering the numerous arc reactors Wooloo had taken from him, coupled with the super soldier serum he could produce himself, he could wreak havoc, turning the world upside down. Let alone a mere S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the Avengers, aside from himself, would be utterly defenseless. Mr. Wu, although Mindy is a child, she is connected to many serious cases I am handling. According to investigations, she is implicated in at least 16 murder charges, with evidence to support it. Do you acknowledge this? Fool, spare me your nonsense. Wooloo retorted, both mocking and rude. You claim to understand the world's truths better than us, ordinary folk. So tell me, what will it take for you to release Mindy and Finra? If my life-size figurines are causing you discomfort, I can halt their production. Mr. Wu, it is quite simple. If you permit S.H.I.E.L.D. D. To acquire shares in the creator group and establish a dedicated team for supervision and management. I will release her. However, that creature known as Fenrir will not be so fortunate. The creator group amalgamates all the resources that Wu Lu can muster, brilliant minds, advanced technologies. And their formidable base, how could one allow others to encroach upon it? Nick Fury, I could agree to this initially, and upon rescuing Mindy, I could then turn against you. Yet, I find such a course of action rather distasteful. What you seek, I cannot provide. I am aware that you all comprehend Mindy as my Achilles heel. And you wish to employ her as leverage against me, akin to placing a ring in a bull's nose to control its every move. You may direct me east or west, but your calculations are flawed. Listen, Nick Fury, let us engage in a fervent duel, should you emerge victorious. You shall obtain your desires, yet should you falter, you will relinquish Mindy. It is impossible. I possess the advantage, while you hold nothing. Hear me. The creator group is beyond your control. Surrendering it to S-H-I-E-L-D is your sole avenue of escape. Who says I lack leverage? My leverage encompasses the entire world. Should any harm befall Mindy, I shall ensure the world meets its doom. I understand you may doubt this. So let us commence our trial in New York. Chapter 112, Divided Pursuits with Negotiations Collapsed. Wu Lu's expression was as grim as the depths of the sea. We must demonstrate our strength. Senior Dumb, how goes the creation of your destruction armor? The ultimate version is still undergoing refinement. However, the completed iteration is already a formidable suit on Earth. Speak, what shall we do? I can devise a virulent pathogen that could transform New York into a ghost town overnight. I could also surreptitiously inject an enhanced lizard serum into numerous individuals, turning them into lizard men, wreaking havoc everywhere. At that point, S-H-I-E-L-D would surely become the target of universal ire. Dumb and Connors voiced their opinions. Wu Lu, drenched in cold sweat, interjected, Senior Dumb, must we go that far? Let us refrain from considering the annihilation of New York for the time being. Our primary concern must be the rescue. Boss, my indignation stems from witnessing the tragic fate of my old friend Otto. Otto, such a decent man, has been repeatedly struck down by them, and now he is forced to exist as a half-human, half-machine monstrosity. And Smythe shares a similar plight. We must retaliate. Connors fears that he, too, may one day suffer such a fate. Dr. Connors, rest assured, the creator group is not to be trifled with. Wu Lu remarked darkly. This time, S-H-I-E-L-D has divided its forces. One faction seeks to enlist Dr. Pym, while the other has ventured to the Arctic. Do you know their purpose? The crowd shook their heads. And Wu Lu continued. Tony and his team are on a mission to rescue Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was entombed in ice after his battle with the Red Skull. Recently, S-H-I-E-L-D detected signs of life, prompting their main force to head to the Arctic, leaving only Hill and the newcomers to pursue the Pym line of tasks. This oversight has proven to be my folly. Boss, this cannot be attributed to you. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon Su Shaoling, that ungrateful woman who has betrayed us. According to the words of Jean Bing's associates, it was merely Hill accompanied by two lackeys, who were hardly a match for Miss Mindy and Fenrir. Su Shaoling. Wu Lu recited this woman's name with a cold demeanor, stating, let us not concern ourselves with her for now. What lies ahead is our boundless battle. Should she underestimate herself, we will send her to her demise. Wu Lu's attentiveness towards Su Shaoling primarily aimed to cultivate goodwill with Wen Wu and the true Ten Rings, yet now that Mindy has been provoked, all is rendered inconsequential. At worst, he would annihilate Wen Wu and his 10 rings together. Are you suggesting that I intercept Tony Stark to seize Captain America? Indeed, Senior Doom. But I hope that Helen accompanies you. She can assist in recording and evaluating the shortcomings of the annihilation armor. Doom smiled lightly. Certainly, Junior Wu. You need not be so courteous in your speech. I am aware of your concerns regarding my capabilities against them. There is no need for such reservations. I am not an arrogant fool like Tony Stark, and my strength is merely a product of laboratory data. I understand, Senior Doom. However, before we proceed, I require you and Helen to collaborate with me and Dr. Connors to create something. What is it? The Annihilation Dragon. In the subterranean laboratory, countless organic materials began to be funneled underground. Wu Lu manipulated the surgical domain, continuously compressing these organic substances, while Connors tirelessly infused them with various enhancement agents. Should we also add plant agents? But there is no light source at night. Of course, we shall incorporate everything possible. Very well. Dr. Doom waved his hands, as magical inscriptions were imprinted onto the organic mass. With each imprint, Wu Lu would rotate it to the next side to continue. Zhao Helen operated instruments to monitor the data of these peculiar creations in real time, controlling nanobots to modify the organs and components that were ill-suited for the current Earth environment. Three towering, magic-infused masses emerged in the underground laboratory. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a significantly smaller version of a thorn dragon. Huff, we have finally completed it. We are now merely lacking a biological brain to load. What organism shall we use? What about its original brain? The primordial genes of the annihilation dragon were extracted from that ancient amber. Logically, it should possess a brain. Those creatures still believe they are eggs. Are you certain you wish to govern these three giants with them? If you proceed, they are likely to remain motionless, convinced they are still unhatched infants. It may take 1 or 2 weeks for them to develop like real dinosaurs. How about using a chicken brain? Connor suggested. Though small, chicken brains are quite combative and simple-minded, making them easier to control. Based on my research, the genetic similarity between chickens and dinosaurs exceeds 90%. Very well. Let us use the chicken's brain. While it may be simplistic, it is filled with fighting spirit and easily manageable. It will not cause too much chaos. Wooloo, however, was reluctant to make the situation too extreme. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly resort to utilizing the genes of the honey badger or the flat-headed cat. All procedures have been completed, and Doom has once again cast a spell to alter the structure of one of them. I have created a small chamber at its heart, which can serve as a cockpit, utilizing a full gravity structure. As long as this colossal being remains alive, this location will always be the safest. Woo, you saved Mindy. You may place her there for now. Thank you. Dr. Connors, prepare your potent lizard serum and take a moment to rest. We are about to depart. Half an hour later, Wu and his companions appeared on the rooftop of the Creator's Tower. Senior Doom, Mindy is someone very dear to me. Please ensure the return of Captain America. I implore you. Rest assured, compared to defeating Mephisto, this is merely a trivial matter. I shall certainly bring Captain America back. Helen, be cautious on the way. Do not act impulsively, and think thoroughly. Zhao Helen embraced Wu with a kiss for a brief moment. Do not worry, everything will be fine. The goddess of victory is our highest achievement thus far, and I possess great confidence. Let us proceed. Doom donned a grim armor of dark gold, reminiscent of Iron Tyrant. Victory belongs to us, the creators. Zhao Helen pushed Wu aside, extending her right